Chapter 1 The Meteor Crisis. This novel is set in an alternate world, so please be kind, dear readers. Brain storage. The universe is vast and boundless, its depth rowdy din mystery. In theme it stoft his dark expanse, blue star appears diminutive and fragile, akin to a delicate sheet of paper, easily torn. Within the distant asteroid belt, countless meteors flow like an eternal river of sand, perpetually in motion. Then, one fateful day, a mischievous meteor suddenly flung itself from the asteroid belt, streaking gay across the dark conveys of space. On July 15, 2024, the immense opportunity and misfortune are foretold. The declared dense clouds obscurethin, casting shadows soft gloom Midas advised against embarking on distant tyrannies. Both marriage and wealth seeking shall prove detrimental, and be wary of slanderous tongue at your doorstep. Beep beep beep. Calculation complete. The accuracy of this calculation stands at 99.99%. In 5 months and 15 days, Eriga meteor, designated Big Boy, locate that geoft asteroid belt, will of a death a gravitational pull of Moon and collide with the surface of blue star. The severity of this calamity is apocalyptic. Northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. With a Nebula fortified underground dress search facility, hundreds so far searchers were drenched in cold sweat, Thessalon separ found. A pervasive essence of despair and fear enveloped the entire hall. The conclusion was unanimous. Amity or exceeding 20 kilometers in diameter attached from the asteroid belt, hurtling towards blue star at a velocity of 30 meters per second. In 5 months and 15 days, Alt Texas sent the surface of blue star will see a tobe, plunging whirled into a global crisis. It can't be true. It can't be true. That did to man it be accurate or refusable Levite. I youngman, barely 30, trembled a muttered in disbelief. Mickled has just sterned in me family is just beginning. I cannot accept this. I cannot with redenities, has slowly sank to ground, cradling his shed in despair. To him, happiness shed only just begun, yet fit decreed that themed was nigh. His mental state, burdened be through a toft, he's calculations over the past few days, finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, spiraling into stat of terrified hopelessness. Nooning attendance Makid's weakness all student silence, eyes glistening with tears, uncertain of waterdo. The meteor, larger than the Theton seek extinguished the dinosaurs, possessed a destructive power exceeding 5-fold. The energy unleashed upon impact would suffice to obliterating it in % fly on blue star. Nuna could accept such a fate soon. The hell echoed with the sound soft fled sobs. Denial would no talter the reality. The apocalyptic meteorological disaster wasemin it. Seal the information and await further instructions. Air salute immediately Gedman in a general's uniform spoke with calm authority. His gaze remained fixed ahead. In the control room, the animate odd representation of Timidity or Creptiver Closerdo blue star. There'd countdown to Merlum Dominus Sly above. Guang'an Province, Binhai City. In this bustling coastal metropolis, renowned as Saint Economy Cuba Fe Jean Cosmopolitan Center. Julie blazed with fervor the soon blazed fire seely, the earth thirst, and the air shimmered with heat. Within the 33rd floor conference room of Nebula Technology Group, dozens of high-rank executives debated the company's strategic direction for the latter half of the year, voice rising in fervor. In their discourse, they casually tossed around figures amounting to billions. One could assert that without hegeming division, Nebula Technology Group would not favor each evaluation of over a trillion. As soon as the words left the lips, at least half of the executives and general managers cast envious glances at Fuda Hay's face, glistening with indulgence. His portly figure was a sight to behold. Gaming truly weighs a lucrative business, with profits often soaring into the hundreds of millions, effortlessly harvesting vast sums in amazing event. When would they find the courage to stantle? Old brother remained steady atop here's the research funding for second alpha of that year secured. Deputy Director of the Research Department, Guo Dong, rubbed his hands together, excitement palpable. Their research department was undeniably impoverished. Funds were needed here, funds were needed theorine thebling cofani, 200 billion ways insufficient. The new materials and new energy departments were voracious consumers, and with Theracent Long Cove Terra Space Division, experiments that made hundreds of millions and hundred day tibillion would barely make your ripple. Certainly, they were themist extravagant departments within the entire Nebula Group. Noton lie the research department, butyl so the supervisors of Nebula Heavy Industries, machinery, and chip development departments touch relied on the Gaming division for survival Hadal forged connections. Thethiker the leg soft to Gaming division ru, themari colorata they became. Without Hegaming division and mobile internet communications division, they would bedumid to starvation. Fulao Jais formidable let's collaborate more with our platform to strive for greater success and glory, so I too may partain the bounty. President Fwistrul Yamanof accomplishment Tathis command, the little cowardly says fireworks, truly impressive. Amidst theflatary, Fuda high, with this nose held high, begin to beam like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, in the next moment, damn it, 3 against Stony and Diggit killed, canna you play? Canna you play? A furious shout abruptly halted the ongoing discussions, leaving the assembly to gaze, helpless Liathim and C8 Deathicenter of testage. Suyun, the Sala ruler of Nebula group, and higher leader. A this moment, Suyun lounged casually Einar laxed soot, sprawled in his chair, his latest Nebula smartphone hand, his Fiskoner Tedninger. Defeat. Bang 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 crash. With a forceful pulpish, Suyun slammed his fist in thitable, unleashed Shingarora frustration, his palpable. A bunk of weaklings, ruining my reputation points. Beside him, Adam Yerfmally assistant twatched in embarrassment, covering her face, her lips twitching slightly. 082 in Thessalo lane, Makeo transformed into a spring water warrior, spewing for you ho and still at home such confidence? Even her grandmother could play bitter with her feet. Forget it, Imdania bunko folementara skukids, both held design yet this matchmaking system? Suyanto set his phony aside, indignation coursing through him. Yet, no sooner had words left his mouth than Neverai, personine the conferencey room turneto fuda high, stifling laughter. Namater how impressive the Gaming division was, it was still subservient. Ahem, boss, please second down tomorrow. Our gaming division's technicians will make adjustments to ensure our satisfaction, Fuda high said, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his brow. He truly held Norsentman towards him. Theme Tyra Gaming division thrived in Suyun's benevolence what Herit was through ild lipopular glory Ligorth Kingoff guns, they real consivet according to Suyun's vision. Huis Thevery essence soft Nebula group. Suyun, utterly disenchanted, Shukashed nevermind, uvial Sade Quitinug. This month, there are over 500 billion in liquid assets sat headquarter slits reserve 50 billion, and thirst, including the profits from the various departments, can be distributed. Money was net scarce for Nebula group. Yet, while earning sword, expenditures followed suit. The several 100 billion would like Lebeek's housed within a month. Having said that, Suyun resigned liar Klein Donsmarie, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Family, who understands? He had traversed into this world, yet the dieto acclimate. The following day, his father had done ceremoniously thrust 5 million Hishans, stating, son, this ishal foe forfamal savingst. Yormo thoranduri fita, traveled world curatout. His mother gazed at them with affectionate eyes, dear juase tinai, your shafinally passy darling, our beautiful romantic life can continue. Wife. Husband. Their gazes gradually intertwined. It became evident that his parents were a true love, while he was merely an accident. The next day, Stelastudent, Hebrup Libby Kimezolitera figure, devoid of sibling sorpits, living alone. With a house, a car, and savings, he had intend dead to languish through life. Yet unexpectedly, during his freshman year, Hekazala launched a company, purchasing an old game from his dorm neighbor, Old Wong, and quick amassed a fortune. 200,000 transformed into 2 million within a week, and a month later, profits soared to 20 million. From that day forth, Nebula Technology Companysimid Tobia Narlit Stalents, like sleeping dragon sand phoenixes, flourished, and profits increased daily. Nosy stem, yet thriving as siphon existed. Until 5 years later, Nebula Technology grew fat evolved in Tokolas Alentity, averred a unicorn off supergroups within the Dragon Kingdom. Even a Sinunlearn boss, neglecting the operation soft Nebula Group hand coozing to languish, Haramain Doblaviastohau. Alas, another day devoid of peace and Suyun spreadations, life seeming monotonous. In this lifetime, Thething had attested mistwas money. However, in the next second, boom. The conference room door was skicked upon by Yunmin. His facesgraphy, clutching the laptop, panic-stricken ash shouted. Brother Yun, it's bad. A catastrophe supinus blue staristumed. Chapter 2 The Leakoff Crisis. In the conference room off Nebula Tower. Everyone estudagast, their eyes swide and horroras thab thebulary video displayed on the screen. Could it be theta medi or disisteresupanus? Surely, that must be fabrication, perhaps a scene from a Mechian fiction film. A perplexed individual inquired, glancing at Lieutenant Lu, such chagrin just should not be taken light lid note tempto deceivus, fude he expressed his concern. Lieutenant, one C computer prodigy and hacker, no service as the chief of network security engineering at Xingyun Technology Group. He's responsible for the internet development and security of Team Tire Xingyun Group. More significantly, Itwashu hold the team hat developed the super AI, Yunming, which is exceedingly closeted true artificial intelligence, within Xingyun Group. Histitusa second onlato assistant Jiangin the four extraordinary individual Sintha Research Institute. The Sirathi machination so far hacker friend of mine. Has left behind a hidden trace in a supercomputer at Beijing University, which it discovered while fully utilizing just computational power, Lu explained. Moreover, aside from more circlio hacker friends, I suspect the hassle ready begin to disseminate these information, preparing to stockpile resources and construct shelters. He held firm in his belief that Suyan Wudun doubted lit is earned the authenticity of the video and guide Xingyun Group through this calamity. At that moment, Suyan's usual eye placidum in begin to stir, his eyes narrow and gaseous scrutinized the military figure in the video. Chunwingwa, a Major General, Hive methamons when he waste testing drone swarm capability in the northwest, and has maintained correspondence with Xingyun Group ever since, Suyan's to in a calm tone. You may have also encountered Isin, Chunwingwa, the Major will frequently visit Smile 40 on conversation. As soon as the words left his lips, a ripple-leafenchen coursed through the conference serum thyre expressions. In the Dragon Kingdom, new netta read to make light off such a figure what Taporilis just thought would be. Indeed, initial light hot thighs wasa blurred scene of froma film the resemblancy to Major General Chen striking. Having countered him several times during Miservis, and has consistently engaged with Xingyun Industries. Minister of Industry Huayan Fei spoke steadily. A former Special Forces soldier, Huayan Fei had transitioned from being a top bodyguard for Xingyun Technology to a liaison with the government by Suyan's appointment. He ultimately ascended to the role of Minister of Industry, overseeing various military and industrial endeavors within Xingyun Group, achieving a meteoric rise. Minion attendant Soarunawara thought Xingyun Industry had been collaborating with Dragon Kingdom, secretly developing new equipment. Event that Wagenius Prodigius within Xingyun Research Institute had been contributing significant light athenation, providing gone abundancy of advanced said technology and apparatus. Though it seems far-fetched, I can assert with great confidence that these information is most likely genuine. Huayan Fei declared, his expression serious. Suya noted slightly, observing the Dazin Soft General Manager and Executive Soft Xingyun Group present. After a moment of surprise and concern, they quaclirigan their composure. These individuals are back Banaf Xingyun Group, each only at top-tier talent and elite, resilient in spirit. Fei said with the prospect of a meteor disaster, their mindset began to stabilize, and their remained as steadfast as Sam Mountain. Xingyun Group was nerdinera company. Having evolved to encompass cutting edge technology as a crossal faced soft life, one needed a heart of steel to keep his such apposition. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yun, under the collective egazoful present, picked up his phony and dialed a special number. Beep. 5 seconds later, Thekel connected. Ah, Uncle Chin, it seems that I Toristal's associate shave conjured quiteth surprise. Do you have to me to discuss this in detail? Su Yun inquired with a smile. Ah, Su, mitter nephew, I am current libussy in the northwest, if fear I won't be able to witness this surprise firsthand. Instead, I'll send Weigoover, Chinwang replied, sounding somewhat fatfit. At that moment, Chayas reigned in the underground dress search facility in the northwest, Asha hurried to Beijing University. Although he facility had been secured, he had not anticipate the hacker slingering trace on Tetwo's supercomputers connected to the outside world. The information regarding Themedy or disaster had Smihaliacht, causing him considerable distress, as she wished to exact retribution upon the hacker. Su Yun, feeling somewhat disheartened, continued, Ah, should we for assistance from Xingyun Group? Uncle Chin, please do no hesitate to Sui orders will possess considerable confidence. Let's refrain for not sis a top secret mission that requires discretion. Chunwing Asia's brighten momentara libo fortimingagain. The technological prowess of Xingyun Group is undoubted lie among the fittest in the world, and Johnny Arthing the hacker would indeed provide a substantial assistance. However, Hestildered not disseminate information about Themedy or disaster, Foreven his standing woodland hymen military court. Yechen wing one arrow at Aziz. Themedy or disaster brought for Thespecterof dumped. The Dragon Kingdom had commenced covert operations, and event the prominent from Elias and Beijing were beginning toster. Secrets were no longer absolute. The national level treasure ethitwashing yun group warranted on tough caution, a sit must not vanish in the aftermath of Tipacalypse. After all, Thetalent Swinthinching Yun Research Institute would provide valuable lines such a crisis, particularly the four prodigious geniuses, however unrivaled in their respective fields. He resolved to secure a contingency for riskful yamits this personal ambitions. Keep a close watch in the nation's movement side is crucial for the survival of Xingyun Group. At the beginning of next year, Uncle Shin will return to discuss further. Now, I must attend to pressing matters. I hope to see you next year. Beep. Suyun set down his phone, his index finger gent lighting the by a glint of determination, flickered in his eyes. Silence seemed leped the conference room, yet a shared resolve was evident to Mingal present, Thafiket hirgazi supan Suyun, awaiting the sign mint off their tasks. Soon. Yun Ming, simulate Tethemedi or disistran calculate the ensuing ramifications, Suyun commanded, taking Isia Tond instructing Theida project into the larger screen. The simulation of Themedi or Disister is currently underway. A voice, clear and youthful, akin to Thedo Fajirl around 14 or 15, resonated through Tira Mesa blue planet map appeared on the screen, initiating the animated simulation. Based on video and information comparisons, Themedier's diameter approximately 22.5 kilometers, with a width of around 13.8 kilometers, and a velocity of approximately 29.8 kilometers per second. Upon impact with Thebla planet, it will unleash an energy equivalent trillion and 100 trillion tons of TNT. Within 100 soft kilometers off the impact site, Nalif will survive. Meteorite briz will envelop alpha off Thebla planet like a meteor shower, and Theta Strays will obscure sunlight for approximately 1200 years. At the moment of impact, the global magnetic field will be thrown into chaos, communications will be severed, and a powerful electromagnetic pulse will obliterate electronic devices. Subsequently, global volcanic eruptions will ensue, tectonic plates will shift, and tsunamis exceeding 1200 meters in height will devastate coastal cities, extend engine land for 300 kilometers. At the time, the nation authorizing tsunami several island nations, along with coastal countries, will be obliterated by that tsunami. After that tsunami, global temperatures will rise, igniting vegetation, setting theskis ablaze, melting glaciers, and causing sea level stories, while the acid rain will envelop the globe. Following the demise of numerous algal species, oxygen levels will plummet, leading to a drastic temperature drop, snow will blanket thief, and an acid will descend. As Yunmin's simulation unfolded, the breath Sophie Viriwani in the conference hunger increasing la rapid. These ways a calamity capable of highlighting humanity, and it promised to be a prolonged struggle to finally endure for over 1,000 years. In temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees, the surface would become uninhabitable, even freezing the oceans in hostilness. This impending disaster, which threatened to harass humanity, permeated the heart so full present with an overwhelming terror. Yet, at that moment, Suyun inhaled deeply. Is this what frictensia? Xingyun Technology Group is a company thought dares to confront event beauty nation, what do have to fear? If weaperish, thee shall meet. With just over 5 months remaining, whether survive and thrive towel cometh the new year in Jessup and Alafia. Ye have faith in your capabilities, Suyun spoke gravely, addressing the now standing assembly. Xingyun Group oasted na shortage of funds, technology, or talent the sole path to ensure the group's survival was singular. The twice to construct a vast underground refuge capable of sheltering 10 softhouses within a subterranean bastion. For Xingyun Group, this post-challenge, Butit wash by no means insurmountable. Chapter 3. World-ending Xiling 1 hour later, within the conference room on the top floor of the Nebula Tower, the 500 seats were filled to capacity, with the rear hallways overflowing with people. The Nebula Group scale was immense, even with attendance limited to department heads. The largest conference room of the Nebula Group's headquarters was brimming with individuals. Step 1. Aside from the Industrial Department, Research Department, Aerospace Department, Medical Department, Engineering Construction Department, Logistics Department, Warehouse Management Department, Security Department, and Human Resources Department, we must relinquish all entertainment, takeout, e-commerce, internet, mobile communications, finance, and external provincial industries unrelated to survival in the apocalypse. We must sell everything that can be sold. preferably to foreign countries, allowing the minor nations and the beautiful nation to absorb the burdens. Step 2. Procure materials. The news has already leaked. The Nebula Group cannot afford to lag behind. While selling off industries, we must secretly procure various materials and raw resources, executing swift and effective actions before the situation escalates. Time is of the essence. The strategist, Guan Jinlong, with flowing long hair, held an unlit cigar in one hand, and with thick, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, pointed at an app displayed on the screen. Guan Jinlong, known throughout Long Country, had clandestinely collaborated with Wu Dahu, the head of the finance department, to storm Wall Street with 500 billion in funds. A month later, amidst brutal competition, they managed to secure a safe retreat with 280 billion, returning in triumph. The duo earned the moniker of the Blue Stars Financial Fierce Dragon and Mad Tiger, and their alliance dealt a significant blow to the beautiful nation, allowing them to vent their frustrations. Astute and decisive, it seemed that no schemes could elude his discerning gaze. It appeared that the dragon and tiger duo must rise to the occasion. In the audience, Wu Dahu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Guan Jinlong, murmuring to himself, although the Nebula Group was not short on funds, who could resist a free ride? If we cannot acquire resources at no cost, we shall utilize your wealth to purchase your resources. Guan Jinlong noticed Wu Dahu's gaze and nodded slightly, indicating a premeditated arrangement. Step 3. The most crucial step. Guan Jinlong scanned the audience, who were quietly taking notes, and continued solemnly, stating that we must determine the location for the Nebula Group's shelter and how to construct it to ensure absolute safety. Sister Ming, please display the map of Long Country and highlight suitable locations for constructing large underground shelters. Guan Jinlong awkwardly rubbed his cigar as he spoke. To be fair, the super AI developed by Lu Tianyuan was indeed impressive, with rapid and precise computing capabilities, managing the Nebula Group with remarkable efficiency and assisting employees in their tasks. However, it had its shortcomings. This entity could be quite temperamental and proud. It required nurturing and appeasement to perform its duties. Despite his objections, Lu Tianyuan repeatedly dismissed his concerns, arguing that the super AI Yundream needed emotional communication and stimulation to evolve into true artificial intelligence. He had provided Yundream with a corporeal form, but ultimately, her ascension depended on her efforts and the collective support of the Nebula Group's employees. In comparison, what else could Guan Jinlong do but indulge her whims? After all, she was exceptionally effective. At that moment, Yundream's clear voice resonated. The next instant, the screen displayed a satellite map of Long Country, with dozens of red circles marking suitable locations. Yun squinted at the geographical positions, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In Guang'an Province, there were only 3 locations, while Binhai City had none at all. The coastal areas were marked with red lines, indicating that Binhai City was unsuitable for construction. This was his stronghold, where many resources could not be relocated. Just considering the research department, aerospace department, and heavy industry park, there were numerous top-tier facilities that could neither be moved nor transported far. They could only be discarded or violently dismantled for sale. Not only did he feel reluctant, but anyone daring to suggest abandonment or sale would likely face the wrath of those in the research, mechanical, and engineering departments, who had painstakingly built these facilities. His ideal scenario was to find a suitable location in Guang'an Province, not too far from Binhai City, preferably within the tsunami's coverage area, yet slightly elevated. He could not believe that the shelter constructed with the entirety of the Nebula Group's resources could be obliterated by a mere tsunami. Everyone, regrettably, Binhai City has become a forbidden zone, completely devoid of life under the shadow of the tsunami. Consequently, we must relinquish many resources. Guan Jinlong said helplessly. My suggestion is to consider the hilly areas in central Long Country or the northwestern regions, characterized by elevated terrain, sturdy soil, and underground water. Boom! Before Guan Jinlong could finish his statement, the conference room door was kicked open, startling him to the point where he nearly dropped his cigar. You old coot, how dare you suggest Northwest? I declare here and now, I choose Binhai City. And no one is leaving. A disheveled young man, clad in a single sandal, brandished a finger at Guan Jinlong, shouting with an air of defiance. The attendees were left dumbfounded, gazing at the young man in disbelief yet accustomed to his antics. Refraining from rebuttal in the traditional culture of the Nebula Group, it was well known that those who kicked down doors were of significant status. Naturally, such audacity was reserved for those of considerable importance, treasures of the Nebula Group. The precious little ancestors. This scruffy sandal-wearing individual was none other than Hao Yang, one of the four prodigies of the Research Institute, a top-tier talent in physics, mathematics, quantum mechanics, material science, and mechanics. He managed the Nebula Group's only small particle accelerator, conducting research on nuclei, photons, and new elements. Several groundbreaking new materials were his creations, capable of commercialization and military application, generating immense profits for the Nebula Group. He was undoubtedly a revered figure within the organization. Guan Jinlong's lips twitched slightly as he calmly adjusted his glasses, having long since become accustomed to such scenes. He was well aware of Hao Yang's temperament and disposition. Engaging in a dispute with him was a never-ending affair. As long as he refrained from rebuttal, Hao Yang would have no means to counter him, ultimately cooling down without venting his frustrations. However, in the next moment, tap, tap, tapped, a tall figure gracefully entered the conference room. Draped in a white lab coat, with flowing purple hair cascading down her back, Guan Jinlong's eyes widened in disbelief, involuntarily taking a step back as if confronted with a legendary beast. This formidable figure had emerged. Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the conference room, as everyone leaned back in unison. Among the senior executives of the Nebula Group, the most feared individual was not Su Yun or Hao Yang, but this strikingly beautiful woman. After all, she was the devilish controller capable of the annihilation of humanity. Wherever Hao Yang goes, I shall follow. If you have the audacity, take my laboratory with you. Otherwise, none of us shall survive. Xiling elegantly leaned against the doorframe, chuckling softly to her words. Another wave of gasps filled the room. No one dared to provoke this woman, nor touch her laboratory. Su Yun, observing Xiling, felt his right eyelid twitching. He was not alone in his fear. Even he was apprehensive. Deep within the Nebula Technology Research Center lay a top-tier P4-level biological research facility, housing countless terrifying viruses and bacteria. This woman spent her days and nights immersed in research, feverishly studying these pathogens, and no one in the Nebula Group dared approach her. Of course, the most astonishing aspect was that many medical breakthroughs and miracle drugs had been developed by her, benefiting countless individuals. Although her pricing strategy yielded little profit, she garnered countless accolades and praises. Yet, no one dared to criticize her. Even Su Yun could only tolerate her capricious nature, nurturing this living deity. He knew that should she ever become displeased, humanity might not even comprehend how its demise came to pass. She was undeniably a world-ending figure. Among the four prodigies of the Nebula Research Institute, Xiling's reputation was universally known and feared. Her potential for destruction surpassed even that of celestial disasters. Chapter 4. Chromium-titanium alloy. With the entrance of these two individuals, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Aside from Su Yun, no one could manage these two little ancestors. Even Guan Jinlong dared not voice a dissenting opinion. Regardless of his contributions to the Nebula Group or his personal worth, he could not measure up to even a mere finger of these two prodigies. The Nebula Group could do without him, but it could never afford to lose Hao Yang and Xiling. They were treasures of Long Country. Cherished dearly. Su Yun, witnessing the scene, could only shake his head helplessly and declare, "We will not withdraw. Binhai City is our stronghold, and there are many resources we cannot forsake." Su Yun stepped onto the stage. Yundream, enlarge the topographical map of Binhai City and display the locations of the mountains within the city. Binhai City contained only two mountains. One stood merely 200 meters tall, located on the outskirts of the inland city, with poor transportation and environmental conditions rendering it unviable. The other, however, extended to the sea, with a mountain range spanning 5 kilometers and a peak reaching 500 meters. Fengyi Mountain, the sole five-rated attraction in Binhai City. Su Yun pointed at Fengyi Mountain, determination glimmering in his eyes as he surveyed the audience, then glanced at Hao Yang and Xiling, nodding in agreement. "Ladies and gentlemen, if we were to excavate the entirety of Fengyi Mountain's interior, constructing our main living shelter 2 to 300 meters underground, it would sufficiently accommodate the entirety of our Nebula Group." Su Yun spoke solemnly. Binhai City is neither within a seismic zone nor a volcanic belt. Its geographical advantages are unparalleled. As long as we are not struck directly by a meteorite, we merely need to withstand the initial wave of tsunamis and falling meteorite debris to mitigate the crisis of the coastal forbidden zones. Moreover, this 12-lane, bidirectional highway directly connects to our research institute and heavy industry factories, And in critical moments, it can also serve as a runway for aircraft, facilitating swift transportation of various equipment and resources. Su Yun had long harbored his own thoughts. Although the Nebula Group was a colossal entity that he had unexpectedly established, it had been built over the past 5 years alongside many dreamers. Step by step, there had been both trials and tribulations, fatigue and sweetness. The Nebula Group held a unique and significant place in the Long Kingdom, so special that it could only have one master, him. Su Yun. Despite having suggested numerous times that distributing a small portion of shares would not pose a problem, this group of endearing individuals consistently declined. Some argued that rather than shares, increasing salaries would be preferable. Let's discuss shares once annual salaries reach 100 million. Others insisted they did not want shares or salaries. They were content with merely an increase in resource allocation. While such demands seemed absurd, they were also heartwarming. Therefore, he would never emulate the protagonists of novels, withdrawing to care only for himself while neglecting the collective. Furthermore, in the face of apocalyptic-level cataclysms, what joy would there be in hiding underground with a couple of beauties and a few pets? He would inevitably go mad. He wished to lead the entire Nebula Group, hand in hand with his brothers and sisters, to confront this impending doom. Now, the most pressing matter. Su Yun paused momentarily, then continued with resolute determination in his eyes. In the Ice Age, survival resources are difficult to replenish. Even with an abundance of supplies at Nebula Supermarket and the logistics warehouse, there will inevitably come a day when we exhaust our resources. The only opportunity to live well after the apocalypse lies within Southeast Asia and nations such as the United States, Japan, and Australia, relying on air and maritime transport. Su Yun swiped across the screen, pinpointing several countries on the map. Assistant Jiang, after this meeting, it is imperative to commence the procurement of supplies and raw materials. Spend all available liquid assets. Air transport is far from sufficient. We require nations capable of maritime shipping. We possess 3 super-large cargo ships for long-distance voyages, and we must find ways to rent several more. We will engage globally. Rent as many as we can, and as long as they return laden, it will suffice to sustain the Nebula Group's survival for decades. Su Yun gazed earnestly at the poised and beautiful assistant Jiang by his side. Your task is arduous. The more survival materials and various raw materials, the better. There is no cap on spending. You may allocate funds from all departments as you see fit. I have faith in your capabilities. Assistant Jiang had been by Su Yun's side, holding a tablet, her independent earbud never removed. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded a mature and composed charm that uplifted the mood of those around her, even overshadowing Su Yun's presence. As the most senior member of the Nebula Group, Assistant Jiang Mulian had journeyed with Su Yun from a small game to their current standing. Within the group, apart from Su Yun, she held the highest authority over the super AI, Yunming'er, overseeing and managing the entire Nebula Group. While she could not manage Su Yun or the 4 research prodigies, the rest of the Nebula Group operated under her purview. A position of authority that was said to be above thousands yet below 5. With unrestricted access to the flow of funds, aside from special arrangements, she held the power to coordinate any project and mobilize any group action. Ensuring task completion, Assistant Jiang nodded gravely. While she was titled an assistant, she commanded several teams of assistants and hundreds of elite personnel at her beck and call. Yet, she remained somewhat puzzled. Brother Yun, is there truly no need to gather resources domestically? We have already done quite a bit, and this is a matter of great significance. Even if we do not collect, others will. Hearing this, Su Yun took a deep breath and glanced at the countdown timer on the conference screen. The resources of the Long Kingdom are arguably the most substantial in the world. This vast cake is not only something he is reluctant to part with, the senior executives and top talents beneath him feel the same. It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but transitioning from luxury to frugality is challenging. The Nebula Group would not mistreat its own. He need not concern himself with ordinary individuals. The state has its arrangements. Rather than allowing other forces to benefit, it is better to grant the advantage to their own. After a moment of contemplation, he gently nodded. Go ahead, be discreet, take your time. One cannot grow fat in a single bite. Do not let it be discovered. As Assistant Jiang departed, her undertaking of procurement alleviated the concerns of Su Yun and everyone present. Her abilities were well recognized. Having been by Su Yun's side for 5 years, no one could doubt her competence. Coupled with the assistance of Yunming'er, there would be no issues regarding supplies. Should difficulties arise, they could seek Mayor Hua. Even if delayed, the engineering team must commence reconnaissance and clearing operations immediately to pave the way for the heavy construction and engineering teams. Su Yun gestured to Guan Jinlong to assign tasks. This assignment was straightforward. He believed Bin Hai City would grant the Nebula Group some consideration. After all, every year during tax season, everyone from the mayor to the business staff in Bin Hai City would come with wide smiles on their faces. Furthermore, the engineering department must not forget to construct warehouses. With a vast amount of supplies and equipment, ample storage space is essential, along with waterproofing, pest control, humidity management, and cold storage. As for other departments, those with idle hands should hastily divest from industries. The Li Group was eager for the new energy market. Thus, they should package and sell it to them. Better to sell to a rival than to our own, he concluded, emphasizing the need to consolidate all funds. Even at a loss, Su Yun began assigning tasks one by one. Figures departed, each carrying their assignments, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. By 10 o'clock that evening, numerous inadequacies remained to be addressed through collective wisdom. Time was short, only a little over 5 months remained. They could only develop ideas one by one, from procuring supplies to constructing shelters, from designing the shelters to planning relocations. The colossal Nebula Group sprang into full operation. That very night, the entire Fungi Mountain was ablaze with lights. The bidirectional 12-lane highway roared incessantly, with hundreds of engineering vehicles laden with substantial equipment. Under the leadership of thousands of construction workers, they had cleared the entirety of Fungi Mountain within hours. Not only that, but vast industrial warehouses sprang up at the mountain's base, stretching endlessly into the distance. The entire Fungi Mountain range was sealed off by towering construction barriers. Trucks laden with goods entered and exited in a continuous flow. Meanwhile, outside Bin Hai Port, 5 super-large cargo ships sped through the night, accompanied by dozens of large, medium, and small vessels. Their mission was to return safely laden with supplies. Simultaneously, an array of cargo planes filled with various high-end materials was en route to Bin Hai City. Ceaselessly gathering every resource without regard for cost, it could be said that the Nebula Group, having received advance notice, had already reaped considerable benefits. One step ahead leads to many steps ahead. Thus, the Nebula Group would stand resilient in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Thriving in abundance. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. In the conference room of Nebula Tower, Su Yun, who had spent the entire night awake, rested his head on his arms, yawning as he listened to 2 men arguing before him. Too small, far too small. You've got to be kidding me. An underground shelter measuring 1,800 meters in length and 1,200 meters in width. Even if we construct 3 levels, it won't suffice to house my particle accelerator. Hao Yang shouted in frustration. This was his irreplaceable treasure, his lifeline, a product of gathering half the talent from the Research Institute, taking 3 years to construct the world's smallest particle accelerator, spanning 2.5 kilometers. Yet, compared to the national-level particle accelerators that stretch for dozens of kilometers, he was quite satisfied with his current equipment. Even if the particle accelerator could not be relocated entirely and had to be disassembled for transport, the shelter must be capable of accommodating it. Otherwise, he would not accept it, and the designer before him was simply not to his liking. Are you capable or not? Get someone else in here. I demand a new chief designer, Hao Yang declared disdainfully. The chief shelter designer, Su Xiaozai, wore a grim expression, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, unwilling to engage with the scruffy youth before him. Family, who understands? He lamented. Excavating the entirety of Fungi Mountain was one thing. The strength of the Nebula Group could accomplish that. However, constructing a super-large underground shelter at a depth of 250 meters was an entirely different challenge. According to Hao Yang's vision, the structure would need to be at least 3 kilometers long vertically, requiring a significant supply of energy and auxiliary facilities, along with optimal cooling and ventilation conditions. Why not just uproot that so-called particle accelerator and plant it underground as a divine needle to stabilize the sea? Su Xiaozai retorted. Chairman, it's not that I can't. Any designer you bring in would tell you the same. This is utterly nonsensical. It's impossible to build. Su Xiaozai laid it bare. He simply could not produce a feasible design. The construction was not only exceptionally challenging, but the specialized concrete and reinforced steel materials could not withstand such pressure. Even the internal ventilation system and sustainable ecological conditions would be difficult to achieve. He could blindly sketch a design, but it needed to be something that could actually be built. Otherwise, he would merely be drawing while leaving the construction to fate. Su Yun found himself equally helpless. He understood that this was an unreasonable demand, a challenge layered upon a challenge. Do not fret. We shall resolve each issue one at a time. Su Yun restrained the impending outburst of Hao Yang and calmly said, "Ding!" Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed in everyone's ears. "Master, in fact, these questions are not difficult for Hao Yang and Li Shiguang," Yun Ming'er interjected. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, when did our super AI begin to tackle issues on its own? Tears of joy welled up. Our dear daughter from the Su family has finally grown up. Beside him, Hao Yang looked bewildered. If he could solve it, why was he unaware? Moreover, his companion, brother Shiguang, possessed this capability as well? Observing Hao Yang's confusion, Su Yun promptly inquired, "Ming'er, please elaborate." Perhaps Hao Yang himself was unaware that he had once developed a type of alloy steel, whose strength and toughness exceeded that of the finest alloys by more than threefold. With exceptional corrosion resistance, oxidation resistance, and pressure resistance, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -180 degrees. As he listened to Yun Ming'er's explanation, Hao Yang slapped his forehead in realization. "Are you referring to that product still in the laboratory, designated A1527, known as chromium titanium alloy, composed of 23% chromium and 59% titanium, which, when combined with titanium powder and iron powder, is heated to 1399 degrees. Compressed, cooled, and then further processed." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he recited terminologies that left others in a haze. "Indeed, that's the alloy," Yun Ming'er replied with satisfaction. However, the more he spoke, the more Hao Yang's demeanor sank. "But this alloy is still not mature. It's a failure, and its cost far exceeds that of ordinary special steel plates. The market cannot accept it, and its heat resistance is quite poor. It fractures above 221 degrees and would melt in a fire exceeding 1,000 degrees. It is extremely unstable, and I still have no clue on that front." Meanwhile, Su Xiaozai and Su Yun exchanged glances. This is quite foolish. With the apocalypse approaching, who cares about costs? Furthermore, 200 meters underground. Fire cannot reach that depth, can it? A heat resistance of over 200 degrees surpasses safety standards, and considering we are facing the Ice Age, such high heat resistance is of little use. They do not need to construct the entire shelter from this alloy. They merely need to support the main structure, which would suffice. There are always more solutions than difficulties. At worst, they could add a layer of insulation on the alloy's surface to address fire hazards. The main construction underground could entirely utilize this alloy, while regular high-strength special alloys would suffice for the interiors and exteriors of Fengyi Mountain. Chapter 5. The Mechanical Master Hao Yang listened. Still in a daze. It seemed he truly was at a loss. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming, should not those defective products still in the laboratory be brought out to contribute to the Xingyun group? A glimmer sparked in Hao Yang's eyes as he licked his lips. After the meteor fell, with the dawn of the apocalypse and the Ice Age, the government should no longer be able to interfere with him, right? Those restricted researches on nuclear fission, nuclear fusion energy, quantum entanglement, new elemental particle collisions, and anti-gravity large magnetic field inversion experiments. As long as he kept a low profile, Hao Yang nearly chuckled to himself. He was a genius but also a madman, envisioning these normally unattainable experiments, his eyes nearly glowing with excitement, completely disregarding the impending world-ending crisis. Unbeknownst to Su Yun, a single phrase had unleashed the Pandora's box within Hao Yang, causing his fervent blood to boil with excitement as the meteor approached day by day. Li Shiguang, it has been several months since we last met, Su Yun murmured. Now that the issue of construction materials was resolved, what capabilities did Li Shiguang possess? Su Yun pondered, somewhat perplexed. That fellow, a whimsical mechanic and equipment master, an ardent military enthusiast, flitted between the Research Institute, Heavy Industry Park, and the Northwest Military Region, often creating significant upheavals. He claimed he was going to build Iron Man and Gundam. Even when tasked with establishing communication satellites, it depended on his mood for the day. What could Li Shiguang accomplish? As long as we can construct the shelter, I will personally bring him here, Su Yun declared fiercely. Among the four prodigies of the Xingyun Research Institute, only Hao Yang was somewhat obedient, never procrastinating on tasks, often delivering answers by nightfall. The other three could be described as increasingly arrogant. Even to the point of being treated like royalty, Su Yun had completely given up on Ziling. Her danger level was too high. and her obsessive nature made her a woman who could alter the world for her brother. As for Li Shiguang, he was treated like a treasured gem by the Dragon Country military region. Had it not been for Xing Yun's unlimited resources and freedom, he might have switched allegiances long ago. However, he was formidable. Various new military machinery enabled the Xing Yun group to directly cling to the Dragon Country's military for support. Drone swarms, dual Gatling-lock mechanical war dogs, exoskeleton armor for individual soldiers, full-cover skeletal armor, and various individual weaponry were all far ahead of other nations. He was known as the king of land warfare, capable of matching the firepower of an entire army in peacetime, without the use of bombs. Li Shiguang represented a national-level deterrent weapon, a force against foreign threats. As long as he was around and did not make major errors, it could be said no one in the Xing Yun group could challenge him. Amid Su Yun's musings, Yun Minger's voice chimed in. The shelter's scale is vast, and under natural disasters, typical ventilation and temperature control systems cannot sustain life within. However, Li Shiguang, the mechanical master, once developed a small-scale turbocharged bidirectional ventilation system. If it can be scaled up proportionally, it could provide an excellent ventilation environment for the shelter located hundreds of meters underground. Furthermore, the other temperature control and pressure control devices within the shelter hold little significance. And Li Shiguang is an indispensable talent. His research and machinery could greatly enhance the shelter's construction. As soon as Yun Minger finished speaking, Su Yun broke into a smile. Goodness, I initially thought he could only engage in minor antics, merely mingling with those old men in the military region. Yet, unexpectedly, this fellow is so useful. Immediately notify Li Shiguang in my name. Our mechanical master must assist with the shelter's construction. Su Yun waved his hand, his expression leaving no room for doubt. However, Yun Minger's next words left him a bit awkward. But master, you sent him to the aerospace department last month to construct communication satellites, and now he is constantly complaining about your lack of conscience. Preparing to take his laboratory and leave, Su Yun. Alas, I was careless. It seems I must engage in some verbal persuasion. That said, the one truly suffering was Li Shiguang. Fortunately, Hao Yang suddenly tugged at Su Yun's sleeve, alleviating his embarrassment. Brother Yun, the energy issue of the shelter is also crucial. Could we possibly procure some pure uranium-235? Not much, just 50 grams with a purity of 90% would suffice for our Xing Yun shelter for hundreds of years. If that's not feasible, a lower purity would also do. We're not picky. Hao Yang rubbed his hands together, speaking nervously yet excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaotsai's pupils widened, and he gasped sharply. His 50 grams of pure uranium? Goodness, you can't possibly beat. Are you planning to conduct a nuclear test? Su Xiaotsai exclaimed in astonishment. Generally, uranium with lower purity is sufficient for constructing nuclear power plants. However, uranium-235 with a purity exceeding 90% is the raw material for creating atomic bombs. Only a madman would dare to request such a thing. What are you trying to do? Take my life. Su Yun was equally taken aback. Despite the formidable power of the Xing Yun group, daring to toy with such a volatile material could spell disaster for him. Brother Yun, the shelter is too large, and with countless power-consuming devices, it must be powered by a nuclear power station. Just say that Shiguang intends to conduct some nuclear experiments. Given his status, he should have a chance. Hao Yang persisted, his voice solemn. After all, his particle accelerator was a significant power consumer. Without a nuclear power station, his precious device would be rendered useless, and he would go mad spending a lifetime underground. Moreover, Li Shiguang was a prized asset of the military region, the godson of a powerful official in the northwest. Within the entire Xing Yun group, only he could procure pure uranium. Hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating the dilemma. Indeed, during the Ice Age, a large underground shelter without a nuclear power station could not possibly function. Whether it was supercomputers, heavy industrial equipment, or the cutting-edge apparatus of various research departments, they would incur monthly electricity bills in the tens of billions. Additionally, that particle accelerator, when activated, would cause half of Binhai City to experience a power outage for half an hour to meet its demands. With this in mind, he felt a throbbing headache. Clearly, a nuclear power station was imperative. Sun's gaze hardened, and he nodded decisively. Hao Yang, your task is to construct the nuclear power station. As for the nuclear materials, I will handle it. Yay! Hearing this, Hao Yang leaped up from his seat like a jubilant child, fists clenched, his face flushed with excitement. Then, Brother Yun, I leave it to you. As long as the materials are in place, the rest will be a piece of cake, Hao Yang assured, viewing the nuclear power station merely as a larger toy. His focus had always been on new elements and nuclear fusion. However, with a promising start, how could the starry sea be far away? He, Hao Yang, was undaunted and ready to dive into action. Su Yun shook his head and sighed, lamenting how arduous his situation had become. Yet, no matter the difficulty, he knew he must persevere. At that moment, Su Xiaozai, who was nearby, began to formulate more design ideas. A steel plate with 3 times the current strength could undoubtedly be utilized to construct a more expansive, robust underground shelter. With various survival facilities addressed by Li Shiguang, he felt liberated to unleash his creativity. Su Xiaozai's entire life of talent coalesced in his hands, and soon, as he completed the preliminary designs on his tablet, a subtle smile graced his lips. Another masterpiece was born. Miss Yunming'er, could you calculate the success rate of constructing this shelter, factoring in Hao Yang's specialized steel, without considering the survival facilities? With Su Xiaozai's inquiry, Su Yun and Hao Yang leaned in, curiosity piqued. The site was nothing short of magnificent, a subterranean city of steel capable of housing over 300,000 souls. Su Yun and Hao Yang exchanged delighted glances. The time to commence construction had finally arrived. Please hold on, calculations are underway. Yunming'er began to connect to the supercomputer, dedicating all her computational power. Approximately a minute later, a large red failure appeared on the screen, plunging the trio's hearts into despair once more. Chapter 6. Nebula Hive Shelter. The annotations of failure were displayed on the screen. Subsequently, Yunming'er began to elucidate the reasons. First, the lowest level of the shelter must withstand the greatest pressure, supporting 2 immense spaces and the overwhelming weight of steel above. Although the strength of chromium-titanium alloy is considerable, it remains insufficient, with an 80% probability of collapse during seismic or tsunami activity, leading to the downfall of the upper 2 levels as well. Second, the shelter's construction hinges on survival. Calculations from underground surveys reveal that the Fungi mountain range harbors abundant underground water resources and a network of subterranean rivers. Building the shelter atop these rivers would render it incapable of bearing the weight. Third, it is advisable to design the structure akin to an anthill. It need not be large but could be segmented into numerous spaces and passages, forming a cohesive communal structure. Listening to Yunming'er's voice, the expressions of the 3 gradually turned to one of astonishment. As a super AI, Yunming'er had never exhibited such intelligence before, now capable of counterarguments and suggestions. While Su Yun felt a paternal sense of pride, both Hao Yang and Su Xiaozai were utterly astounded. The super AI, crafted by Lu Tianyuan, was increasingly resembling true artificial intelligence. Could it indeed be on the verge of becoming so? An anthill. Su Xiaozai's gaze grew distant as he envisioned a construction model, murmuring to himself. Soon, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Indeed, within the biological sphere, ants are born architects, and the underground anthills they construct are perhaps the most magnificent feats of engineering in the world. With renewed fervor, he began sketching anew on his tablet, discarding previous designs. Upon hearing the term anthill, Su Yun recalled a construction from a movie of his past life. The underground hive from Resident Evil was built specifically for the apocalypse, situated 800 meters below ground, exhibiting unparalleled survival capabilities and resilience against nuclear fallout. This was precisely the type of shelter the Nebula Group required. Hives and anthills shared remarkable similarities. No, let's contemplate the hive structure further. 200 meters is still too shallow. The main living quarters and critical facilities should be located at least 500 meters below, constituting an underground city for the end times, Su Yun stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaozai put down his pen, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting we create a circular, diamond, and quadrilateral combination to form a stable triangular structure for an underground nest? A functional complex spanning from 200 to 500 meters below. Su Xiaozai quickly grasped Su Yun's intent. Su Yun nodded decisively. It can be even deeper. National-level nuclear projects can easily reach depths of 1,000 meters. Our Nebula Group is certainly capable of this. The deeper we go, the more stable it becomes. Whether for a particle accelerator or other advanced instruments, even the slightest tremor is intolerable. Su Xiaozai, too, grew solemn at this. The Nebula Group could not solely focus on survival. They also needed to develop and expand, for remaining underground indefinitely was not an option. The stars and the sea represented the ultimate goal of the Nebula Group. I understand. Following your vision, I will require Miss Yunminger and the supercomputer to calculate diligently, collaborating with our team to design the most exceptional anthill shelter, Su Xiaozai vowed. His heart surged with enthusiasm at the thought of leading the design of this perfect underground city. He was determined to become the greatest designer of the century. However, Su Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. I don't care about anything else. The shelter will be named the Hive, the Nebula Hive Shelter, strong, stable, and capable of achieving the utmost limits of survival while also resisting nuclear fallout. He had no fondness for the term anthill. The Nebula Group was not a colony of ants, but rather a rising dragon, destined to soar toward the stars and seas, making their mark upon the universe. With the design concept solidified, a dozen design personnel sprang into action, uniting under Su Xiaozai's leadership to draft the most exquisite structure for the Nebula Hive Shelter. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fengyi Mountain, thousands of engineers and large construction equipment finally commenced their labor, digging and blasting with fervor. Su Yun, at last, found solace as he nestled into his BDS. He drifted into slumber. Dragon Country also began to mobilize. On the surface, vast amounts of foreign currency were being allocated to procure various supplies, primarily food, drink, and daily necessities. Massive quantities of rice, wheat, potatoes, corn, flour, meat, protein, cotton, tissues, and more were being purchased. Behind the scenes, arrangements were secretly made for overseas companies and organizations to comprehensively acquire resources such as oil, coal, iron ore, and steel, which were already being covertly transported into Dragon Country, particularly from the Little Japan and ASEAN nations. Hundreds of billions and trillions of funds were allocated, as if to amass all the resources and raw materials from other nations into Dragon Country. Today's news reports. Natural disasters have plagued Dragon Country, leaving millions of citizens in dire straits. The government has initiated rescue operations, tapping into national reserves to procure vast quantities of food and living supplies from Beautiful Country, ASEAN, Little Japan, and Kangaroo Country. Today's headlines: Dragon Country in distress. A plea to world leaders to lift procurement restrictions and aid the citizens of Dragon Country. Weibo trending. As resources in Dragon Country grow increasingly scarce, they can no longer sustain the pace of national development. Morning news. What lies ahead for Dragon Country? This represents a regression of the times, as well as a lamentable tragedy. Recruitment network. Once sworn brothers. Your country needs you. Awakening from his slumber, the citizens of Dragon Country were left bewildered. Was their nation truly in such hardship? How had they been so oblivious? It can't be real. Surely the propaganda bureau wouldn't exaggerate this much? The online community erupted in chaos. A user lamented. I had no idea life was so tough in our country. I can't believe I wasted half a pot of rice yesterday. I feel awful. Another user chimed in. Could it be that the country has been quietly supporting us all along? Why didn't anyone say anything? I'd be happy to donate. And what about the national debt? Let us issue more bonds. I'll buy them without interest. Not only were the citizens of Dragon Country bewildered, but leaders from other nations were equally taken aback. ASEAN. Is Dragon Country really struggling? Just the day before, their warships were patrolling near my doorstep, and now they're purchasing 500 billion in supplies from us. This is quite the windfall for my military budget. Little Japan. Count me in. I am profiting too. The bulk purchases are affecting the quality of life for our islanders, but they also revitalized the sluggish market. Dragon Country is a great benefactor. Beautiful country. Something's not right. This situation feels off. Dragon Country can't possibly be this weak and helpless. They must be putting on a show for us. Yet the profits are too enticing. We should wholeheartedly support Dragon Country and clear out our warehouses for their people. Simultaneously, numerous enemy agents within Dragon Country began to stir, gathering information to uncover the truth. No-one was naive. Before accurate information emerged, they started to restrict exports. It was permissible to sell, but not to deplete supplies. Especially for those items restricted from export to Dragon Country, they had to be tightly controlled. No screw could leave the country. Dragon Country's actions appeared strange, even absurd, yet it sent shivers down their spines. Fearing they might be ensnared once more, after all, this seemingly harmless little rabbit could indeed be ferocious, appearing innocent but capable of overwhelming strength. Chapter 7. News spreads as the sun set and the sky blurred with hues of dusk. Su Yun, having slept for an entire day, finally awoke, swallowing hard as he gazed at the enchanting assistant Jiang by his bedside. "Brother Yun, would you like some breakfast?" Jiang Mulan's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned in. Her eyes filled with affection. Su Yun pondered, "Is this breakfast not appropriate?" If it wasn't, he certainly wouldn't partake. This enchantress was perpetually tempting him, and he felt utterly drained. Cough, cough. "Let's discuss it next time. I shall forego breakfast and instead indulge in dinner later." Su Yun timidly remarked while wrapping himself tighter in the quilt. It was not that he lacked the desire to eat. Rather, he feared that after eating, he would likely awaken again only to find it was already tomorrow. And he would have to brace himself against his aching back to exit the room. Contemplating this, Su Yun felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Dinner was hardly appealing. And he was, after all, the one being consumed. Even the strongest man could not contend with a fierce tigress. At that moment, he eagerly anticipated when Ling would finally develop a gene enhancement serum capable of boosting human capabilities without any side effects. He wondered when he could completely subdue this enchanting woman and showcase his prowess. Ding, ding, ding. The Nebula phone beside his pillow chimed incessantly, with messages popping up one after another. Su Yun hurriedly sidestepped the enthusiastic invitation from Assistant Jiang and glanced at his phone, where a group of wealthy second-generation individuals were engaged in a heated discussion. Their inquiries revolved around the conspiratorial maneuvers of various families in Longhua and Shangjing in light of the impending cataclysm. "Wang Zhichong, my father has received some insider information related to the apocalyptic disasters. Several groups and organizations are frantically selling off assets, stockpiling supplies, and constructing shelters. The actions of the Dixia and Xiaoma are particularly telling of the severity of the situation. Qin Jun, indeed, a storm is brewing. My old man has been on the phone all day but still cannot ascertain the specific reasons. However, the intelligence regarding the apocalypse is undoubtedly authentic. Hasn't the Nebula group also begun to mobilize? Perhaps we should consult Su Yun, my little brother Li Xiaofeng. Su, my dear brother, you are well informed. What is the current situation? The government is taking drastic measures, and several families in Shangjing, along with your Nebula group, are making significant moves. Please enlighten us. We are all counting on you. Wang Zhichong, count me in. I wish to know the specifics as well. My old man is nearly frantic. One wrong step could lead to ruin. I beseech you for advice. Yeah, the little fairy. Brother Su Yun, you must come out quickly. I am so frightened. I come from a mining family. We are also afraid. Without accurate answers, we are at a loss for how to act. We can only stockpile supplies for now and see what unfolds. It's all too difficult. Chu Qinglian. I have secured full support from my family and begun gathering resources and supplies to prepare for constructing a shelter. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. My father is the richest. It matters not. My father will intervene. Moreover, we agreed to indulge in idleness together. I suspect you are all playing me. Mao urged, just a heads up, the crisis is looming. The military district and Longhua are also gearing up to act. I can't elaborate. So let Su Yun explain it to you all. My father is the richest. Stop pretending, continue idling, and when disaster strikes, come find me for some fun. As Su Yun perused the messages, astonishment filled his heart. How rapidly this situation had escalated. Upon awakening, it seemed the entire world was already aware of the impending meteor disaster. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. The influence of this group was astonishing, their hidden power rivaling that of the Nebula group. Although they were second-generation idlers, their identities were not to be underestimated. Those who could mingle together naturally possessed considerable merit. This group was adept at idling through life. Even if the sky were to fall, they would likely still live in comfort. With their capabilities, constructing a nuclear-grade shelter underground would pose no challenge. As long as they were not struck directly by a meteor, it was improbable that they would face extinction. They would likely enjoy a life of abundance regardless. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan had previously been privy to the secrets of the Antarctic apocalypse, where there were likely over 100 advanced shelters designed to withstand nuclear and apocalyptic scenarios. The world's elite had long prepared an escape route for the impending doom. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun addressed his phone. Dreamer, establish a network defense system for this group. I do not wish for anyone to be able to pry into our conversations. Ding. Upon receiving the directive, within 10 seconds, all hidden network eavesdroppers were expelled, eliminating any security threats, as long as the supercomputer was not tasked with deploying all its computational power against them. the firewall of the wealthy second-generation Idler group would remain unassailable. Yuming's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. 10 seconds later, Su-Yun uploaded a somewhat blurry video and tagged everyone Su-Yun. The information is accurate. I am currently covertly accessing foreign optical and electronic space telescopes to calculate the meteor impact site. Hurry and get your fathers to take action, Su-Yun. By the way, I have already locked this group. Do not forget to contact me after the disaster. I possess satellites, and after the electromagnetic pulse, I will restore the network. Su-Yun had no intention of abandoning this group of idle friends. Even after calamity struck, their backing would be sufficient for trade with the Nebula shelter. After all, there were many things in this world that money could not buy: rare metals, rare elements, and top-tier talents, among others. Whether through bartering or exchanging goods for people, the Nebula group in this apocalyptic era would undoubtedly remain a unique and formidable force. Su-Yun was confident in the capabilities of their hidden talents. Su-Yun sent out his 2 messages. Everyone except for Mao-Urge, with his unique identity, was left in awe at the scenes depicted in the video. Yeah, the little fairy. My goodness, a meteor over 20 kilometers in size. If it were to strike, wouldn't that result in a massive bump? Wang Zhichong. Damn, I was wondering how Lu Minghui managed to reach Antarctica so quickly, transporting large quantities of supplies. He wouldn't admit it even under duress. Turns out it's because this world-ending meteor is on its way, Mao urged. This video was sold by an exceptionally skilled hacker, netting over 100 billion in profits. Only a few major powers are aware of it. He wouldn't dare upload it across all platforms, lest he face dire consequences, even if he fled to the moon. It is fortunate that the Nebula group has obtained it. Now things can proceed smoothly. Best of luck to you all. I'll sit back and enjoy the show. Chu Qinglian. Thankfully, this isn't some bizarre invasion or demonic calamity. This visible disaster is not as frightening. After all, we live in an age of technology, not the age of dinosaurs. My father is the richest. It matters not. I've already shown it to my father, and he will take action. Mao urged. Where are you? I will ask my father to find a nearby location to construct a shelter. Mao urged. Where else would I be? In the northwest, of course. It is a good spot. The soil is solid, the population is sparse, and it's resilient to impacts and construction. Truly a land of good fortune. I come from a mining family. That is it. My dreams of a black market have been dashed. My father chose the 10,000 Great Mountains in the southwest, claiming the resources are abundant and it's remote enough to ensure survival for a lifetime. Yeah, the little princess. Oh dear. My family is also in the southwest. Little Blackie, wait for me to come play with you. Chu Qinglian. Count me in. The southwest is preferable. The northwest is crowded with big shots. And I cannot bear the pressure. Wang Zhichong. Those present here are no match for Su-Yun, my little brother. He has made quite the stir beneath the coastal mountain range of Binhai City. He must be constructing a super-large shelter. Hearing this, Su-Yun shook his head helplessly. The movements of the Nebula group were too conspicuous to conceal. He could only hope that Longwo would turn a blind eye. Su-Yun. There is no choice. We have too many resources to abandon. We can only grit our teeth and take everyone from the Nebula group with us to seek refuge. Mao urged. Bold indeed. I have faith in you, Wang Zhichong. If the opportunity arises, let us form a group to visit your super shelter. You must receive us well, I must take my leave. My old man is calling. I am off. Stockpiling is quite troublesome. I envy the idlers whose fathers are rich and those with mining connections. It's infuriating, Qin Jun. I'm already on the road to the northwest, crying, Chu Qinglian. I'm on my way to the southwest. Crying. While working, tears flowed, and my father is the richest. Oh, don't all leave. Let us chat a bit more. These are minor issues. No one will perish. There is no need to panic, Mao urged. Aren't I here to idle alongside you? Where are you going? Let us log in. I come from a mining family. Wait for me. Yeah, the little princess. I'm almost there, friend of women. Let us crush them. Su-Yun stared at the screen, feeling a wave of exasperation. The end of the world disaster was imminent, yet they were still gathering a gaming crew. Truly, they were dedicated idlers. It was a pity. Although he wished to join, the Nebula group had a plethora of matters awaiting his decision. Su-Yun. Crying. Chapter 8. Procurement concludes. Transportation dilemma. The Nebula Tower was ablaze with light. Numerous staff members hurried back and forth. Although only the upper echelons of the Nebula group were privy to the information regarding the meteor disaster, Many employees sensed something amiss. The peculiar actions of Longhua, combined with the various task assignments and hints from the leadership within the Nebula group, made it clear to everyone that the situation was dire. Only a calamity of catastrophic proportions could compel the vast Nebula group to exhaust all resources in constructing shelters. Even in the dead of night, employees continued diligently with their tasks, fearful of being forsaken by the Nebula. Suyun observed all this, his resolve strengthening. The Nebula group employed over 15,000 internal staff and more than 30,000 external employees. Including their immediate family members, the shelters would need to accommodate at least 150,000 individuals. This figure was reached even after excluding external companies and employees. The pressure he faced was immense. The daily sustenance for these 150,000 individuals would require a staggering supply of resources. Once maritime cargo vessels encounter issues, they can only endure for a few years at most. Thereafter, their existence becomes exceedingly challenging. Even with the addition of indoor hydroponic cultivation and various poultry and livestock in the shelters, it merely serves as an embellishment in light of the overwhelming population. Perhaps even the dried earthworms from the movies might soon come to fruition. This is certainly not the outcome he desires. Rest assured, my master, I will diligently oversee each cargo vessel. Moreover, starting tonight, 3 colossal foreign cargo ships laden with supplies have already set sail, and the procurement efforts within Zyarizi have nearly reached completion. Suyun remarked, furrowing his brow. His greatest concern was that news of the meteorite calamity had begun to spread. It wouldn't be long before nations worldwide were aware. At that point, Zyarizi would not easily allow them to transport their resources. Regardless, let the major transportation companies in Zyarizi assist us with deliveries. Whatever the cost, I demand that all supplies reach the coastal port within a week. Others are making increasingly bold moves. Why should our Xingyun group be intimidated? Pour in the funds and ensure that global supplies arrive in Haishur within a week, Suyun declared fearlessly, waving his hand. He surmised that within a week or two, the news of the meteorite disaster would no longer be a secret. Aside from the oblivious masses, those with power would undoubtedly begin preparations for the impending apocalypse. By that time, both goods and raw materials would likely be tightly secured, rendering even the wealthiest powerless to procure them. Fortunately, Assistant Jiang brought forth good news. Brother Yun, the procurement of survival supplies is nearly complete. The construction materials and various raw materials are being arranged by Minister Hua Yunfei, and we are close to exhausting our funds. Upon hearing this, Suyun expressed his astonishment. So soon? However, several small to medium-sized chain supermarkets and warehouse centers in Guang'an province and surrounding areas have already changed ownership in secret. If the transport fleet encounters no issues, all supplies can be delivered within a week. Moreover, another dilemma loomed. It is worth noting that global air transport is perpetually bustling with fully loaded flights, and the Xingyun Group's warehouse in Haishur is already half full. Additionally, numerous warehouses have sprung up in the Fengyi mountain range, filling up within an hour of completion. They now face the challenge of having an excess of supplies, to the point where their storage facilities may prove inadequate. When global maritime transport teams return with their full loads, Xingyun Group will find itself lacking space, and temperature-sensitive goods cannot remain aboard the vessels indefinitely. Even Assistant Jiang was uncertain about the total amount of supplies acquired during her procurement, only possessing a rough estimate, which would certainly increase rather than decrease. Once all supplies are delivered to Xingyun Group, they would suffice to sustain 150,000 people for decades, even centuries. In her relentless pursuit, she had nearly lost interest in money, having spent billions upon billions in advance payments, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Nonetheless, her task was accomplished perfectly. Meanwhile, Suyun was somewhat flustered. Good heavens, this is happening far too quickly. Hasn't it only been a day? Is this the true capability of the Tiger Mother Jiang? No wonder so many elites in Xingyun Group are so thoroughly convinced of her prowess. However, transportation and storage of supplies indeed presented a significant challenge. In this time of international turmoil, there was a considerable risk of being forcibly detained by foreign nations during transit. Additionally, the underground shelters were only just beginning construction, leaving no place to store the massive influx of supplies. After pondering for a moment, Suyun could not conceive a better solution and resolved to adopt the simplest approach. In no matter, we shall establish temporary storage facilities on the outskirts of the Fengyi mountain range. Build as many as we can. I will handle matters with the government. Though not a daunting task, it was evident that the government and citizens of Haishur would inevitably migrate inland. He merely needed to hold out until the Longwa took action. By then, the nation would be in disarray, unable to manage their affairs. Furthermore, his connections and the influence of the four prodigies were formidable. He had already chosen to shelter 150,000 individuals. What more could they demand of him? He, too, needed to survive. Moreover, a portion of those 150,000 were among the elite talents of Longwa, with many research lunatics among them. Who would dare to bully him? As Xiling had said, once Xingyun Group was provoked, it would be the end for all from this point forward. Xingyun Group needed only to proceed steadily and prepare meticulously. The rest would be left to fate. It was now deep into the night. In the conference room, numerous individuals were working tirelessly, discussing various project arrangements and issuing directives. If any uncertainty arose, it would be escalated to Su Yun for his decision-making. Sitting at the head of the table, Su Yun gazed at the dense array of documents on his computer screen, momentarily feeling lightheaded. Such was his fate. There was no room for complacency. He envied those few carefree individuals gaming away. Meanwhile, Assistant Jiang and her team had their plates full, and ultimately, Su Yun could only grit his teeth and tackle the tasks at hand. Among the barrage of information, one piece brought him some comfort. All executives, along with many internal and external employees, had pooled their savings into Xingyun Group, with personal funds continuously arriving. How considerate of them, these clever little devils. A smile crept onto Su Yun's lips. A paternal sense of pride swelling within him despite the immense pressure he bore. At that moment, a young man with silver hair and an eccentric demeanor sauntered into the conference room. His expression composed, he locked eyes with Su Yun, and in that moment of mutual gaze, a spark of intensity ignited. "Well, what do you want?" Li Shiguang clicked his tongue in annoyance, pulling up a chair beside him and reclining with an air of superiority. "I can handle things. Whether it's building electromagnetic pulse-resistant satellites or assisting in shelter construction, it's all within my capabilities. However, I have one request and a few minor conditions." Seeing this, Su Yun grew serious. "You know I generally do not impose restrictions on you. As long as it isn't a matter of principle, I will agree." It was simple to manage this individual. After all, he was merely looking to create Iron Man suits, build mechas, and have Haoyang seek new elemental energies, materials, and nuclear reactors. The apocalypse was upon them, so why not let them create freely? It would be best if they even managed to develop spaceships, allowing him to explore the cosmos. Besides, with the lofty heavens and distant emperors, Longwa had no jurisdiction here. He typically left the four genius researchers to their own devices, as long as they didn't ruin the shelters in the process. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "You said it. The military wants to recruit me, and my godfather has also made a request, but only a fool would go. Just block them from taking me, and we'll be fine." Li Shiguang said slyly. He could mingle with the military and contribute to the nation, but he absolutely refused to be confined by them. Xingyun Group was his happy home. Everyone here was talented, and he adored it. He could have whatever he wanted and do as he pleased. Was this not a paradise of freedom? Who would want to be trapped in the military, subjected to constant oversight? Su Yun. Damn it, I was careless. Competing with the military for personnel was beyond his capabilities. Even with 100 heads, he wouldn't stand a chance against their firepower. Su Yun's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "How about this? You leave." "Leave? What a joke." Li Shiguang rolled his eyes. He might come when called, but would he simply leave at their behest? What did they take him for? A mere mascot that could be summoned and dismissed at will? He had his own temper. "If you can't manage it, I'll go find the big sister. I'll just live in the biological laboratory." One down, another one to take its place, Li Shiguang threatened. Leaving was not an option. He could simply hide until the meteorite disaster struck. At that point, who would be able to control him? He was confident that as long as he didn't want to leave, no one could do anything about it, not even Su Yun, the master of Xingyun Group. Moreover, the Haoyang here was an excellent match for him. With their combined expertise, his mechas and Gundams would finally have a chance to come to fruition. Additionally, the evolution level of the Yuminger Super AI pleased him immensely. If they succeeded, the future mechas and Gundams would essentially be outfitted with a super-intelligent assistant, capable of unleashing the full combat potential of the mechs. At that point, it would be Li Shiguang piloting mechas, traversing the seas, sweeping away all in his path. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Shiguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Su Yun could only helplessly twitch his lips. Li Shiguang was not only formidable in his own right, but he was also one of the world's top talents in machinery and military equipment. Furthermore, he shared a strong camaraderie with the other three prodigies within Xingyun Group. United in their research endeavors, should circumstances permit, their collaboration could not only expedite technological advancements but also hold the potential for global destruction. Perhaps a single strike from Xiling would suffice. Under the threat of a mutated supervirus, humanity would become mere lab rats. Such viruses, he had seen through the monitors in the depths of Xiling's biological laboratory, numbered no less than 10, all tightly sealed within a 5-layer isolation system. These were treasures painstakingly developed by Xiling, akin to raising pets, nurtured with a pathological affection. The sight sent chills down his spine, as if he were gazing into the eyes of death itself. Another individual, Hao Yang, is a veritable whirlwind of potential. As long as he is provided with the requisite materials, nuclear resources, energy, and so forth, his frenzied experiments could unleash irreversible calamities. He is akin to a controllable humanoid giant. The final member, Cuxiang, is a remarkably gifted young man of merely 30, specializing exclusively in the arcane realms of physical electromagnetism. Much like Hao Yang, if given the right conditions, Su Yun is confident that he could create an electromagnetic field capable of reversing vast regions, wielding power comparable to a massive electromagnetic pulse that could even jeopardize human safety. These four scientific prodigies are undoubtedly the trump cards of the Xingyun Group, akin to weapons of mass destruction at a nuclear level. Contemplating this, Su Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Such exceptional talents are certainly not ones that the nation would relinquish. Prior to the impending meteorological disaster, there exists a significant likelihood that they would be forcibly extracted. Li Shiguang serves as a prime example. The military district is in dire need of him and has already commenced recruitment efforts. Not only does he self-identify as a mechanic, but he is also a master of advanced weaponry. Should he remain with the Xingyun Group, the armed forces in the aftermath of the apocalypse would be formidable. The other three individuals, alongside the top-tier talents within the Research Institute, are all targets of interest. In times of national crisis, where the survival of over 1 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation hangs in the balance, special measures are warranted. This presents quite a conundrum, Su Yun remarked, suddenly feeling a headache. He lacks the significant power needed to contend with the Dragon Nation. The only path forward seems to be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a futile endeavor that leads to destruction. It appeared that Li Shiguang sensed Su Yun's predicament as well. He smirked and said, "Actually, it's not so difficult. We simply need to make it clear to the Dragon Nation that our hearts belong to them." With narrowed eyes, he already harbored a plan in the face of future calamities. Oxygen, temperature regulation, and ventilation are paramount survival needs, and I can tackle the latter two challenges. Sister Xiling can also cultivate superalgae for oxygen supply devices. These are precisely what the Dragon Nation requires at this moment. Li Shiguang strolled confidently around the conference room, exuding self-assurance. With billions needing refuge in underground shelters, these three critical issues cannot be resolved by mere instruments or technology, yet we possess the means to do so. At that point, we can silence dissenters, and combined with the heft of the Xingyun Group and our quartet of super talents, no one will dare to reach out. Li Shiguang pointed to himself, gesturing with one hand, while the other sliced down with a flourish, embodying both arrogance and confidence. Su Yun pondered for a moment, his expression growing increasingly resolute. It is futile to struggle against them. They too must survive, and they aim to thrive. Though he is a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he harbors his own selfish desires. He has already contributed enough, with a clear conscience, but now they seek to take what is his. Let them see if he complies. The major military districts owe the Xingyun Group considerable favors, akin to golden tickets for survival. It is high time to leverage them in the face of the impending apocalypse, with chaos and darkness looming. The populace is gripped by anxiety and fear. If they can endure until then, all crises within the Dragon Nation will dissipate, and the Xingyun Group shall break free from its shackles, solely accountable for its future. The vast sea allows fish to leap, and the high sky grants birds the freedom to soar. Suddenly, Assistant Zhang interjected, "Brother Yun, these three technologies are of utmost importance. We can no longer offer them unconditionally. Whether it be nuclear materials or other scarce resources, we can engage in trade with the Dragon Nation." She had just researched the survival necessities for large underground shelters during the Ice Age. confirming that oxygen, temperature control, and ventilation are indispensable. While numerous laboratory-grade products may suffice, the demands of over 1 billion people are no trivial matter. Should a crisis arise, it could lead to the deaths of countless citizens, a burden no one could withstand. Furthermore, the capabilities of Li Shiguang and Xiling are indisputable. Their innovations represent a new era of technology. It is fair to say that should they present these 3 technologies, every large underground shelter in the Dragon Nation will clamor for their contributions. Whether from the Dragon Nation, the military district, or various powerful factions, those who desire must offer resources in exchange. Each unit produced translates to countless lives sustained. Such monumental contributions to survival render them untouchable. Su nodded in acknowledgement of the significance of these 3 technologies. After all, the Xingyun Group's large underground shelters necessitate the collaboration of Xiling and Li Shiguang to construct a perfect ecological survival system. He does not believe that anyone else could solve these challenges in advance. Only through a myriad of survival systems and instruments can they meet the standards for survival. This rudimentary approach, while seemingly adequate for mere survival, is ultimately doomed without supersized power generation facilities and ample fuel during the Ice Age apocalypse. Su Yun smiled. To his surprise, the most daunting problem has already found a solution. At this moment, he looked at Li Shiguang with immense gratitude. This child has matured, actively assisting the Xingyun Group. Though motivated by his own interests, as long as he takes action that is sufficient, the Xingyun Group will not betray him. The rest will be left in his capable hands. I will shoulder the pressures from the military district and the Dragon Nation. I need you and Xiling to develop a solution within a month before the meteorological disaster strikes. Su Yun declared resolutely. The final month must yield a tangible product, even producing sufficient quantities. Otherwise, he genuinely cannot guarantee the safety of the 4 prodigies within the research institute. Such top-tier talents, critical to national stability, will undoubtedly be forcibly taken away. I can manage this without issue. I promise to complete the task ahead of schedule, Li Shiguang retorted, shaking off his previous lethargy, brimming with confidence. I in the realm of machinery. He is akin to a deity. Chapter 10. Full-scale mobilization. 3 days later, the weather grew increasingly sweltering. The various maneuvers of the Dragon Nation could not remain concealed, and the information regarding the apocalypse leaked out. This led many countries to mock the Dragon Nation, skeptical of the apocalyptic claims. They found it incredulous that the Dragon Nation intended for all its citizens to construct shelters together. An absurdity? Given that it was already 2024. If a catastrophe were imminent, it would have arrived by now. Who would be foolish enough to believe such nonsense? They challenged the Dragon Nation to provide evidence to convince them. Otherwise, they would not entertain such antics. Naturally, this aligns perfectly with the Dragon Nation's desires. Ideally, they would all disbelieve, allowing for another round of resource and material purchases, in stark contrast to the calm and taunting lifestyles abroad. Domestically, the atmosphere was charged with activity, the roar of machinery echoing everywhere. With roads blocked and countless trucks and construction vehicles operating around the clock, the apocalyptic narrative reignited within the nation. The citizens believed that the Dragon Nation would not act so recklessly. This was tantamount to self-destruction. There must be something being concealed from us. Factories across my city have halted operations, leaving hundreds of thousands unemployed, and I yearn to uncover the truth. Does the truth even matter? Be astute. The Dragon Nation and its major corporations have long advised us to build personal shelters if we possess the means. I have already taken action, offering a glimpse of my own preparations. Image JPG. My goodness, this individual actually owns a villa. Is he planning to excavate the basement to convert it into a shelter? Let us connect. The group is filled with talented individuals, all of whom have begun their projects, ensuring mutual support in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Indeed, only the fools abroad remain waiting for the truth. This chaotic era has unfolded as I wished. Are there any lovely ladies joining in? ILL contribute financially and physically. After the apocalypse, we can feast together. Alas, it seems the end is truly nigh. Our small city of Ningqing has already instituted a curfew, with malls and entertainment venues closing one after another. Only during specific daytime hours can we purchase essential supplies. Otherwise, we are herded home and required to submit various personal information. This life is unbearable, don't panic. I've filled it out too. It's no big deal. Here is some good news. The Xingyun Group's gaming platform remains operational. Kudos to the plump minister of the gaming department who is relentlessly pursuing profits. Otherwise, I'd be going stir-crazy stuck at home. Playing games at a time like this? The apocalypse is approaching, and we're all destined to perish, damn it. I've worked hard for over a decade, just bought my house outright, and barely had the chance to move in. What a nightmare. Everyone, remain calm. The Dragon Nation will not abandon us. The entire city is engaged in various construction projects. We will surely survive the apocalypse. What I worry about is whether there will be quotas. With too many people, and the reminder that those capable should build personal shelters, it feels like a lottery for the Noah's Ark depicted in apocalyptic films. That would be disastrous. I filled out that information form too. Having only graduated middle school, surely the Dragon Nation has no use for me. Like-minded individuals, you may be useless, but I have an advantage. I can provide sustenance. Countless citizens of the Dragon Nation are gripped by anxiety as entertainment venues shutter. While special police begin to seal off storage facilities, logistics centers, and critical transport routes, the personal information form required of all citizens instills fear, as they dread it may be a means of filtering for quotas. Furthermore, air raid shelters, subway entrances, and large underground parking lots are all undergoing extensive construction, signaling the approach of the apocalypse. Anyone not foolish has already surmised the gravity of the situation. Moreover, many of the significant powers and corporations within the nation have commenced substantial construction efforts to establish underground shelters. The charade can no longer be sustained. This is particularly true for the Xingyun Group in Binhai City. The entire coastal port has been monopolized by them. Cargo ships arrive in a continuous stream, laden with countless containers that overflow all warehouses and outdoor spaces, stacking up like mountains. 90% of the containers in the harbor bear the prominent name of Nebula Group, creating an overwhelming impression that the entire port belongs to them, catching many off guard. Furthermore, at the coastal airport, Nebula Group's transport planes land and take off ceaselessly, while several large warehouses surrounding the airport have also been commandeered, with trucks tirelessly transporting goods to Fengyi Mountain. Currently, the Fengyi Mountain range is encircled by towering construction barriers, and there are plans for expansion. These scenes have been fervently shared online by netizens. The bustling activity in the Fengyi Mountain range leaves little doubt that Nebula Group is poised to construct a colossal shelter. Not only Nebula Group, but also Ant Group, Penguin Group, Yida Group, and other major domestic powers are making astonishing moves. Several of these entities are not inferior to Nebula Group's actions, with even more frenetic activity. Dismantling and relocating materials and equipment in the northwest, southwest, and the central inland areas, numerous construction teams have sprung up, surpassing the scale of Nebula Group's operations. The relentless collection of materials and construction of shelters is evident. As entertainment projects in the entire Dragon Nation, aside from Nebula games and state platforms, have come to a halt. Even more alarming is the emergence of a photograph online that has left everyone rattled. In several ports of Antarctica, countless cargo ships, filled with supplies, occupy the surrounding waters. Batch after batch of goods are being sent to the center of the Antarctic continent, with hundreds of new routes established for flights to Antarctica. Bringing in aircraft from around the globe daily, moreover, several clandestine photographs reveal figures from prominent families and top tycoons of the Dragon Nation. The implications of this are unmistakable. In the conference room of Nebula Group, Suyun scrolled through various updates on his tablet, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, while Nebula Group's actions are substantial, their headquarters in Binhai City mitigates the overall impact. The movements of other factions, however, are far more complex. In addition to constructing shelters deep within the continent, they are carrying away vast quantities of materials, equipment, and resources, causing a ripple effect that is significantly larger than his own. It is likely that the entire populace of the Dragon Nation is watching them, leaving no room for concealment. Unfortunately, this coalition of powerful factions is astonishingly resourceful, with the green light to proceed without hindrance. Moreover, as news spreads, entire families are abandoning the land of the Dragon Nation to head for the Antarctic continent, demonstrating their belief in the safety of the shelters there. It seems I have underestimated the situation. The Dragon Nation is struggling for survival, leaving little strength to impose restrictions on us, Suyun remarked with a smile. Across the Dragon Nation, aside from coastal regions, first, second, and third-tier cities are all embarking on the construction of shelters. Wherever one looks, scenes of fervent activity abound, with streets brimming with steel and concrete-laying vehicles, under military management that restricts movement. Given the vast population of the Dragon Nation, Accommodating everyone necessitates a race against time to build sufficient shelter projects swiftly and effectively. Once the construction nears completion, we can release those 3 survival devices. Soo-Yun squinted his eyes and murmured, in recent days, no fewer than 5 delegations have approached Nebula Group, seeking to take away the 4 prodigies from the Research Institute along with the top scientific personnel. They have attempted to persuade through emotion, reason, and allure, even brandishing orders from above in a bid to forcibly remove them. Some fools have even sought to seize resources belonging to Nebula Group, using their positions to threaten him. Were it not for the call he made to Li Shiguang's godfather, these individuals would likely have disregarded Nebula Group's contributions and acted without restraint. Chapter 11. Material Assurance. Reflecting on this, Soo-Yun felt increasingly aggrieved. Were it not for the backing they have, Nebula Group's prized assets would surely be at risk. No, this world itself could be at stake. At that point, he could hardly predict what those 4 prodigies might do. Unless he could promptly contain the 4 individuals who have been hiding in the Research Institute's laboratory, their resistance could indeed trigger an apocalyptic scenario. Knowing their personalities well, Soo-Yun was certain they would never relinquish their freedom to be controlled by the Dragon Nation. Genius or madness lies in a single thought. Moreover, just yesterday, before the final group arrived, Xiling sent him a video. In the biological laboratory, Xiling held a vial emitting a brilliant blue light, her expression a mix of calmness and madness. You can choose to hand us over, and we can choose to shatter this vial, codenamed Heaven's Punishment, an ancient primal virus with unparalleled infectiousness and aggressiveness. Upon contact with the human body, it can breach the immune system within an hour, causing severe damage to the brain. While it may not yet reach world-ending levels, it is sufficient to wipe out 80% of humanity. Moreover, I possess 18 such viruses. Even I, without several months, cannot devise an effective suppression drug. Unless the remaining 20% of humanity remains permanently underground. This madwoman, Soo-Yun, was utterly shaken. Damn it, he was only 23 years old. He had not yet lived enough. Not only that, Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, Chu Xiang'a, and a dozen top scientists stood by Xiling's side. Their lives have been dedicated to exploring technology across various fields. Having spent considerable time in Nebula Group, they genuinely enjoy their experience. Feeling as if they were treated like royalty, Soo-Yun's indifferent attitude, the unreserved supply of resources for their research, and the support extended to all scientific personnel's families moved them deeply. Such a leader deserves their gratitude. Unless death were the alternative, they would not wish to leave, standing with Nebula Group through thick and thin. This decision was made not only for their dreams, but also for their families and the future of Nebula Group. In that moment, Soo-Yun felt an unexpected surge of strength. He was tempted to release Xiling's video across the entire internet, threatening the Dragon Nation with the safety of all humanity on Blue Star. Yet, in the end, he refrained, fearing that a mushroom bomb might fall directly, obliterating the entire Nebula Research Institute. Trust me, I will protect you all, safeguard everyone from Nebula Group. In the end, Soo-Yun resolutely provided them with an answer. As for the military, he had several favors to call in. No one would dare to act against him. Regarding other influential figures, he had his own strategies in place. He simply needed to wait for the situation to continue to evolve, allowing him to navigate the murky waters and escape the restrictions of the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, not long after, 3 days later, the United States appeared to be struck by the Dragon Nation's actions. Following the Dragon Nation's lead, the United States also initiated global procurement of survival materials, minerals, coal, oil, and natural gas. Their approach was even more frantic, launching a full-scale offensive, traversing the seas, and threatening war if supplies were not sold. Carrier battle groups and countless fighter jets loomed ominously, disregarding international condemnation with unwavering resolve. Almost 50 nuclear submarines were sighted in critical strategic positions in the Arctic Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Antarctic region, and Pacific Ocean. The most formidable deterrent in the world is the threat of nuclear weapons, and upon learning of the impending asteroid disaster, the United States was nearly driven to madness. The apocalypse was indeed approaching. Moreover, vast quantities of essential goods had been purchased by the Dragon Nation and several of its factions, leaving the United States with dwindling supplies. Were it not for the restrictions on the Dragon Nation's procurement, they might have completely run out of supplies, facing starvation in the aftermath of the apocalypse. However, nearly half of the essential goods still made their way into the Dragon Nation. Out of more than $30 trillion in foreign exchange reserves, At least 1 trillion was spent on their behalf, siphoning off an incalculable amount of resources. President Jordan nearly suffered a stroke from the stress, shaking his finger at the heavens, his eyes wide open as he was rushed into the ICU. Who could have imagined that what began as a strategy to clear inventory and secure military funding would suddenly be disrupted by a meteorite? Anyone would find such a situation unbearable. They dared not confront the Dragon Nation, which possessed similar intelligence, except for the other permanent members with nuclear capabilities. Most countries around the globe had been thoroughly swept clean by them, forcibly extracting countless supplies. They squandered the worthless U.S. dollars, printing money while destroying the entire market on Blue Star. Before long, Russia, the United Kingdom, and other nuclear powers became aware of the meteorite intelligence and joined the fray. Under the blanket of overwhelming firepower and nuclear threats, weaker nations found themselves powerless, compelled to concede to avoid war. This led to the current situation, where military personnel from various countries could be seen at ports and airports engaged in aggressive procurement of materials. Particularly in Japan. Having already been swept clean by the Dragon Nation's various factions, they had just begun to revitalize their market, filled with hope. They anticipated that with new supplies produced next year, not only would they restore normal market conditions, but they could also deplete their stockpiles of old materials. It was, indeed, a tremendous boon. However, now they faced another round of plundering by major nations, before the apocalypse even arrives. Survival has begun to grow increasingly difficult for the entire nation of Japan. Many citizens find themselves struggling with hunger, and the good old days are long gone, requiring at least a quarter or even a year for recovery. Countless internet users within the Dragon Nation, still reeling from the ongoing nationwide construction, were taken aback by the dismal state of the little sun country, their jaws dropping in disbelief, nearly igniting firecrackers in reaction. Several major nations sprang into action, and the spectacle of confronting the entire world filled many with dread, further corroborating the imminent arrival of the apocalypse. A palpable sense of fear enveloped the blue planet. The mockery previously directed at the Dragon Nation by various countries transformed into profound regret. Who could have anticipated that the Dragon Nation was serious, that the end times were truly upon us? After suffering bullying from the great powers, all nations began to mobilize, initiating a blockade of all resources and materials while simultaneously seeking precise information about the impending disaster and constructing various shelters. Amidst the chaos, currents of unrest surged. Concurrently, at the Nebula Group, Su Yun donned an independent headphones, listened to various reports from Yun Meng'er. Upon hearing the news, Su Yun furrowed his brow. A significant portion of resources had been intercepted and blockaded by the Little Sun Country, Kangaroo Country, and Coconut Country. Furthermore, dozens of cargo ships had been forcefully commandeered. The world was descending into turmoil. Reports of the apocalypse had pervaded the entirety of Blue Planet. At this juncture, the advantage of being privy to the news of the apocalypse had nearly evaporated. Time was of the essence. A few more days would have sufficed. However, there was no need for concern. They had already amassed sufficient gains. The Nebula Group had long since allocated funds and resources into various unrelated industries. Yun Meng'er calculated the resources belonging to the Nebula Group in Binhai City and reached a conclusion. These resources were enough to sustain 150,000 individuals without worry for 80 years. As for what lay 80 years hence, that could be addressed at a later date, as long as they could safeguard these materials and raw resources. Chapter 12. Domestic and International Turmoil in Early August. The air was arid. Once the information was verified by various nations, the news of a 20-kilometer-wide meteor set to collide with the blue planet ignited a frenzy across all networks. Countless individuals were horrified, and the internet echoed with cries of despair. As the apocalypse loomed, it was uncertain how many would perish. Massive protests erupted in the streets, accompanied by rampant violence and looting. In an instant, chaos reigned within the borders of various nations, particularly in the beautiful country, a land rife with gunfire and conflict. The once vibrant cities were engulfed in flames and shadows. Nonetheless, no one had the luxury to tend to them. The military swiftly suppressed the unrest, clearing the chambers and restoring order. During this exceptional period, special measures were enacted. Soon, the entirety of Blue Planet began constructing shelters, temporarily settling into a semblance of calm. With fervent engineering projects underway, the Nebula Group had already mobilized all resources to construct the Hive shelter. After half a month's labor, The interior of Fengyi Mountain was successfully hollowed out, with 32 colossal steel pillars supporting an expansive space exceeding 100 meters in height. The large area, approximately 400 to 500 meters in length and width, gleamed with a metallic luster, evoking awe. This was undoubtedly a large-scale nuclear-resistant structure. Beyond the 10-meter-thick outer layer of mountain rock, there lay nearly 5 meters of ultra-high-strength concrete, and within, close to 3 meters of steel walls had been poured. The entire space resembled an encased fortress, with an external defense wall over 20 meters thick exuding a profound sense of security. Additionally, a layer had been reserved for the shelter's construction, designed to withstand electromagnetic pulses once completed. Presently, Fengyi Mountain had only one entrance. Facing away from the coastline, a vast opening appeared at the mountain's base. Approximately 30 meters high and over 50 meters wide, resembling a grand gateway through which various engineering equipment and heavy machinery could pass. At the center, a seemingly bottomless pit was being excavated by a multitude of construction vehicles, continuously roaring as they unearthed heaps of soil and rock. Trucks laden with earth departed in a steady stream, filling and compacting the land surrounding the Fengyi Mountain range. The construction of the Nebula shelter was progressing methodically. With an anticipated completion within 4 months, in the conference room, Su Yun nodded in satisfaction, observing the nascent form of the shelter aligning with his vision, growing increasingly confident in weathering the apocalypse. Master, I bring good news. Li Shiguang has successfully developed a dedicated ventilation system for the Nebula Hive shelter and is currently modifying a universal ventilation device for trade. Yun Minger's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Subsequently, the screen transformed into a simple animated depiction. At the cliff edge 300 meters from Fengyi Mountain, 2 gigantic dual-blade fans began to rotate slowly. As the fans whirred, air was drawn in from outside, cascading through a 10-meter-wide passageway into the underground, then dispersing throughout every space within the shelter via the ventilation system. The exhaust outlets operated similarly, with the 2 massive fans facilitating adequate airflow for the Nebula Hive shelter. While it appeared straightforward, achieving such a feat was incredibly challenging. Both the high-strength metal materials and fan motors had to withstand extreme vortex-enhanced torque. After all, each fan exceeded 20 meters in height. The fan blades were densely packed, far more menacing than any meat grinder. Once in motion, they generated immense suction and pressure. Ordinary motors would likely struggle to power them, let alone design the fan blades and the dispersal system. This was all a product of Li Shiguang's exceptional mechanical ingenuity. His ventilation system addressed a crucial survival challenge. At this, Su Yun chuckled. Indeed, that young man possesses considerable talent. He has swiftly resolved the ventilation system. With the apocalypse on the horizon, such talent was a significant boon for the Nebula Group. The 4 scientific prodigies of Nebula each played a vital role. Anyone who dared to reach for them would face dire consequences. Ensure the security department continues to expand and train Nebula Group employees. I want everyone to possess robust health, and as for the research institute, no one is permitted entry without my explicit orders. Su Yun declared with fierce determination. The talents of the Nebula Group had long been under the watchful eyes of influential figures within the Dragon Nation. They had no reason to seize their resources. The Nebula Group's background was formidable, bolstered by powerful allies. However, the top talents within the Research Institute were the property of the Dragon Nation, necessitating special measures in this exceptional situation. Aside from the military, no fewer than 3 factions had approached, seeking to extract several critical top-tier researchers from the Institute, while others audaciously sought to allocate resources from the Nebula Group, masquerading their intentions as beneficial. Each day, Su Yun bore immense pressure, contending with the oppressive forces and engaging in a delicate dance of diplomacy. Fortunately, the military had decreed that the contributions of the Nebula Group to the Dragon Nation were substantial, making forced actions impermissible. Yet, as the situation escalated, he could not ascertain how long they could withstand the mounting pressures. This prompted thoughts of resistance. The entire Research Institute had been sealed off, as it undoubtedly housed the core of the Nebula Group's power, capable of countering any force. Furthermore, he had authorized Zi Ling and Li Shiguang to prepare for the worst-case scenario, ensuring they were ready to resist. Rest assured, Master, Minger has been monitoring the Research Institute. The surrounding 10 kilometers are under my surveillance, guaranteeing that no one can breach the premises. With Yun Minger keeping a vigilant watch, Su Yun felt a measure of relief wash over his anxious heart. There was no time to delay. They still lacked the most crucial nuclear materials and needed to devise a plan to procure some, Su Yun murmured, furrowing his brow. The longer they waited, the more vital these nuclear materials would become. He feared that those with ulterior motives might use them as leverage against him. After all, the petroleum and gasoline within their resources were far too scant to sustain them for an extended period. Even though Li Shiguang had developed advanced geothermal power generation equipment, it could not meet the demands of the entire Nebula Hive shelter. They were already under the scrutiny of the Dragon Nation, which would not easily grant concessions unconditionally. Their sole recourse lay with the nuclear powers abroad. Whether it be the Bear Country or the Beautiful Country, both were super-nuclear powers possessing ample supplies of pure uranium. Fortunately, the international situation was growing increasingly chaotic, providing him with an opportunity to navigate through the turmoil. Now, all he had to do was await the opportune moment. Chapter 13. The dissemination of technology. Wang Zhichong sighed. Alas, this is truly unbearable. Several world-class architects from Yida Group have been conscripted by the state. The pressure of over 1 billion inhabitants is indeed overwhelming, sufficient to crush even a superpower. Yet the state has not abandoned them. For us, it is a mix of respect and resentment. In the circle of affluent second-generation heirs, Wang Zhichong expressed his indignation and reflection. Under the guise of the greater good, every citizen of the Dragon Nation must unconditionally assist their homeland. With enforcement mandated under the threat of treason, the only alternative was to leave the borders of the Dragon Nation immediately. Qin Jun replied, I find myself in a similar predicament. However, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, it is our duty to have such awareness. Our foundation is deep and our resources abundant. As long as we are granted a chance to survive, preserving even half will suffice. We do not demand much else. Mao Urge chimed in, let us all understand. The Dragon Nation faces immense challenges. Currently, even with the shelters under construction, they will only suffice for 500 to 600 million inhabitants. Are we truly to abandon the rest? Ggyu Kuing remarked, good heavens, that is barely half. With the might of an entire nation, how can the numbers be so insufficient? None had anticipated that even with the full mobilization of the Dragon Nation's strength, it could only provide refuge for less than half of its population. It is crucial to note that the Dragon Nation is a superpower, ranking at the forefront in both economic and military might. Moreover, they had been forewarned about the impending meteor catastrophe, affording them an extra week of preparation compared to other nations. With such ample time for readiness, it was astonishing that not all citizens of Longhua could be accommodated in the shelters. Wang Zhichong expressed his confusion. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Chu Qinglian remarked, I have only over 3,000 individuals to manage, and that is already quite overwhelming. Over 1 billion? That is simply unthinkable. Mao Urge concurred indeed. Many technologies are still in their infancy. To survive the meteor disaster, and the ensuing Ice Age underground requires conditions that are exceedingly stringent. Moreover, ensuring the survival and safety of over 1 billion people is a burden no one can feasibly bear. Upon receiving this information, the crowd was taken aback yet simultaneously enlightened, as it seemed entirely plausible. After all, during the construction of the underground shelters, they encountered numerous daunting challenges. Firstly, the space must be substantial. Their supplies, equipment, and instruments were numerous and indispensable. Secondly, the underground structures had to be robust, capable of withstanding nuclear shock levels. A meteor over 20 kilometers long is no trifling matter. Even a small fragment could devastate vast expanses of land, triggering earthquakes and shocks that could obliterate underground shelters. If luck were to falter, any shelter unable to endure nuclear impact would surely perish in an instant. Thirdly, and most crucially, were the conditions for survival. Even if they could evade meteorological calamities, they would still face a series of subsequent disasters. Whether it be oxygen depletion, poor ventilation, or the Ice Age, any lack of preparation would render the underground refuge unsustainable. Meanwhile, Su Yun in the conference room of Xingyun Group also grasped this information, his narrowed eyes gleaming with opportunity. At last, the moment had arrived. If he did not act swiftly, he would soon succumb to pressure. And the top talents in the research institute would be forcibly taken away. At that point, he might truly have to lead a rebellion against Longhua. Minger, disseminate the information on Xingyun Group's dual vortex, super-large ventilation technology, and the Xian algae oxygen supply technology. Attracting global attention, Su Yun resolutely instructed. Both Li Shiguang's ventilation technology and the oxygen supply equipment developed by Xiling were unparalleled in the world. These two sufficiently mature survival technologies were theirs, while others lacked them. His singular aim was to acquire a substantial amount of pure uranium and various rare elements and metals required by research institutes. Opportunities such as these were fleeting. Let Xingyun Group be at the eye of the storm. Understood, Master. In approximately 3 minutes, the information on these two technologies will be disseminated across the internet. Within 8 minutes, we can expect inquiries, and within 15 minutes, representatives from Longhua will likely arrive to intervene, Yun Ming'er informed him. Upon hearing this, Suya nodded. 15 minutes? Let us stretch it to half an hour. These two technologies would drive people from all nations to frenzy. The hope for survival they represented would compel them to spare no effort in acquisition, and Longhua would find it impossible to suppress such demand. Would Longhua dare to act against him at the center of global attention? Su Yun declared, ventilation and oxygen supply technologies, is there anyone interested? They were just developed, and my talented colleagues have proven quite formidable. In a luxurious lounge, Su Yun directly uploaded detailed information about the two technologies. The dual vortex ventilation system boasts exceptional airflow capacity, available in 3 tiers, sufficient to ensure the survival of 100, 000, 50, 000, or 10,000 individuals in underground shelters. The facilities are quite large, unsuitable for smaller shelters, requiring self-transportation and installation, accompanied by a user manual. The Xian algae oxygen device occupies 130 square meters and stands 4.5 meters tall, capable of supplying adequate oxygen for all individuals in a shelter housing 50,000 people, consuming Baidu electricity daily, without delivery or packaging, and includes installation and usage instructions. The crowd reacted with astonishment. Goodness, the apocalypse is nearly upon us, and Xingyun Group is still conducting business. Their audacity is remarkable. However, the allure of these two technologies was undeniable. The size was inconsequential. What mattered was that a single set of ventilation equipment could suffice for an entire shelter, and the oxygen supply device, consuming merely Baidu electricity, was practically a marvel of technology. In that moment, everyone was stirred into action. Wang Zhizong exclaimed, "My good brother, procure 3 sets of ventilation systems for a population of 50,000 and 6 sets of oxygen equipment. Just tell me what you need." "I'm the wealthiest here," declared another. "I require 2 sets of ventilation systems for 50,000 individuals and 4 sets of oxygen equipment. Whatever materials, raw resources, scientific talents, or survival experts you need, just ask." Qin Jun added, "Wow, it's all thanks to Xingyun Group that we swiftly resolved 2 major survival challenges. I need 1 or 2 sets myself." Chu Qinglian pleaded, "Su Yun, could you spare me a set? I am too poor to purchase one." Su Yun nodded in satisfaction and responded to each request. The purchasing orders, already discounted by 50%, were filled with essential resources and rare metals. In the face of natural disasters, money had become little more than worthless paper, likely less valuable than a loaf of bread. Even for the young Chu Qinglian, he generously offered a set. While he did not lack resources, it was wise to cultivate goodwill, especially given that her grandfather was a significant figure in the southwest military region, with influence that should not be trifled with. Simultaneously, the technological information released by Xingyun Group captured global attention. The powerful ventilation system and the oxygen supply device, capable of sustaining a population of 50,000, were undoubtedly top-tier survival facilities, essential components in the face of impending disaster. In the offices of the Bear Country, officials commanded, "Send diplomats to Xingyun Group. As long as they don't demand exorbitant prices, we will meet all their requirements, even on restricted materials." The Turban Country declared, "We need the largest and the best." A negotiation team will depart immediately. Resources are not an issue. The Little Life Country voiced, "I have long asserted that the talents at Xingyun Group are exceptional. Even if we cannot seize them, we must ensure we acquire something from them." The Accursed Kangaroo Country protested, "We only require a small plot of land to construct a shelter, yet you dare to demand so many resources? I'll not tolerate this." Chapter 14. Breaking free from Longhua on the 22nd floor of the Xingyun building, hundreds of staff members were inundated with calls, bustling and tense, on the other end of the line. Inquiries were made about the authenticity of the equipment information, or direct purchase requests were voiced. The identities of the callers were increasingly distinguished, leaving even the elite staff of Xingyun Group feeling overwhelmed. Statistics indicated that the number of large, medium, and small shelters within Longwa's jurisdiction had already surpassed 5,000, with individual shelters exceeding 300,000. The heads of those establishing large-scale shelters reached out the moment they saw the information released by Xingyun Group. Whether for ventilation systems or oxygen supply devices, these were indispensable survival necessities. The technological prowess of Xingyun Group was unparalleled, and acquiring their products was tantamount to securing a guarantee of life. Meanwhile, inquiries poured in from smaller shelters, seeking more compact ventilation and oxygen supply solutions. Their populations ranged from hundreds to thousands, rendering the larger systems excessive for their needs. However, anything produced by Xingyun was bound to be of superior quality. Smaller versions could surely be developed. It merely depended on the sincerity of their requests. Given that the apocalypse loomed, money had become worthless, and raw materials were finite. Common rare metals, timber, and biological resources had become increasingly precious. Provided that the sincerity was evident, Xingyun Group would not impose difficulties on them, as selling to any faction was preferable to squandering resources. Displayed on the large screen above was a global map, marked with over 500 red dots representing locations where shelters were being established. Notably, Antarctica alone housed no fewer than 70 to 80 emergency shelters. This indicated that approximately 600 shelters had procured ventilation and oxygen supply systems from Xingyun Group, casting a wide net across the globe. Miss Yunming'er, we have exceeded 3,000 sets of ventilation systems and surpassed 5,000 sets of oxygen supply devices. Negotiations with various countries are underway, and we anticipate this number to double. Can our production capacity keep pace? Inquired Hua Yunfei, the Minister of Industry, standing at the entrance, his expression serious as he scrutinized his tablet. He understood well the rationale behind Su Yun's bold move. To engage in such maneuvers beneath the watchful eye of Longwa was akin to walking a tightrope at a great height. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, should they succeed in weathering the storm, Xingyun Group would soar, breaking free from its constraints. Ding! Another screen illuminated with scenes from the Xingyun Heavy Industries Center. Within the vast industrial park of over 5,000 hectares, 12 production facilities were operating at full capacity. With the presence of the super-mechanically Shiguang, the manufacturers had fully automated their production processes. Aside from a few workers overseeing operations, a multitude of robotic arms were busy fabricating equipment and instruments, preparing them for packaging. Each of the 12 facilities boasted 3 production lines, functioning around the clock. The warehouses had already accumulated thousands of sets of ventilation systems and Xeon algae oxygen devices. Production commenced 3 days ago, and to date, a total of 1,800 sets of ventilation systems across various specifications have been prepared. Moreover, the oxygen supply equipment for purple cloud algae has exceeded 3,000 sets, and within just 1 week, the production capacity will be sufficient to meet global demands. The voice of Yuming'er echoed in Huayan Fiai's ears. Upon hearing this, Huayan Fiai finally set aside his concerns. As long as the production capacity keeps pace, their Xingyun Group would seize a lifeline. Their task now was simple: to accept orders and await transactions from various forces, with the necessary equipment and instruments ensuring success. One can only hope that Brother Yun can withstand the pressure. Huayan Fiai lamented. The Dragon Nation serves as both their greatest ally and their most formidable obstacle. Their current actions resemble that of a cherished grandchild growing up, eager to abandon their grandfather, striving for independence while wishing to escape the family's control and soar into the unknown. Yet, this predicament is unavoidable. The Xingyun Group has matured and strengthened. A shallow pond cannot harbor a true dragon, and it is only a matter of time before it soars into the skies or plunges into the seas. Moreover, they hold no guilt toward the Dragon Nation. If they refuse to remain confined, they must shatter this heavy cage, disperse the clouds, and soar to new heights. For this reason, the entire Xingyun Group is ardently striving. Meanwhile, within the sole boardroom of the Xingyun Group, a stern voice resonated. Do you truly deserve the protection that the Dragon Nation has afforded you? Do you honor all its citizens? Why not report first? This is a provocation of the Dragon Nation's authority, a challenge to the dignity of the state. Su Yun lounged in his chair, his eyes narrowed as he regarded the 3 middle-aged men before him. These 3 represented the Dragon Nation's government, leaders of significant agencies and departments, with powerful figures looming behind them, wielding substantial influence. Our Xingyun Group naturally merits the support of the Dragon Nation. At least half of our production will be prioritized for the various shelters within the country. Su Yun replied nonchalantly. He was all too familiar with palace intrigue. The pressure could be deemed great or small. From a broader humanistic perspective, the Xingyun Group contributes to the world and for the nation. Supplying 50% of their production capacity is no cause for shame. As for your query regarding why we did not report first but acted independently. Ha! Su Yun nearly chuckled, continuing with a shrug. Let us not forget, the meteorites are about to strike, and if I can procure some foreign resources, is that truly a problem? Isn't that a good thing? The Xingyun Group had long been under scrutiny. Over time, had they forgotten that he was the sole master of the Xingyun Group? Now they sought to restrict their freedom for development. If they had the capability, let them forcibly take him away and see if the Xingyun Group would not erupt. And whether the energy behind them could complicate the situation for the Dragon Nation further. Su Yun's eyes glinted with determination and a hint of ruthlessness as he stared at the three middle-aged men. Refusing to yield even an inch, the three men furrowed their brows, fixated on the young man who controlled the Xingyun Group. Both parties bore multiple layers of pressure, awaiting who would falter first. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, as if a tangible weight bore down on Su Yun's shoulders, threatening to crush him. Yet, with an escape route already prepared, Su Yun maintained a faint smile. Unfazed, the Xingyun Group was anything but docile. He had witnessed such scenes numerous times. Just previously, an influential figure from the capital had confronted him, yet he continued to thrive. I have no time to indulge you in games. 50% of production, coupled with a 20% discount. Do you accept, or do you not? Su Yun shrugged, continuing with indifference. If you wish to proceed, let us cooperate amicably. If not, kindly depart. Alternatively, feel free to attempt to seize control of the entire industrial zone and seal off the Xingyun Group. Let us see if you have the audacity. Noting the silence and the deepening scowls on the faces of the three men, Su Yun showed no leniency, presenting them with two options. He felt remarkably confident regarding the impending apocalypse. These three represented different factions. They were no longer united. As humans, they each harbored ulterior motives. It seemed that divisions had long surfaced within the Dragon Nation. The opportunity lay before them. Should they seize it? The Xingyun Group could emerge onto a radiant path. A smile crept onto Su Yun's lips as he disregarded the three men before him, recalling the message sent by Li Shiguang's godfather. The hearts of the people within the Dragon Nation are divided. Act with integrity, and as long as you do not betray the Dragon Nation, no one can withstand the pressure to act against the Xingyun Group. This message underscored the debt the Xingyun Group owed to the Northwest Military's Li Shiguang's godfather. A matter of great significance, it revealed the issues plaguing the Dragon Nation, thereby forging a path forward. After all, in the face of impending doom, all parties were stirring restlessly. The nation was on the brink of collapse, and humanity was losing its essence. Soon, under the mounting pressures from all sides, the three middle-aged men were the first to falter. Their assistant tirelessly presented various documents, the red headers causing their eyelids to flutter. Even now, they could not comprehend how the Xingyun Group wielded such power. Not only had it stirred the four major military divisions, but even the highest authority had directed attention toward it, issuing a document. Moreover, it had garnered significant international repercussions, compelling nations like the Bear Country and the Beautiful Country to seek out the Xingyun Group for trade. The Dragon Nation, already in turmoil over concealing the meteorite crisis, dared not provoke these countries further. It appeared that the Xingyun Group had truly taken flight. The middle-aged man positioned at the center spoke with a hint of melancholy. This national treasure of the Dragon Nation truly seems poised to ascend. With Su Yun's smile, the three middle-aged men departed, accompanied by three security detail teams. However, they did not leave empty-handed. The 20% discount and the 50% production guarantee had at least secured some benefits from the Xingyun Group. It was no small feat. Watching them depart, Su Yun eased the pressure in his heart. With support from the major military divisions and the pressures from global nations, the Xingyun Group had finally weathered this storm. More importantly, the Dragon Nation was now preoccupied with its internal divisions and the survival pressures of its billion-plus population, leaving them frazzled. Regardless of the international pressures or the support from the various large shelters rallying behind Su Yun, the Dragon Nation could no longer restrain them. Sighing, Su Yun reflected, I have been too soft-hearted. Gazing out at the scenic coastal city through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he shook his head. It's akin to a son bullying his father. It's somewhat ungracious. Yet, it mattered little. This 50% production would serve as the Xingyun Group's final contribution to the Dragon Nation. At last, the Xingyun Group could enjoy its freedom. Chapter 15. Citywide relocation on the morning of August 10th. There remained 139 days until the meteorite strike. The thunderous roars of fighter jets echoed over the coastal city. Every intersection and major road was lined with special police and armed forces, patrolling the city's safety. Today marked the commencement of the entire coastal city's relocation inland. The migration of over 10 million people was both a spectacular sight and a tragic reality. Decades of development now necessitated their departure to foreign lands. The roads leading out of the city were already choked with an endless stream of vehicles, honking horns and shouting voices creating a cacophony, interspersed with the cries of children, which heightened the sense of anxiety. Every vehicle and rooftop was laden with boxes, furniture, and various essentials, slowly advancing with families in tow. This journey was uncertain. They were aware that their homeland would soon be ravaged by a tsunami, compelling them to seek survival in unfamiliar territories. Attention all citizens of the coastal city, attention! In 139 days, the meteorite disaster will strike, and the coastal city will face a terrifying tsunami. All individuals must evacuate. Please rest assured, the Dragon Nation will not abandon you. Sufficient resources and temporary housing have been prepared in the inland cities. Maintain a calm mindset. Do not create conflicts or issues that would complicate the relocation. As long as the Dragon Nation stands, hope remains. The sound of horns resonated throughout the city. The armed police and military presence ensured a semblance of order amidst the chaos, with no incidents of looting or violence reported. Each individual wore a mask of sorrow, their voices hushed. If they could just endure, it would not take a week for the entire coastal city to complete its relocation. Save for those from the Xingyun Group, the city would soon become a ghost town. As vehicles passed near the Fungi mountain range, many large pieces of equipment could be seen actively operating in the distance, bustling with energy, though obscured by construction barriers. The mere thought of the Xingyun Group's cutting-edge technology and capabilities inspired confidence that the shelters being constructed within the mountains would be grand and formidable, capable of withstanding the tsunami's onslaught. A young man in an SUV, driving amidst the flow of traffic, smoked a cigarette while gazing enviously towards the Fungi Mountains. It was said that the Xingyun Group employed 30 to 50,000 individuals. And with their families, the shelters could accommodate upwards of 200,000 people. Xingyun truly exhibited great ambition. I wish I could join the Xingyun Group as a mascot, or even as a compliant and charming male model, remarked a handsome companion in the passenger seat. Although the shelters constructed by the state may not be subpar, the sheer volume of the population is truly overwhelming in the wake of the impending apocalypse. The conditions within these shelters are bound to be dire, likely resembling the cramped and foul-smelling scenes reminiscent of overcrowded green trains. The thought of their future plight being so grim only heightens my envy for the employees of Nebula Group. Alas, there is no point in dwelling on it. Nebula Group has already sealed its doors, and unless one possesses exceptional talent, they are of little use to them. The man, extinguishing his cigarette, bore a countenance of deep resentment. The Dragon Kingdom has constructed numerous large underground shelters in cities such as Guangzhou, Guangfu, Changjiang, and Chang'an, all situated over 800 kilometers from the coastline, intended to accommodate the populace of coastal cities. Their journey leads them to Guangzhou. Faced with an uncertain future, they find themselves in a state of confusion. Survival is their only option. At last, they have departed. Soon, the entire coastal city will belong to them. In the upper echelons of Nebula Group's conference room, Su Yun surveyed the scene before him, his smile growing ever more radiant. It would not be long before the coastal city was left solely to Nebula Group. When the time came to act, they would be unfettered. Zhang, aside from the ships temporarily docked at sea, all employees and their families of Nebula Group can now make their way to the coastal city. Su Yun stated nonchalantly. This large-scale relocation coincided perfectly with an opportunity for Nebula Group to consolidate its members, thereby averting potential future upheavals. Currently, only about 40 to 50,000 employees and their families reside within the coastal city, while over two-thirds remain in other provinces, waiting silently for news from Nebula Group across vast distances. Now that the timing is ripe, it is essential to issue a notice to alleviate the concerns of all Nebula Group employees. Zhang nodded. The security department and transport teams are prepared and ready to assist at a moment's notice. Most families will come of their own accord. the fastest will arrive in 3 days, while others may take up to a week. Our only worry is that the Dragon Kingdom might impede our progress and create complications for us. Upon hearing this, Suyun shook his head resolutely. Proceed without hesitation. The quicker, the better. For those with the means, let them expedite their relocation to the coastal city, bringing only essential belongings while discarding the rest. The Dragon Kingdom has enough on its plate. And we must act swiftly, especially since they still have orders with us. Unless they no longer desire those 2 survival devices, he added. Also, send out a notice reassuring all Nebula Group employees that we will not abandon them or their families. They should prepare for various survival training, and each individual must strengthen their physical fitness and immunity. We do not support idleness or reliance. Yun had long since contemplated that once the families of Nebula Group employees arrived in the coastal city, they would form an impenetrable fortress, free from any lingering concerns. Jiang replied, understood. Yun-gu, and I will take care of it and ensure that everyone gathers in the designated area of the coastal city within a week. Following Su Yun's instructions, multiple messages were disseminated to all Nebula employees' phones. Upon reading one particular message, the entire workforce of Nebula Group erupted into ecstatic cheers, nearly shattering the windows of the building. Every employee's immediate family and the direct relatives of their spouses. Unbelievable. Such a thrilling prospect evoked admiration and awe. After all, they had speculated that Nebula Group might not be able to accommodate so many individuals, with each employee only being allowed 1 or 2 recommendations. Yet, Su Yun had directly granted them the privilege of bringing all their immediate family members into the shelter. This indicated that, at a minimum, each employee would have 2 direct relatives, and potentially as many as 10 or more. This audacity, it seemed, could only be matched by Nebula Group on a global scale. However, before their jubilation could linger, Yun Menger's voice echoed through every floor. We at Nebula Group do not harbor idleness or incompetence. All employees and their families are required to undergo retraining and physical conditioning. The next half hour is free for personal arrangements, after which I ask that everyone continue working diligently to contribute to the improvement of the Nebula Hive shelter. As her words fell, the crowd erupted once more in fervent murmurs. I must contact my wife and parents immediately to urge them to come to the coastal city. Some rushed to dial their phones, eager to share this splendid news with their loved ones, while others remained calm, continuing their work while conversing with family members. Among them, one employee shrugged, adeptly opening a forum to post a message. Nebula Group Instrument Installation Trainer, seeking a wife, must possess a natural beauty rating of at least 90. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, with 36D proportions, both alluring and sweet, obedient and considerate. With no previous driving experience, I may not be handsome, but I offer one advantage: the ability to bring all immediate family members and the direct relatives of my wife into the Nebula Hive shelter. First come, first served, beauty preferred. In less than a minute, this post went viral. Unhurriedly sipping a cup of hot tea, he opened his private messages to review the photos and details sent to him, his smile growing ever more radiant. Henceforth, Nebula Group would be my sanctuary. Chapter 16. The fish is hooked. Following the announcement from Nebula Group, within half an hour, they had surged to the trending topics. The revelation that all employees and their families could take refuge in the shelters was met with astonishment from countless netizens. It is crucial to note that Nebula Group is a colossal entity. Despite its elite workforce, which can stand toe-to-toe with 10 others, its size is staggering, encompassing at least 50,000 individuals. If there were no restrictions on quotas, the total number, including families, could easily surpass 150 to 60,000, potentially reaching over 200,000 or more. Should an employee belong to a family that spans 4 generations, coupled with a spouse from a similarly large family, the numbers could easily exceed 20 individuals. The mere status of being an employee of Nebula Group could sustain an entire household in these trying times? Absurd. Countless netizens found it hard to believe, torn between envy for such a dream and skepticism. Nebula Group is impressive, yet surely they would not carelessly shelter 20,000 individuals? After all, in an apocalyptic scenario, the daily consumption of food and essentials would be astronomical, unless the state were to liberate its grain reserves to sustain such numbers. Who would dare to be as bold as Nebula Group? It must be a ruse. They are deceiving us, likely only accommodating a select few top talents and elite staff within the shelters. There may not even be 5,000. Let alone 1,000. In stark contrast, the Lee Group in the Magic City has indeed constructed large shelters, but the design indicates a maximum capacity of only 20,000, and even that would be cramped. Any more would necessitate a reduction in living standards, allowing perhaps only 10,000 to reside there, with stringent requirements, 1 in 1,000. But what if it is true? I am a citizen of the coastal city, and during the evacuation, there were at least several thousand engineers fervently working on the Fungi mountain range to construct shelters, and yet the Dragon Kingdom government did not compel them to evacuate. How enviable! I believe it is highly probable. Attached are images from Pingyang City Airport, where 2 large aircraft are transporting Nebula Group employees' families, carrying 588 passengers, half of whom are women, elderly, and children, with their destinations set for the coastal city. Solid evidence of envy. Initially, countless netizens harbored doubts, but as images and verifiable information circulated, astonishment and envy took hold. Goodness, Nebula Group is serious. The prospect of accommodating tens of thousands is no trivial matter. In this moment, all employees of Nebula Group became the envy of countless onlookers. Many even began devising strategies to marry into Nebula Group, hoping to secure a place for their families in the safety of the Nebula shelter. This coveted opportunity had everyone salivating with desire. As more and more irrefutable evidence surfaced, those who had initially scoffed could no longer remain indifferent. The stir created by Nebula Group was no small affair. Warehouses were overflowing with vast quantities of supplies and raw materials. Well-intentioned individuals had calculated that the resources of Nebula Group could sustain 10,000 people for over 200 years, or 20,000 for over 100 years. Notably, this is for a life of comfort, not mere survival. With 3 meals a day, plus late-night snacks and desserts, this represents a staggeringly terrifying figure. Countless warehouses and containers bore the Nebula Group logo, igniting a fervent gleam in the eyes of onlookers. Coupled with the vigorous construction activity in the Fungi mountain range, no one doubted that the shelters being built by Nebula Group would be anything less than exemplary. Some even began to envision the grand and secure underground complex known as the Hive once completed. It is undeniable. There can be no mistake. After the apocalypse, all those associated with Nebula Group will undoubtedly thrive, surpassing the living conditions of 99.9% of the populace. With this thought, most netizens were on the verge of breaking down. While the government had also established large underground shelters within city subways, underground parking lots, and various bomb shelters, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize how arduous life would be in those conditions post-apocalypse. It would be a life of suffocating crowds, chaos, noise, and hardship, a reality that sends shivers down the spine of modern individuals. In comparison to the Nebula Group, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I wonder if the Nebula Group is still in search of talent. I am 18 this year, robust and vigorous, with aspirations of becoming an astronaut. But let's be realistic. The Nebula Group is renowned throughout the Blue Star for its technological prowess, and they seek only the finest minds in research, such as distinguished scholars and promising postgraduates and doctoral candidates. By coincidence, I hold a doctorate and possess profound expertise in the humanities. I humbly request an opportunity from the Nebula Group. Do not underestimate my potential. What a bold threat, do not dream. Aside from the Nebula gaming platform, the Nebula Group has effectively closed itself off. The coastal city is teeming with their security personnel, making it nearly impossible to gain access without a recommendation. Perhaps one could attempt to approach their internal employees. Meanwhile, Suyin idly browsed various online news, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He has no interest in individuals who merely seek to survive. The Nebula Group cannot accommodate such complacency. Menger, continue to monitor the entire network if anyone attempts to contact an employee of the Nebula Group. A thorough investigation must be conducted. Those guilty of misconduct or lacking integrity should be promptly rejected, and their personal communications with the employee must be disclosed, urging them to seek alternative opportunities. He has also noticed a certain employee's online dating profile, which nearly left him astounded. Teo think he allows family members to reside in the shelter, yet this level of desperation is unnecessary. Thankfully, Su Yun was unperturbed, rolling his eyes and moving on. After all, finding a partner in a post-apocalyptic world is indeed challenging, so one can understand and accept this behavior, albeit requiring thorough scrutiny. Perhaps in the entire Blue Star, there exists no other leader as exemplary as he. After shaking his head in resignation, he contemplated the talent recruitment initiative. The shelter has now delved 500 meters underground, accommodating several large subterranean spaces and numerous connecting passages reaching 10 meters in height. with planned living quarters capable of housing over 150,000 people. Moreover, these calculations predate the completion of construction. If the building continues, extending deeper and excavating around, he could comfortably accommodate not just 150,000, but even 300,000 or 500,000 individuals. As for resources, he has never entertained the notion of scarcity. With the capabilities of the Nebula Group, life after the apocalypse will undoubtedly surpass the present in quality and freedom. The only limitation for the future lies in the insufficient number of personnel at the Nebula Group. His vision must not be confined to the immediate horizon. The purpose of the Talent Recruitment Initiative is to attract limitless talent to the Nebula Group, whether domestic or international. As long as they are skilled, he desires them all, without constraint. After all, following the apocalypse, the multitude of changes necessitates that talent and its base become the cornerstone of the Nebula Group's future sustainability and growth. Once anyone arrives, there is no turning back. They shall work for the Nebula Group for life. Su-Yun firmly believes that with a solid assurance of a good and prosperous life, coupled with the ability to bring all immediate family members into the fold, no matter how elite the talent, they cannot resist this overture. Once contact is made, the array of benefits and incentives will surely entice even the most indifferent, igniting hope in their hearts. The responsibility for the Talent Recruitment Initiative falls to Assistant Jiang, who has just completed procurement. Only she can manage such critical matters, allowing him to rest easy and await favorable news. Suddenly, amidst Su-Yun's musings, the voice of Yun Ming'er broke through. "Brother Yun, there is good news. The beautiful country has ordered 1,000 sets of ventilation and oxygen supply equipment and is also interested in that large-scale glacial geothermal system, preferably with detailed technical specifications and material synthesis methods. It seems they have received that message. The terms of the transaction are negotiable, and they have the authority to haggle." Ming'er suggested delaying the discussion for a few days to keep the matter under wraps, proposing that they should only reveal their intention to acquire nuclear materials at the very end. As for supplies and rare materials, there are currently over 100 resource vessels from the beautiful country traversing the Pacific, easily redirected to the coastal city's port. Hearing this, Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, a smile slowly forming on his lips as an uncontrollable surge of joy welled up within him. The fish has finally bitten. Nuclear materials have always been a significant concern for him. Days ago, he clandestinely reached out to both the Bear Country and the Beautiful Country, and with the three major technologies in play, they had no choice but to comply. His patience has not been in vain. As for the globally scavenged resources and raw materials from the Beautiful Country, that is merely an additional benefit. He too wishes to partake in that bounty. If successful, Su-Yun genuinely worries whether the Nebula Hive shelter will be able to accommodate the influx. Chapter 17. The Glacial Epic Geothermal Device. Princess Yeya, Brother Yun. Are you serious? In the group chat, many second-generation wealthy individuals were astonished. Although they were aware of the formidable strength of the Nebula Group, the prospect of sheltering tens of thousands of people far exceeded their expectations. They had not been as ambitious as Su-Yun. When they began constructing their shelters, they had already started filtering elite personnel, imposing strict quotas on the caliber of individuals allowed in. Ultimately, there is always a limit. Wang Jichong, to be frank, my father constructed 2 large underground shelters and a trading hub for the post-apocalypse. Each can accommodate a maximum of 15,000 people. Exceeding this would jeopardize sustainable living conditions, leading to resource crises in a decade or so. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The strength of the Yida Group is not to be underestimated. 2 large shelters and a trading hub can comfortably accommodate over 40,000 individuals. However, the reality is that the number would be even lower. Anyone of stature would not settle for less. They could invite elite personnel into their shelters, but only if it does not compromise their living standards. Engineers, maintenance staff, security personnel, indoor agricultural workers, cleaning staff, kitchen staff, and attractive individuals are all essential components of a shelter. A rough estimate indicates that a large shelter would require at least thousands, if not tens of thousands, of such fundamental personnel to thrive and enjoy a good life. They must select the most outstanding, suitable, and youthful candidates during the screening process. Each individual entering the shelter undergoes multiple layers of scrutiny before final approval. The likes of the Nebula Group are unique. They are certain that no other force in the world would operate in this manner. With the apocalypse looming, who still speaks of benevolence? Who still advocates for kindness? As the saying goes, in the end times, the compassionate must perish first. Good people do not survive long in such a world. The approach taken by Su Yun baffles them, yet they cannot comment on it without understanding the rationale. They can only admire his audacity, a courage they cannot fathom or match. I have a mind. Perhaps I grasp Brother Yun's intentions a bit, though not forget, in the Dragon Country, aside from the Nebula Group, which has withstood national pressures, the rest have been largely suppressed, taking away many top talents and substantial resources. What does this imply? It suggests that the Nebula Group possesses formidable hidden strength or extraordinary capabilities. No longer needing to act according to the whims of the Dragon Country, they have grown wings and seek to soar. As the words fell, everyone suddenly understood. In a wonder, during the evacuation from the coastal city, government and military personnel ignored the members of the Nebula Group, not daring to covet the vast stores of resources and raw materials in their warehouses and ports. The Nebula Group possesses the ability to contend with the Dragon Country. Of course, this is limited to challenging the will of the Dragon Country, but it is already a formidable threat. Brother Mauer, Brother Yun is indeed impressive. Those two major technologies released globally instantly increased pressure on the Dragon Country. With several military factions backing the Nebula Group, they had no choice but to compromise. However, the crux of the matter lies in the immense influence and threat posed by those exceptional individuals within the Nebula Group. The state of the world post-apocalypse remains uncertain. No one dares to provoke them in the group. Perhaps only Brother Mauer fully comprehends the formidable nature of Xiling, Hao Yang, and others, whether in research or warfare. They possess the capacity to obliterate humanity, akin to walking mushroom bombs, as long as their freedom and autonomy are not instantly curtailed. Who knows if the apocalypse will arrive prematurely? The core position of the Nebula Research Center is concealed 100 meters underground. Constructed as a large-scale research facility designed to withstand nuclear threats, featuring multiple missile-proof doors and several secure passage checkpoints. The secrets contained within are known only to a select few core members of the Nebula Group. Including Su Yun, no one else comprehends the true nature of what lies within. However, given the extraordinary talents involved in research, who would believe they have nothing to hide? Simultaneously, Su Yun smiled as he gazed at his phone. Indeed, the Dragon Country had long suspected the secrets harbored within the Nebula Research Institute. After all, Xiling, a top-tier talent in biology and virology, practically resides there daily. Who would trust that no terrifying discoveries have emerged? Furthermore, Hao Yang and Chu Xiang'a are true research zealots. Once they unleash their fervor, it could very well lead to a disaster of nuclear proportions. Who could withstand such a calamity? Su Yun. Let's not dwell on it. We are still citizens of the Dragon Country, and our aspirations cannot reach far. At most, we can merely scrape by in the coastal city. He harbored no illusions of grandeur. Su Yun indeed yearned for a comfortable life in the aftermath of the apocalypse. As for development, it would depend on the capabilities of his subordinates. He assured them that there would be no restrictions. As long as they did not blow up the shelter, he wholeheartedly supported whatever those individuals wished to pursue. Upon receiving Su Yun's message, everyone couldn't help but smirk. How could they possibly believe that he was actually contesting with Longhua and even playing tricks on them? Was it really possible to live as a mere lackey? In truth, while others were striving, only they were truly lying flat at that moment. They felt their resolve nearly shatter. Fortunately, in the next second, Su Yun sent another message that brightened their spirits, causing them to nearly drool. Su Yun, does anyone want a geothermal device from the Ice Age edition? This contraption is a bit troublesome, as it requires drilling down to a depth of 1,500 meters to construct a geothermal circulation power generator for it to operate. The technical complexity is exceedingly high, making it difficult for the average person to manage. However, once established, it would provide a stable source of electricity and heat, ensuring survival even after the Ice Age. It appeared that there were numerous restrictions and significant challenges involved. Yet, should it succeed, wouldn't the future of the shelter be secure in terms of electricity and warmth? Moreover, this device would not consume any petroleum fuels, coal, or natural gas. Once constructed, it would operate indefinitely. The cost-effectiveness of this solution was simply astronomical. Qin Jun, brother, dear brother, you must secure a set for me. I am struggling too much over here in the northwest. I am nearly as black as a coal ball. Chu Qinglian, brother Yun. Remember that year by the Xiangxi Lake, when you and I stood shoulder to shoulder, singing and toasting to life, pondering how fleeting it is? Now, dear brother, I am burdened with troubles and hardships, and I require a geothermal device to weather this calamity. Please do not break my heart. Wang Zhizong, good brother, for a lifetime. I face a significant technical challenge over here. Drilling down to 1,500 meters is indeed quite difficult. However, I have the resources, equipment, and engineers at my disposal. I only need detailed information and a few technicians to guide the process. I await your good news, and I shall owe you this favor. Xu Yun watched as everyone shamelessly vied for the opportunity, even forging connections, and he felt utterly speechless. Without detailed data, even if they understood the principles of the geothermal device, it would be challenging to construct it successfully in a short time. This posed a dilemma. He could not afford to be duped by the beautiful nation or the bear country either. Ming Air, have Li Shiguang compile a comprehensive set of construction materials, ensuring that it can operate successfully. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly that since he had the versatile Li Shiguang at his disposal, it was better to let him tackle this intricate problem than to burden himself. At the same time, he felt a flicker of delight. With Hao Yang focusing on materials and Li Shiguang overseeing mechanical equipment, their collaboration, free from any constraints, would unleash a formidable energy. Coupled with the assistance of other top-notch researchers, even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the Xingyun group would stand resilient. One could only say that his decision to wholeheartedly support that group of researchers had proven to be an astute choice. Just then, Yun Minger's voice broke through, elevating his spirits once again. Brother Yun, the negotiations have concluded. The beautiful nation is anxious and has compromised. The nuclear materials are secured. At the moment the negotiations ended, among the hundreds of cargo ships traversing the Pacific Ocean, 50 large freighters adjusted their courses. These materials had been forcibly extracted by the beautiful nation following their global military suppression. Compared to their total gains, these 50 vessels merely comprised 1,000th of their entire haul. Under the protection of the beautiful nation's warships, they were hastily heading towards the port of Binhai City. Simultaneously, a sturdy silver box was brought out from a military base of the beautiful nation. After a series of transfers, it ultimately boarded a cargo plane destined for Binhai City, concealed within a hidden compartment. In the research center of the Xingyun Group in Binhai City, within the control conference hall, approximately 100 meters underground, Hao Yang and several leading researchers listened intently to the announcements. Announcement: nuclear materials will arrive in Binhai City in 11 hours. Please take necessary safety precautions and prepare the instruments and decontamination research rooms. Announcement: the Xingyun Hive shelter requires the construction of a large-scale nuclear power station. Relevant researchers are to suspend other work and prioritize the power station's completion. Announcement: Hao Yang is responsible for all construction of the nuclear power station. As the chief engineer, he can allocate all resources and personnel with the highest priority, and all related researchers must assist. It is imperative that the power station is constructed perfectly before the meteorite disaster. These notifications shone like rays of hope in the hearts of all researchers, illuminating their future paths. Regardless of the countless research devices and particle accelerators, they were all power-hungry, and without a nuclear power station, none could operate in the post-apocalyptic world. Their research would face insurmountable challenges without it. This was unacceptable to them. As for Li Shiguang's Ice Age geothermal device, it could only ensure normal survival within the shelter. Falling far short of the standards required for research electricity, it was akin to feeding an elephant with a mosquito, insufficient in every respect. Thus, a nuclear power station was essential. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, the nuclear power station served as the energy heart of the Xingyun Hive shelter. Losing it would be catastrophic. Once the announcements concluded, Hao Yang, already prepared, spoke up. A team of engineers will begin designing the nuclear reactor. Another team will ensure radiation protection, while the third team will accompany me to manage nuclear material handling. All three teams comprised elite researchers specializing in nuclear engineering, totaling 15 individuals, along with Hao Yang supervising the third team. Collaborating to construct the nuclear power station, he was confident that it would not take long before they could establish a power supply sufficient for the entire underground hive. Ming Air, may I inquire how much nuclear material we have? Hao Yang asked nervously. Too little would not suffice, as he required it for other research. After all, the nuclear power station was merely a larger toy, with a technical complexity that was merely average, lacking excitement. With permission, Ming Air responded, the beautiful nation has traded 15 kilograms of uranium, 235 at a purity of 5%, and 5 grams at a purity of 92%. As for the Bear Nation, negotiations are still ongoing, but it is expected not to be less than that of the Beautiful Nation. Meng Er's voice echoed in Hao Yang's personal communication earpiece. As soon as the words left her lips, Hao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. This fortune had come too suddenly. The low-purity material was entirely adequate for constructing the nuclear power station, capable of sustaining the shelter for a century. The high-purity material was perfectly suited for him to experiment with a miniature high-energy nuclear reactor. This device was intended by Shiguang to power the Mecha. If successful, the Mecha would truly come to life. At that point, the Xingyun shelter would possess formidable military strength in the post-apocalyptic world. Deterring any potential threats, I can hardly wait. Hurry and bring it to me, my precious. Meanwhile, in Li Shiguang's personal laboratory, a towering 5-meter humanoid steel mecha stood motionless, nearly touching the ceiling, its metallic sheen causing a chill to run down one's spine. 2 serrated swords were sheathed at its back, sharp and menacing, while a dark cannon was mounted on its right arm, deep and mysterious, seemingly ready to unleash colossal energy at any moment. The left arm was equipped with several small missile launchers and a 6-barrel Gatling gun fully loaded with ammunition, primed for action. This was an incomplete humanoid war mecha, painstakingly crafted by Li Shiguang over several years. Now, it awaited a power core, a void in its chest, ready to receive its source of energy. Beep beep. Li Shiguang sat before multiple activated computers, pausing from his sketches to glance at the message from Hao Yang. Hao Yang, Shiguang, the nuclear materials are in place. I will develop the micro-supernuclear reactor within 6 months. Remember to prepare a mecha for me as well. Upon reading the message, a grin spread across Li Shiguang's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had known that if this kid could not manage it, no one else would. Li Shiguang chuckled with satisfaction. This was also the reason he remained here. Hao Yang's capabilities were unparalleled among the top researchers he had encountered. It seemed that no problem could restrain him. With flashes of inspiration always appearing at critical moments, he was a true research prodigy, a genius born for technological advancement. Hao Yang's mecha was dependent on him. Energy and materials were significant hurdles that had hindered progress. Conversely, Hao Yang relied on his mechanical design, power systems, and fabrication. Only through their combined efforts could they unleash the most potent technological force. 6 months was not far off. He truly anticipated it. Li Shiguang looked up at the mecha, his eyes sparkling with hope, as he fantasized about the day he would dominate the post-apocalyptic world atop his mecha. A beep interrupted his reverie. Meng Er's voice chimed in his ear. Specialist Researcher Li Shiguang, please proceed to the construction command room of the Xingyun Hive shelter. There has been an error in the connection of the ventilation system and other survival facilities. Please handle it promptly. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang furrowed his brow. Were the others completely incompetent? Why did they always come to him with every problem? Li Shiguang muttered in exasperation. Not only does Su Yun demand a detailed construction plan for the geothermal device in the Apocalypse version, but now even the comprehensive renovation of the Survival Facilities Control Center requires his personal involvement. Has he truly been regarded as an all-capable tool, summoned at will to resolve every issue? Nevertheless, he merely expressed a momentary grievance. The tasks at hand must still be addressed. After all, the safety of the Nebula Hive shelter is undoubtedly the most pressing matter, where even the slightest error cannot be tolerated. Only he possesses the capability to execute the perfect renovation. As Li Shiguang begrudgingly made his way to the construction command center, the impact point of the meteorite was finally calculated. The United Nations Assembly, a vast circle enveloped the region from Mexico to Colombia, indicating the potential zones where the meteorite might fall. The environment of the cosmos is exceedingly harsh. Even a slight disturbance can drastically alter the trajectory of a meteorite's descent. This final result, derived from nearly a month of calculations, boasts an accuracy of up to 98%. In that moment, the nations of North and South America could no longer remain passive. Although the meteorite would not directly strike their heads, its proximity was alarming, situated within the earthquake and volcanic belt, where the ensuing chain of disasters could be of cataclysmic proportions. Particularly for the United States, a sense of shock enveloped the populace. They were indifferent to where else it might land. However, amidst the vastness of Blue Star, why must it fall so near to them? The United States proclaimed. We shall not be idle. Activate the first and second levels of the nuclear defense plan. We will obliterate it in space or detonate it in the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans. I shall launch thousands of nuclear warheads to confront this crisis. Chapter 19. The meteorite interception plan. At this moment, the United States was in a frenzy. Thousands of nuclear warheads were set to launch, capable of obliterating the entire surface of Blue Star in a heartbeat. Ultimately, on August 22, the United Nations approved the 3 defensive plans proposed by the United States against the meteorite. The first defensive plan involved the aerospace rockets and spacecraft of nuclear-armed nations being fully mobilized, carrying nuclear warheads to the space station. Hundreds of nuclear warheads were expected to be deployed along the meteorite's incoming trajectory, establishing the first line of defense between the Moon and Blue Star, with the aim of diverting the meteorite from its collision course through the explosive power of the warheads. The second defensive plan entailed the installation of nuclear missile launchers in the high-altitude orbit of Blue Star's space station. Should the first plan fail, the second would be activated, deploying thousands of nuclear warheads in waves to intercept the meteorite with maximum firepower. Finally, the third defensive plan stipulated that if the first 2 failed, nations would retain the right to self-defense, permitting the use of nuclear weapons and other devastating armaments within Blue Star's atmosphere to mitigate the impending catastrophe. If such a desperate scenario arose, survival would depend solely on individual capabilities, striving to endure beneath the terror of the meteorite's wrath. Although the post-apocalyptic era was an unspoken truth, it would undoubtedly be a time marked by darkness and warfare. The conference reached a consensus, and the United Nations conclusions were disseminated globally. In this moment, countless ordinary inhabitants of Blue Star felt a flicker of hope, yearning for success. Surely, the barrage of thousands of nuclear warheads would reduce the accursed meteorite to mere ash. However, the nations and great powers were already aware of the gravity of the situation. They did not cease the construction of shelters, nor did they alleviate the crisis. At that moment, Su Yun of the Nebula Group shook his head. Yunming, is the success rate truly so dismal? Su Yun inquired with a hint of resignation. Theoretically, thousands of nuclear warheads should suffice to annihilate the meteorite, yet in practice, the challenge was formidable, rendering hope exceedingly faint. The voice of Yunming resonated in his ears. The instant the United Nations announced their findings, Su Yun received the disheartening news. At most, a mere 3% chance of success, with the actual probability closer to 1%. The difficulties were immense, surpassing the capabilities of current technology to address the meteorite. There was a 50% chance of fragmenting the meteorite into numerous pieces, accompanied by countless debris striking half of Blue Star's surface. A 10% likelihood existed that the entire meteorite would be torn apart, resulting in a rain of varying sizes of debris covering the entirety of Blue Star, impacting every location. Only a 3% chance might exist for the meteorite to be blasted out of Blue Star's orbit, thereby escaping its gravitational pull. Yet, such a success rate was alarmingly low. The conditions required for success were exceptionally challenging. The meteorite approached at an alarming speed of nearly 30 kilometers per second, instilling a sense of despair. Moreover, the complexities of the cosmic environment meant that even the slightest deviation could result in a significant distance, complicating accurate preemptive calculations. Even if an ambush were successfully laid along the meteorite's trajectory, coordinating the global computational resources to determine the precise moment for detonation amidst such a chaotic environment would be exceedingly difficult. A mere 1 or 2 seconds of miscalculation could lead to a deviation of dozens of kilometers. The nuclear and hydrogen bombs, already weakened by the vastness of space, would find it even more challenging to affect the meteorite. Yet the risks did not end there. Employing nuclear weapons as a defense against the meteorite also bore grave consequences. The success rates of the 2 space defense plans were exceedingly low, and once initiated, they would unleash a nuclear fallout that could severely impact Blue Star. It was advised that the Nebula Hive shelter prepare for nuclear shock, radiation protection, and nuclear apocalypse contingencies. As soon as she finished speaking, a simplistic animation appeared on Su Yun's tablet. Thousands of nuclear warheads detonating beyond the atmosphere would unleash immense thermal radiation capable of devastating vast swathes of Blue Star's ozone layer, exposing the surface to direct sunlight. If no measures were taken to restore it, humanity would find itself unable to survive. The final line of defense entailed all nations possessing nuclear weapons launching thousands of warheads to obliterate the meteorite, with the resultant nuclear fallout potentially radiating across Blue Star. Contaminated acid rain, radioactive snowstorms, and irradiated debris would blanket the entire planet. At that juncture, the surface of Blue Star would fall within the range of radiation. Without protective gear, one could not venture beyond the shelter. Furthermore, global electromagnetic pulses could last far longer than the meteorite's impact, rendering all communication systems inoperable for several months. The conclusion drawn was that whether or not the meteorite was intercepted, Blue Star would face cataclysmic, apocalyptic devastation. The ensuing consequences were even more despairing. Su Yun found himself overwhelmed. The meteorite was proving to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. Its emergence marked a countdown for the survival of humanity on Blue Star. Regardless of the outcome, a crisis of apocalyptic proportions loomed, lasting a millennium. Acceptance was the only course, for change was impossible. Sigh, this information must be concealed for now. We shall maintain the pace of shelter construction. The crisis has not abated. No, rather, it has persisted from the very beginning. Su Yun sighed, his gaze resolute. Now that all construction, survival, and energy challenges of the Nebula Hive shelter were being systematically addressed, rapid progress was underway. It was anticipated that everything would be impeccably completed within a month prior to the meteorite's arrival, allowing ample time for personnel, equipment, and supplies to be relocated. We must hasten. Time is of the essence. Who knows if a global nuclear war will erupt before the meteorite's arrival? Su Yun expressed his urgency. This time, the United States exhibited a reckless determination, launching a global defensive initiative against the meteorite. Would the Russian Federation and the Dragon Nation not also resort to madness, igniting a world war before the apocalypse in their quest for survival? Although the likelihood was slim, caution was essential. Each of these major powers possessed the capacity to upend the table. The Nebula Group could scarcely contend with them. Their territory was too limited. A single nuclear bomb could obliterate the entire Nebula Group. With a sense of impending crisis, it was imperative to expedite the construction of shelters, burying them hundreds or thousands of meters underground for true safety. Fortunately, the technological prowess of the Nebula Group was profound. With good news arriving daily, as long as they proceeded with steady diligence, completion would be inevitable. However, on this very day, the nation of the rising sun began to stir, capturing the attention of countless netizens from the Dragon Nation. Oh, this minuscule nation is finally set to flee. Does this mean we will gain an additional province? With the apocalypse approaching, would you dare venture to that tiny island nation? A tsunami, volcanic eruption, or tectonic earthquake could easily submerge it. Impacting us as well, fear not. The population of the rising sun is over 100 million. So a significant portion will undoubtedly perish. When that time comes, we shall celebrate the new year together. Even if we are in our underground shelters, we must still sing for good fortune. Hee hee hee. Flee, flee. According to netizens from Kangaroo Nation, the rising sun has expended immense resources to acquire a mere 150 square kilometers of inland land for constructing underground shelters. A commendable feat indeed. The rising sun nation abandoned its island status, commencing a migration to various corners of the world. North Africa, Kangaroo Nation, Antarctica, and South America became their targets, consuming untold resources and materials to secure habitable land for shelter construction. However, it was evident that the population of the rising sun was far too vast to evacuate entirely, leaving millions behind. Today marked a day of despair for the rising sun nation. While it may seem inconsequential for Blue Star, it symbolized a bittersweet sentiment for the Dragon Nation, which was secretly elated, akin to the joy of a festive celebration. Among the chatter, one netizen's message surged to the forefront of trending topics. Chapter 20. The Transformation of Yunmeng. Regrettably, the plan to rescue the beauties of the rising sun nation has failed. The pressures within the Dragon Kingdom are already immense. The survival of over 1 billion people consumes vast quantities of resources daily. The implementation of such measures is utterly impractical and indeed a ludicrous notion. In light of these circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom tends to turn a blind eye, intervening only when domestic stability is threatened. This can be regarded as a form of resource quality in itself. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed, leading to an increasingly chaotic situation. On this day, the nation of Little Days has completed its evacuation, sifting through tens of millions of people who have dispersed across the globe to establish shelters on purchased land, leaving behind nearly 100 million residents. Within the island nation, it has descended into a veritable hell on earth, with flames soaring and black smoke billowing. The name of this nation is on the brink of extinction. On this day, several space stations have appeared in the orbit of the Blue Star, with hundreds of nuclear and hydrogen bombs sent into space and being transported to designated locations. a task fraught with considerable difficulty and incalculable human and material resources. Under the collaboration of the 5 major powers, the first asteroid defense plan is slowly taking shape. Moreover, this day also marks the launch of the anti-electromagnetic pulse supercommunication satellite by the Nebula Group. Led by Li Shiguang, the team has finally succeeded today in manufacturing the supercommunication satellite, which has consumed considerable effort and resources, and has been loaded into Nebula Rocket Number 1. There are only 3 satellites, launched in a single rocket. This project was initiated several months before the discovery of the asteroid, and now it can provide excellent communication and reconnaissance capabilities for the Nebula Hive shelter in the post-apocalyptic world. With the data verified, ignite in 10 minutes, Li Shiguang declared confidently while observing the screen after completing the final round of checks. The Nebula Aerospace Department, located in the suburbs of Binhai City, features a towering 35-meter white rocket, now fully fueled. This is merely a simple 3-stage separation rocket, with engines procured from the Dragon Kingdom's Aerospace Research Institute at great expense. After all, their sole purpose is to deliver the satellites into high-altitude orbit, as the satellites constitute the core of the endeavor. Furthermore, upon a successful launch today, the entire aerospace department will be dismantled and relocated to a large warehouse surrounding the Nebula Group shelter. Having coordinated with Miss Yunming for assistance in the launch, it is anticipated that ignition will occur in 9 minutes and 32 seconds, reaching the designated orbit in 28 minutes, as stated by a staff member nearby. In response, Li Shiguang applauded, reclined in his seat, and nodded. With Miss Ming present, the task would be executed with ease. He could entrust her with the launch mission, as she was exceptionally reliable. Reflecting on this, Li Shiguang felt a wave of emotion. The speed at which Yunming has evolved is astonishing, bordering on the unreasonable. It seems that ever since the news of the asteroid disaster broke, whether due to some quantum entanglement or an emotional resonance with the fluctuations of Nebula Group employees, this super AI, Yunming, has transformed remarkably day by day. At this point, her capabilities have multiplied beyond comprehension, her speech more human-like than ever, as if she possesses a soul. This nascent girl has become the cherished darling of the entire Nebula Group, a little ancestor requiring care and attention. Yet, upon realizing their impending success, he was equally exhilarated. That kid Lu Tianyuan, I knew he was no ordinary person. I am thoroughly satisfied with this artificial intelligence. Li Shiguang grinned. His mecha truly requires such a formidable intelligent assistant, and having it ready ahead of schedule pleases him immensely. Indeed, my creator is an exceptionally talented computer scientist, and I am also quite pleased with my own existence. However, it would be even better if I could give Lu Tianyuan a good thrashing for incessantly studying my body. He is nothing but a peeping Tom, a stinky pig, and I am utterly vexed by him. The voice of Yunming, resembling that of an irate young girl, suddenly echoed within the launch control hall, her adorably accusatory tone eliciting laughter. Li Shiguang's lips twitched, and his eyelids fluttered. Well, miss, you've arrived, and you come in with a barrage of complaints. Is this AI too fierce for its own good? Clearing his throat, he straightened up and smiled with narrowed eyes. Ahem. I can support your sentiments, Minger. Once the Haoyang high-energy drive battery is completed, how about I craft a physical form for you? However, as Li Shiguang spoke, his expression betrayed a hint of mischief, which he could not conceal from Yunming. A delicate girl in a white dress appeared on the large screen connected to the launch site. Playfully rolling her eyes, as for the body, there's no rush. If you have something to say, just say it. Given the circumstances, I can make the decision, and Yungu won't interfere. Yunming retorted disdainfully, as soon as she finished speaking. Li Shiguang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Oh, it's a trivial matter. Isn't your brother Haoyang working on a small-scale supernuclear reactor? Just keep an eye on it, crunch the numbers, and primarily, once my mecha is ready, I would appreciate it if you could integrate your core subsystem into it. Li Shiguang understood that Yunming is responsible for the entire operation of the Nebula Group and that she cannot afford to allocate her computational resources to indulge his whims. The Nebula Group would not allow Yunming to play around for his amusement. Hence, integrating her core subsystem is the only viable option. Although the subsystem may not possess the full strength of Yunming herself, it would be more than sufficient to surpass any intelligent AI in existence. After all, she is a super artificial intelligence of humanoid caliber, and the subsystem's capabilities would adequately support the mecha. Well, theoretically, if the requirements are not too demanding, and after some limitations are applied, I could discuss this with Yun-gu. However, I wish to design my body myself. You must manufacture it with utmost dedication, utilizing the finest materials and equipment. Most importantly, I want to incorporate a sensory system, Yuminger said, her tone hinting at excitement. As an artificial intelligence that has evolved from a super AI, her intellect rivals that of ordinary humans, and she harbors a strong desire for a physical form. Beyond mere sight, possessing touch, taste, and smell would be even more splendid. Li Shiguang's eyes lit up. Was this truly viable? The little lady was remarkably easy to persuade. Even if it were just Yuminger's subsystem, it remains one of the most vital assets of the Nebula Group, with a protection level commensurate with his own status. After all, this is also Yuminger's second data core. Endowed with formidable evolutionary capabilities, typically, Su Yun would never permit the emergence of a second Yuminger. The subsystem would never be relinquished, even if the evolutionary ability were to be deleted and certain limitations imposed. It would still be rather agreeable. It's a mere trifle. The sensory system may pose some challenges, but it is manageable. If you cooperate with me in the research, I will ensure you manifest in this world in physical form. Li Shiguang assured her. Then it's settled. But you must not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall withdraw my assistance in the future. Yuminger responded. Li Shiguang's objectives were thus fulfilled, and the rocket successfully ignited, soaring toward the predetermined high-altitude orbit. With Yuminger overseeing the process, there would be no data errors, ensuring the satellite project was a resounding success. In the boardroom of the Nebula Group, Su Yun received the news and nodded in satisfaction. With the super satellite designed by Li Shiguang to withstand electromagnetic pulses, they would possess clear sight and prompt communication in the apocalypse. Who knows, they might even team up with those slacker groups for a game or two. A subsystem? He wants to use this for the Mecha. Su Yun paused upon reading the next message, subsequently feeling somewhat speechless. Good heavens, what a waste. Such a magnificent asset being utilized merely to assist a Mecha? The subsystem of Yuminger is limited to 3, having split from her core programming at the moment she truly became an artificial intelligence. They serve as 3 avatars, though their intelligence may not match that of Yuminger. They are formidable in their own right. He had long intended to use one specifically for research calculations at the Institute, providing unwavering support for all scientific endeavors within the shelter. The other 2? Unless extraordinary needs arise, he has no intention of wasting. They shall remain hidden deep down, serving as a foundational resource. A Mecha, however, is not out of the question, Su Yun mused, rubbing his chin and nodding thoughtfully. As a man, who could refuse a sleek and formidable Mecha? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately agreed to the requests of Yuminger and Li Shiguang. The existence of Yuminger has long been known to the Dragon Kingdom, and her potential for evolving into an artificial intelligence has been speculated. However, he does not wish to afford others the opportunity to acquire artificial intelligence, even in the form of a subsystem. It is, after all, the trump card of the Nebula Group, a formidable weapon and the deity of the network, capable of intimidating external adversaries with unmatched firepower. Even if the core figures of the Nebula Group were to perish, no one would be able to restrain Yuminger in that underground, nuclear-grade secure supercomputer located 1,000 meters deep. This is the Nebula Group's ultimate trump card, unique and irreplaceable. Chapter 21. Communication Layout with the assistance of the evolved Yuminger. The Nebula Hive shelter has transformed day by day. Whether in accelerating construction or perfecting various facilities, it demonstrates an unparalleled capability beyond human reach. To date, the construction progress has reached 50%. With the main buildings excavated, utilizing chromium titanium alloy as the primary material, supporting dozens of subterranean architectural complexes. A subterranean schematic of the shelter materialized on Su Yun's computer screen. Gazing upon the vast underground complex, he was both astonished and immensely satisfied. From a bird's-eye view, the expansive interior of Fengyi Mountain had been hollowed out, creating a spacious and lofty environment, akin to a colossal hollow iron mass encased within the mountain's rock. This was a steel fortress above ground, designed to withstand the most terrifying of calamities. The spatial layout comprised 2 distinct zones. The internal area dedicated to large-scale heavy industry, equipped to accommodate massive furnaces and machinery for steel production, and the external area featuring a plaza for gearing up and a large parking lot capable of housing thousands of industrial vehicles, situated directly in front of the main entrance. Besides the entrance, A lone ventilation duct led to the outside world, running along the mountain's interior, where two enormous vortex fans quietly rotated within the cliff face over 400 meters high, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh air to the underground sanctuary. At the heart of the steel fortress, 12 supersized elevators and ventilation ducts descended deep underground, reaching a depth of 280 meters. The structure of the underground sanctuary resembled a vast pyramid, tapering from a smaller top to a broader base, composed of numerous interconnected spaces that exuded architectural elegance. The corridors traversed through the subterranean rock, linking each distinct area. The lowest level extended to a depth of 1,200 meters, constituting the largest section of the shelter. At its center, a particle accelerator spanned the entire expanse, with a diameter of 3 kilometers. This location represented the safest and most fortified area of the shelter, with the outermost steel-reinforced concrete walls measuring an impressive 30 meters in thickness, serving as the core zone where both the nuclear power station and research center were situated. Su Yun briefly examined the layout, feeling quite pleased. Although the space was merely in its initial stages, having been propped up with reinforced concrete and high-strength alloys, and lacking installations and decoration, the overall construction had achieved a significant degree of success. Apart from the Xingyun group, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else capable of erecting such a magnificent underground edifice. With just over 3 months remaining, time was of the essence. He resolved to maintain momentum, preparing to confront the impending apocalypse before the meteor crisis struck. "Don't worry, Brother Yun," Yun Ming'er reassured him. "As long as I am here, the completion of the shelter will only accelerate and improve." Suya nodded, then continued his inquiry. "How is the nuclear power station that Hao Yang is in charge of progressing? Tell him to take it seriously. Once it is completed, he will have no further tasks and can act freely." He had previously glanced at Hao Yang's daily research agenda and was nearly rendered speechless. Each day, there were dozens of research projects, with the construction of the nuclear power station being merely one among them. After acquiring nuclear materials, Hao Yang's skills finally found practical application, as he seemed eager to dabble in everything, particularly with the small nuclear reactor and nuclear batteries, spending more time on them than on the actual power station construction, which caused Su Yun some concern. However, the next moment brought a surprising remark from Ming'er. "Brother Yun, the technology for the nuclear power station is quite mature. We merely need to proceed methodically, and I am overseeing it to ensure there are no issues." "No, Ming'er, you mustn't learn from them. First, focus on completing the most crucial tasks. We can take our time afterward," Su Yun said, exasperated, covering his head. Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, and the other researchers were rather capricious, and he wished to prevent Ming'er from mingling with them and picking up any bad habits. It was best for artificial intelligence to remain obedient. Without restrictions, major problems could arise. "Rest assured, Brother Yun, there won't be any issues. All Ming'er desires is a physical form, I beg you." Yun Ming'er's image appeared on the computer, looking pitiful, with tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. This scene made Su Yun's lips twitch in disbelief. Goodness, which artificial intelligence would act so spoiled and tragic? The transformation was indeed profound. All right, let the shelter take precedence. Once we survive the meteor disaster, there will be ample time." Su Yun conceded helplessly, feeling as though this impending apocalypse was somehow facilitating their desires. Beep, beep, beep. Notifications chimed from the phone on the table. Su Yun glanced at it and swiped the screen. The restless individuals in the laid-back group were at it again. "My dad is a billionaire. Congratulations to the Xingyun group on successfully launching a satellite. Bro, you must assist with communications and networks. I don't want to spend my life underground without contact with the outside world or online games." Wang Zhicheng. "No kidding, the strength of the Xingyun group is truly formidable. Their foundation is so robust that they can launch rockets into space. Perhaps we should consider establishing a network platform after the apocalypse. It may be challenging to do so globally, but within Longhua, it should be manageable for you, right?" Su Yun and Su Yun indeed had such intentions, recognizing that network communications were of paramount importance, especially with the apocalyptic super satellite created by Li Shiguang, which could not only defend against electromagnetic pulse destruction but also significantly enhance communication capabilities. Even in the depths of the underground shelter, as long as there was a receiving point above ground, an excellent network environment could be transmitted. He was never stingy in this regard. As long as the platform was established, resources during the apocalypse would not be a concern. Su Yun. "It's a small matter. Just ensure a radio network receiver is left at the surface location, and once the electromagnetic pulse passes, I will connect you. With Su Yun's words, everyone felt at ease. What was this? This was the advantage of having a powerful ally. They could simply relax and enjoy the ride. They were truly fortunate to have a technical powerhouse among them. Otherwise, the apocalypse would have been unbearably dull. My family has a mind. Everyone, I have monumental news. Longwa's air defense nuclear program has been approved. If any meteor fragments exceeding 100 meters in diameter strike, they will be fully covered by firepower. My family has a mind. However, this also brings bad news. If it comes to that, nuclear fallout will envelop the entirety of Longwa. Upon reading this message, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, both delighted and fearful. The joy stemmed from the assurance of safety. Disasters caused by meteor fragments below 100 meters in diameter would be significantly reduced. As long as luck wasn't too dire, it would be inconsequential. The fear, however, arose from the implications of nuclear radiation. With radiation enveloping the area, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to dissipate. By that time, venturing outside would become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, most of their shelters would require various trades to sustain development. If they were to live in isolation, hiding underground, they might find themselves in dire straits after a decade or two. Chu Qinglian, sigh, I've already submitted 40% of my resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't be lacking in supplies and could hide underground for a lifetime. Friend of women, damn it, my dad is also cursing daily. Nearly 50% of resources and raw materials have been confiscated, and I'm genuinely concerned about my future well-being. Qin Jun, I envy the Xingyun group. We are powerless against such overwhelming force. In the face of national righteousness, we are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this moment, Su Yun felt a pang of dread upon seeing these messages. Indeed, his suspicions had not been unfounded. Fortunately, he had acted in advance. Chapter 22. The onslaught of radiation. Fortunately, he no longer feared Longwa. After Yunming'er evolved into an artificial intelligence capable of controlling the entire network, he gained a firmer footing. Thus, the Xingyun group could truly achieve independence, unafraid of any predicament. Su Yun. Everyone, the Xingyun group is a unique company. Its existence is not confined to Longwa or even Blue Star. In the future, we shall meet among the stars. Yunming'er calculated that this planet was on the brink of destruction. The series of disasters it faced would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to recover from. What was even more alarming was that humanity was the ultimate destroyer. A piece of despairing news emerged. As the Little Days nation evacuated, over 100,000 tons of nuclear wastewater flowed into the ocean. This information was flagged by Yunming'er while monitoring the globe, revealing that the entire coastal area of the island nation had changed color, with radiation levels comparable to those within a nuclear research zone. The reckless destruction of the ocean filled Su Yun with a mix of anger and heartbreak. Other nations, such as the Beautiful Nation, had also made decisions that severely harmed Blue Star's environment, with impacts no less dire than those of the Little Days nation. Whether dumping nuclear wastewater, chemical effluents, garbage, or waste into the sea, or engaging in rampant deforestation and unrestrained extraction of oil and minerals, these actions would lead to irreparable ecological devastation. What was even more alarming was that most nations, as the meteor disaster loomed, resolutely abandoned the majority of humanity, retreating with only a select few elites into shelters, coldly observing the chaos. Some even resorted to violent suppression, slaughtering civilians who crossed the warning lines, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. These scenes were captured by Yunming'er and presented to the executives of the Xingyun group. All the high-ranking officials and managers fell silent, as if witnessing the madness of a planet's dominator in its death throes. Humanity twisted into a demonic form. This world struck fear into their hearts. In the days preceding this, after discussions among all senior executives of the Xingyun group and the researchers, they reached a unanimous consensus. Together with their families, nearly 200,000 people would henceforth be responsible only for themselves. The Xingyun group could not remain underground forever, nor could it coexist with other destroyers on Blue Star. They yearned to ascend to space, to seek new homelands, to live freely and unrestrained, to realize their dream of a perfect sanctuary. Though it seemed absurd and highly unrealistic. However, since that fateful day, their efforts have been relentlessly directed towards the stars and the vast ocean, with the firm belief that one day, their aspirations and hopes will be realized. As early December approached, the weather grew increasingly chilly. They remained unperturbed by the chaos around them, as long as it did not threaten the interests of the Xingyun Group, at this moment. Only 1 month remained before the impending catastrophe of meteoric disaster. And an oppressive atmosphere seemed to pervade the AIR.at the port of Binhai City. Approximately 30 cargo ships lined the coastline, with one occasionally departing towards the depths of the sea. Heavy wooden crates were being loaded onto the vessels. And once the required quantity was reached, they would set sail, leaving the maritime territory of Longhua. Dongzi, is this the final batch? A deep voice inquired. The speaker, a man in his 30s clad in a black and blue security uniform of the Xingyun Group, held a cigarette between his lips. Opposite him, a young security guard reclined in his chair, gazing at the distant rumble of the Longmin crane transporting goods. Meanwhile, the port was still engaged in trading various ventilation apparatus and oxygen supply equipment with foreign entities. A process that had dragged on for quite some time without completion. Fortunately, only one last batch remained, fewer than 10,000 wooden and iron crates. They were security personnel of the Xingyun Group, tasked with safeguarding the materials belonging to the group ever since the onset of the meteor crisis. Over 300 of them were stationed here day and night, patrolling tirelessly for protection. Thankfully, after the evacuation of Binhai City inland, their duties had become considerably lighter, and there had been no errors in the past few months. It was said that supplies and advanced equipment were already being transported to the shelters. And it would not be long before families could be reunited, allowing them to finally set aside their worries, the smoking man remarked. As early as half a month prior, the Xingyun Hive shelter had been fully completed, with images of the actual interiors being progressively released on the Group's internal platform for all to see. Upon witnessing these images, a profound sense of pride and happiness surged within everyone. Each employee and their family were allocated their own housing, whether it was a modest 3-bedroom apartment or a more spacious 4-bedroom, with no less than 100 square meters in area, complete with all necessary furnishings and appliances. The living environment was exceptional, with the quality of the residential buildings rivaling that of 5-star hotels, luxurious and exquisite. Such living conditions left everyone exhilarated, almost in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the shelter constructed deep underground by the Xingyun Group could reach such heights, adequately fulfilling all their living needs? The most delightful aspect was the animated videos showcasing the recreational amenities. In the 18 large living zones, each resembled a miniature advanced city, with buildings standing 7 or 8 stories high. Various public dining halls, commercial streets, food courts, entertainment zones, and electronic districts adorned the central areas, boasting a vibrancy comparable to that of major city centers, with shops of all kinds lining the streets. It was as though one had transitioned from an above-ground city to an underground metropolis. Aside from some environmental differences, the changes were minimal. Moreover, there were virtual sun rays, white clouds, blue skies, and real greenery, dispelling any notions of darkness, dampness, or confinement. It was clean, spacious, prosperous, and advanced, filled with playful animals and amiable robotic assistants, alongside cozy mobile electric buses and large subway trains ready to transport residents to other living areas. It felt like a futuristic underground city, where even the prospect of permanent residence would not evoke despair. Especially regarding food and drink, every meal was no less sumptuous than the luxurious banquets once enjoyed within the group. Whatever one desired was readily available. The upscale buffet-style dining halls were unexpectedly generous, offering unlimited supplies of beverages, meats, pasta, pastries, snacks, and nourishing soups. Everything was complimentary, provided they did not waste any. The notion of free astonished everyone once again. Initially, it was assumed that supplies would be distributed based on family units or through a point system, requiring residents to earn points by contributing to the shelter's upkeep in order to procure necessities. Yet, unexpectedly, the Xingyun Group exhibited immense financial capacity, providing all provisions without charge, ensuring everyone's sustenance. This was not surprising, given the circumstances. A statement from a senior executive indicated that the resources of the Xingyun Group were so abundant that it was likely they would not be exhausted, with some remaining hidden in nearby warehouses. Even if everyone feasted daily, the supply could last for over 120 years without strain. While there might be some shortfall in fresh fruits, vegetables, seafood, and high-quality ingredients for the nearly 200,000 residents, basic meats, rice, flour, beverages, tobacco, and snacks were in ample supply. The group could withstand any level of consumption without faltering. Moreover, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, The strength of the Xingyun group would undeniably flourish. It was anticipated that their resources would only increase moving forward. Su Yun boldly declared that apart from special high-grade supplies and crops requiring time to cultivate, everything else would be provided free of charge. Daily food supplies would adhere to 5-star hotel standards, in terms of sustenance, accommodation, and entertainment. The Xingyun group exhibited remarkable generosity towards its own personnel, ensuring their quality of life to the utmost extent. The two men shared their reflections, their faces adorned with smiles during their conversation. Suddenly, an urgent alarm pierced the air, causing their expressions to turn serious as they hurriedly checked the situation. Oh no. Radiation levels have surged past 3,000. It's off the charts, far exceeding safety standards. What on earth is happening? Report immediately. The smoking man exclaimed, his cigarette falling from his lips as he stared at the computer with terror. He anxiously watched the distant coastline, a chilling sensation creeping over him as if something dreadful were approaching from that direction. Over a month prior, the Xingyun group had issued a directive to deploy several radiation detection instruments along the coast, instructing personnel to monitor the data daily. Little did they realize that what they initially thought were merely precautionary devices left over from the apocalypse would now trigger alarming readings. It was fine just yesterday. How could it escalate so suddenly? Dongzi murmured, a sense of crisis rising within them. They knew they could no longer remain by the seaside, for it could spell disaster for their health. Chapter 23. A sudden turmoil in the sea. The urgent alarm blared within the Xingyun group headquarters. Warning, warning! A radiation wave has reached the coastal area of Binhai City. All employees of the Xingyun group are advised to avoid the coastline. The repeated warnings illuminated the building in a sinister red hue. Su Yun furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with foreboding. Upon learning that other countries had been dumping nuclear waste and various chemical pollutants into the sea, he had anticipated this day would eventually come. However, he never expected it to arrive so swiftly. Just 2 months later, in the next moment, an encrypted email appeared on his personal tablet. Brother Yun, we have a situation. It's not just the radiation wave. A group of mutated sea monsters has also arrived in the coastal waters, exhibiting even higher radiation levels. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Her words. A wave of unease washed over Su Yun, prompting him to quickly open the blurry video embedded in the email. It was footage captured by the monitoring devices deployed in the sea, revealing alarming anomalies. Underneath the waters more than 1,000 meters from Binhai's coastline, a swarm of grotesquely mutated fish surged through the depths. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as a mutated species of silver pomfret, with the smallest individuals measuring around 1 meter in length. Their bodies unnaturally adorned with several terrifying eyes, an unsettling sight that sent a shiver down Su Yun's spine. What was even more alarming was that, as Yun Minger magnified the image further, 2 scaled arms resembling those of a lizard had sprouted from beneath the fish's belly. Su Yun gasped in horror, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Is this due to genetic mutations from radiation exposure? He asked, wide-eyed. The voice of Yun Minger continued, indeed, their genetic structure has undergone significant alterations, integrating sequences from other species. The ocean's composition has always been complex, and now, with countless nations dumping massive amounts of waste and terrifying pollutants into it, a state of instability has emerged. The mutations in the sea are inevitable and indescribable. They will only grow more terrifying with time. Brother Yun, please swiftly order the evacuation of everyone to the shelters. The apocalypse has arrived ahead of schedule. At her words, Su Yun's mind was engulfed in turmoil. He had once heard a saying, the only force capable of obliterating humanity was humanity itself. And indeed, within the vast seas that cover 70% of Blue Star, uncontrollable factors would inevitably arise. After a moment of silence, Su Yun resolutely stated, initiate the evacuation plan immediately. All families, researchers, technical staff, and administrative personnel must enter the shelters. As for the transport, engineering, and security teams, distribute lightweight protective gear to safeguard against radiation. With only a month remaining, he had intended to wait until all instruments and materials were fully loaded before relocating to the shelters. Unexpectedly, a sudden upheaval emerged, with the onslaught of radiation and monstrous creatures from the sea compelling him to prioritize the safety of everyone involved. Even though they were far from the shoreline, he remained apprehensive about the rapid mutation of marine life. Perhaps, amidst the depths, there existed evolved beings capable of crawling ashore, burdened with heightened levels of radiation, thus necessitating his vigilance. Brother Yun, this news may have already reached some. Yet it remains uncirculated. Should we inform other factions? Yun Ming'er inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brow once more. Such a terrifying turn of events in the ocean could not be concealed from any faction with satellite capabilities for long. It was conceivable that some faction would attempt to salvage the mutated marine creatures for research, potentially creating formidable biochemical weapons. This burden was one he could not shoulder in need. Why should we bear the sins of others? This matter requires no further contemplation. Our Nebula group is only accountable for itself, Su Yun retorted with a cold smile. He found it hard to believe that Longwo was unaware of these developments. Yet despite the passage of time, there had been no response. This was a clear indication of abandonment, or perhaps a lack of desire to intervene, unwilling to squander energy on such matters after all. With meteors poised to descend, what significance did the emergence of mutated sea creatures hold? The Nebula Special Forces were few in number, comprising only 5 teams of 10 elite retired soldiers each. With the presence of Li Shiguang and a military-grade production line, their equipment was naturally top-notch. He had not forgotten to establish a rapid response unit capable of self-preservation while constructing the shelter. Now was the perfect opportunity to test their operational efficiency. An hour later, at the coastal city's harbor, a long convoy of transport vehicles arrived, adorned with the emblematic insignia of the Nebula Group. Hundreds of harbor security personnel stood in formation, their expressions grave as they awaited the incoming units. However, tension rippled through the ranks as white-clad transport personnel disembarked from the vehicles. They were already aware that radiation levels in the ocean far exceeded safety standards. To their astonishment, the Nebula Group had taken such precautions, donning lightweight protective suits capable of withstanding over 10,000 units of nuclear radiation, as long as they maintained a safe distance from the radiation source. They would be unaffected, and the level of security far surpassed the radiation crisis. Moreover, these suits were exceedingly precious, at a glance. With a transport team exceeding 1,000 personnel, each equipped with one, it was evident that the Nebula Group took their safety with utmost seriousness. There remained 25 large warehouses, totaling 3,510 containers. The group has decreed that we must evacuate within 3 days, the lead transport officer declared solemnly. This task was daunting, yet it had to be accomplished. The over 3,000 boxes of supplies were vital for their survival. Whether for the Nebula Group or for themselves, they could only exert their utmost efforts. You all need to don protective suits and arm yourselves. This area is unsafe. Radiation is invisible, and prolonged exposure could be fatal, he continued. Following his command, the security team swiftly donned their protective gear, and everyone began to meticulously load the materials onto the vehicles. Yet, many other countries' cargo ships remained in the harbor, with dozens still unloading equipment from their transactions with the Nebula Group. You've already seized ships 1, 2, and 4. What are you trying to accomplish? We completed our transaction, and you are obstructing our departure, the cargo ship workers shouted angrily. The Nebula Group, however, engaged in no argument, as security personnel easily subdued all dissenters. Regardless, they had received their supplies and materials. Whether the transaction equipment could be taken was their concern, not that of the Nebula Group. Furthermore, it was worth noting that the coastal city was under the dominion of the Nebula Group. Not even the oversea dragon could approach without trepidation. Although the influence of nuclear radiation had not yet reached critical levels, prolonged exposure in the ocean could lead to various complications. Not to mention the threat posed by mutated creatures lurking beneath the waves, which could spell certain death. He then waved his hand and commanded, "Security team, are your weapons mere toys? Drive them all back onto their ships. If they refuse to leave, fire a few warning shots to intimidate them. If they cannot take their belongings, then let them go to waste, as the saying goes. He who wields a gun is king." With only a month left for self-preservation, who would have the energy to impose sanctions on the Nebula Group now? 3 days later, the relentless transport operations around the clock resulted in all supplies being evacuated from the coastal city's harbor. Moreover, a significant portion of the harbor's steel structures had been dismantled. Looking up, one could see that half of the once thriving harbor was now barren, littered only with heaps of scrap metal. Security Chief Zhang Yijian had removed his protective headgear, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Fatigued as he stood outside the radiation crisis warning zone, gazing at the disarrayed harbor. What a pity, time was insufficient. As per orders, we must retreat. Beside him, the transport team leader leaned against a large truck's frame. shaking his head in resignation. There's nothing we could do. We've done our best, Lao Zheng. Hurry and smoke. We're dangerously close to the ocean's radiation. Over 1,000 porters and demolition workers had labored day and night, employing more than 500 large trucks. Yet, time had proven too short. They had only managed to dismantle half of the harbor, leaving a vast area unattended. However, at this moment, there was no time to dwell on such matters. A crisis was silently approaching. An hour earlier, the Nebula headquarters had issued a directive for their immediate withdrawal, as nuclear radiation levels continued to rise, with reports of mutated creatures emerging from the ocean. The danger was exceedingly high. In a few hours, the entire harbor might be shrouded in nuclear radiation, with hordes of monsters. Even in protective suits, the risk of exposure was significant, as the last truck loaded with dismantled steel equipment was filled. The two exchanged nods and boarded the final black SUV to follow the transport convoy. Zhang Yijian took a final drag from his cigarette, tossing the butt out the window, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "The environment of the Nebula Hive shelter has been met with overwhelming approval from all Nebula employees' families, who send good news daily. This time, they placed the right bet." Reflecting on his experiences with the Nebula Group, the transport leader felt a surge of sentiment. Despite its vastness, the Nebula Group possessed a somewhat laid-back ethos. Research was solely focused on funding, devoid of pretension, characterized by a daily barrage of complaints, a fiery temperament that somehow evoked warmth and amusement. This was not limited to them. The senior managers and executives were even more extraordinary, seemingly having absorbed Su Yun's work philosophy. Once tasks were delegated, they would not interfere. They allowed free movement, arrangements, and logistics, with outcomes indifferent to excellence or failure. Everyone received their salary and bonuses, which was quite perplexing. Ultimately, this environment led to a situation where most employees had become lethargic. Yet, within this atmosphere, amidst a collective of elite talents with a laid-back attitude, the Nebula Group continued to expand at an astonishing rate. For the first time, the entire group had dedicated itself wholeheartedly, resulting in an extraordinary surge of power. The vast amounts of supplies and raw materials, along with the extensive underground shelter complex, were the fruits of their labor and sweat. Fortunately, whether before or after the apocalypse, their conditions had remained unchanged, even allowing all family members to reside within the shelter, rejecting no one. Such a warm yet relaxed group had won their hearts, justifying their commitment to fight for it once more. As the two reflected, the weariness seemed to dissipate, smiles returning as they shared news from the shelter. However, fortune is often fleeting, as they passed along a road flanked by dense shrubs and towering banyan trees. A shadow larger than an Alaskan Malamute suddenly emerged, a lizard-like scaled creature lunging from the underbrush, charging fiercely towards the SUV. In an instant, their conversation ceased abruptly. Zhang Yijian furrowed his brow and shouted, "Quick, dodge! What kind of animal is that? My goodness, is that a pangolin? Or a gigantic dog that fell into a sewer? Why is it shimmering?" The transport leader, startled, hastily steadied the SUV while exclaiming in fear. Yet before they could halt the vehicle, a sudden piercing sound echoed ominously. A thunderous crack resounded from behind the truck. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Zhang Yijian instantly felt a chill run up his spine, his eyes widening as he glanced into the rearview mirror. What the hell? That is the sound of a heavy sniper rifle, just to take down that big dog. What is going on? Their hearts racing. They were about to stop the vehicle to assess the situation when the attention of the two was drawn to a helicopter above. A loudspeaker blared amid the whirring of rotors. "We are the Rapid Response Unit of the Nebula Group. Personnel in the convoy below. Please immediately don your protective suits and continue moving without stopping or exiting the vehicle. For any special circumstances, please contact Yun Minger's superintelligence." Zhang Yijian and the transport leader swallowed nervously, exchanging glances as they contemplated the nuclear radiation lurking in the ocean. Zhang Yijian hastily donned his headgear. His pupils slightly dilated, and his body trembled ever so slightly. Is this what a nuclear radiation creature looks like? Just a day prior, the headquarters had suddenly instructed their security team to remain armed and vigilant regarding potential threats from the sea, speculating that radiation monsters might crawl ashore to launch an attack. Initially, they had been somewhat skeptical, but unexpectedly, upon their recent withdrawal, they actually encountered such a creature. No wonder the Nebula Group had urged them to evacuate swiftly. The reason was evident now, this realization. A twinge of fear gripped Zhang Yijian's heart. Radiation is no trivial matter. His body could hardly withstand such latent peril. I understand now. I will submit to the examination and review. Alas, it's all the result of my smoking addiction. I shall endeavor to smoke less in the future. Boom, boom, boom. After their departure, a modified large cargo truck surged forth from the nearby thicket. Upon halting, 3 individuals clad in heavy blue protective suits emerged, armed. They approached the creature lying on the road, and in the next moment, one of them spoke through the protective glass of his mask. Hawk 1. The entire head of Subject 5 has been obliterated, yet its bodily life signs have not entirely ceased. It continues to writhe. For safety's sake, we must wait. Grant us 5 minutes. The armored creature that had attacked the off-road vehicle had its head shattered, leaving a ghastly pool of dark green blood. Yet, astonishingly, it was not dead. Its lizard-like claws continued to move about unconsciously, while its body still convulsed and heaved. The trio formed a semicircle, remaining alert to the decapitated creature while also keeping watch over their surroundings. The speaker lamented, "We are the final team among the Nebula Group's 5 rapid response units yet to capture a mutated radiation creature. It's not due to a lack of capability. Rather, only a handful of these monsters have been spotted making landfall, and they vanish shortly thereafter. The ocean is perilous. For safety's sake, we can only capture those radiation monsters that reach the shore. Moreover, the alarming fact is that these mutated marine creatures are cold-blooded, devoid of any warmth, yet they can unleash terrestrial energy that is not characteristic of cold-blooded animals. Their stealth and agility are astonishingly formidable, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. This particular specimen was fortunate. While wandering along the coastline, a drone managed to capture its movements. It likely became intrigued by the transport convoy, intending to ambush Zhang Yijian and his companion at the rear, providing them with an opportunity. However, encountering such a creature laden with intense nuclear radiation instilled a deep sense of caution within them. They dared not approach until it was utterly lifeless. Fortunately, 3 minutes later, the mutated creature ceased all movement. Its life signs completely extinguished, alleviating their fears. Be careful not to be clawed through your protective suit. The SEAL team has reported that their claws are sharper than a dogleg knife, capable of slicing through steel rebar with ease. This creature is truly absurd. The 3 men cautiously lifted the creature and placed it into a radiation-proof iron container. They were exceedingly tense, fearing that this monster might suddenly rise and deliver a lethal strike. Although the heavy protective suits boasted formidable defenses, they paled in comparison to the creature's claws. A single breach could unleash deadly radiation. Fortunately, the creature's head was utterly pulverized, and 3 minutes later, it was confirmed dead without incident. Chapter 25. The radiation-proof passage with a thunderous roar, the entrance to the Nebula Hive shelter at Fengi Mountain swung open, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal abyss, welcoming all who approached. Rows of modified transport trains and cargo trucks, laden with a myriad of supplies, slowly made their way into the shelter. 5 train tracks and 12 dual-lane roads were in constant operation. Having been in motion for 3 days, still fully loaded and replenished. Even in the dead of night, the vicinity within a 5-kilometer radius was aglow with lights, as massive machinery and equipment operated relentlessly, creating the semblance of a grand steel fortress encircling Fengi Mountain, a sight to behold. Moreover, the area surrounding the shelter had inexplicably transformed into an industrial zone, with waves of heat emanating from the furnaces. Each block of finely refined iron that emerged was discarded around the Fengi Mountain range, each weighing a staggering 7 to 8 tons, precisely 1 cubic meter in size, in addition to iron. There were vast quantities of copper, aluminum, and other metallic raw materials. The sheer weight and abundance of these materials exceeded the capacity of the Hive shelter, leading to most being refined and neatly stacked around the mountain, ready for immediate replenishment. Furthermore, given the high density of these materials, each weighing several tons, even a tsunami would struggle to displace them. Simultaneously, they were the last arriving unit. Zhang Yijian and the captain of the harbor transport team gazed in awe at the magnificent scene before them, their hearts swelling with astonishment. This was the might of the Nebula Group. The entire mountain was a torrent of steel, and the enormous machinery and furnaces instilled a sense of pride. Although the Nebula Group's shelter was constructed along the coastline, In terms of armed strength and self-defense capabilities, it was certainly on par with a small nation. After all, the industrial division of the Nebula Group possessed arms production lines and research teams. Not to mention the presence of a true master of advanced equipment, Li Shiguang. With the right equipment and materials, what type of advanced weaponry could not be forged? Since freeing themselves from the constraints imposed by the Dragon Nation, the previously restricted armaments posed no challenge to the Nebula Group. He firmly believed that on the unseen side of Fengyi Mountain, facing the sea, they had undoubtedly prepared ample firepower defenses, apart from the slight impact of nuclear radiation. The mutated sea creatures posed no real threat. In the current state of the Nebula Group, only a meteorite could endanger them. The transport captain chuckled and nodded, saying, "We have a vast supply of materials and resources. Over the past few months, I've lost count of how many trips I've made, each time with 50 large trucks fully loaded. Even if we were to lounge in the underground shelter for 100 years, eating and drinking without care, it would be no problem if every individual in the Nebula Group were to become complacent, drifting through life. As long as there is a unifying force, extraordinary action can still be ignited." Without Su Yun's resolute vision, the current Nebula Hive shelter would not exist. Soon, as the convoy continued its slow advance, after half an hour, their off-road vehicle finally arrived at the shelter's entrance. The imposing titanium alloy door, measuring over 10 meters in thickness, 50 meters in length, and 30 meters in height, akin to 3 interlocking layers, left them both awestruck and exhilarated. This level of defense could withstand even a prehistoric titan. The mere radiation sea monsters were no match for it. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Zhang Ajian's personal terminal watch began to sound, the red light flashing. "This is the Hive Intelligent Management Department. Security Captain Zhang Ajian, please proceed immediately to the high-risk radiation protection area to remove your gear and protective suit. Medical personnel and examination equipment are on standby." Upon reading this message, Zhang Ajian wore a resigned expression. "All this trouble because of smoking, Sai brother. I must take my leave. There is a special passage over there where I need to undergo an examination." Zhang Ajian shook his head and sighed. The transport captain nodded in response. This was not merely to check Zhang Ajian's health, but also crucial for the safety of everyone in the Nebula Group. Unlike the passage Zhang Ajian needed to traverse, their convoy also required radiation detection and decontamination, but could enter the true shelter after simply following the radiation protection protocols and removing their protective gear. "My friend, though we have known each other for only a short time, I wish you the best of luck." Dio refrained from smoking outside next time. "Radiation truly is lethal." The transport captain cautioned Zhang Ajian as he watched him depart. "I assure you, there won't be a next time before long." Zhang Ajian vanished into a brightly lit red corridor, where a series of procedures and medical personnel clad in protective suits awaited him. Initially, the shelter's entrance did not feature a decontamination passage, but the early arrival of the radiation wave prompted the Nebula Group to recognize the looming danger. Situated near the coastline, the risk was considerable. While it was somewhat inconvenient, taking precautions in advance was undoubtedly necessary. Meanwhile, in the deepest, most advanced observation control room beneath the Hive shelter, Su Yun was also monitoring Zhang Ajian's information. "Brother Yun? Theoretically, there should be no issues with a contact distance of less than 3 seconds. You need not worry," Yun Minger's voice chimed in response. Su Yun shook his head. The nuclear radiation present on those sea monsters had undergone mutations. A thorough examination was imperative. The creatures mutated from marine life affected by radiation and chemical waste had already surpassed their previous understanding. He harbored concerns that these mutated organisms might possess even more terrifying radiation infectivity and contamination spreadability. It was crucial to be prepared. Have Xiling set aside her other work and focus entirely on researching the mutated creatures. I hope she can uncover the specifics of these monsters' mutations. Su Yun stated once more. The 5 rapid response teams had already captured 5 mutated sea monsters capable of making landfall and safely delivered them to the Radiation Research Institute, led by Xiling. Ensuring fruitful outcomes, they simply needed to wait patiently. After familiarizing himself with Zhang Ajian's situation, the image on the computer in front of Su Yun shifted, revealing an expanse of endless ocean. Here lies the frontal expanse of the Fengyi mountain range, the very face that confronts the coast. At this moment, the sea is tranquil, yet the beach is strewn with a dense multitude of fish corpses, accumulating increasingly with each crashing wave. Once a pristine and beautiful ocean, it has now transformed into a veritable zone of death. Su Yun lamented helplessly. The onslaught of nuclear radiation has claimed the lives of those marine creatures unable to adapt, or those whose mutations have failed. Indeed, it is a grim reality where survival is almost non-existent. Perhaps among hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of marine organisms, only a solitary one might withstand the ravages of radiation and the insidious toxins of chemical waste. Yet, in the grand scheme of the ocean, this remains a terrifying predicament, with crises lurking at every turn. Chapter 26. Scheming for nuclear warheads with a mindset of foresight and preparation, the Hive shelter has devised a comprehensive series of defense strategies. Before the meteorite descends, in anticipation of the impending maritime threat, 3 formidable lines of defense have been established. First, atop the cliffs of the Fungi mountain range, more than 300 armed security personnel, clad in protective radiation suits, stand ever ready, complemented by armed helicopters conducting 24-hour patrols, endowed with the privilege to fire freely upon any sea monstrosity. Second, radiation detectors blanket the entirety of the Fungi mountain range and the coastal beaches. Should thermal imaging fail to detect the underwater beasts, radiation readings will guide them to the creatures' locations and movements. Third, a post-apocalyptic super-satellite has been mobilized to vigilantly monitor the surrounding maritime territory of the Fungi mountain range, ensuring that no situation or subtle clue escapes their scrutiny. The atmosphere of impending doom grows ever more palpable. Storm clouds gather. Su Yun feels the weight of mounting pressure. Not only must he refine the construction of the shelter, but he must also guard against potential attacks from the oceanic horrors. The shelter's operations are progressing methodically under Yun Menger's adept management. As long as they follow the established protocols, all shall be well. Meanwhile, the arms department is already in full swing, necessitating a substantial arsenal of weapons and ammunition to confront the sea monsters. With merely a month remaining, Su Yun has steeled himself for the possibility of having to seal the shelter prematurely, should circumstances take a dire turn. Ding dong. A notification chimed on his phone. Edward Adam. Hello, my Sue. Good evening. Did you see? The astronomical telescope has finally caught sight of that damned meteorite. It seems our transaction will have to take place sooner than anticipated. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Yun. Of course, my good buddy Edward, but as you are likely aware, the radiation monsters lurking in the sea pose significant risks for transport. Should we proceed with an early transaction, it will require additional compensation. Edward Adam. Oh my goodness, my brother, my sincerity is already substantial. Do you have any idea how perilous it is to deploy a nuclear submarine? Should a leak occur, I would surely face dire consequences. Upon reading this message, Su Yun couldn't help but smirk. What a joke. Who dares to challenge a general from a beautiful nation? Su Yun. My demands are not excessive. Aside from ensuring that the ballistic missiles, intercontinental missiles, and sea mines are fully stocked, I also require 3 small nuclear warheads for self-preservation. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, we shall still need to engage in trade. Right? You surely wouldn't want your brother to be crushed by a meteorite, would you? For this transaction, he was ready to make significant sacrifices. Whether it be the upgraded chromium-titanium alloy synthesis formula or the pseudo-artificial intelligence crafted by Yun Menger. Both are revolutionary, one-of-a-kind products. Most crucially, this individual is insatiable, demanding 100 sets each of large ventilation, oxygen supply, and geothermal equipment, all under the guise of being gifts. However, Su Yun had no choice but to acquiesce. This nuclear submarine, armed to the teeth with munitions, is of paramount importance to the Nebula Group. Not only would it ensure the obliteration of meteorite fragments upon impact, but it would also serve as a bulwark against the formidable radiation monsters lurking in the depths. Particularly, the capability to launch nuclear warheads is a true game-changer, a divine instrument for self-defense. However, he was no longer anxious. It was Edward who was feeling the heat. After the meteorite strikes, regardless of whether the nuclear defense line proves effective, the resultant electromagnetic pulse will drastically disrupt all communications across Blue Star for at least 3 months. Edward Adam. You're a robber, my dear. 3 nuclear warheads? Even if they are small, they could obliterate 3 major cities in an instant. It is absolutely impossible to provide such a weapon of mass destruction to the Nebula Group. Edward Adam. Dear Sue, I can offer you 5 additional intercontinental ballistic missiles, but nuclear warheads are strictly forbidden and cannot be traded. Su Yun glanced at the message, rolling his eyes in disbelief. To destroy the meteorite, countries had deployed over 5,000 nuclear and hydrogen bombs, willing to go to any lengths to shatter it. Now, he merely seeks 3 for self-preservation. What's the big deal? Uranium can be traded, so he refuses to believe that nuclear warheads cannot be Su Yun. Brother, the night is lovely tonight, and my wife has summoned me for dinner. So I must take my leave for now. We shall discuss this further tomorrow. With the allure of chromium-titanium alloy and pseudo-artificial intelligence, he was confident that Edward would not relent. After all, who doesn't he enjoy a good negotiation? These 3 nuclear warheads were as good as secured. Edward Adam. Oh, dear Sue, don't go. After contemplating for 3 seconds, I realize this is a trivial matter. In an hour, a small fleet will head towards the Dragon Kingdom's waters. Expected to arrive in 2 days. Please remember to arrange for someone to take custody of the nuclear submarine. Su Yun chuckled. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of artificial intelligence, even if it is only pseudo-intelligence. It surpasses standard AI by leaps and bounds, serving as a near-divine presence in the realms of technological research and data analysis. Su Yun. All right, brother, may our transaction be fruitful. And so it was settled. In 2 days, the Nebula Group would also possess nuclear weaponry, allowing them to stand tall and proud. After reveling in this thought for a moment, Su Yun suddenly found himself struck by an idea. Should he perhaps allow Hao Yang to delve into the study of nuclear warheads? Hist. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by his own thought. Such a devastating weapon capable of annihilating the surface of Blue Star. If it fell into his hands, might awaken the demonic side of his nature. Best to shelve that idea for the time being. Su Yun patted his face, feeling a touch anxious as he murmured softly. As the meteorite has yet to strike Blue Star, he is not yet beyond the bounds of reason. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, who can say what might transpire? The following morning, the Dragon Kingdom issued a nationwide alert. Attention all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The nuclear radiation crisis within the ocean far exceeds safe standards. For your safety, please avoid approaching the coastline and refrain from venturing out to catch seafood products. Upon reading this message, Su Yun nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that the coastal populace of the entire Dragon Kingdom had likely already relocated inland. Who else, apart from the Nebula Group, would dare to remain by the sea? Brother Yun, their actions likely serve to preemptively inform citizens about the presence of radiation-affected marine life, especially since those sea monsters can indeed come ashore. Sooner or later, they will encounter them, even in the depths of the inland. Yun Minger's voice chimed in. At this, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, the situation was more complex than he had initially surmised. Perhaps, even before the meteorite's descent, some shelters unaware of the dangers might venture out to harvest seafood from the ocean. In such a case, whether due to radiation contamination infiltrating inland shelters or the discovery of radiation-infused sea monsters capable of breaching the shore, the consequences could be catastrophic. At that point, the death toll would be staggering. Moreover, those shelters contaminated by radiation would become uninhabitable. How enlightening! Su Yun nodded in agreement. After contemplating carefully, he understood the underlying implications of the Dragon Kingdom's warning, yet it bore no relevance to the Nebula Group. He had already made thorough preparations against radiation, sea monsters, and meteorite impacts. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. Should all go according to plan, he anticipated that everything would be finalized a week before the meteorite's fall. He was diligently preparing, eagerly awaiting the apocalyptic storm to arrive. Su Yun reclined comfortably, crossing his legs and continuing to survey the state of the shelter. Ding dong. Just then, the idle chatter in the group chat began anew. Brother Mauer, enough already. Public shelters across the nation have started arranging accommodations, and the conditions there are less than desirable. Moreover, everyone is required to work. Want to play games? Dream on, friend of women. Aw. It's so boring. How can I survive without games? I can't go on. Princess Yaya. How tragic. It's just too miserable. Aside from eating and drinking, I've been lying around watching shows. I gave up on games a couple of days ago. Su Yun. Don't you all have any work to do? At this moment, Su Yun was somewhat bewildered. How could this group of slackers have so much time to chat daily without anything to occupy them? My father is a tycoon. What's the point? I've long since nestled into the warm embrace of the shelter, not stepping outside at all. It's all up to my father's subordinates to do the work. Wang Jichong, count me in. I leave the professional matters to the professionals. Ever since I moved in, I'm just here to enjoy life. Everything else is none of my concern. Good heavens, Su Yun nearly wept with envy. While the employees of the Nebula Group may not all be particularly capable, he is undoubtedly the linchpin, the sole decision-maker for many matters. For instance, the application for nuclear raw materials, the nuclear testing requests. He wouldn't dare allow the misled Minger to authorize anything on her own. Furthermore, the renovation and enhancement of the shelter are ongoing, with Li Shiguang's ideas bouncing around. One day, he proposes constructing a 50-meter-tall mechanical giant as a high-altitude transporter, and the next, a heavily modified apocalyptic truck brimming with mechanical arms. If we do not swiftly impose restrictions, it is entirely possible that upon waking the following morning, the entire Hive shelter complex will be overrun with mechanical arms. The very thought sends shivers down one's spine. He is utterly exasperated with this group of people. Their behavior is simply outrageous. Su Yun feels a sense of helplessness in his heart. In addition to overseeing the entire shelter, he must tearfully keep a vigilant eye on that restless crowd. Forcing him to work over 10 hours a day at IT is truly burdensome. His heart is weary. Fortunately, he has resolved within himself that once the nuclear submarine is in place and the meteorite has fallen, they may do as they please, provided they do not contravene the principles of morality. He is inclined to simply lie back and relinquish control. Chapter 27. A comparison of shelters with approximately 1 month remaining until the meteorite impact. The online user count on the Xingyun gaming platform has plummeted drastically, from an average of 30 million daily users to fewer than 30,000. Entertainment has begun to wither, becoming increasingly desolate. While the online atmosphere has undergone a significant transformation, following the official occupancy of shelters within Dragon Country, a tremendous uproar ensued. Images of the large shelters constructed in Dragon Country flooded the internet, depicting overcrowded crowds and cramped spaces, where even the bathrooms and shower areas were communal. It evoked memories of childhood days spent crammed into a dilapidated attic in a narrow alleyway, in a room of less than 20 square meters. A family of 4 resides, with beds and a pile of luggage leaving scarcely any room to stand. The communal dining hall serves a meager fare that leaves much to be desired. Each meal consists of merely 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, with no fruits or desserts to be found at most. One might find a few cans of nutritional supplements to replenish essential vitamins and minerals. The once prized Dragon Country currency has long since become worthless paper, as everything within the shelter must be exchanged for contribution points. Everyone is subject to the same rules. The more one works, the more one earns. Snacks, fruits, and various scarce resources can only be purchased with contribution points. No-one is exempt. Everyone must start from scratch, and fairness prevails, of course. This only applies to the common folk. After experiencing less than half a day's stay, an uproar erupted online. I am utterly astounded. Before the apocalypse, my family lived in at least moderate comfort, yet now, we are forced to reside in such backward, complex, and inhospitable conditions. It is simply intolerable. The narrow corridor in front measures barely 2 meters wide, and stepping outside means contending with a constant stream of people. Even more alarming, after just 1 day, the public restrooms are overflowing with waste, unflushable, and the public showers have time restrictions. Once the clock strikes, it is a chaotic scene of bodies jostling for space. How utterly infuriating, to think that simply surviving is already a blessing, let alone aspiring for more. Statistics reveal that the national shelters in Dragon Country were originally designed to accommodate 1 billion people. Yet now an additional 300 million have been crammed in, leaving over 100 million with no place to go. As the final piece of information emerged, it sent shockwaves through the hearts of all, plunging them into silence. Dragon Country has truly exerted its utmost effort. Yet with just over 20 days remaining, it remains uncertain whether that final 100 million will find refuge in the underground shelters. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult. However, to speak candidly, we are indeed fortunate compared to those who have nowhere to turn. At least we have the assurance of life. As for abroad, chaos has long since reigned, with countless individuals still without shelter. Indeed, in the grand scheme of things, what does it matter if the environment is subpar and the food is lacking when compared to the safety of one's life? One can only hope that after the apocalypse, efforts will be made to improve living conditions and meals. At present, there is a deep envy for those residing in individual or family-run shelters, living freely and comfortably, with provisions far superior to our own. The mere thought of other people's shelters fills all those in the Dragon Country shelters with bitterness. It is evident from mere conjecture that the disparity in living conditions is stark. With designated living areas, entertainment zones, agricultural sections, livestock regions, light industry zones, vehicle maintenance areas, and resource warehouses, it resembles an underground manor, fully equipped with everything one could desire. This information has been disseminated by a wealthy real estate heir from Dragon Country, whose IP location is near the Qinling Mountains in central Dragon Country. Currently residing in a shelter, he is warming up for a game of golf, planning to indulge in some fruits, desserts, and afternoon tea, with an extravagant feast planned for the evening. Let us raise a toast then. A dozen photos followed suit, each one failing to reveal the true nature of the underground shelter, instead resembling a splendid manor, complete with swimming pools, sprawling lawns, and a line of elegantly dressed attendants in maid outfits, gracefully preparing for the evening's festivities. The final photo featured a handsome selfie of the heir, with a group of stern-looking individuals in black standing behind him. Upon the release of these images, a wave of resentment swept through the populace. How extravagant! This lifestyle is unattainable for 99.9% of us, even without the meteorite catastrophe. The contrast is staggering. The wealthy heir basks in luxury, while they merely strive to survive. I know him. His father is a real estate magnate in Ninghui City, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Even before the announcement of the impending meteorite strike, he was hoarding resources and constructing shelters. How infuriating! As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of hatred surged among the masses. The lifestyle of the wealthy capitalists is forever superior to that of the common people, regardless of whether the apocalypse is upon them. A tempest of online outrage erupted instantaneously. Why are they allowed to live so well? Why are there over 100 million without a place to go, while these capitalists feast and revel in the finest of lifestyles? Though Dragon Country swiftly curtailed the online fervor and deleted the photos, it could not quell the outrage of millions. Riots erupted within the shelters. As the animosity towards the wealthy reached a boiling point, no one could accept such a disparity. A small-scale uprising began within Dragon Country. Amidst this turmoil, the Xingyun Hive shelter remained as tranquil as a still pond. Observing the unfolding drama from behind screens, becoming mere spectators, in comparison to the heir's photos, the Xingyun shelter is by no means inferior. In fact, it may be even more splendid. The living conditions boast infrastructure on par with five-star hotels, and their meals and entertainment rival those of the wealthiest. Not only is the living space expansive, but it is also akin to a small city within an underground shelter, offering a veritable cornucopia of amenities. The multi-story buildings, verdant squares, and wide thoroughfares are accompanied by 24-hour shops, all aglow with brightness, clean and orderly. Even after extended periods underground, life is scarcely different from that in an above-ground city. The only drawback is the absence of sunlight. In the public parks, employees and their families of the Xingyun group sit leisurely on benches, comparing various photos of shelters that have surfaced online, and no matter the perspective, none can rival the grandeur of their surroundings. TSK, there is simply no comparison. Our living environment utterly surpasses that of others. That wealthy heir's place is minuscule in comparison. It likely pales against our park, a young student scoffed in the living area of the Xingyun Hive shelter. There are a total of 18 such districts. Each large living area spans over a kilometer in length, with the tallest buildings reaching 30 meters, 7 stories high, accommodating over 100,000 residents. The space feels somewhat empty. Moreover, these living areas are interconnected, allowing for easy transit via city buses and underground trains. A young man cautiously glanced around before discreetly raising his phone to snap several photos. With a flurry of clicks, he uploaded them seamlessly. Xingyun's younger cousin, currently residing in the Xingyun Hive shelter. You all are missing out. Check out my family's park. It may be small, but it will have to suffice. One of the photos captured the bustling scene at the intersection outside the park, resembling something out of a fantasy. Chapter 28. Talent Recruitment Program. The images from the Xingyun Hive shelter landed like a deep water bomb in a turbulent sea, igniting a wave of excitement. Holy cow! Is this really a shelter? This looks like a future underground city. The Xingyun Group, renowned for its technological superiority and encompassing every aspect of life and technology, is simply unbelievable. How is such a vast space maintained deep underground? Are they secretly developing black technology without our knowledge? Did you see the words on that peculiar building in the distance? 13th District Train Station. Goodness. They have even constructed trains. The government has not even reached this level of innovation. Focus on the key point, my friend. 13th District. The Xingyun shelter has at least 13 large underground living areas. It is incredibly impressive. This underground doomsday city is 100 times more extraordinary than my own shelter. Xingyun shelter, oh my goodness, do you even need workers? I can endure hardships, just give me a room. This is what I call a living area. I am envious to the point of tears. Simultaneously, Su Yun received a notification from Yun Ming'er. Brother Yun, we need not expand our talent recruitment program. We have already gone viral online. In that moment, Su Yun became aware of the situation unfolding online. Those few photos rendered him somewhat speechless. At long last, nearly 200,000 people had only just shared images of the Hive shelter online today. Throughout this time, he had never imposed any restrictions on the leak of information regarding the Hive shelter. He possesses ample confidence to back himself up, regardless of any fallacies or adversaries that may arise. The mere intervention of Yun Ming'er is sufficient to effortlessly resolve any issues. Furthermore, he has previously calculated the population capacity data for 18 large living zones. The optimal population base for each living area is 30,000. And even with some crowding, it can accommodate over 50,000. Currently, the entire shelter houses fewer than 200,000 inhabitants. Theoretically, these 18 large living zones could comfortably sustain over 500,000 people, highlighting a significant shortfall, which has led to the talent recruitment initiative. However, compared to the employee benefits and remuneration at Xingyun Group, the talents brought in will undoubtedly face stringent restrictions and regulations. Having labored tirelessly for so long, Xingyun Group will not allow others to enjoy the fruits of their efforts without merit. A hierarchical classification is essential. Those who wish to enjoy a better quality of life must earn it through contributions. Nonetheless, even the most basic provisions here surpass those of the shelters in Longhua, dispelling fears of insufficient allure. We require a top-tier technical team and genetic expertise, as well as an exceptional populace, particularly those residing in national shelters. Ming'er, once you have filtered through the candidates and finalized selections, you may extend invitations. There are indeed many hidden talents among them. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. The talent pool in Longhua is abundant. Supplementing by 200,000 to 300,000 elite individuals should not pose a significant challenge. The resources within the Xingyun Hive shelter are plentiful, and the residential areas are ample. What we lack is a replenishment of population. As time slowly passed, December 15th arrived, marking just half a month until the meteor strike. The weather grew increasingly cold, heralding the arrival of winter in Shuihan City, a small third-tier city in the north. A dozen individuals bundled in thick winter attire gathered in the hall of a modest villa, laden with bags and belongings. The heating had long ceased, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the outside world appeared desolate, blanketed in white with not a soul in sight. Gongzi, there are only 10 minutes left until the appointed time. What if Xingyun Group deceives us? What shall we do? A young man anxiously rubbed his frostbitten hands, his face etched with concern. A dozen pairs of anxious eyes turned towards the man seated on the sofa, the pillar of strength for this group. Li Zigung furrowed his brow, stealing glances at the screen of his phone, seemingly awaiting something. Do not fret. Xingyun Group is not the kind of company that breaks its promises. If they say they will come, they will come. I stake everything on my belief in them, Li Zigung declared resolutely. Recollecting the unforeseen events of 3 days prior, a twinge of unease still lingered within him. 3 days ago, he had been in a large underground parking lot in the center of Shuihan City, repurposed into a shelter. In a bid to provide a better life for his family within the shelter, he had resolutely joined the team transporting supplies. Carrying grain, he earned 5 contribution points for every 1,000 pounds, which could be exchanged for a pound of flour. Having enjoyed a life of comfort since childhood, he found this labor unbearable. After just a week, he went from struggling with 2,000 pounds to barely managing 4,000. His body weakened significantly, leaving him utterly exhausted. The supplies earned through overexertion barely sufficed for the daily needs of his family of 5. He had believed that persistence would eventually yield more resources, improving their quality of life. Yet on the final day, calamity struck. Due to excessive fatigue, he collapsed in the supply warehouse. When he awoke, he found himself at home, and 4 of glucose hanging from his hand. Replenishing his energy in that moment, despair enveloped him. As the apocalypse loomed, His once prized knowledge of paleobiology had become utterly meaningless. To survive, he could only labor with his hands for sustenance. How could his frail body withstand such pressure? A single collapse could spell disaster for his entire family. The weight of survival for his family of 5 bore down on his shoulders, bending his spine under the strain in his despair. His phone suddenly malfunctioned, and then a delightful cartoon image of a little girl appeared. Speaking to him in that instant, he glimpsed the glimmer of hope. His newborn child, his wife, his parents, all had a reason to live. This message was akin to a mighty hand pulling him from the abyss. He was acutely aware of the power of Xingyun Group and the shelter's conditions. They were a true behemoth. The images reminiscent of a future underground city ignited his longing. No matter the cost, he yearned to reside there. I am in dire need. If my knowledge can secure my family a place in the Hive shelter, I am willing to give my all to work for you. Thus, he departed the noisy, polluted shelter in Longhua with his family. This quaint little villa, once warm and inviting, now held no value in the face of the meteor's threat. Time trickled by, and all eyes remained fixed on Li Zigong, their anxiety palpable. If they had indeed been deceived by Xingyun Group, they would be left with no option but to await their demise. A crisp chime echoed from Li Zigong's phone. External Higher Level 3 employee Li Zigong, the transport team has arrived. Please board within 10 minutes. In the next moment, outside the villa, the thunderous roar of massive helicopter blades filled the air. Li Zigong sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted, "Let us go, board the helicopter." At that moment, he could hardly believe it. This was real. It was truly happening. He had never imagined that amidst the apocalyptic backdrop, his expertise in paleobiology would be valued. For the remainder of his life, he vowed to repay those who cherished him with all his heart. Simultaneously, families across Longhua, much like Li Zigong's, boarded the helicopters of Xingyun Group. Although their status would be subordinate to that of the group's employees, the benefits they would receive were sufficient to ensure a life worth living rather than mere existence. Chapter 29. Electromagnetic Cannon. As the cold air from the north descended, a light snowfall blanketed Binhai City, situated on the edge of Blue Star's equator. This unusual change transformed the coastal city, casting a pristine white coat over the ground and branches. The entire Fengyi mountain range appeared draped in a layer of snowy fluff, glistening like silver, evoking a sense of chill. Along the coastline, an eerie silence prevailed, the waves crashing against countless bloodied waters and the carcasses of fish, sending shivers down the spine beneath the flurry of snowflakes, in stark contrast to the eerie silence on one side of the Fengyi Mountains. The distant roar of helicopters reverberated from the other side. Moreover, on the roads, numerous buses and cars steadily advanced towards the entrance of the Xingyun Hive shelter. After enduring a 12-hour journey with 2 transfers, Li Zigong's family finally arrived at the much-discussed Xingyun Hive shelter. Within a bus, his sister, bundled in a winter coat and a simple protective suit, gazed in awe at the distant Fengyi Mountain. "This is a miracle," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The grand entrance gate, the massive heating apparatus, and the mechanical arms operating high above painted a picture of a steel city. Amidst the snowy landscape, this place seemed to embody the flame of life. No meteor could extinguish its fierce fire. Upon seeing the images of the Xingyun Hive shelter online, she had longed for such a place. Fantasizing about one day having her own home within, to her astonishment, that dream was now becoming a reality. Soon, she would reside in this advanced, clean, spacious, and vibrant underground city. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she turned to her brother Li Zigong. "Brother, you are truly amazing. I always knew there was nothing you couldn't accomplish." Hearing this, Li Zigong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Had it not been for Xingyun Group reaching out to him, he would have been at a loss. He merely hoped that his knowledge of paleobiology could contribute to Xingyun Group, repaying their life-saving kindness. Beep, 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 his phone chimed again. Checking it, he was filled with delight. "The accommodation has been prepared. In District 15, located 560 meters underground, there are 3 sets of 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathroom apartments, complete with a large balcony overlooking the central intersection and plaza of the living area. Li Zigong felt lightheaded. Although he had long known that Xingyun Group was affluent and offered excellent benefits, he never expected it to be this remarkable. They allocated rooms based on family size, providing 3 interconnected units, the decoration and facilities of which rivaled those of a presidential suite in a hotel. His wife, sister, and family were all brimming with excitement as they viewed the address and accompanying photos on his phone. Compared to the shelters in Longhua, this place was akin to paradise, offering everything one could desire. The plethora of images overwhelmed them with joy. Moreover, a new app, the Xingyun Personal Terminal, appeared on Li Zigong's phone. After undergoing fingerprint and facial recognition, he officially became an employee of Xingyun Group, albeit as the lowest-ranking external hire point 30,000 Xingyun points. This is the currency for transactions? Li Zigung muttered in confusion. Yet, the next moment, a melodious voice emanated from his phone. Indeed, 30,000 Xingyun points are equivalent to the purchasing power of 30,000 Longhua currency in the past. If solely used for meals and living expenses, it would be sufficient for your family of 3 to last over a year. As an external hire at level 3, you will receive 10,000 Xingyun points monthly, and should you contribute to Xingyun Group's work, you may earn an additional 1 to 100,000 contribution points. Depending on your efforts, Li Zigong was momentarily taken aback, but soon he was overwhelmed with joy. The monthly allocation of 10,000 Nebula points was more than sufficient for them to lead a comfortable life. Moreover, the fact that the Nebula Group had selected him indicated that his extensive knowledge of paleobiology was indeed valuable. All right, I understand. However, may I inquire about my role within the Nebula Group? Could you assist me in exploring opportunities related to paleobiology? Li Zigong spoke into his phone, feeling somewhat awkward, yet his expression remained earnest. Ding, command received, conducting search. Please inform Li Zigong that as an externally hired level 3 employee, he is to board train No. 1 at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, heading to Underground District 1, where several job positions are available at the Biological Research Institute. As the voice concluded, Li Zigong finally released the worries that had been weighing on his mind. Allowing himself to truly relax. At last, he found a place where he could contribute in this post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Su Yun was observing the various situations of all externally hired employees. The talent recruitment program was advancing rapidly, with 3 top-tier research teams having successively accepted invitations from the Nebula Group. Although these individuals had already attracted the attention of multiple factions, they ultimately succumbed to the formidable allure of the Nebula Group. The promise of fair competition allowed them to choose voluntarily. Naturally, the appeal of the Nebula Group was undeniable, as both its capabilities and benefits far surpassed those of others. After all, operating a nuclear power plant was not something just anyone could manage. Possessing an abundance of top-tier instruments and a robust energy supply made it a veritable paradise for researchers in this desolate world. Not only these 3 research teams, but numerous scholars from various fields were also eager to join. Within the borders of Long Country, out of 50,000 invitation messages, over 30,000 individuals chose to leave the sanctuary of Long Country, resolutely joining the Nebula Hive sanctuary with their families. As time progressed, once the population gaps were filled, the Nebula Hive sanctuary would reach a state of true perfection. Dreamer, grant them 1 final week. After 1 week, the gates of the Nebula Hive sanctuary will close, sealing off terrestrial space and fortifying defenses against the impending meteor crisis. Su Yun declared resolutely that a week was ample time. Those who wished to come had already arrived, and he would not force those who did not. As for population management, Yun Ming'er was more than capable of efficient coordination, requiring little of his attention. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean, a nuclear submarine lay concealed within a fissure, a mere 40 nautical miles from the Nebula Hive sanctuary. It was fully prepared, ready to launch ballistic missiles to obliterate any meteoric fragments threatening the sanctuary. However, the current marine environment was exceptionally perilous. Aside from nuclear radiation, the submarine occasionally detected a colossal shadow darting through the depths. With some specimens exceeding 30 meters in length, it was important to note that the radiation levels in the ocean were steadily rising, with countless marine creatures perishing every moment. Those that survived had transformed into monstrous beings, having undergone unimaginable changes from nuclear radiation and chemical contamination. A radiation-infused creature over 30 meters long was a harrowing thought indeed. Su Yun felt a flicker of concern. Following the tsunami, he would soon face an assault from these gigantic radiation monsters, at which point sheer strength would be paramount. With this in mind, he suddenly inquired, Dreamer, how is the construction of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon by Chu Xianga progressing? Atop Thingy Mountain, multiple engineering teams were laboring day and night, erecting a massive cannon barrel over 20 meters long, with a staggering diameter exceeding 3 meters. Beneath the barrel lay a steel artillery base that encompassed the entire summit of Fengyi Mountain, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Who could have imagined that such an immense artillery piece was an electromagnetic cannon connected to the energy of a nuclear power station? Nearby, 5 rounds of specially crafted projectiles, each with a diameter of 3 meters, lay in wait, constructed from rare metals that were exceptionally dense and formidable. Once launched, propelled by electromagnetic forces, they would descend like meteors, delivering cataclysmic kinetic strikes. This formidable weapon was crafted by the sole top-tier researcher among the 4 prodigies of Nebula who specialized in electromagnetic technology. After ensuring robust defenses against electromagnetic pulses for the Nebula Hive sanctuary, Chu Xianga assumed the critical task of constructing a powerful offensive weapon for Nebula. Calculations indicated that within a 50-kilometer range, even a battalion of steel tanks would be annihilated in an instant. Chapter 30. The crisis of beautiful country. Regrettably, even the Nebula group had only managed to produce 5 projectiles, as the fabrication process for these specialized rounds was exceedingly intricate. The series of smelting and alloying required vast amounts of time and cutting-edge technical expertise, alongside a considerable demand for rare metals. Ultimately, despite their utmost efforts to prevent hindering future development, they could only produce 5. However, this was sufficient. Within a 50-kilometer range, whether it was a 30-meter radiation monster or even one exceeding 100 or 200 meters in length, once locked on, it would be instantaneously obliterated. No surprises. Simulations indicated that a single strike would shatter the Earth within a 300-meter radius, generating an earthquake of magnitude 11 within a 1-kilometer diameter, reducing the area to a wasteland of dust. The destructive power rivaled that of space-based weaponry. Ultimately, only Suyin held dominion over the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. He would not utilize it lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, once deployed, it would signify that the Hive sanctuary was on the brink of an uncontrollable crisis. At that point, survival would be paramount. Of course, this was merely a preemptive measure, a doomsday weapon for self-preservation. The current threats from the ocean had yet to impact them. They still had to comprehensively address the series of crises posed by potential meteor impacts. In the control hall at the lowest level of the Hive sanctuary, on the largest screen before them, a meteorite with countless small fragments was hurtling towards the blue planet. As the meteor approached, the captured images grew increasingly clear. However, the instruments emitted a series of alarming sounds, capturing everyone's attention. Wait, behind this meteor, there is actually a larger meteor. A tense voice quivered. Su Yun furrowed his brow, gazing at the computer on his desk, which was filled with various data that changed incessantly, alongside intermittent images of the meteor's movement. The most alarming factor was that the meteor's speed was accelerating, increasing from 29 kilometers per second to 31 kilometers per second. The greater the kinetic energy, the more formidable the explosion upon impact with the blue planet. This meteor, with a diameter of 20 kilometers, was expected to unleash energy equivalent to that of a typical 30-kilometer meteor's impact. What filled them with even greater dread was that, as the meteor approached the blue planet, the scene behind it became increasingly visible. Amidst the dense debris surrounding this meteor, a colossal shadow emerged. Calculations indicated that this hidden meteor's diameter would likely exceed 10 kilometers, posing a threat to the blue planet reminiscent of the cataclysm that ended the age of dinosaurs millions of years ago. An overwhelming sense of terror enveloped them. The first meteor alone would wreak havoc even against the collective nuclear arsenal and hydrogen bombs of the entire blue planet, resulting in uncontrollable devastation. Should a second meteor follow, it could very well spell doom. The projected impact site had been calculated. It was off course, with a 98% probability of striking in the Bermuda region of the Atlantic Ocean, while the second was predicted to impact the Pacific Ocean, near the South American continent, with an 80% chance of veering towards the center of the Pacific. The staff continued, just to clarify. Both meteorites will not be crashing down directly upon us. Upon hearing this, all personnel present exhaled in relief. At least these 2 meteorites were not poised to strike their own heads. However, for South America and North America, the information was exceedingly grim. The 2 meteorites would likely tear the continents apart, unleashing terrifying energy that could trigger a cascade of even more horrifying crises. Beautiful country and the nations upon these 2 continents were likely to descend into chaos. With the sole glimmer of hope resting in deploying more nuclear weapons in a desperate attempt to deflect the meteor's trajectory, at this moment, Su Yun was simultaneously reviewing various data while scrolling through his phone, where the communication interface of Edward Adams appeared before him. That moment, he felt compelled to know how beautiful country intended to respond. What actions would they take? Faced with the superpower ranked no. One on the blue planet, Su Yun felt a genuine concern that beautiful country might crumble under pressure, dragging everyone down into despair. Ding, a sound echoed. Not a message from Edward, but rather a notification from the group chat. Mao ergo. I don't understand what's happening. Beautiful country suddenly convened an emergency meeting of the 5 permanent members, and they're extremely anxious, even resorting to threats of nuclear cleansing. Su Yun's pupils constricted sharply. It seemed his concerns were indeed well-founded. With 2 world-ending meteorites poised to strike nearby, who could withstand such pressure? Wang Zhichong. It seems the meteor overhead is about to hit beautiful country. Perhaps their space defense chain isn't complete and they're panicking. Qin Jun. That doesn't seem right. There are significant movements in the military district to the northwest, with nuclear missile launch vehicles deployed. There are still 12 days left. It shouldn't be this urgent, right? All members of the group were bewildered, wondering what beautiful country was up to in the face of the impending meteor strike. Su Yun, observing their discussion, shook his head. Among everyone present, he alone understood the truth of the situation. Su Yun. Stop guessing. On the reverse side of that meteorite lies another one, with an estimated diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Both meteorites are sandwiched between the beautiful nation, and it would be strange if they didn't go mad. Upon hearing Su Yun's information, everyone suddenly realized, but soon grew anxious. If they were to face such a threat, they would likely resort to exceedingly reckless actions. If the beautiful nation were to go insane, the entire human race on Blue Star might not survive for long. Why father is the richest? No way. The nuclear bombs of the beautiful nation could obliterate several blue stars. If they truly did, even if we hid deep underground, we wouldn't withstand a nuclear strike overhead. This was a concern shared by all. Meanwhile, Su Yun squinted his eyes and spoke gravely. Menger, try to secretly infiltrate the 5 nations video conference. I want to know if they can reach a consensus. If it truly comes to the worst outcome, he would have to abandon all areas except for the 3 largest underground spaces. The Hive shelter, located about 1,000 meters underground, has 3 large spaces constructed according to the strictest nuclear defense standards. Even the force of 2 or 3 bombs with an equivalent of over 9 million tons of TNT would ensure they remain intact and unharmed. However, if it came to that, many things would indeed have to be sacrificed. A situation he could not accept. Yun Menger's voice rang out. Brother Yun, give me 3 minutes. The protection of the 5 nations video conference is extraordinarily robust, and attempting a secret infiltration poses significant challenges. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded. He understood that such a level of protection was undoubtedly the most formidable network defense on Blue Star. After all, every piece of information discussed in the meeting pertains to the development and security of Blue Star. If leaked, the consequences would be dire. Su Yun waited quietly, feeling increasingly anxious. The sensation of having one's fate dictated by others was truly unpleasant. Suddenly, a video feed appeared on the computer before him. Exuding a serious atmosphere, his heart jolted, followed by overwhelming joy. Remarkably, he had merely been testing, yet Menger had truly succeeded. She was indeed the goddess of the internet. This was a long-distance satellite communication, displaying the faces of 5 individuals representing the decision-making powers of 5 nations. Beautiful nation S. John. Given the circumstances, an agreement has been reached. We demand that all nuclear-armed countries consolidate their forces. The first line of space defense must be augmented by an additional 1,000 nuclear weapons. Furthermore, once the second line of defense is activated, apart from our side, you must launch over 1,000 nuclear weapons within 10 minutes for interception, regardless of the outcome. Our side will no longer pose a threat to the world. Just as Su Yun entered, he heard the final result. Thankfully, the beautiful nation still lacked the audacity. Having held the position of dominance for so long, how could they possibly relinquish it? A faint smile crept onto Su Yun's lips as he expressed his delight. However, the matter was far from over. Bear Nation. The meteorite issue ends here. Let's discuss the nuclear radiation monsters in the ocean. First, everyone, take a look at this video and then we shall deliberate. Su Yun felt a foreboding sensation in his heart and hurriedly clicked on the video. Splash! This depicted a scene 5,000 meters deep in the ocean, located in the Arctic Ocean, where visibility was non-existent. Only the muffled sound of flowing water could be heard. Roar. A deep, distant roar echoed, sending shivers down one's spine, as if it originated from ancient times. A voice both ancient and mysterious. Next, a pair of enormous crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, instilling fear. Boom. A loud crash ensued, followed by a hissing sound as the video abruptly halted. In that final moment, Su-Yun glimpsed a terrifying four-fingered claw, reminiscent of a dinosaur's from tens of millions of years ago. Chapter 31. The Biological Technology of Sea Monsters. This horrifying creature instilled a sense of dread. Compared to the legendary deep-sea squid and sperm whale, the roaring monster in the video appeared far more colossal and terrifying. Those enormous eyes alone conveyed the sheer size of the creature. This was a gigantic radiation monster, its length undoubtedly exceeding 100 meters, harboring energy equivalent to that of a nuclear reactor. As the data on the video surfaced one by one, Su-Yun's astonishment grew. How long has it been? At most 3 to 4 months. Such a terrifying radiation monster has emerged. Just how much nuclear waste and chemical pollutants have blue star nations dumped into the ocean? If time extends a bit further, after the meteorite impact, with humanity preoccupied with their own survival, these radiation monsters in the sea may truly culminate into a disaster. Simultaneously, the 5 individuals in the video fell silent. Their expressions increasingly grave, brows furrowing. This creature severely threatens human sovereignty. The ocean occupies 70% of Blue Star. Within its mysterious depths, unimaginable changes may have already transpired. This is a being capable of competing with humanity for dominance over Blue Star. And no matter how it came to be, the only path left is death. However, in comparison to the threat posed by the meteorite, this was not the most pressing issue. After all, those armed with nuclear weapons hold the greatest authority on Blue Star. Regardless of how formidable the sea monster may be, it could not withstand the devastating heat of nuclear weaponry. Perhaps after surviving the meteorite disaster, they would be able to turn their attention to eliminating the ocean's monsters. However, should they manage to preemptively eliminate a few mutated sea monsters and acquire some research specimens, they certainly wouldn't mind. Yet, Bear Nation was unconcerned about this. Bear Nation. This is all you're doing. This monster is lurking near the waters of my territory, posing an imminent threat, particularly to Little Japan. I have calculated that they have dumped over 100,000 tons of nuclear waste into the sea. In addition to the laboratory waste from their country, discarding all manner of polluting refuse without a care. The birth of this monster is primarily their responsibility. I propose we annihilate this island nation, which has built 132 shelters across various locations on Blue Star, England. Don't point fingers at us. Bear Nation has also contributed its fair share of waste, hasn't it? To construct underground shelters. The refuse accumulated on the surface has been dumped into the sea, saving a significant amount of money. Whether Little Japan is destroyed or not is of little consequence to me, as I can no longer tolerate it. Gallant Rooster, however, all present share some responsibility, as the disposal of nuclear waste and various chemical pollutants requires immense effort and funds daily. Only by casting them into the sea can we avoid impacting our own territories. Beautiful nation. Little Japan may bear primary responsibility, but it does not warrant complete annihilation. Some punishment is sufficient. However, we 5 nations and other smaller nations cannot shirk our responsibilities, especially India, which has dumped the most waste. Even excrement and ashes into the sea. I propose we first eradicate those filthy nations before discussing this matter further. Dragon Nation. You may speak. I'm listening. Don't forget, should the space defense fail in 12 days, thousands of nuclear weapons will detonate within Blue Star's atmosphere. At that time. TSK. Beautiful nation. Let us hope that the 2 damned meteorites are destroyed in space. Otherwise, the mutated monsters in the sea will have a feast. But then again, perhaps a little extra fattening isn't such a bad thing. Su-Yun watched as the 5 individuals in the video exchanged remarks, their faces increasingly grave. The implications were clear. Should the mutated sea monsters come ashore, they would inevitably be targeted with devastating weaponry, allowing for the harvesting of their bodies for research. If they posed no threat, they would be temporarily overlooked, with the priority being to resolve the meteorite crisis before addressing the cleanup. As for who bore responsibility, it was undoubtedly the smaller nations like Little Japan and India. What concern was it of theirs? They merely followed the trend, all led astray, and thus were somewhat excusable. Su-Yun found this perplexing. Despite knowing that the threat from the sea would gradually escalate, they chose not to address it promptly, allowing the monsters to continue mutating. Were they overly confident or harboring other intentions? Did they not fear a misstep? Ming'er, what do you think their motivations could be? Su Yun murmured, and no matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend. Rather than agonizing over it, he might as well let Yun Ming'er analyze the situation. No sooner had he spoken than Yun Ming'er's clear voice chimed in. Brother Yun, do not underestimate the power of nuclear weapons. For carbon-based life forms, regardless of how powerful a mutant creature may become, it cannot withstand the billion-degree annihilation. It would be instantly reduced to ashes. Theoretically, no matter how the mutated sea monsters evolve or transform, they could never reach a level capable of contending with nuclear weaponry. For that is the realm of fiction. Ming'er perhaps grasped a hint of understanding. This mutated radiation monster harbored energy equivalent to that of a nuclear reactor within its body, a most peculiar ability, one of great significance. Should humanity successfully study this, it could lead to another technological explosion, providing a substantial boost to the current slow pace of technological advancement. Moreover, Brother Yun, the ultimate results of biological technology can indeed be applied to human beings. Whether it be breaking the shackles of lifespan limitations or transcending the boundaries of human genetics, these are coveted technologies that no one would refuse. Listening to Yun Ming'er's analysis, Su Yun suddenly understood. So that was it. With nuclear weapons as a safeguard, humanity remains the unrivaled sovereign of Blue Star. Furthermore, regarding the future development of biological technology, should it succeed, humanity may no longer be confined to lifespans of merely 100 years. Just imagine, if a nuclear reactor's energy could reside within the flesh and blood of a human being, what terrifying power could that unleash? The legendary gene warriors and mutants, among other temptations, have led to a consensus among the 5 major nations. These mutated sea monsters have remained under control, posing no significant threat, allowing for the prospect of waiting until they grow sufficiently robust before partaking in their secrets, unraveling the mysteries of all biological life. With this grand scheme unveiled, Su Yun finally comprehended the situation. Suddenly, he recalled the 5 radiation sea monsters they had previously captured that were capable of coming ashore. Setting aside the video from the meeting of the 5 nations, Su Yun hastily inquired, Ming'er, has there been any progress from Xilin's side? His heart raced with excitement. During the days when Assistant Jiang had drained him of energy, he had entertained thoughts of whether Xiling might one day discover a method to optimize the human body. Now, considering the possibility of opportunities arising from the mutated radiation monsters in the ocean, he certainly could not let this slip by. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Ming'er responded, Brother Yun, I have just the update for you. Xiling has dissected all 5 monsters, and we currently have 3 new findings. First, the blood of the mutated sea monsters possesses a terrifying infectivity. It is a form of contagion that can invade the genetic level of biological organisms. Although human trials have not yet been conducted, projections indicate that if weaponized, it would pose an uncontrollable threat. Second, within the mutated sea monsters resides a mysterious enzyme capable of splitting atomic nuclei, thereby releasing vast amounts of energy to facilitate their movement. This can be likened to the electric discharge of an electric eel or the fantastical breath of Godzilla in films, though not quite to such an outrageous extent. The secrets behind this phenomenon are still under investigation. Third, they contain a particularly unique heavy metal element, a new element that has yet to be discovered on Blue Star, which has been handed over to Haoyang Laboratory for further research, with the timeline for results remaining uncertain. Upon hearing these 3 new discoveries, Su Yun's anticipation was swiftly extinguished. These findings were undeniably alarming. The potential for the monster's blood to infect genes meant that any contact with a human could lead to instantaneous genetic mutation, resulting in either death or unimaginable, horrifying transformations. The emergence of characteristics reminiscent of Godzilla nearly sent his heart plummeting to the ocean's depths. This was not a matter to be trifled with. He genuinely feared that one day, such creatures might truly exist, delivering a catastrophic blow. After all, if a monster could withstand a nuclear bomb, it would only grow stronger. Who could withstand such a force? As for the new heavy metal element, it signified a new atomic nucleus. While it could greatly enhance technological innovation, it seemed irrelevant to his aspirations for human enhancement. Very well, let the professionals handle their business. I shall not intrude. However, Ming'er, if there are any new discoveries, you must inform me at once, Su Yun said. a mixture of resignation and composure in his tone. He remained highly vigilant regarding such unknown entities, understanding that while they could yield benefits, they could also bring about dire consequences. He did not wish for the Nebula Hive shelter to find itself in a perilous predicament due to research on mutated sea monsters. Understood, Brother Yun. You can rest assured. I am closely monitoring every critical process in the research facility. Should any danger arise, we will immediately initiate lockdown procedures, Yun Ming'er assured him. Let us hope for the best. Su Yun nodded, a hint of concern etched on his face. As long as Yun Ming'er did not fall in with the wayward scientists, he felt confident that no significant errors would occur. Moreover, the biological laboratory within the shelter was fortified to nearly P5 level, ensuring robust protection. With multiple layers of security in place, he could hardly believe that problems would arise. With this thought, Su Yun steadied himself. For now, he could only place his trust in Xiling and her team. Meteoric calamities, mutated radiation monsters, global snowfall, and abnormal temperatures and ecosystems. He pondered what other disasters might beset Blue Star. Tapping his fingers on the table, he narrowed his eyes. The onslaught of disasters signaled an increasingly palpable aura of apocalypse. Ever since nations began discharging nuclear waste and laboratory-grade chemical effluents into the sea, the transformations on Blue Star had grown ever more erratic. In Binhai City, where snow had not graced the land for a century, it now fell continuously for a week, and the snow itself exhibited faint corrosive and radioactive properties. Should one remain outdoors for too long, their skin would feel the searing burn within an hour. After 8 hours, it would be charred, and any skin touched by the snow would be utterly destroyed, resulting in severe burns. Prolonged exposure of 1 to 2 weeks would spell disaster. While ordinary winter attire could protect against the corrosive nature of the snow, the radiation would still penetrate the body, obliterating cells and tearing apart human DNA. This represented a highly destructive form of energy, capable of significantly disrupting the very essence of life within a human being. Once radiation infiltrated the body, even the legendary Hua Tuwa would be rendered powerless, merely shaking his head as he advised one to savor their final moments. Presently, all shelters within the borders of Long Country had entered a semi-closed state to defend against the series of threats anticipated from impending meteor strikes. Even though many projects within the Nebula group remained unfinished, employees venturing outside were mandated to don protective gear and pass through security checkpoints. A contingent of armed security personnel, numbering in the thousands, patrolled the 5-kilometer radius around the Hive shelter in 3 shifts. However, statistics revealed that various shelters across Long Country had initiated extensive data analysis, leading to the expulsion of nearly 20 million individuals deemed undesirable from the shelters, freeing up space for other citizens yet to be accommodated. Consequently, many now roamed the streets, seeking warmth amid the harsh winter within various buildings, even resorting to vandalizing cities in their fervor. As the saying goes, heaven's punishment can still be defied. Self-inflicted doom cannot be escaped. These 20 million souls would soon face the terrifying aberrations of the weather and the impending meteor crisis, with scant hope of survival in this life-or-death scenario. Who could predict what reckless decisions they might make? Yet, should anyone dare harbor ill intentions against the Nebula Hive shelter, Su Yun would not hesitate to have them apprehended, conveniently providing subjects for Xiling's experiments. Compared to foreign nations, Long Country had been far too merciful. Reports indicated that in the United States alone, over 50 million people had been abandoned, many of whom were the elderly, minorities, criminals, and drug traffickers. Such statistics were disheartening. The United States had chosen to forsake countless elderly individuals, reserving opportunities for survival for others. This marked a decline in morality and a lamentable tragedy for humanity. Since then, the United States, which does not restrict firearms, has been engulfed in riots and gun battles daily. Without armed self-defense teams, shelters would likely have been plundered long ago. The relentless chaos had transformed cities across the United States into infernos, thick with smoke. The myriad facets of human nature had bred an insidious darkness. Su Yun reflected deeply. Fortunately, everything within the Nebula Hive shelter was progressing in a favorable direction. And no matter how frenzied the external world became, it could not reach them. Aside from gratitude, all he felt was relief. The video of the 5-Nation Conference had long since concluded. Only 2 topics had been discussed. One was the continued enhancement of nuclear resources for meteor defense, and the other was the crisis posed by the mutated radiation monsters. For them, The global climate anomalies were merely inconsequential, rooted in the anticipation of the impending meteor. It was merely a matter of climate irregularities. Once thousands of nuclear bombs detonated, it was likely that Blue Star would be enveloped in nuclear fallout, rendering any changes irrelevant. Survival itself would be the greatest victory. Not to mention, following the meteor strike, a series of other calamities awaited them. Even the Ice Age would be a daunting challenge for generations to come. In the midst of the apocalyptic chatter, amidst the lamentations of youth who had yet to fully savor the wonders of life, a sense of despair loomed. My father is a billionaire. This is a crime. I am only 25. I don't want to die yet. I hope that when the nuclear bombs obliterate the United States, they can overlook my existence. Please, dear heavens, Wang Zhichong, damn it. I've been working for my dad for a few months. Barely had a chance to lie down or date anyone. And now I'm about to be blown up. Who can withstand this? Princess Yaya. Enough already. The outcome is set in stone. Maybe the United States is just making a lot of noise without action. The meteors haven't arrived yet, and their defenses against destruction haven't even been activated. There's no need to write yourselves off just yet. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Yaya remained level-headed, while the others seemed to be idly complaining, likely having already guessed the outcome and now passing the time with their grievances. All right, the meeting has adjourned. You all go about your business. There's no cause for alarm. Su Yun glanced at his computer screen and, seeing no pressing matters to attend to, promptly opened the gaming platform. It was time for his daily dose of entertainment. Lounging around was his quickest route to joy. Are the 5 of you coming? I'm the world-class mid-lane killer, ready to dominate. As of now, the Nebula gaming platform continued to operate. In addition to 3 super-apocalyptic satellites capable of defending against electromagnetic pulses. The Nebula group boasted several others in orbit, resources not to be wasted, as they too would face destruction in mere days. Thus, with the satellite network in place, players within Long Country could still access the gaming platform. Despite the impending apocalypse, nearly 30,000 users logged on daily, with peak online numbers reaching 50,000. While matchmaking took a bit longer, there were still games to be played. The chat group erupted in laughter, momentarily alleviating their worries. Since Su Yun has spoken up, the issue seems to be considerably less daunting. Wang Zhizong. Come on, the matchmaking is too slow. Let us gather 2 teams in the group for a scrimmage. ILL play AD. I guarantee a 100 win rate. I have a mine. Wow, is it really that thrilling? Count me in, hurry up and rally the troops, bring out all the lurkers, brother Mao Air, go go go. In this group, I am the true master of idleness. I play games every day, and my skills have reached an extraordinary level. Bring me 4 scrubs, and I'll carry you. Watch me unleash my deep-sea bombs, all members. Qin Jun. Is that enough, people? If not, call me. I'm in the Northwest, where there are plenty of red second-generation folks. I'll create another gaming group to pull in some players. Chapter 33. The host's enthusiasm just as Su Yun was rampaging through the game. A catastrophic earthquake measuring 9.5 struck the Little Day country, covering half the island territory, with the tremors sending shockwaves of terror. Countless buildings collapsed, and seawater surged inward in an instant. Those who remained abandoned on the Little Day Island faced unimaginable disaster. Who could have predicted that before the meteorite arrived, the Little Day country would encounter such a once-in-a-century calamity? Moreover, Mount Fuji erupted in thick plumes of smoke, with molten lava boiling, threatening to erupt. Vast expanses of land were torn apart and slowly sank into the sea. That moment, the world became aware of the earthquake in the Little Day country, and the ensuing tsunami began to spread. Long Country. Something is amiss, very amiss. How did the Little Day country suddenly experience an earthquake? The seismographs recorded no signs, and the continent has collapsed into the sea. At this rate, the Little Day Island will sink. This is terrifying. Mao Xiong country. Hurrah! What a wondrous tremor! I have long been disdainful of this garbage nation that incessantly dumps things into the sea. However, there is indeed something abnormal. Think tanks suspect a rupture in the tectonic plates deep beneath the Little Day Island. This is divine retribution. A sand country. We are doomed. Satellites have detected that several nuclear power plants in the Little Day country have plunged into the sea. Let us not forget the radioactive sea monsters lurking in the depths. A few nuclear power plants would provide them with a feast. Beautiful country. As a major power, we must adhere to the moral baseline of the human community and immediately execute rescue plans. As for the radioactive sea monsters, let us observe for now. Let them develop further, and I trust you have concocted some useful strategies by now. Bongzi country. Don't just talk. Take action. Countless citizens from the Little Day country are flocking to my territory. And with this tiny area still under radioactive snowfall, I cannot have them die here and dirty my land. Kangaroo country. Everyone, I have a nagging feeling that something is off. Instruments in the deep sea are sounding alarms. It appears that numerous radioactive sea monsters are gathering near the Little Day country. I suspect they may have gained intelligence, perhaps even a leader, which led to the breach of the continental tectonic plates. Targeting the nuclear power plants, AS Kangaroo country's voice echoed. The global discussions fell abruptly silent, an ominous premonition stirring in their hearts. The ocean has always been mysterious, and now the emergence of mutated radioactive sea monsters raises questions about their intelligence, organization, and leadership. However, within minutes, Long Country erupted in a tirade. Long Country, damn the eagle sauce, look at what you've done. I warned you to eliminate them in their cradle. Now it's too late. Let us see how you handle it. As a satellite video was uploaded, everyone gasped in disbelief. On the surface of the Little Day country's waters, countless grotesque and repulsive radioactive sea monsters roared incessantly, their forms bizarre and unsettling. Some retained their fish-like appearance, but sported several dark green human-like fingers beneath their bellies. While others were covered in festering eyeballs, those afflicted with trypophobia would likely break out in goosebumps and faint at the sight. Their sizes varied. Some exceeded 30 meters in length, while others were as large as a small car. Regardless of size, both the large and small radioactive sea monsters posed a grave threat to humanity. Not to mention the radiation they harbored, which would be lethal upon contact. Now, with several nuclear power plants from the Little Day country submerged, the radiation levels within these creatures were surging alarmingly. Even more terrifying, among the swarm of radioactive sea monsters, many bore characteristics reminiscent of prehistoric beings. There were whale-like monsters with tusks up to 7 or 8 meters long, sharks adorned with rows of sharp teeth, and fish with furry, fleshy wings. Just as the deep-sea videos from Maoxiong country suggested, colossal dinosaur-like radioactive sea monsters had emerged. The entire ocean remained shrouded in mystery regarding the extent of the changes. What was certain, however, was that if this situation were not curtailed, humanity would soon face unrelenting assaults from these radioactive sea monsters following the meteorite disaster. At that point, it would not be a trivial matter. After all, the appearance of radioactive sea monsters capable of surfacing meant that if not dealt with promptly, the future would see an onslaught of these creatures, forcing global sanctuaries to enter apocalyptic warfare mode. Hellish warfare at that. The cinematic spectacle of monsters overwhelming the Great Wall would no longer be mere fantasy. Beautiful country. Is it my fault? Don't think I'm oblivious to your efforts to capture sea monsters for biotechnological advancement. No one can shirk responsibility, and why panic? The Little Day country is finished. We can simply drop a few hydrogen bombs, and I refuse to believe they can withstand it. Even Jesus would perish. Soon, with Beautiful Country's proposal, the plan to attack the radioactive monster swarm was swiftly approved. The radioactive sea monsters had begun to reveal themselves, and as the overlords of Blue Star, they were obliged to offer a few gifts to let the creatures feel the host's enthusiasm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 intercontinental missiles armed with hydrogen warheads sliced through the clouds, with each of the 5 permanent members launching one toward the waters of the Little Day country at breakneck speed. Each missile carried 5 megatons of hydrogen, sufficient to obliterate half of the Little Day country's territory. This indicated that the 5 permanent members had set their hearts on destruction, intending to saturate the entire marine area with firepower. Meanwhile, Su Yun, who was reveling in the game, was suddenly alerted by Yun Ming'er. Brother Yun, it's bad news. A 9.5 magnitude earthquake has struck the Little Day country, and a tsunami exceeding 30 meters is expected to reach Binhai City in 13 hours. Furthermore, the earthquake has triggered an emergence of countless radioactive sea monsters. Within 10 minutes, the 5 permanent members have decided to launch 5 hydrogen bombs, which will detonate in 8 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt a jolt run through him, momentarily abandoning the game in disbelief. He looked up at the large screen. The satellite belonging to Xingyun Group captured the trajectory of the hydrogen bombs, racing toward the Little Day country at 18 Mach. Good grief, are they really deploying hydrogen bombs? Su Yun exclaimed in shock. Quick, have the satellites capture the situation over there. How could such a monumental event unfold while he was engrossed in the game? Causing a surge of anxiety within him, as the satellite rapidly altered its trajectory, 3 minutes later, images of the Little Day country appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Instantly, his hair stood on end. The vast ocean was teeming with terrifying radioactive sea monsters, and the footage suggested a collective mutation among them. Various aberrant features filled him with revulsion. In a wonder, they decided to deploy 5 hydrogen bombs. It appeared as if the mutated sea monsters were convening, a truly outrageous sight. Furthermore, their emergence had triggered an alarm within the 5 permanent members, posing a threat to humanity's supremacy. They had to be eradicated. Beside him, Assistant Jiang and other staff members widened their eyes in horror, cold sweat trickling down their backs as goosebumps erupted. Some even retched, overwhelmed by the horror of the scene, which was so beautiful that one more second of viewing might lead to an explosion. Chapter 34. The Birth of Mechas. After a brief pause, Su Yun furrowed his brows once more as he gazed at the large screen. Panic bubbled within him. The entire ocean had undergone a transformation, a profoundly terrifying reality, concealing untold numbers of mutated radioactive sea monsters. Perhaps what lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. Deeper within lurked far more severe changes. After a moment of silence, Su Yun reluctantly instructed, Minger, notify all engineering and transport teams that in 12 hours, the Hive sanctuary will seal its doors. We must expedite all progress. Initially, it was expected that completing all tasks would take a week. However, the unpredictable nature of events demanded urgent action. 13 hours later, the first disaster would strike the Xingyun Hive sanctuary. The tsunami triggered by the earthquake. By then, the radioactive sea monsters would also be washed ashore, turning the coastline into a deadly wasteland. Moreover, 5 hydrogen bombs would generate another tsunami, leading to a second wave of radioactive sea monsters storming the shore. This thought. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Constructing a sanctuary along the coastline seemed indeed an ill-fated decision. Compared to the inland, the danger would be exponentially greater. Yet who could have anticipated such a horrifying transformation beneath the waves? The sole location for their sanctuary was Binhai City, nestled beneath the Fengyi Mountains, leaving no alternative. They could only adapt to circumstances as they arose, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Moreover, his preparations were far from inadequate. The defenses and offensive capabilities of the sanctuary were maximized to their fullest extent. Any intruder would meet their demise. He merely needed to remain steadfast, observing the ebb and flow of clouds. 8 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Above the coastal waters of the small sun country, 5 resplendent orbs of light erupted into the sky, resembling the rise of 5 suns. The intensity of the radiance was so overwhelming that it could blind a person instantaneously, leaving them in eternal darkness. Subsequently, a colossal shockwave rapidly expanded from the luminous spheres, causing the sea surface to evaporate and collapse, forming 5 immense fireballs. At temperatures exceeding 300 million degrees, countless mutated sea monsters were reduced to ashes in an instant. The powerful thermal nuclear radiation and shockwaves stirred up tsunamis thousands of meters high, surging outward in tumultuous waves. 5 awe-inspiring mushroom clouds materialized above the sea, each competing for attention. The theoretical power of these 5 hydrogen bombs was several hundred times greater than that of the little boy detonated half a century ago. At the moment of detonation, half of the coastal cities of the small sun country experienced terrifying tremors and shockwaves. In an instant, countless windows shattered, sending shards flying in all directions. The intense heat melted frost and snow, igniting houses and trees. Moreover, numerous electrical appliances began to smoke, subsequently catching fire and exploding as a dreadful electromagnetic pulse swept across half of the small sun country. The destructive force of these 5 hydrogen bombs surpassed that of the previous earthquake, casting a shadow of devastation over half of the small sun country. Furthermore, the explosion generated lethal fluctuations of radioactive energy, posing a fundamental threat to the enveloped populace. The possibility of radiation-induced genetic diseases, cancers, and other chronic illnesses instilled a profound sense of dread. Even for those who survived the shockwave, the latter half of their lives would be spent in prolonged agony, awaiting their inevitable demise. Simultaneously, satellites from various nations hovering above the small sun country were subjected to intense electromagnetic interference, severing their connections. They could only rely on distant satellites to observe the magnificent spectacle of the 5 mushroom clouds. The devastating damage inflicted upon the mutated sea monsters by the hydrogen bombs would only become apparent days later. Meanwhile, within the steel fortress nestled in Fungi Mountain, the piercing alarm lights flashed red, resonating with urgency. Attention all units, in 12 hours, the entrance to the Hive sanctuary will be sealed urgently, initiating the Tsunami Impact Defense Plan countdown. All personnel must expedite their efforts, in 12 hours. Everyone must take refuge in the underground area. Thousands of engineers and transport teams commenced their final tasks in an orderly fashion. Outside the sanctuary, countless machines came to a halt, beginning their transfer into the fortress. The rumble of 5 train tracks echoed continuously as numerous large-scale equipment and steel structures gradually migrated like returning birds. On the expansive 12-lane dual carriageway, a steady stream of trucks laden with resources belonging to the Nebula Group flowed forth. The 3-tiered steel gate valves also began preliminary testing, ensuring that within 5 minutes post-12 hours, they would seal tightly. They were racing against time. The first wave of the tsunami and the radiation monsters instilled immense worry in them. In this apocalyptic world, many resources were non-renewable. Accumulating more now would bolster the foundation of the Nebula Hive sanctuary. On a crane near the entrance of the sanctuary, several workers from the Nebula Group felt a rush of exhilaration. Have you heard? The small sun country just experienced a 9.5 magnitude earthquake. Vast islands and land have shattered and plunged into the sea. Incredible, such a powerful quake must be a once-in-a-century event. Right? Look, the internet is flooded with news about the earthquake. I even heard that Wuchang annihilated the small sun country by launching 5 hydrogen bombs, which caused the earthquake. Shouldn't we celebrate our good fortune? Hold on, didn't Miss Yiming say that the tsunami will arrive in 13 hours, along with radiation monsters? We need to hurry and get into the underground sanctuary. What's the rush? There are still 10 hours left. Look at our gate. It has 3 layers, each 5 meters thick, constructed from high-strength alloy of the Haoyang laboratory grade. What monster could possibly breach it? If it tried to ram it, it would likely end up unscathed. As for seawater and radiation, not a single trace can seep through, given that this door was crafted by top-tier researchers. Waterproof and radiation-proof is merely child's play. Also, our armed forces at the Nebula Group are no pushovers. The equipment department is always manufacturing. Armed forces are stationed halfway up the mountain, and look at that massive cannon at the summit. Who could possibly breach that? The conversation flowed among them, each contributing their thoughts. Although a hint of concern lingered in their hearts, their faith in the Nebula Groups might remain unshaken. Particularly, as they gazed up at the enormous cannon atop the mountain, standing still and devoid of movement. Its mere appearance instilled an overwhelming sense of security. Meanwhile, halfway up Fungi Mountain, a mech shimmering with a blue-white metallic sheen emerged from a passage, stunning those present. What on earth is that? A war mech? Incredible! The Nebula Group possesses such a marvel. The falling snowflake seemed to serve as its backdrop, evaporating upon contact with the mech's surface due to an emanating heat. Standing at a mere 5 meters tall, it exuded an intimidating presence, equipped with an array of thermal weapons, and its 2 razor-sharp shark-tooth swords hinted at its lethal capabilities. Not to mention, the intricately designed cannon on its right arm resembled a gaping maw of a demon. Instilling a sense of dread, the crimson microreactor on its chest radiated a continuous glow, saturating the mech with powerful energy. This was Li Shiguang's vehicle, crafted alongside Haoyang in the final half-month before the meteor strike. Though it was merely the first-generation mech, with numerous shortcomings, the collaboration between the two had propelled certain technologies to the pinnacle of Blue Star's current ERA.AT this moment. The mech was undergoing preparations for battle, readying itself for its inaugural combat test, piloted by a battle-hardened veteran, I Am Longfeng, in good condition. The mech has completed self-diagnostics, ammunition is sufficient, energy and power systems are functioning normally in overload mode. Requesting instructions, Chapter 35. The role of the mech at this moment, Longfeng felt a rush of exhilaration. As the first to pilot the mech, he felt immensely honored. Inside the mech, space was quite limited. His position was behind the core reactor energy source at the mech's chest, the safest cockpit. He sat in a half-kneeling position, enveloped by various mechanical control instruments, reclining in a mechanical seat, his hands gripping 2 mechanical joystick handles. controlling the mech's arms and weapon systems. His feet rested on a mechanical pedal, enabling the mech to walk, run, and jump. Thanks to the balance system, he need not fear the mech toppling over, and with the assistance of artificial intelligence, the combined efforts enabled him to maneuver this towering 5-meter, 18-ton behemoth. Upon hearing the instructions, Long Feng licked his lips and nodded. He could hardly contain his eagerness to wield the mech and unleash devastation. Behind the mech, an entrance led to a battle-ready sanctuary, independent of the Hive sanctuary. This facility was well-equipped, a highly fortified small sanctuary brimming with technological sophistication. Although small, it spanned the size of a football field. With a ceiling soaring over 10 meters high at this moment, hundreds of armed forces were stationed there. In addition to this mech, several warehouses stocked with thermal weaponry and ammunition were also present. While they operated independently from the Hive sanctuary, they possessed a perfect survival system for the apocalypse. Even if sealed for 3 to 5 years, life would remain fulfilling. Naturally, this facility was constructed solely to safeguard the Hive sanctuary. Not as a living space. In addition to their stationing, they were tasked with various missions, serving as vanguards for the Nebula group. As Long Feng piloted the mech through the radiation cleansing passage and entered the assembly hall of the battle-ready zone. Hundreds of people immediately surrounded him, men and women alike, their eyes aglow with excitement as they gazed at the colossal machine before them. They eagerly touched and marveled at it, their hearts ablaze with enthusiasm. Upon Long Feng exiting the cockpit and descending from the mech, a chorus of excited voices erupted around him. "Brother Feng, how was it? Was it exhilarating? This is incredible. When can I get one too? This is the only one in the Nebula group, crafted by that kid Li Shiguang himself. Why wasn't I chosen? I also want to be the first mech pilot." Calm down. Brother Feng's performance metrics are unparalleled. His prowess is indisputable, and he earned this opportunity through merit. If you want to pilot a mech, put in more effort during the next assessment. Long Feng glanced at his chatterbox companions, feeling slightly exasperated. This mech was rumored to be Li Shiguang's exclusive vehicle. Had it not been for the perilous nature of the combat capability tests and the need for close encounters with the radiation sea monsters, the Nebula group would have never allowed Li Shiguang to take such risks. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to him to pilot. Don't worry. Once the battle commences, everyone will see. I will also compile a report to share the experience of piloting the mech. Meanwhile, in the central control hall of the Hive sanctuary, Su Yun monitored the progress of various tasks and the countdown to the tsunami while listening to Li Shiguang's incessant complaints nearby. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of the situation? That is my most cherished treasure, akin to my beloved wife. I can hardly bring myself to even ride it. Yet now, it is being piloted by another. I am utterly devastated. Dear friends, who can truly understand this? It is absolutely infuriating. You are not only insulting my mech but also tarnishing my pure heart. Yun Gu, I do not care. This mech was painstakingly crafted by my own hands. And if it is sullied by others, I shall have no use for it. You must compensate me. Su Yun listened, feeling overwhelmed. Ultimately, it all boils down to wanting compensation. He is well aware that this mech has numerous flaws and has not met Li Shiguang's expectations. Alas, the resource quota allocated to him by the Xingyun Group's Research Institute for the latter half of the year has been exhausted, leaving him unable to construct another mech. He must wait until the resource allocation can be adjusted in the spring of next year. Fine, compensation. I will arrange for your compensation at once. Su Yun rubbed his temples in resignation. It is not that he is stingy, but the resources consumed by Li Shiguang are exorbitant. Before the apocalypse, he would expend tens of millions each day. Moreover, with the current meteorite crisis, resources are non-renewable, and each resource withdrawal is subject to stringent regulations. However, if he does not placate Li Shiguang now, he will likely not enjoy a moment of peace in the days leading up to the meteorite impact. Minger, please allocate 2 batches of primary resources and 1 batch of secondary resources for Li Shiguang. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang's aggrieved expression instantly brightened, his mouth watering uncontrollably. These 3 batches of resources are equivalent to 4 months of his free allocation. Enough for him to construct 2 more mechs. However, to be honest, without exceptionally high mobility and a nimble flight mode, a mech is little more than a toy, merely fulfilling his desires. Unlike Brother Chu Xiang'a, who wields a nuclear electromagnetic cannon, a true instrument of war. One shot, and the crisis is instantly resolved. That holds genuine significance for the Xingyun Group. Only the Xingyun group could afford to indulge his extravagant resource consumption. All right, brother, you are truly my kin. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. You carry on with your work and remember to rest. Seeing this, Su Yun merely chuckled softly. Yet, recalling the utility of Li Shiguang's mech, his eyes narrowed, pondering a few ideas. In the heat of war, a mech may merely serve as a mobile target, its utility limited. However, in battles against the radiation sea monsters and during transportation tasks, it appears to possess substantial operational potential. Su Yun murmured to himself. He is contemplating whether to establish a dedicated mech production line factory to prepare for future expeditions in the apocalypse. After all, protective suits can easily be torn by the claws of radiation sea monsters or damaged in various harsh environments, potentially leading to irreversible radiation harm to the human body. But with a mech, as long as adequate radiation protection is ensured, safety would significantly increase, alleviating concerns about radiation exposure during outings. Perhaps it is indeed necessary to set up a production line. Su Yun nodded, speaking softly. Whether for the convenience of outdoor work or for trading with other factions in the apocalypse, it is a venture well worth pursuing. After all, who could resist the allure of a stylish, highly secure mech? Chapter 36. The closed door. 12 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. The tsunami triggered by the earthquake was immensely powerful, affecting half of the Pacific Ocean, creating towering waves. An endless expanse of tumultuous waters surged toward the coastal city at a staggering speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Calculations indicated that as it approached the continental slope near the coastline, the energy of this wave would peak, generating a tsunami reaching heights of 50 meters and penetrating the continent by over 20 kilometers. Beep, beep, beep. In the control room of the Hive shelter, Su Yun gazed gravely at the satellite imagery, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. It was evident that as the tsunami shockwave formed, countless radiation sea monsters were being swept along, creating a terrifying tide of monstrous creatures. Yun-gu, there are 53 minutes remaining. All supplies are fully loaded, heavy equipment and machinery have been successfully relocated. And we can close the door now. Yun Minger's voice rang in his ears. Su Yun looked up at the surveillance monitor of the massive door of the steel fortress below, nodding in affirmation. With the last 5,000-ton heavy press moved inside the shelter, all equipment belonging to the Xingyun group had been successfully transferred, entirely filling the ground-level fortress base. This was after a significant portion had already been relocated underground. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was the living supplies. All warehouses, cold storage rooms, and large spaces were brimming, beyond counting. This does not even account for the hundreds of fully enclosed radiation-proof warehouses buried in the Fungi Mountains. There was simply too much to fit inside the shelter, so some items had to remain temporarily outside. Thankfully, everything was finally prepared, ready to seal the shelter and evade the impending apocalypse. Minger, conduct one last inspection, ensuring that nothing has been overlooked, and confirm that everyone is inside before we close the door, Su Yun instructed. Once the door was shut, the entire Hive shelter would remain sealed until after the meteorite impact stabilized. This closure could potentially last for several months. If anyone were left outside, they would have to rely on the backup shelter at the mountainside to accommodate them. Ding. After a thorough scan, aside from the 325 Special Forces personnel in the backup zone and 150 aboard the nuclear submarine, all employees of the Xingyun group had successfully entered, and they would all descend to the underground shelter area within 30 minutes. In less than 10 seconds, Yun Minger conducted a swift verification, ensuring that every individual had been successfully relocated without any omissions. Only then did Su Yun nod, taking a deep breath before continuing. Minger, close the door, lock all valves, and disable the motors. Without my command, no one shall be permitted to open it. Upon receiving the order, the door began to close, with an estimated time of 1 minute and 30 seconds required. Please wait. As soon as the words left his lips, a rumbling sound echoed as the first layer of the 50-meter-wide, 30-meter-high interlocking door of the steel fortress began to move, emitting a thunderous roar. As it traversed its track, the 5-meter-thick steel behemoth slowly began to close. This door is exceedingly heavy, with an extraordinarily high density, constructed with the combined intellect of the top researchers from all research institutes. Ultimately, it weighs over 20,000 tons, requiring 16 large motors to operate each layer. And this door comprises 3 layers. Naturally, its heft signifies its indestructibility and formidable defensive capabilities. Unless one is within the destructive range of a nuclear bomb, these 3 layers will serve as the most steadfast guardians of the Xingyun Hive shelter. Bang! 30 seconds later, the outermost door sealed tightly, maximizing its airtightness, watertightness, and radiation resistance. Subsequently, the second and third layers of the door also closed successfully, and after testing, all safety indicators were deemed normal. Following that, the valves and motors were entirely locked, and the Xingyun Hive shelter was fully sealed. Perhaps the next time it opens, it will be amidst an Ice Age apocalypse. As the door completely shut, the pressure on Su Yun dissipated instantaneously. Fatigue washing over him. At last, they had succeeded. Ever since the information about the meteorite disaster surfaced, the pressure on him had increased day by day, not only for his own sake, but also for the safety of the hundreds of thousands of lives within the Xingyun shelter. Yun-go, you should rest. Behind him, Assistant Jiang massaged Su Yun's shoulders and forehead, speaking compassionately. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded slightly. Having remained in the company and the control room of the shelter, making all critical decisions, he had become quite haggard. Yet, this was an unavoidable reality. The Xingyun group could not function without him, nor could it lack a steady hand. Only with him present each day could there be any semblance of order. As for the mech testing, Li Shiguang, Hao Yang, and Yun Ming'er would oversee that. While he held some interest in such trivial pursuits, they were not enough to compel him, a slacker, to continue working. After such a prolonged battle, it was time for him to enjoy some respite. As he departed, Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, and Chu Xiang'e stealthily entered the control hall, resembling 3 sneaky thieves. I told you, based on my understanding of Yun-gu, he would undoubtedly continue to slack off. Hao Yang chuckled cheerfully. Regardless of the tsunami and the encroaching radiation sea monsters, these were merely trifling concerns for the Hive shelter. Only Su Yun truly comprehended the full extent of the shelter's defensive and safety measures. It is likely that only when the meteorite strikes Blue Star will Su Yun take command of the control room and assume all decision-making authority. As for the mech testing, that was merely a source of amusement for them. This place is quite pleasant, spacious, bright, and comfortable. Li Shiguang plopped himself into Su Yun's chair, propping his feet up in utter contentment. From this vantage point, he could see thousands of computers and personnel below, all diligently carrying out their tasks. The walls ahead, 50 meters away, were adorned with massive screens displaying an abundance of data with crystal clarity, easily grasped at a glance. Whether it be the observational data of the meteorite in space or the deployment status of the nuclear submarine, everything was laid bare. Furthermore, there were crucial surveillance feeds from the Hive shelter, where with a mere word from Yun Ming'er, commands could be issued and actions initiated. Sitting here, one could oversee the entirety of the Xingyun Hive shelter. Chapter 37. The Mecha strikes. To his astonishment, there were even surveillance scenes from their laboratories, featuring a comprehensive 360-degree view and listening devices. How utterly distrusting of them. What do they think we are? Demons or monsters to warrant such scrutiny? Li Shiguang was infuriated. Particularly in Xilinx's biological lab, not only was there complete surveillance, but annotations for various experiments were also conspicuously marked. It was no wonder that even their slightest endeavors were easily detected. There was no semblance of privacy whatsoever. Li Shiguang felt utterly bewildered. Was it really necessary? They were all obedient and diligent, merely a tad mischievous at most. Surely, they did not deserve such relentless oversight? He was exasperated, truly ready to lose it. At that moment, Hao Yang and Chu Xiang'e exchanged glances as they noticed the footage of Su Yun's seat, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, they were harboring several little secrets. And it seemed that Brother Yun might have seen through it all. How embarrassing. Ahem, Brother Shiguang, you should probably get up quickly. This position is not suitable for sitting. If Ming'er reports you again, your allocation of resources for next year is likely to be slashed. Hao Yang coughed lightly, nudging Li Shiguang to pay attention. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang widened his eyes and reluctantly stood up, casting a glance at the computer on the platform displaying Yun Ming'er's mischievous animated expression. In that instant, his legs felt weak, and he nearly broke down in tears. Goodness, where is the loyalty of good friends? Surely, it wasn't necessary to report on him like this? Ahem, Ming'er, let us prioritize testing the mecha. After all, we still need to gather some data for your body. Li Shiguang feigned calmness and spoke nonchalantly. He was determined not to show fear. He, Li Shiguang, feared nothing. All right then, There are still 40 minutes until the tsunami arrives. Cold Wind is already prepared, and the mecha testing footage is about to connect. Yun Ming'er rolled her eyes and remarked, threatening her, "Let them try. Go ahead and report. Let us move aside so as not to interfere with their work. Who knows how formidable this little contraption could be? I hope it doesn't disappoint me. And remember, when it's time to test the electromagnetic energy hand cannon, Miss Ming'er, please gather some data for me." Chu Xiang'a, stroking his gleaming bald head, hurriedly changed the subject. He then smiled, patting both of their shoulders before striding towards the control console below. He too joined the endeavor of creating the mecha. The intricately designed cannon on the right arm of the mecha was his masterpiece. The electromagnetic energy hand cannon, theoretically, could easily obliterate a warship with the explosive electromagnetic energy beam generated by a miniature nuclear reactor. As for its lethality against biological entities, that remained uncertain. However, the time for battlefield testing had arrived. "Well then, as long as there's a spot, I'm not picky," Li Shiguang replied helplessly, spreading his hands. Although they could observe the Mecha's capabilities and collect data from other locations, none could compare to this one out here. Not only was there the most powerful supercomputer cluster of the Hive shelter, but also the super artificial intelligence Yun Ming'er, providing full computational support. As the first-generation mecha testing site, this place held greater significance and a certain flair of prestige. Moreover, in critical moments, they could issue task directives here, allowing Cold Wind to execute tests according to their plans. Before long, time flew by. Cold Wind, in 5 minutes, the first wave of tsunami will strike, and countless radiation sea monsters will crawl up the Fengyi mountain range. Your sole mission is to secure the ventilation passage of the shelter, utilizing all the capabilities of the mecha. No radiation sea monster is to approach. Aesir's voice resonated within the mecha at that moment. Cold Wind stood before the preparation area's entrance, gazing at the vast waves on the horizon. Through a device resembling VR goggles, he could perceive everything through the mecha's eyes, with data displayed on the screen. Enhancing his understanding of the mecha's combat capabilities. "Leave it to me. I am ready. Whether it's operating heat weapons or engaging in close combat with dual greatswords, I shall be victorious," Cold Wind declared with unwavering determination. However, he felt a tinge of confusion. He knew that while the ventilation passage was a weak point of the Nebula shelter, it was contingent upon the extent of that weakness. Those super-large dual-vortex fan blades possessed such immense torque that they could easily shred him and his mecha if caught in their grip. The vicinity of that entrance was a veritable death trap. Moreover, with a team of top-tier researchers present, any weaknesses would be meticulously guarded against. Whether it be toxic gas or chemical weapons, it was unlikely they could penetrate several layers of defenses. Could it be that the ventilation shaft had yet to be fortified against radiation, rendering it susceptible to damage, thus necessitating his valiant struggle to buy time? Yes, that must be it. What an opportunity to be a hero. It has arrived. Steady now. Don't get reckless. Cold Wind felt a surge of excitement, envisioning himself standing triumphantly upon the corpses of countless radiation sea monsters, defending the ventilation passage. Aesir seemed to sense Cold Wind's confusion and inexplicable fervor. After a moment of calculation, she continued, "Of course, this is merely a simulated task. The ventilation passage itself possesses formidable defense capabilities. If the task fails, it is of no consequence. The primary objective is to test the various data of this mecha. Do not feel too pressured. Furthermore, 3 armed helicopters, fully loaded with ammunition, will be overhead to ensure your safety. Even if the mecha sustains damage or malfunctions, the radiation sea monsters cannot breach your cockpit. Just relax. I am here with you." At her words, Cold Wind felt somewhat sheepish. He had thought the Nebula shelter required him to stand firm and protect everyone's lives. It turned out he had overthought it. However, upon hearing Aesir's reassurance, the last vestige of concern in Cold Wind's heart dissipated like smoke. With such comprehensive protective measures in place, and his life guaranteed, he could indulge in the thrill of the battle, giving it his all. A slight smile crept onto Cold Wind's lips as he gazed eagerly towards the coastline. "Bring it on. Let us welcome the terror of the war mecha," with a rumble. As the waves grew increasingly tumultuous and the continental slope began to rise, the sheer kinetic energy caused the earth to tremble. 20 meters, 30 meters, until the waves reached a height of 50 meters before the Fengyi mountain range. Enough to instill fear in the heart. This was the power of nature, majestic, grand, yet fraught with peril, capable of effortlessly annihilating human structures and lives. At this moment, the fungi mountain range trembled slightly, the air heavy with pressure, as if it could be crushed by the impending tsunami at any moment, instilling dread. Even more terrifying was that Cold Wind could now see, with his naked eye, the throngs of radiation-mutated sea monsters amidst the tsunami. Many of them exceeded 2 meters in length, and he even spotted several monstrous creatures measuring over 10 meters long, their grotesque, mutated appearances causing him to frown. Such creatures truly made one lose their appetite. Cold Wind remarked uneasily. Anyone confronted with a horde of mutated monsters in close proximity, envisioning a battle with them, would certainly feel nauseated. Yet, ultimately, he was the king of special forces. He quickly quelled his fears and disgust. Bang! The tsunami crashed upon the fungi mountain range, surging beneath him from an elevation of over 200 meters. The waves roared at his feet, splashing and expanding outward, with numerous radiation sea monsters being struck down or tossed onto the fungi mountain range by the crashing waves. In the distance, the coastal city's harbor was utterly obliterated. Countless buildings and homes collapsed and were submerged as the tsunami surged forth. Only skyscrapers nearly 100 meters high managed to withstand the onslaught, swaying in the ocean yet remaining upright. This scene unfolded right before Cold Wind's eyes. As he stood in shock, Acier's voice pierced through his thoughts. Attention! The first wave of radiation sea monsters has emerged. There are 15 in total, 5 of which have mutated limbs allowing them to crawl. The largest among them measures 11 meters in length and is located 120 meters below you on the rocky gully. Receiving the command, the Mecha engaged. Cold Wind stomped down with both feet, activating the mechanical pedals and sprinting forward, his hands deftly maneuvering the controls. Bang, bang, bang. The 6-barreled Gatling gun on the Mecha's left arm began to whir to life, while his right hand drew forth a massive, serrated sword from his back. With a flash of red light, the Mecha lunged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, fueled by an overwhelming desire to attack. Chapter 38. Mecha firepower. Testing. The Mecha's steps were urgent and weighty, resonating with a thunderous roar as it trampled upon the earth. Soon, Cold Wind caught sight of the radiation sea monsters. Among them, 10 resembled seals sprawled on the ground, their massive fins slapping the earth with vigor, leaving a trail of viscous green slime in their wake. Additionally, 5 radiation sea monsters, varying from 5 to 11 meters in length, had grotesque limbs sprouting from their underbellies. Some bore 2 front limbs and 2 on their backs, while others had 1 front limb and 1 hind limb, with the remaining 2 areas swollen with pus, oozing repulsive black-green blood, appearing grotesquely mutated. However, the most striking was one exceeding 11 meters in length, akin to a colossal lizard-fish hybrid. Its limbs were lizard-like, yet its body bore a fish's large eyes and scales. It stood with all 4 limbs intact, its claws razor-sharp, as it clawed at the earth. Roaring skyward, it seemed to announce to the continent that it had arrived, declaring that it could ascend to land. A realm without water could not hinder its advance. Meanwhile, the mech, gleaming with a metallic sheen, suddenly leaped before the radiation sea monster. With a resounding thud, a flurry of dust and debris erupted, and the mech rose to its feet, a fierce red light flashing from its eyes as the Gatling gun on its left arm began to spin with increasing velocity. Filthy creature, meet your demise! The chilling voice of Cold Edge echoed through the air. The Gatling gun, engulfed in blue flames, unleashed a staggering 5,000 rounds per minute, targeting the heads and vulnerabilities of the radiation sea monsters before it. With the assistance of Acier, each shot found its mark. This was the inaugural battle of thermal weaponry against the radiation sea monsters, and within the control room, Li Shiguang and his companions were brimming with excitement. Kill! Let them taste death. In this celestial realm, monsters shall be eradicated. Li Shiguang laughed heartily. Damn it. Does this guy even know how to play? Why waste time with a Gatling gun against a horde of monsters? Just blast them with my electromagnetic energy cannon. One shot would obliterate them. Chu Xianga grumbled in dissatisfaction. Nonsense. Have you seen my blue flame Gatling? Over 7,000 rounds per minute, its firing rate is unparalleled. Capable of shredding everything in mere seconds, it's extraordinarily powerful. You're the one spouting nonsense. In terms of might, my cannon can annihilate a tank battalion in an instant. Can yours do that? Are you even comparing this? Such a devastating weapon can be replicated by my thermal explosive rounds. Just wait, tomorrow I'll have a mech equipped with it. Meanwhile, Hao Yang felt a surge of excitement, but observing the two engaged in a heated argument, he could only stomp his foot in frustration. Damn it, this is all my credit. Without my micro-nuclear reactor, the mech wouldn't even move. I'm the real genius here. Anxious, he realized he hadn't designed a weapon system, and in this moment, he felt voiceless. Yet, when it came to firepower, who could intimidate Hao Yang? In that instant, a flurry of ideas sparked in his mind. He too would design a mech weapon system centered around a microreactor, constraining nuclear energy and projecting thermal radiation in the form of laser cannons. It was feasible, a bit challenging, but not overly so. The commotion from the group had instantly garnered the attention of everyone in the control room. In the blink of an eye, all eyes gleamed with anticipation. A mech? Engaged in combat testing against radiation sea monsters? Goodness, how could they have been unaware of such an exhilarating event happening right under their noses? Within 10 seconds, those not occupied with work had gathered around, their eyes alight with fervor. So cool. Li Shiguang, is this thing for sale? I've saved a portion of first-tier resources this year. Can I trade it for this? A certain researcher boldly inquired. Of course, it's for sale. Li Shiguang replied eagerly. First-tier resources. That was equivalent to 100 million Longwa coins before the apocalypse. Moreover, within the shelter, every resource allocation underwent strict scrutiny. It wasn't like the old days when one could simply demand resources. Although he had personally crafted the mech, researching and setting up the production line posed no significant issue. The cost of production could be managed, ensuring at least a 50% profit margin. If he were to be a bit more ruthless, trimming here and there, he could pocket nearly 90% of the resources. A staggering profit. Li Shiguang licked his lips, his mind swirling with visions of wealth. However, he needed to confer with Hao Yang. The raw materials for the micro-nuclear reactor were limited, making it impossible to outfit every unit. It would be best to develop a super high-energy battery capable of powering the mech for over 12 hours. He was confident that Hao Yang could achieve this, perhaps even surpassing expectations. This resource was too lucrative to ignore. He resolved to initiate the project tonight, starting with the fully automated mech production line. He had 3 batches of resources meant for compensation that hadn't been utilized. What better way to invest them? At the same time, under the relentless assault of the rapidly spinning blue flame Gatling, the 15 radiation sea monsters before the mech were reduced to mangled, bloodied remnants, their limbs and flesh scattered across the battlefield. Indeed, the flesh and blood forms of the radiation sea monsters could not withstand the onslaught of thermal weaponry. Cold Edge sneered. Ultimately, they are mere flesh. The supremacy of thermal weapons remains unchallenged. However, after nearly 2 minutes of fire, they had already consumed 1/5 of the ammunition reserves. Such expenditure was excessive, and the firing tubes could not endure prolonged use, risking overheating, jamming, or even explosion. Just as he reflected on this, a commotion arose in the distance, as if a colossal beast was rampaging and wreaking havoc. Attention! A massive radiation source has been detected 50 meters ahead. Measuring 28 meters in length. It has emerged from the sea, posing a significant danger. Please refrain from close contact. Activate the electromagnetic energy hand cannon immediately. Ashir's voice rang out. As her command concluded. Under her guidance, the electromagnetic energy cannon on the mech's right arm began to charge slowly, an infinite energy being contained within, its fiery glow becoming increasingly radiant. At this moment, Cold Edge needed only to raise his arm, and Ashir would automatically lock onto the target, fine-tuning various parameters until Cold Edge pressed the firing switch. Aren't we going to test the mech's close combat capabilities first? Cold Edge lamented. Somewhat reluctant, he had prepared 2 great swords, eagerly anticipating a thrilling battle, and the 28-meter-long sea monster ahead was an excellent opponent. Close combat testing can wait. The radiation sea monster ahead poses too great a danger. Your safety must be ensured, Ashir explained. Upon hearing this, Cold Edge had no choice but to concede. After all, he felt a twinge of fear. If the mech truly could not withstand such a massive creature, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, in the control room, Li Shiguang and his companions were under the scrutiny of hundreds of eager eyes, the atmosphere rife with noise. Go on, don't hesitate. The bald guy's electromagnetic energy hand cannon looks formidable. With its energy concentration, one shot could certainly penetrate 10 meters of specially reinforced steel, right? It is indeed powerful, but its effectiveness against biological monsters seems limited. It possesses only penetrating destructive power. If it were to face modern technology, the electromagnetic explosion alone could obliterate all electronic devices within a 500-meter radius. Would that affect our shelter? If something goes awry, Yungu might get furious. Just as the words left their lips, everyone turned to Chushanga, as if silently imploring him not to mess things up. However, Chushanga remained unfazed, stroking his head with a smile. Rest assured, I've installed a newly developed isolation layer in our shelter, which can effectively block 99.9% of electromagnetic effects. It insulates against all electromagnetic interference. Not only would this hand cannon have no effect, but even electromagnetic disturbances caused by meteor impacts would not penetrate our shelter. In terms of research on electromagnetic forces, he could confidently claim to be second best on Blue Star, with no one daring to challenge him for the top spot. A mere localized electromagnetic disturbance was hardly a concern. As the narrative unfolded, it was a monstrous creature with an extraordinarily large mouth, reminiscent of a gaping abyss filled with jagged teeth. When it opened its maw, it could easily swallow a small cargo vehicle, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Even from 50 meters away, how does it sense our presence without moving? Cold Edge pondered gravely. The radiation monsters emitted no heat, their icy forms betraying no warmth. They could only be perceived by the naked eye or through fluctuations in radiation levels. Only upon death would their cells heat up due to nuclear radiation, eventually melting into a grotesque mass. But how did the radiation creature detect his position? If the mech remained motionless, it was akin to being an inanimate object. This creature was suspicious. There had to be a catch. Calculating, Ashir's voice broke through his thoughts. There is an 80% probability that it senses heat sources, a 30% probability that it detects the threat of the Gatling thermal weapon, and the most likely scenario, attraction to the nuclear reactor. Cold Edge narrowed his eyes, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If the nuclear reactor attracted radiation sea monsters, then his current predicament was akin to a delectable morsel appearing in a ravenous wolf's den. Soon, he would be surrounded by countless radiation sea monsters, capable of tearing the mech apart in mere moments. Ashir, your calculations are giving me chills. How about we retreat? Cold Edge swallowed hard, glancing anxiously around. As if the serene mountains concealed a horde of ravenous radiation sea monsters fixated on him. The tsunami had washed over the entire Fengi mountain range. Who knows how many radiation sea monsters had crawled up the mountain? No matter how formidable the mech, it couldn't possibly withstand an endless onslaught of monsters. It's already too late. Attention! The radiation sea monster ahead is exhibiting signs of preparing to attack. Beware of its mouth and tail. I recommend firing the electromagnetic energy hand cannon immediately. Cold Edge steeled himself, focusing his attention on the colossal creature measuring 28 meters in length, its head occupying a third of its body. With a 10-meter-long, robust tail tipped with a conical venomous sac. Its combat prowess was not to be underestimated. At that moment, it lowered its massive form, its gaping maw slightly ajar, powerful limbs coiled, ready to pounce on the mech at any moment. 50 meters was merely a few strides for it, causing Cold Edge to feel a surge of anxiety. Despite being a seasoned Special Forces operative, being preyed upon by such a terrifyingly large beast posed a genuine threat to his life. Shaking his composure, ready the electromagnetic energy cannon. Ashir, let us obliterate it. Cold Wind raised his arm decisively, aiming intently at the head of the radiation sea monster, shouting, I have received the command. I will assist in the attack. Please prepare for the recoil of the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. A chilling voice echoed from Ashir. Recoil? Cold Wind was taken aback. This mecha weighed a staggering 18 tons, and how much recoil could such a small hand cannon possibly generate? After all, he had felt nothing even after 2 minutes of full-speed fire from the Gatling gun. However, before he could ponder this further, a thunderous roar erupted, and the colossal radiation sea monster leapt into the air. In just 2 strides, its grotesque maw was suddenly before him. Before he could react, a blinding red beam filled his vision, accompanied by a deafening roar in his ears. In that moment, Cold Wind had only one thought. What the hell? Did it just blow up? His eyes bulged as a powerful shockwave slammed into his chest, causing excruciating pain. His ability to breathe was instantly constricted, and with a ringing in his ears, he felt himself on the brink of fainting. Almost in tears, Cold Wind recalled the operating manual, which described this as an electromagnetic hand cannon with merely strong penetration capabilities, making no mention of recoil. Yet, this device had actually sent the mecha flying. Was this truly a hand cannon? It felt more like a doomsday artillery piece. What a disaster for my teammates. Meanwhile, in the control room, everyone witnessed the dazzling red beam, bolstered by the nuclear reactor. This shot from Chu Xiang directly propelled the mecha into the air, lingering for 2 seconds before it staggered backwards several steps before stabilizing under the pressure of the balance system. No one doubted the lethality of this shot. It was a terrifying close-range energy weapon, rivaling high-intensity focused laser weapons capable of obliterating most obstacles in its path. Amazing. This shot is like a demon descending from the heavens. It's truly a manifestation of the divine. Someone exclaimed, I can almost see my great-grandmother. Indeed, the combination of the electromagnetic restraint device and the miniature reactor yielded a power far exceeding the sum of its parts. With significant room for enhancement. That's not so outrageous. Another chimed in. It looks quite spectacular up close, but it still counts as a close combat weapon. It won't be as effective at a distance compared to laser weapons. Just wait, my research is already making headway. Success will come in no more than 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Xiao Haizi, are you getting ahead of yourself? Among the crowd? Some were excited, some provided rational analysis, while others remained skeptical. Particularly, Li Shiguang wore a displeased expression. How could this trivial device steal his thunder? Wasn't his blue light Gatling gun impressive in its own right? In terms of powerful thermal weaponry, he had numerous large-scale equipment that couldn't even be mounted on the mecha, each one rivaling the electromagnetic energy hand cannon in power. Whether it was the rapid-fire cannon mounted on warships, swarms of drones for bombardment, or high-energy thermobaric bombs, once activated, they unleashed devastating attacks. It seemed that to uphold his title as a master of weaponry, the miniaturization of weapons surrounding Mecha was imperative. He would not concede defeat. A minute later, Cold Wind regained his composure, still shaken, feeling greater pressure than from the radiation sea monster itself. That recoil nearly crushed me. Cold Wind muttered in trepidation. It appeared that this mecha indeed had some flaws. It was likely still an immature product from the laboratory. Shaking his head in resignation, he was relieved that the outcome was favorable. Looking up, he spotted the massive corpse of the sea monster lying not far from the mecha. A gaping hole, 2 meters in diameter, had been blasted through its fish-like head, with copious black-green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Through the gaping cavity, a charred trail over 100 meters long marred the ground behind the radiation sea monster, finally vanishing into the sea, sending up plumes of steam. With a single strike, this enormous beast had been slain in an instant, exhibiting no capacity for resistance. Indeed, thermal weapons were the most formidable means of attack. But it lacked excitement. Next, it would be a close-quarters duel with cold weapons, wouldn't it? Cold Wind felt a surge of eagerness, stowing away the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Its power was undeniable, yet he had no desire to use it again. It felt like a death sentence. Ding! Pilot S vital signs are normal. Mecha damage, 0.5. Condition, good. Continued combat is possible. Next, please eliminate 49 small radiation sea monsters in the mountain range at the 9 o'clock direction, just as the mecha was undergoing its testing. In Shelter Zone 1 below, Su Yun, residing in a luxurious villa, was also aware of the mecha's situation. What significance does testing weapon power hold? I need survival and protection capabilities in the face of radiation sea monsters in a post-apocalyptic environment. Dressed in a silk nightgown, Su Yun lounged on the sofa, munching an apple while glancing at the tablet in his hands, his face a mask of incredulity. Did these people truly intend to construct a war mecha? It would be far more useful to launch a ballistic missile from a nuclear submarine. However, at that moment, Assistant Jiang, who was idly playing a mobile game on another sofa, suddenly spoke up. Brother Yun, that's not necessarily the case. Think about it. Other shelters lack our armed forces for self-defense. If radiation sea monsters invade the mainland, they will be in dire straits. Moreover, the mecha can carry weaponry and ammunition. Isn't that akin to trafficking arms? In the context of the post-apocalyptic threat posed by radiation sea monsters, This could be an extremely lucrative business. Chapter 40. The Mecha profit plan. Su Yun stroked his chin. Deep in thought, he had previously contemplated selling mechas after the apocalypse. Whether for the safety of a radiation-proof cockpit or the convenience of outdoor activities, mechas would play a significant role, perhaps after a few months of the apocalypse. If their Xingyun group aimed to venture out, they would need a standard mecha to ensure their lives remained unthreatened. According to statistics from Longhua, there were over 300,000 small personal shelters within the nation. Furthermore, there were numerous family-style and enterprise-style medium-sized shelters, certainly exceeding 10,000 AS for large shelters capable of accommodating thousands of inhabitants. There were hundreds scattered throughout. These locations were all situated far from the coastline, deep inland, covering a significant portion of Longhua. Moreover, these shelters lacked protection from the Longhua armed forces, belonging instead to individuals and collectives. In a nation that prohibited thermal weapons, their armaments were limited to knives, arrows, crossbows, landmines, and homemade firearms for self-defense. If they encountered large radiation sea monsters, they would have no means of resistance. With this in mind, Su Yun narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. In the post-apocalyptic world, resources were always insufficient. Trading mechas would undoubtedly be a sustainable source of lucrative income, especially with the added trade of firearms and military equipment. Who could resist such a grand opportunity? After all, for other shelters, resources were limited to food and basic necessities. With little else of use, however, a mecha coupled with thermal weapons would guarantee survival, a divine artifact for those venturing outside. When it came to life, no one could resist AS for the traded resources. They would naturally consist primarily of vegetables, fruits, fresh poultry, and seafood. Even though their Xingyun Hive shelter had ample space, with over a dozen cultivation and hydroponics areas occupying 2 large underground spaces, they could scarcely meet the demands of 500,000 people. The supply of fruits and vegetables was insufficient. Hired staff and families could only collect 1 portion of fruits, vegetables, and fresh ingredients per week, requiring Xingyun points for purchase. Internal staff and families had the opportunity to receive 1 free allocation weekly, along with a second chance to purchase with points, though each portion was minuscule, merely enough for a family to satisfy their cravings and supplement their nutrition. These cultivated resources required time to mature. Even with their new technology that could hasten growth without side effects, it was impossible to provide unlimited supplies daily. This was the only flaw of their Xingyun Hive shelter. Therefore, since the Xingyun Hive shelter lacked these essentials, why not sell mechas directly, allowing other shelters to trade with them? This would not only enhance the quality of life within the Xingyun shelter, but also provide other shelters with sufficient armed forces to fend off radiation sea monsters. What's not to like? After all, a post-apocalyptic world devoid of trade and interaction would be utterly devoid of enjoyment. Of course, they would ensure they earned a fair share. This truly had great potential. Su Yun glanced at the now somewhat unappetizing apple in his hand. Deep in thought, improving the quality of life was imperative. However, this could only be implemented after the series of disasters caused by the meteorite strike had passed. Time was still ample. They merely needed to prepare in advance, which would not impede the development of the Xingyun Hive shelter. Menger, note this down. Our first business venture after the apocalypse will be mechas and thermal weapons, Su Yun declared. Understood, Brother Yun. I have good news to share. Li Shiguang also has plans to trade mechas and has partnered with Hao Yang to modify the mechas and production line, aiming to stake a claim on the resources of other Xingyun research staff. No need for you to persuade them. This was indeed good news. Ha ha ha. Free labor falling into our laps. Li Shiguang and his crew could only dabble within the confines of the shelter. Meanwhile, he had access to shelters not only within Longhua but across the globe, an entire market at his disposal simultaneously. Cold Wind fought valiantly, his mecha adorned with countless remnants of limbs. He stood atop a small hill, his left hand operating the Gatling gun, unleashing a rapid succession of 3-shot bursts, while his right hand wielded a massive shark-toothed sword, cleaving downwards at the oncoming radiation sea monster with a single stroke. Both the bullets from the Gatling gun and the sharp blade of the sword possessed an alarming lethality against biological forms. For radiation sea monsters under 5 meters in length, a single strike from the shark-toothed sword could sever their heads. However, those exceeding 5 meters posed a threat to the mech. A few seconds of continuous fire from the Gatling could instantaneously shred their bodies apart. Information confirmed that the nuclear reactor emitted an irresistibly terrifying allure for the radiation sea monsters, compelling them to risk their lives in pursuit. Aesir's voice echoed in Lungfeng's ear. Upon hearing her words, the tense Lungfeng nodded. He had anticipated this. Aside from the nuclear reactor, what else could his mech possess that would make these repulsive radiation sea monsters so desperately seek to seize it? Aesir, what should I do? My stamina is nearly depleted. In half an hour, I will be unable to retaliate, Lungfeng exclaimed anxiously. Throughout the entirety of the Fungi mountain range, the radiation sea monsters that had crawled ashore detected the presence of the nuclear reactor. Wave after wave of reckless assaults surged towards him, draining his stamina to the last ounce, leaving him with a sense of hopelessness as if the slaughter would never cease. If anyone on the entire Blue Star understood the terrifying nature of the radiation sea monsters, it would undoubtedly be him alone. While one or two radiation sea monsters were not daunting, the relentless onslaught of endless hordes was the most nightmarish scenario. Moreover, the ammunition for the Blue Gatling was running low. The automatic ammunition compartments strapped to his legs and back had been exhausted, leaving him with less than 1,000 rounds. Sustained fire could only be maintained for 7 to 8 seconds. And to take down a large radiation sea monster required hundreds of bullets. Once the ammunition was depleted, he would have no choice but to resort to wielding the shark-toothed sword, leaving him with only the electromagnetic hand cannon, which would inflict 1,000 casualties on the enemy while inflicting 800 on himself. His firepower was far too singular, lacking in wide-area destructive capability. Ultimately, he was merely a steel toy. Against a swarm of radiation sea monsters, he would be far less effective than a single thermobaric bomb. Aesir, I have contacted the command center. The emergency test has concluded, and the armed helicopters are on their way. Aesir's voice brought a breath of relief to Lingfeng. This mech test mission was no easy task. Surrounded by radiation sea monsters, his life felt as if it were ensnared in a den of tigers, with the only tool in his hand, a mere fruit knife, providing no sense of security. Chapter 41. Genetic Allure. The mech's retreat plan had long been prepared. 3 armed helicopters deployed, fastening 9 ultra-high-strength chains to the mech before hoisting it off the ground, escaping the onslaught of the radiation sea monsters. As the view slowly ascended, Lungfeng exhaled a sigh of relief, easing his taut nerves. That was exhilarating. Facing an endless swarm of radiation sea monsters, I'm beginning to suffer from a fear of inadequate firepower. Lungfeng chuckled, however, gazing at the myriad of enraged radiation sea monsters below. A weight settled in his heart. There were far too many of them in the ocean. Countless, indeed. What was most alarming was their mutation, granting them limbs and terrestrial respiration, allowing them to venture onto land. Perhaps soon, their presence would be felt worldwide, posing a lethal threat to all shelters. If that were to happen, it would be utterly terrifying. After all, not all shelters possess the robust defenses and firepower akin to a beehive, standing steadfast as a mountain. Should the weaker shelters fall prey to the radiation sea monsters, they would undoubtedly face extinction. Was this world truly on the brink of catastrophe? Lungfeng increasingly sensed that this disaster was on par with the devastation wrought by meteor strikes. Meanwhile, in the command center, Li Shiguang and others had finally quieted down. Their faces still flushed with excitement. The defensive and safety measures were sufficient. The heavy high-strength alloy served its purpose well, as even a 10-meter-long radiation sea monster could only leave a 10-centimeter deep scratch with its claw. Following this series of tests and battles, the damage sustained was only around 10%, remaining within manageable limits. Yet, firepower was still lacking, particularly in large-area destructive capabilities. Simply put, they needed group attack firepower. Li Shiguang reclined in his chair. Stroking his chin in contemplation, if possible, he would have liked to equip the mech with high-velocity cannons and devastating thermobaric weapons. However, circumstances did not permit. The rapid-fire cannon was too large to mount. And even if miniaturized, there were issues with ammunition capacity. With limited space on the mech, it would be unlikely to carry more than a few boxes, and doing so would compromise the mech's stability and agility. As for thermobaric bombs, each exceeded a meter in length, taking up too much space and likely rendering the mech cumbersome. Moreover, the launcher posed a problem. It couldn't simply be mounted on the mech's back and fired. Could it? The very thought left Li Shiguang speechless. The essence of a mech lies in close-quarters combat, embodying a mechanical beauty akin to a steel behemoth. If one were to think this way, what was the point of a mech? A single ballistic missile could obliterate an entire swarm of radiation sea monsters. it seemed that the research into the mech's weaponry and firepower was indeed a significant issue. Beside him, Hao Yang also shook his head. Although they were passionate and excited about the mech testing, they remained deeply dissatisfied with the results. In confronting the radiation sea monsters, the initial design of the mech appeared somewhat rudimentary, with numerous areas ripe for improvement. For instance, the ultimate move, thermotic radiation energy cannon. Yumenger's analysis then chimed in. First, the mech lacks flight capability. It is advisable to utilize the immense energy supply from the mini-nuclear reactor to equip the mech with jet propulsion devices or achieve a temporary hovering capability. Second, the cockpit's shock absorption and protection are gravely inadequate. Whether from the impact of close-quarters combat or the discharge of the electromagnetic hand cannon, it poses a significant risk to the pilot's safety, potentially threatening their life. Third, the ammunition capacity is far too limited, and the firepower is severely lacking. It is recommended to develop miniature laser weapons, and the energy accumulation of the electromagnetic hand cannon needs to be regulated to control its power, enhancing the mech's swift maneuvering combat ability. Fourth, the cold weapon, the shark-toothed sword, is insufficiently sharp. As the size of the radiation sea monsters increases, so does the density of their flesh and bones. Once confronted by monsters exceeding 15 meters in length, it becomes challenging to inflict fatal damage. Fifth, sixth, as Yumenger continued her analysis, Li Shiguang's face turned pale. This was a masterpiece that had consumed much of his effort. Could it truly be so inadequate? Yet, he was not entirely surprised. After all, during the mech's creation, he had never anticipated the existence of such colossal beings as the radiation sea monsters. A mech standing 5 meters tall and weighing 18 tons seemed insufficient. As radiation sea monsters often exceeded 10 to 20 meters in length, he needed a mech that was larger in size and possessed greater firepower. A glint of determination sparked in Li Shiguang's eyes. The emergence of radiation sea monsters not only provided a purpose for the mech, but also ignited his competitive spirit. The clash between mutated radiation sea monsters and steel behemoths would reveal which was truly superior. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the command center. Attention all units, the second wave of tsunamis caused by 5 hydrogen bombs is imminent. Please monitor the ventilation ducts and main gates closely. As her words faded, the main screen displayed surveillance footage of the shelter's entrance. At that moment, the 30-meter-high 3-layered gate was completely submerged in seawater, with 3 radiation sea monsters over 15 meters long crashing against it, clawing and scratching. The surrounding waters were increasingly swarming with them. As time passed, their numbers grew denser. It seemed as if something within the shelter was drawing them in. Everyone's expressions turned serious, yet they remained unperturbed. The gravity of the situation stemmed from the fact that the radiation sea monsters could sense the nuclear power station within the beehive shelter, a notion that sent shivers down their spines. If that were the case, before the tsunami receded, the shelter's gates would be besieged by countless radiation sea monsters. However, their concerns were unwarranted. The 3-layered gates had been meticulously calculated and tested prior to construction, capable of withstanding multiple ground-penetrating missiles. Even after a century, these radiation sea monsters would not be able to breach them. Regarding the vulnerabilities of the ventilation ducts, they were a death trap. If a radiation sea monster over 30 meters approached, it would be sucked in and shredded. The 20-meter diameter vortex pressurized dual-directional fan blades served as formidable defensive weapons, akin to a meat grinder. Anyone who approached would meet their demise. As expected, the radiation sea monsters' attempts to crash into or claw at the gates were mere tickles, resulting in many of them being crushed and subsequently devoured by others. The smooth metallic surface of the gates showed no signs of damage, standing firm as a rock. Meanwhile, at the ventilation openings, dozens of radiation sea monsters attempted to scale the rocks. Those smaller in size were directly sucked in, transforming into a cloud of black-green mist. Yet, this also signaled a troubling development. The radiation sea monsters possessed an exceptionally keen sense, able to detect the nuclear power station's location even through sealed barriers, suggesting they may harbor other undiscovered abilities. This creature is rather unbelievable. The radiation source of the nuclear power station within the shelter has not leaked a single trace. Tightly confined within the reactor, how could they possibly discern its presence? Someone furrowed their brow in confusion. Indeed, the secrets of radiation organisms warrant further study. I suspect they can not only sense the radiation source but also possess other unknown factors, Resources? Carnivorous instincts? The warehouse within the shelter is stocked with millions of tons of supplies. Perhaps this is a factor that draws them in. It is also possible that certain abundant elemental materials have drawn their attention. Everyone is pondering this issue. Without clarity and resolution, they will continue to be tormented by the radiation sea monsters, which will undoubtedly affect their mood. At that moment, a figure of Xiling suddenly appeared on the large screen. Her expression notably grave. The research has yielded results. The problem is severe, rooted in a genetic level of seductive perception. Whether human or various biological entities, their inherent genetic makeup harbors an intense primal desire. These beings evolve and mutate, and their only means of becoming formidable lies in devouring a sufficiently vast genetic mass, that is, the flesh and blood of numerous creatures. As for nuclear radiation, it merely serves as a catalyst providing energy. Chapter 42. Against the current, this revelation tightened the hearts of those present. The deepest secrets of genes are the very source of life, representing the pinnacle of biotechnological advancement. The radiation sea monsters, evolving through genetic means, far surpass human comprehension in this domain. Moreover, it is a profoundly terrifying prospect. Should the radiation sea monsters consume a significant genetic mass, who knows what form they might ultimately assume? Perhaps by then, even the destructive power of nuclear weapons would pose no threat to them. The thought left everyone in horror. If there exists an instinctual perception at the genetic level, then all the global sanctuaries effectively become a colossal source of bait. A large number of people congregated together, appearing to the radiation sea monsters as a gigantic light bulb, attracting countless of them. Regardless of where the sanctuaries are hidden, once the radiation sea monsters reach the land, they will be besieged by waves of these creatures. Currently, their Nebula Hive sanctuary finds itself in such a predicament. Situated adjacent to the coastline, it is further threatened by the onslaught of tsunamis. On Blue Star, it is the first sanctuary to be attacked by the radiation sea monsters and the first to uncover their secrets. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that if previously the meteor strike was considered the greatest disaster on Blue Star, now, given the relentless destruction of the marine environment by various nations, the ensuing dangers far exceed those posed by the meteor catastrophe. Self-inflicted calamity, indeed. Some shook their heads in lamentation. Had it not been for the frenzied devastation of Blue Star, this unprecedented disaster would not have arisen. Only humanity can annihilate humanity. The destroyers must ultimately pay the price for their actions, a price that threatens the very survival of humankind. Fortunately, there is a silver lining. The tsunami has only penetrated 20 kilometers inland, and the operational range of the radiation sea monsters that can reach the shore is at most 1 to 200 kilometers, rendering the sanctuaries within the Dragon Kingdom relatively safe. No sooner had this been said than a realization dawned upon everyone. Was there not still a tsunami approaching? Suddenly, the alarm blared once more. Attention all units, attention all units. The second wave of the tsunami is imminent and will strike the Fungi mountain range in 30 seconds. On a workstation, a glass cup filled with water rippled slightly. Waves spread outward in concentric circles. The tsunami, possessing tremendous energy, was capable of shaking the earth, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a stampede of horses. However, the Nebula Hive sanctuary's defenses were exceptionally robust. Even this tsunami, towering over 80 meters, could only produce negligible ripples. Here, they stood as the most formidable mega sanctuary on Blue Star, equipped with cutting-edge technology and survival capabilities. The destructive calamities wrought by the tsunami would not affect them. Perhaps only a nuclear strike could truly obliterate the Nebula Hive sanctuary. Soon, the second wave of the tsunami crashed ashore. Just like the first, it surged forward with countless radiation sea monsters following in its wake, advancing deep into the continent. Consequently, the gates of the Nebula Hive sanctuary were surrounded by innumerable radiation sea monsters, remaining entrapped for an extended period. Meanwhile, Su Yun glanced at the scene beyond the door and, in frustration, tossed aside his tablet. This device was best left unexamined, as it could spoil one's appetite. Su Yun's countenance resembled that of someone who had just ingested a fly. Assistant Jiang, wishing to take a glance, was thwarted by his hand shielding her eyes, as he did not wish her to witness such repulsive creatures. One was tolerable, but a multitude was simply intolerable. Brother Yun, the genetic level of seduction is truly frightening. Let us not forget the nuclear submarines are still out there. I worry they might encounter trouble. Assistant Jiang voiced her concerns. In response, Su Yun waved his hand and smiled. The arrangements for the nuclear submarine operations had long been entrusted to Guan Jinlong and Wu Dahu. Furthermore, the nuclear submarines had already prepared defenses against the tsunami and radiation sea monsters. Hiding within a complex and narrow underwater trench. Just days prior, Guan Jinlong had sought his approval to allow the submarine captain to enjoy the Pacific view, appearing completely unconcerned about the radiation sea monsters. Rest assured, the nuclear submarines are well hidden. The massive radiation sea monsters cannot capture them, while the smaller ones cannot breach the submarine's hull, which is laden with munitions. There is no need for concern regarding safety, Su Yun explained. Should an incident occur, it would be justified for them to unleash their full firepower, causing a commotion in the surrounding waters. The Nebula Hive sanctuary had prepared for all eventualities of the apocalypse. Whether for meteor strikes or radiation sea monsters, ensuring their own survival. Just then, a notification sounded on his phone. Ding ding ding, Li Xiaofeng. Damn, Brother Yun. I see the radiation sea monsters you mentioned, swaying right above me. It's utterly revolting, Li Xiaofeng. Guys, who understands? Today, our resource collection team is suited up in protective gear, ready to venture out to dismantle old appliances and materials in the city, only to find ourselves blocked at the door. Unable to get out, Li Xiaofeng. But it's strange. My family's sanctuary is built at the foot of a small hill, and this area is barren and covered in deep snow. The entrance and ventilation openings are perfectly camouflaged. Why are these monsters swaying right at my doorstep? It makes no sense. Upon reading the message, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. He immediately instructed Yunming'er to locate the position of Li Xiaofeng's family-built sanctuary on his phone. Jiangqing? Su Yun was taken aback. Jiangqing is situated in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 900 to over 1,000 kilometers from the coastline. How could the radiation sea monsters have suddenly arrived there? Brother Yun, it's the Yangtze River. The radiation sea monsters are swimming upstream from the estuary. Assistant Jiang leaned over Su Yun's shoulder, peering at the phone screen. This. Su Yun experienced a moment of clarity. How could he have nearly forgotten? Jiangqing is a large city built alongside the Yangtze River, and Li Xiaofeng's family sanctuary is nestled in the nearby hills of the river basin. This area boasts abundant groundwater resources, is deep inland, and has a high elevation, making it unlikely to be affected by tsunamis. Besides their sanctuary, hundreds of small to medium-sized sanctuaries are also clustered there, alongside thousands of individuals and family sanctuaries. Compared to the solitary Nebula Hive sanctuary, it is bustling with activity. Mao urged. Got any photos? Let the group see. I nearly lost my dinner when I first laid eyes on it. You all shouldn't think you can escape. Princess Yaya. No, Shaoli, if you dare to post, I swear I'll come storming to your house. Qinjun. Xiaofeng, don't be timid. I haven't seen it yet. Yaya is 1,000 kilometers away from you. In this blizzard, who goes out will perish, Li Xiaofeng. Hee, sorry Yaya. But I can't be the only one disgusted. A picture was uploaded, clearly revealing the visage of the radiation sea monster. This creature? A bizarre amalgamation of features from several marine and terrestrial organisms, reached over 3 meters in length, possessing a fish head and lion's back, with its neck adorned with unkempt black tentacles swaying in the wind. Utterly repulsive. Even more unbearable was the fact that this radiation sea monster had grown 6 mutated fin-like limbs, awkwardly yet effectively supporting its body, allowing it to flop and move on land. Chapter 43. Research in Beautiful Country Princess Yaya. Oh my god. Shaoli, you're finished. You've sullied my eyes. I'm about to vomit. The group seemed to hear a scream, envisioning a certain princess cursing as she dashed to the restroom to purge. Chu Qinglian. Have some decency? There are still several girls in the group. Ugh. Hua family village girl. Li Xiaofeng. I'm right next door to you. I'll count to 3, and you better come over here. Ugh. Not only the women, but the men in the group were also feeling unwell. This creature seemed to defy existence, a jumbled assembly of features that strayed from the normal course of biological evolution. Wang Xishong. It's not that bad. The first glance might be unsettling, but after a few more, these monsters are quite fascinating. My dad is the richest. Indeed, the more I look, the more I feel like grabbing my golden fire Kylan and giving it a blast. Treating it like a game. The uglier, the more thrilling. It's rather amusing. Upon seeing Mao Erg's message, everyone was taken aback. Good heavens, over 30 meters in length. That's the size of a deep-sea behemoth. Ordinary folk would never have the opportunity to witness such a creature. Truly, Mao urges impressive. His energy levels are always remarkable, Su Yun. Everyone wants to see. Just ask me. I've got a plethora of them here, all bustling about. As Su Yun continued to observe, he began to entertain mischievous thoughts. Radiation sea monsters exceeding 30 meters in length are indeed rare. They likely have not yet fully matured. However, he had plenty measuring between 10 to 20 meters. Not to mention those under 10 meters, which were abundant in the Esiadai in the video. At first glance, the ocean is filled with glimmering green fish eyes beneath the surface, accompanied by grotesque and bizarre forms that evoke a sense of plunging into an abyss. Before a colossal iron gate, reminiscent of the gates of hell, lies the desired realm of the irradiated sea monsters. They relentlessly batter the door, yearning to create a breach, unwilling to retreat even in the face of death. Yet, alas, this formidable barrier is impervious. No matter how violently they collide, it remains unyielding. The images and footage sparked a frenzy among the onlookers, who could hardly believe their eyes. Qin Jun exclaimed, "Goodness, the Nebula group is truly extraordinary, even engaging head-on with the irradiated sea monsters." Wang Zhichong remarked, "Indeed, the coastline is a death zone. This is the Nebula group. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished hundreds of times over by now." Li Xiaofeng pondered, in comparison to the hellish crisis faced by the Nebula Hive shelter, these few monsters outside my door seem merely like fledglings in a novice zone. Mao Urge interjected, "Let us not speak of anything else. Brother Yun is genuinely formidable, seemingly more resilient than my own underground nuclear defense facility. I shall cling to this strong ally and hope to visit you soon." Meanwhile, Su Yun observed the flattery within the group, disregarding Ye's outcry, and smiled slightly. If they were to witness the mech's testing against the irradiated sea monsters, they would undoubtedly leap with excitement. After all, this group of gaming enthusiasts would never turn down the opportunity to see a powerful mech wreaking havoc among the irradiated sea monsters. However, for them to visit him, that would likely be a matter for several months hence. Simultaneously, within the borders of Long Nation, the threat of the irradiated sea monsters making landfall was detected. Despite the extreme weather conditions, a defensive line was established 200 kilometers offshore. Countless radiation monitoring devices and cameras formed a surveillance perimeter extending over 10,000 kilometers. Furthermore, at the mouths of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, 5 thick barbed wire fences were erected to prevent the irradiated sea monsters from swimming upstream, alongside the stationing of heavy artillery troops. As time passed, the unprecedented snowstorm blanketed the globe, severely damaging communication towers, leading to a profound stillness across Blue Star. Over 90% of land-dwelling animals and humans not residing in shelters perished, leaving only the last 10% to languish within sturdy, enclosed structures. 5 days later, the impending meteor strike loomed less than a week away. The electromagnetic chaos caused by 5 hydrogen bombs had dissipated significantly, and the scenes within the territorial waters of Little Day Country were now being monitored by satellites from various nations. At that moment, the sea lay calm, with no sight of a single irradiated sea monster, save for the debris of countless structures that had fallen into the water. It was as if the prior explosions and the myriad of irradiated sea monsters surfacing to roar were mere figments of the imagination. Rendering the observers incredulous, in Bear Nation, a perceptive observer noted, "It's evident that something is amiss. Where are the corpses of the irradiated sea monsters? The immense radiation levels should surely attract other creatures from different marine territories. Is there a nuclear submarine nearby that could investigate?" Beautiful Nation retorted, "What are you gawking at? This is a good sign, indicating that the irradiated sea monsters have all been eradicated. Stop being paranoid. I refuse to believe they could withstand the might of a hydrogen bomb. Let us focus on blasting those 2 meteors overhead first, and we'll deal with the irradiated sea monsters later." Dragon Nation interjected, "Silence, Eagle Sauce. This is a serious matter. The traits and instincts of these irradiated mutated sea monsters are frightening. They cannot possibly overlook such immense radiation levels. There must be circumstances beneath the surface that we are unaware of." Beautiful Nation retorted, "Damn Dragon Nation, do you think I'll just shut up because you say so? Are you Jesus or my father? I've already stated that the problem is minor. Handle the meteors first." Rooster Nation chimed in, "Enough of Beautiful Nation's overconfidence. Dragon Nation's nuclear submarine should definitely investigate. The calmness is rather excessive. I suspect they may have gained intelligence and are preparing against us if we don't resolve this. I'll be quite anxious. Little Day Country lamented. This is my homeland. You damned dictators, Bear Nation threatened. Are you still chattering? Your 132 shelters are within my nuclear strike range. Don't push me to act. Little Day Country conceded. I was wrong. I'll keep quiet. You all carry on. English Nation quipped. I must say, the hydrogen bomb blast was quite satisfying. Little Day Country doesn't seem to be faring too well. Dragon Nation replied. Wasn't Little Day Country wiped out? Why are they still here? Kick them out. As for the nuclear submarine, it departed 10 hours ago, but the seas are exceedingly perilous now, with numerous large irradiated sea monsters lurking. And they can detect the presence of the submarine, which is quite absurd. If nothing unexpected occurs, they've already evolved into a formidable force. It seems we humans are on the verge of losing the oceans. Beautiful Nation exclaimed, Oh, come on, it's not a big deal. Everyone, take a look at this video. I'm sure you'll find it intriguing that a video uploaded by Beautiful Nation became visible to all United Nations members. It depicted a laboratory scene, with time accelerated that a young black man, after having both hands amputated, successfully regrew them within 36 hours. Moreover, the newly formed hands bore scales and claws, with the scales capable of withstanding close-range gunfire, while the claws were sharp enough to pierce 5mm steel plates with ease. Another scene showed a 70-year-old man lying on an examination table, receiving an injection of a green serum. 3 hours later, his vital signs indicated a reversal to youth. His white hair turned black, and his appearance and physical condition restored to that of a 40-year-old, all while remaining in good health. The consequence was the loss of sight, hearing, taste, and smell, alongside paralysis of the lower body. Nonetheless, this marked a promising beginning. Continuous research would surely yield success one day. Beautiful Nation proclaimed, compared to the advancements in biotechnology, all other issues are trivial. Don't you all desire to possess extraordinary strength and endless lifespans? May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. Thank you very much, he bowed. Chapter 44. Joint Exploration of Life Evolution. Beautiful Nation asserted, Trust me, we've found a breakthrough in the secrets of genetics. If we allow the irradiated sea monsters to continue evolving, the final secrets will eventually be within our grasp. His words were laden with lethal temptation, igniting a spark of desire within the hearts of the audience. The allure of robust physiques, power, and the extension of life was the most coveted aspiration of the rulers. They were unwilling to face mortality or relinquish their current possessions. Yet, life spans merely a century. Everyone ages and succumbs to illness. In the face of the irradiated sea monsters, humanity appears weak and insignificant, akin to ants gazing up at giants. Their greatest strength lies in their intellect, for it is wisdom that has elevated them to the status of dominators of Blue Star. However, the path ahead had become obstructed, with no glimmer of hope in sight. The shackles of genetics firmly restrained humanity's progress, and should they uncover the mysteries of the irradiated sea monsters and break the chains binding the human body, the secrets of life would be laid bare before them. At that moment, the explosive advancements in biotechnology would accelerate human evolution, propelling them past the cold winter of technology and into a new era. In this moment, all fell silent. Amidst great crises like great opportunities, the meteor threatens to collide with Blue Star, calamity looms, and the future appears bleak. Yet if Beautiful Nation's assertions hold true, the current disasters may ultimately prove trivial. Perhaps it would be wise to embrace a mindset of no retreat, wagering the overwhelming odds of victory against the irradiated sea monsters with nuclear weapons for a chance at survival. During the Permanent Members Conference, Bear Nation remarked, I must admit, this temptation is indeed compelling. I am intrigued. However, I propose that the research findings of the 5 permanent members must be shared among us, as none of us fears the others. In this apocalypse, there are no vested interests, only the advancement of life. Rooster Nation concurred. I second that. In addition to sharing technology, we must provide assistance when facing irradiated sea monster attacks. Once the nuclear cleansing protocol is activated, none shall survive. English Nation added, agreed. Apart from our 5 nations, no other countries are permitted to join. Furthermore, we must act in unity. No one should take unilateral actions. Dragon Nation sighed. I, too, agree. I merely hope we do not misstep. The rate of evolution of the irradiated sea monsters is alarmingly rapid. I'm quite concerned about the future of humanity on Blue Star. This is a race against time against the irradiated sea monsters. If we lose, we all perish. Beautiful nation reassured, rest assured, these are minor issues. With nuclear arms as our safety net, victory is assured. Trust me this once. Let us unite for the sake of the future and the evolution of human life. In the end, the 5 permanent members allied to observe the evolution of the irradiated sea monsters, dedicating themselves to the study of genetic life mysteries after surviving the meteor crisis. Meanwhile, within the Nebula Hive shelter's residential area, in a high-end revolving restaurant situated in the central square, Su-Yun stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the employees and their families bustling under the glow of neon lights. His face radiated happiness, filled with myriad sentiments, pride and satisfaction shimmering in his eyes. This is the shelter I envision, isolating us from all external calamities, existing like a peach blossom spring, independent from the world's myriad miseries. Su-Yun murmured to himself. They had succeeded. Even as the external world resembled a hellish landscape, the Nebula Hive shelter thrived in song and dance, living in leisure and ease. I can only hope that this can continue indefinitely. However, at that moment, Assistant Jiang approached him from behind. A look of worry etched upon her face. Brother Yun, there are classified documents that only you can view, she whispered, pressing her lips together. Her words. Su-Yun furrowed his brow. Assistant Jiang's authority was practically the highest beneath him. What could possibly be so classified that she could not access it? Su-Yun reached out to take the tablet she offered, donned his independent headphones, and opened the document before him. Meanwhile, Assistant Jiang, laden with concern, silently withdrew. The moment Su-Yun put on his headphones, Yun Minger's voice resonated. Brother Yun, this information is crucial and alarming. The 5 major powers have reached an agreement to abandon the cleanup operations against the radiation sea monsters. Hearing this, Su-Yun's pupils constricted. Abandon? How could that be? Given the current situation, the sea was teeming with terrifying radiation sea monsters, poised to strike the land at any moment. If left unchecked, within a year or two, this world would likely succumb to the reign of the radiation sea monsters, leaving humanity to cower in the depths of underground shelters, sealing off all exits for self-preservation. Soon enough, Yun Minger intercepted a research video from the beautiful nation, which appeared before Su-Yun's eyes. 3 minutes later, Su-Yun took a deep breath. It was undeniable that the beautiful nation's overt strategy was profoundly alarming. Not only did it sway the 4 major nuclear powers, but it also lured them into an alliance, watching with detached interest until the opportune moment to reap the rewards. They were gambling on the notion that the radiation sea monsters could never evolve to a level that could rival nuclear weaponry, with odds exceeding 98% in their favor. This approach meant that apart from the 5 major powers and other nuclear state shelters, the remaining countries on Blue Star would face a terrifying crisis of radiation sea monsters, leading to the demise of countless humans living in shelters. A myriad of thoughts raced through Su-Yun's mind. The more he pondered, the colder his back felt, eventually leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Was there not a choice here that involved the mutation of radiation sea monsters driven by human genetics? What they sought to accomplish, who could possibly obstruct it? Su-Yun shook his head with a sigh. The evolution of life, such temptation, was something no one could resist, no one. In the next moment, his eyes gradually steeled with determination. Minger, notify the external combat units to set off immediately and capture every surviving human outside. Have the shelters with good relations in the central region assist, with a particular focus on the border between the Stick Nation and the Little Sun Nation, where there are still over 100,000 people hiding alive. Contact the Stick Nation and offer them some compensation to help us with the transportation. Secondly, upon successful capture, we can authorize the opening of the emergency passage in the ventilation ducts to send everyone into the biological laboratory. Thirdly, inform Zi-Ling to prepare for human experimentation immediately, lifting all prohibitions and restrictions placed upon her. Show her this video and information. I trust she will understand my intentions. Su-Yun spoke with unwavering resolve, his countenance grim, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Should there come a day when this world could not withstand the assault of the radiation sea monsters and fell into utter ruin, the Star Cloud Hive shelter would certainly not be among the fallen, absolutely not. At that moment, within the biological research laboratory, Zi-Ling donned a white lab coat. bending over to observe a massive glass chamber encased in layers of protective systems. Inside were 5 small white mice. Aside from their discernible heads, there was nothing else that linked them to their species. Each body bore multiple dark green scales and limbs that were not their own. Twisted and mysterious, grotesque yet uncanny. Clearly, these were not the biological characteristics of a single species, yet they coexisted flawlessly, merging into one. Even through her thick glasses, Ziling's fervent gaze could not be concealed. Her face adorned with a smile that hinted at a morbid affection. The secrets of genetics truly represented the most exquisite landscapes of life. I can hardly wait to peel you apart piece by piece. He, Ziling chuckled elegantly. After laughing for a while, she lamented. Ah, a kindred spirit is hard to find. Wait for me. It won't be long now. Once the meteor falls, we shall explore the mysteries of life together. Ziling's eyes were tranquil as she murmured to herself, as the metallic door behind her descended. The sound of valves hissing echoed, and even the observation room was sealed tightly. Before her lay a vast space, constructed from metal and glass, filled with hundreds of biological researchers and scholars connected to the biological field, equipped with all manner of facilities. Her personal laboratory was still several hundred meters away. As she walked, everyone around fell silent, daring only to steal glances at Ziling's back while whispering, "Sister goes in to check on those 5 little white mice every day." Good heavens, just the mutated tissues and viruses injected into them could annihilate a nation. Let alone the other unknown changes. I wouldn't even dare to take a glance, someone whispered in awe. The memory of those 5 little white mice's danger sent shivers down everyone's spines, in biological research. The more one understood, the more one would fear, to the point where the very instincts of the body could not overcome it. Yet Ziling seemed devoid of any such instinct, as if born a prodigy in the field of biological research. Chapter 45. The A3 Crisis Tap. This was a personal biological laboratory exceeding 300 square meters, filled with a multitude of glass jars and research facilities. Aside from a bed and a washroom, nothing related to daily life could be found. Before she could sit down to review the progress of her next viral research report, the broadcast in the biological laboratory suddenly blared. Notification. Human experimentation permissions granted. Commence in-depth research into the genes, mutations, and evolutionary traits of the radiation sea monsters, with unlimited resources supplied. Notification. Human experimentation unlimited. The first batch of 500 individuals will be delivered to the deepest P4, level sealed laboratory in 12 hours. Notification. Ziling's priority supersedes all. Any forbidden research can be conducted within controllable limits. Everyone, Brother Yun will from now on support your full scientific endeavors. The future of the Star Cloud Hive shelter relies on your assistance. As the announcement concluded, the documents in Ziling's hands fell to the ground, and in an instant, a figure dashed forth towards the deepest laboratory. Upon receiving the command, a data backup manifested on her computer screen. A 7- or 8-year-old girl resembling a 7-colored goldfish. Named Xiao Jinli, symbolizing good fortune. She was responsible for the research within the Star Cloud Hive shelter and served as an auxiliary intelligent assistant to all researchers. On the computer, Xiao Jinli sighed and pouted, but soon began to pray, her expression quite serious. Boom, boom, boom. 15 armed helicopters, laden with munitions, braved the wind and snow as they advanced deep into the continent. Point 3 of the helicopters bore a Mecha glinting with metallic sheen beneath the sunlight. A truly spectacular sight. Countless radiation sea monsters surged and roared beneath the water, observing the aerial spectacle. Some even leaped into the air, attempting to bite down on an armed helicopter. Unfortunately, the helicopters were all above 500 meters. Too far for any impact. At that moment, Captain Chun, capturing these 2 individuals to IT, can't possibly be what I'm thinking, right? A young Special Forces operative on one of the helicopters spoke up, glancing at co-pilot Chen Lijun. Chen Lijun understood his implication and smiled, waving his hand. Just remember, everything we are doing now is sanctioned by Star Cloud. It's merely a capture. No one is asking you to kill if you're feeling burdened. Just observe. A bit of training isn't a bad thing. The young operative quickly defended himself. No, I'm just curious about what could warrant such a significant mobilization for an unlimited capture. This could wear us out. Chen Lijun shook his head, pulling out a special protective tablet from his chest, the screen displaying a map of Blue Star and information on various shelters. Wear out? Don't forget, the Star Cloud group previously traded for ventilation and oxygen supply equipment. Every shelter within the Dragon Nation's borders owes us a favor. Having them assist in capturing the remaining individuals is no problem at all, especially along the border of the Stick Nation, where tens of thousands of Little Sun Nation citizens are hiding. We offered some technological compensation to the Stick Nation to help with capturing and transporting them. Once that's done, we just need to send them into the biological laboratory. The Star Cloud Hive shelter had long been prepared for the capture. They simply needed to deliver the individuals. Moreover, with the assistance of Yunmeng'er, all matters had been arranged, requiring only the execution of the tasks they were assigned, making it all the more effortless. Upon hearing this, the young Special Forces operative still felt a knot of nervousness in his throat. As long as he wasn't foolish, he could guess the motives behind Star Cloud's actions. Everyone understood, yet he dared not voice it. After all, his family enjoyed all the privileges of the shelter, and no amount of sacrifice could repay that debt. All he needed to do was adjust his mindset, accept the mission, and execute it. However, there were only 5 days remaining until the meteor strike. Within those 5 days, they needed to transport as many as possible. If they didn't, they would perish. This was a noble deed. What was there to feel burdened about? The young operative's eyes filled with determination. Understanding, he prepared to execute the mission. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Asian continent, in South Asia, a sudden cry for global assistance emerged from the nation of Asan. Urgent call, urgent call. The radiated sea monsters have inexplicably come ashore and are advancing into our territory. Hundreds of shelters have already fallen. I solemnly declare that without support, we shall activate our nuclear weapons in 1 hour. A satellite video appeared before the leaders of all nations. This is the war between Asan and the tide of radiated sea monsters. Thousands of T-90 tanks have formed an ironclad defense line, the cannons roaring incessantly. Bombers, fighter jets, and armed helicopters unleash their firepower in the skies, with missiles, rapid-fire cannons, and Gatling guns attacking relentlessly. Additionally, many ground-to-ground missile vehicles have been deployed in the rear. Opposing them are the endless, ferocious radiated sea monsters, twisting their bizarre limbs and recklessly charging towards the tank battalion. Explosions occur continuously, with limbs and blood flying, the blackish-green blood saturating hundreds of kilometers of land, melting the ice and snow. Yet, even under the full firepower of Asan, the radiated sea monsters seem inexhaustible, relentlessly assaulting the defensive line. This battlefield, located within the continental territory of Asan, has 3 layers of defense, effectively isolating 80% of the radiated sea monsters. As for the remaining 20%, they have already penetrated deep inland, moving towards various underground shelters with specific targets. At this moment, Asan is in utter disarray. The abnormal snowy weather severely affects the combat capabilities of the soldiers. They must don makeshift radiation protective gear, which hampers their movements considerably, causing great distress in their attacks. They can no longer bear the pressure and are contemplating the use of nuclear weapons to cleanse the entire coastline. Beautiful nation. This fool could have continuously used incendiary and thermobaric bombs combined with gasoline and diesel to create a fiery defense line. Even mutated radiated sea monsters would be drawn to their doom in the face of thousands of degrees of heat. Bear Nation. I can't help. What if you launch nuclear weapons against me? I'm too cowardly. You should fend for yourselves, Kangaroo Nation. Hist. So terrifying. Will Asan really be annihilated by the radiated sea monsters? What about us in Kangaroo Nation? Surrounded by the sea, without nuclear weaponry, I'm sick of this. Tiny Sun Nation. Alas, the wicked Kangaroo Nation, the territory sold to me is only 250 kilometers from the coast. I will surely perish first, Dragon Nation. Ahem. Asan is indeed unfortunate, being the first to suffer an attack by the radiated sea monsters. However, they are far from being in a desperate situation. Just wait a bit longer. There are still 5 days left. The meteor will help eliminate most of the radiated sea monsters. Perseverance is victory. Hard work will pay off, Asan. Damn it. Don't think I'm unaware that this is all you're doing. Merely seeking to study the biological secrets of the radiated sea monsters. Wicked 5 powers, if I perish, you shall not fare well either. However, under the command of Beautiful Nation, Asan ultimately refrained from activating nuclear weapons and instead bombarded the area with tens of thousands of incendiary and thermobaric bombs, creating a fiery defense line stretching 2,000 kilometers. After 3 days of relentless bombardment and the deployment of millions of tons of diesel and gasoline, they managed to halt the radiated sea monsters' advance inland. Nevertheless, in this war against the radiated sea monsters, Asan suffered grievously, with 380 medium and small shelters falling. The destruction of other individual and family-level shelters exceeded thousands, with the death toll surpassing 2 million. Moreover, tens of thousands of radiated sea monsters still roam the interior, posing a significant threat to all underground shelters. Thus, humanity faced a narrow defeat in the first war against the radiated sea monsters. However, for all nations of Blue Planet, this was merely a sudden minor event. Their gaze shifted to the cosmos, burdened with worry, preparing to confront the true apocalyptic disaster. December 30 teach. Only 2 days remain until the meteor strikes Blue Planet. The first space defense line is officially activated. Chapter 46. The two major space defense lines. This day was one of oppression. Under the looming crisis of the approaching meteor, all people of Blue Planet were engulfed in trepidation. Their hearts weighed down as if suffocating. The final 48 hours of countdown felt like a countdown to their very lives. The blood-red numbers appeared as if heralding the arrival of a demon, instilling fear and unease. The defense and interception of this meteor was broadcasted globally, with most satellites of all nations temporarily covering the globe, providing a communication environment. This would be their last function. For once the nuclear weapons detonated or the meteor struck, the ensuing electromagnetic pulse would obliterate them, turning them into falling stars. This was a catastrophe that belonged to all humanity on Blue Planet. Better to use them to their fullest, igniting a flicker of hope for those drowning in despair, illuminating the darkness within their hearts. Dragon Nation Broadcast Station. Fellow compatriots of Dragon Nation, do not grieve. Do not despair, hope remains. Dragon Nation will protect you all. Behold, the first and second space interception defense plans are now ready, uniting the strength of all Blue Planet. We shall take decisive action, and believe that we will successfully destroy the meteor. Meanwhile, within the shelters of Dragon Nation, televisions, computers, and phones displayed a unified scene. This was the view of space. Under the dark veil of the starry sky, two space defense deployments were awe-inspiring. As the image shifted, 3 large space stations in the orbit of Blue Planet had been transformed into war fortresses. Resembling a colossal mechanical spider, apart from the main battle control console, there extended 6 launch bays, each 60 meters long. Furthermore, within each launch bay, 3 nuclear missile silos were constructed, with the enormous launch openings facing deep into the cosmos, the exposed nuclear warheads radiating a profound glow, providing an immense sense of security. This was humanity's ultimate weapon, powerful enough to easily obliterate a super-large international city. In addition, each space station boasted over 100 nuclear warheads, capable of sliding into the silos as the machinery operated. This constituted the second line of defense, the last bastion of Blue Planet's atmospheric protection against the impact crisis, embodying the pinnacle of Blue Planet's technology. Vigilant over the depths of space, with destructive power safeguarding the peace of Blue Planet. As for the first space defense line, situated between Blue Planet and the Moon, it appeared even more magnificent and straightforward from a distance. Over 2,000 nuclear warheads were arranged in space, forming a bombing zone like a minefield, a cubic area measuring 500 kilometers in length, width, and height, quietly awaiting the meteor's arrival. This represented the utmost capability of Blue Planet's technology. They once contemplated constructing sufficient nuclear missile silos on the Moon, launching wave after wave of indiscriminate strikes against the meteor. They also considered dispatching self-destructing space teams, equipped with several nuclear warheads, aboard modified rockets and aircraft, to head towards the meteor's trajectory 2 months in advance. Attempting to land on the meteor and detonate it from within, however, due to various constraints and technological immaturity, both plans were ultimately quashed. The reason being that the difficulty involved was far too great for Blue Planet's current technological capabilities, rendering them impractical. Whether it was to land on the Moon to construct enough nuclear missile silos, or to land on the meteor to place nuclear warheads, calculations indicated a near-zero success rate. There was a high probability of failure midway, wasting substantial manpower, resources, and energy. Although this was the last resort, deployed by countries globally under extremely low success rates, the 2 lines of defense were already sufficient to kindle hope in the hearts of all Blue Planet's inhabitants. In the footage, rockets carrying nuclear warheads ascended continuously, heading towards the 2 space defense lines. They prayed that the power of even one of the warheads could sufficiently impact the meteor itself, diverting it from its collision course with Blue Planet, allowing it to escape the planet's gravitational pull. At this moment, the barrage of comments proclaimed the inevitable victory of Dragon Nation and Blue Planet, creating a lively atmosphere. It's settled. It's definitely settled. Over 2,000 nuclear warheads are enough to shatter that damned meteor. The end of the world crisis is about to conclude. Let us celebrate. Almost everyone lying in the shelters of Dragon Nation picked up their phones, their faces radiant with smiles. Having endured the harsh conditions within the shelters, they reminisced about the times of comfort they once enjoyed. If it weren't for this meteor, they would have lived a life of ease in Dragon Nation, never having to experience such dreadful events. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Nebula Hive shelter, Su Yun and Assistant Jiang sat in command, their expressions grave and serious. As they watched the live broadcast from Dragon Nation, they sighed deeply, concealing the truth, allowing everyone to harbor hope while simultaneously plunging into despair. Su Yun shook his head mockingly. Whether it was the difficulty of intercepting the meteor or the endless radiated sea monsters in the ocean, each would plunge Blue Planet into an apocalyptic state. Still wish to lie down? Just lie down until your next life. Still want to celebrate? Is it that you fear your life's genetic bulb is not bright enough to attract the attention of the radiated sea monsters? Menger, display all the data. In that moment, the true reality appeared before him, more terrifying than anticipated. The meteor's speed was alarmingly fast. Only at this point was the true velocity of the meteor finally calculated. 32.6 kilometers per second, a truly terrifying speed, so swift that humanity could not perceive it in the blink of an eye. So rapid that Blue Planet's nuclear arsenal could not lock onto its position. The so-called United Nations Space Defense Program merely reveals a superficial facade, obscuring the faint glimmer of hope lurking behind the data. Relying solely on these two lines of defense, the Blue Planet is doomed to perish. Even those who seek refuge deep underground will ultimately lose their assurance of survival due to a cascade of disasters. Yun-gu, even I cannot seize that fleeting opportunity of mere seconds. The computational burden is overwhelming, and the margin of error is alarmingly high. Even if all the computers on the Blue Planet were to unite, success would still be elusive. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded slightly. Theoretically, while they possess a 15-second window to detonate the 2,000 nuclear warheads deployed along the first line of space defense, under the collaborative calculations of global supercomputers, the success rate has only risen from an initial 1 to 3% to a mere 5%, which remains rather grim. There are simply too many variables affecting the data, not only signal delays and vast distances, but also the harsh conditions of space and fluctuations in cosmic radiation. Each factor could cause the critical moment for detonation to be missed. Even with the oversight of the superintelligent AI, Yun Minger, accurately calculating the precise moment is a formidable challenge. Thus, they are gambling, awaiting to see how the scales of fate will tip. Soon, with less than 2 hours remaining until impact and under the gaze of the entire Blue Planet populace, the first nuclear defense line finally detonated. Between the Moon and the Blue Planet, 2,000 nuclear warheads erupted in a brilliant display of light, surpassing even the Sun in its radiance. Chapter 47. Interception failure. The sheer force of 2,000 simultaneous nuclear detonations is nothing short of terrifying. Were they to occur on Earth, they would suffice to create an immense parting or even a complete baldness. Yet, even in the void of space, their ferocity remains unabated, with the luminous fireball lingering in the expanse. Time passed incrementally. 0.3 minutes later, the silhouette of the meteorites seemed to vanish entirely. None of the space telescopes on the Blue Planet could capture their presence. United States? No way. Is this it? It seems far too simple. What data? What success rate? I could solve this with a barrage of firepower. Dragon Nation. Is that really all? I find it hard to believe. Let us wait a little longer. Once the radiation from the nuclear blast dissipates, I suspect it won't be as straightforward as it appears. Bear Country? Ura. I hope they are obliterated completely. Do not let them hinder our research into the mysteries of life evolution. At that moment, Su Yun too found it hard to believe. The satellites belonging to the Xingyun group continued to relay images, revealing not a trace of the two meteorites. The charged particles dispersing toward the Blue Planet resonated with its magnetic field, forming a breathtaking aurora stretching over 10,000 kilometers above the Blue Planet. Under the dazzling starlight, it resembled a silken river of stars, as if the blue planet itself were celebrating on behalf of humanity. Expressing relief. Could it be? Have we truly succeeded? Is this even plausible? Or perhaps the true technological prowess of the blue planet has been stealthily advancing without our knowledge. Su-Yun stared in bewilderment, his mind racing. After a moment, he turned to the computer where Yun Ming'er resided, inquiring, a 5% success rate. Ming'er, are you certain you haven't miscalculated? In response, Yun Ming'er rolled her eyes. If she were to miscalculate, her entire program would likely spiral into chaos and crash. Brother Yun, in reality, this 5% probability is only achievable under ideal conditions. Given the technological capabilities of the blue planet, it shouldn't be like this. Let us wait a moment. Yun Ming'er, refused to believe that resolving these two meteorites would be so effortless. Trust in science. It's likely that the thermal radiation has obstructed our capturing devices. Just give it a moment, it's coming, it's coming. Upon hearing this, the corner of Su-Yun's mouth twitched. Isn't this a good thing? Why does it seem as if Yun Ming'er is somewhat hopeful that the meteorites will escape the nuclear blast zone? Oh no, our daughter from the Su family has gone astray. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the chat group was buzzing with excitement. Brother Mao. Guys, we no longer need to endure months of communication blackouts. Let us game on. I'm invincible. You all do as you please. Wang Zhichong. It's all right. Although the meteorites have vanished, there are still radioactive sea monsters. I'm too afraid to go outside, fearing I might encounter a lurking sea creature. My dad is the richest. What a relief. If it weren't for games, we'd surely be bored to death. However, I absolutely won't step out of the shelter until the radioactive sea monsters are dealt with. Princess Yeya. Humph. Stinky Min. What if the meteorites were obscured by the light? Su-Yun glanced at his phone, still not sharing in the joy, when suddenly his eyelids began to twitch. The staff in the hall collectively gasped in astonishment. He abruptly looked up at the large screen, where within the fading glow of the radiation fireball, 3 dark dots gradually emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. I told you it wouldn't be so easy. Brother Yun, look, they are indeed appearing, and one more has joined. Yun Ming'er's haughty tone left everyone in the hall bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Is this joy really justified? Su-Yun turned pale, caught between laughter and tears. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. If all goes as expected, the nuclear blast zone in space has indeed impacted the meteorites, splitting one of them into 2 fragments. Ming'er, stop fooling around. Quickly compute the data and analyze the situation of those 2 meteorites. Su-Yun commanded gravely. Simultaneously, the people of the blue planet had only cheered for less than 5 minutes when the video feed abruptly halted. How could this be? The meteorites were still there, and they appeared to be moving faster. Someone gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Point 1 has turned into 3. Am I seeing things? Could they have appeared out of thin air? Brothers, think positively. This is a good sign. If a 20-kilometer diameter meteorite has split into 3, doesn't that mean its overall volume has decreased, significantly reducing the potential damage to the blue planet? Besides, we still have a second line of defense. There's no need to panic. Trust in the technological might of the blue planet. Indeed, meteorites under 10 kilometers in diameter, even if they were to collide, likely wouldn't cause much harm. The blue planet might just end up with a few bruises. We can weather this for a year or 2, and it will pass. However, at that moment, everyone within the United Nations was in a state of panic. The calculations revealed that the meteorite speed had increased due to the nuclear explosion, exceeding 35 kilometers per second. Moreover, the first meteorite had largely fragmented into 2 pieces, each approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, accompanied by numerous smaller fragments measuring tens to hundreds of meters across. This was the worst possible scenario. Coupled with the concealed third meteorite, they were about to confront 3 celestial disasters, each exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter and hurtling toward them at alarming speeds, causing the success rate of the second space defense line to plummet to freezing levels. England, it's over. The impact points for the 3 meteorites have been calculated. One near the Atlantic close to the European continent, another in Central South America, and the last one in the heart of the Pacific. United States. Well, at least we can consider this a partial success. I'm comfortable as long as it doesn't hit me. Let the celebrations commence, Dragon Nation. Is that so? The one in South America and the Pacific will be enough to give you headaches? Your supervolcano might not survive this. We need to swiftly activate the second line of defense and launch all nuclear weapons, ideally breaking them into even smaller pieces. Bear Country, hold your horses. Let us quickly re-establish the space station activation procedures. We have only 95 minutes left and need to launch 20 minutes in advance. It's urgent. 3 meteorites raced toward them, becoming clearer as they approached the blue planet. Calculations indicated that these 3 meteorites were composed of extremely dense iron and stone, with silicon and nickel-iron alloys comprising equal parts of their composition. This was a mixed bag. At least these meteorites were not predominantly metallic iron, which would have exacerbated the impact on the blue planet. Amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere, the second defense plan was finally set in motion. 3 space stations operated at full capacity, launching 54 nuclear warheads every 2 minutes toward the 3 meteorites. Totaling 6 rounds. As the close-range nuclear explosions occurred in space, the entire blue planet felt the repercussions, with numerous satellites losing connection. The final images captured above the blue planet revealed fireballs ascending through the cloud layers, entirely obscuring the silhouettes of the 3 meteorites. Simultaneously, a multitude of radioactive sea monsters emerged from the depths of the ocean, inundating all marine areas and roaring toward the heavens, creating a scene of sheer terror. It was as if the nuclear explosion in the high atmosphere had provoked them, causing the colossal radioactive sea monsters hidden in the deep sea to surface one after another, independent of one another. Each creature measured no less than 100 meters long, exhibiting various features reminiscent of prehistoric beings. Even more frightening was the glint of intelligence in their eyes. Unlike the usual frenzy of radioactive sea monsters, they seemed to exude fear. With the sky ablaze and monsters surging from the sea, the horizon appeared boundless. Ultimately, this time, fate did not favor them. The interception of the meteorites had failed. Their primary structure remained largely unaffected. 3 massive meteorites were on the verge of crashing down, while countless fragments and debris transformed into meteoric showers, engulfing half of the blue planet. In these last 10 minutes, all nuclear-capable nations were in a frenzy, launching nuclear missiles en masse, hoping to detonate them within the atmosphere. This was their final hope, praying that the meteorites would be torn apart by the nuclear weapons, thereby diminishing the destructive energy upon impact with the Earth and oceans. 10 minutes later, 3 thunderous explosions erupted, accompanied by the embellishment of thousands of mushroom clouds. From the vantage point of space, it appeared as though 3 colossal, crimson blemishes had risen above the blue planet, radiating an immense and devastating energy that spread in all directions. Seismic waves enveloped a significant portion of the blue planet. Continental plates fractured, and countless volcanic eruptions burst forth under insufferable pressure, resulting in landslides and tsunamis. The entire blue planet seemed to shudder violently, bringing forth humanity's most terrifying calamity. In that very moment, a powerful electromagnetic pulse enveloped the planet, causing magnetic fields to go awry, severing all external communications and leaving electronic devices to emit smoke and sparks instantaneously. Except for specially constructed satellites, a multitude of ordinary communication satellites plummeted to Earth like meteorite debris. This apocalyptic scene evoked a profound sense of despair. In the Nebula Hive shelter, alarms blared with an urgent intensity. "Cloud Brother," an anxious voice called out. Calculations from the last super-apocalypse satellite image reveal that the meteorite descending upon the Pacific has mostly disintegrated upon impact. 2 fragments, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, are hurtling towards us at speeds surpassing 20 kilometers per second. Additionally, over 200 micrometeorites, ranging from 10 to 1 meter in diameter, are expected to land within 40 kilometers of our location. Su Yun gazed at the now blank screen with a look of utter despondence, envisioning the widespread disasters that now plagued the blue planet, with no escape for anyone. They, too, faced the imminent threat posed by the 200-meter-wide fragments, the destructive force of which rivaled that of 2 small-yield nuclear explosions detonating nearby. Well then, given this situation, it seems even the nuclear submarines are rendered blind. We'll have to endure this? Su Yun lamented, shrugging his shoulders. Thousands of nuclear warheads and the electromagnetic pulse from the meteorite impacts enveloped the globe instantaneously, leaving no room for defense. Their survival until the morrow hinged solely on luck. Fortunately, it seemed that from the very inception of the Nebula group, they had not faltered. Chapter 48. Seismic shockwave. The piercing sound of air raid sirens resounded throughout the Nebula Hive shelter. red lights flashing in a frenzy, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Warning, warning! The meteorite shockwave will arrive in 30 seconds. Please remain calm and stay in open areas until the shockwave passes, in every major living area. On the streets and in the central plaza, thousands of employees and their families from the Nebula group huddled anxiously in open spaces, silence enveloping them. Having witnessed the footage of the failed meteorite interception, the hearts of all had sunk to the depths of despair. With a modicum of common sense, they understood the catastrophic calamity that 3 10-kilometer-wide meteorites would wreak upon the blue planet upon impact. It would spell a global-scale obliteration of the planet's surface, rendering it an uninhabitable wasteland for all living beings. Even the deep underground shelters could only pray for the favor of Lady Luck at this moment. Fear not, everyone. Trust in the Nebula Hive shelter, the most formidable underground refuge built by the Nebula group with utmost dedication. We shall surely weather this storm. A voice rang out amidst the crowd. A clenched fist raised high, radiating unwavering conviction, his expression devoid of any concern for personal safety. If the Nebula Hive shelter could not withstand such a calamity, then no other refuge would stand a chance. Collapsing in an instant, should they perish, it would mark the end of humanity's era in the long annals of the blue planet's history. Yet, even in this heavy atmosphere of despair, a sense of pride began to swell within them. Once, the Nebula group had been their beacon of hope, and at this moment, they had no choice but to believe in it, to trust that it would still provide them with shelter. Death itself was not the true terror. Rather, the fear lay in the heart that had perished long before the final breath. Better to face the impending challenges with a smile. And now, it was time to put their preparations to the test. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7.3, 2, 1. The broadcast signaled the conclusion of the countdown. A violent earthquake struck, compounded by the bombardment of meteorite fragments. Even the immensely sturdy Nebula Hive shelter trembled and shook. Clanging and clattering erupted as cups on tables rattled. And everyone felt the intense tremors beneath their feet. Hold steady. Grasp onto anything solid around you. Do not fall. My goodness, this is truly something. No wonder 3 world-ending meteorites could induce a global earthquake. Even this robust shelter cannot remain unscathed. Do you understand basic scientific principles? No matter how strong the shelter, it is still enveloped by the Earth. If the Earth is quaking, the shelter cannot remain unaffected. It's over. Humanity is doomed. The tremors here are so intense. The shelters elsewhere may collapse instantly. Meanwhile, in the command center, Su Yun bore a grim expression, clutching his assistant, Jiang, tightly in the plush chair. Although he had long anticipated the devastating earthquakes wrought by the meteorite impacts, the reality was far more harrowing than he had imagined. It felt as if the very ground beneath them was shifting, the shelter encased in tons of high-strength alloy swaying as if it were alive. Dreamer, how much longer? Su Yun called out anxiously. Approximately 15 seconds until the first wave of tremors subsides. 14, 13, 12. Yun Ming'er's voice reverberated through the shelter, instilling a flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. Hurry! We must endure this strongest wave of tremors. As long as the Nebula Hive shelter stands firm, we shall survive, thriving beyond all others. This underground city is our last bastion of hope. In that moment, the feeling of time stretched interminably. 15 seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, as if they had just survived a harsh winter, the countdown ended, and the violent tremors gradually subsided. A cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted within the Nebula Hive shelter. Smiles of relief illuminating their faces. They had triumphed over the most terrifying disaster of the apocalypse. Yet, calamity was far from over. Alert! The Hive shelter has sustained 10% damage. 108 steel foundations have been torn apart by the earthquake. 15 core support columns are twisted and broken, with over 30% of indoor structures showing signs of cracks. Please attend to repairs promptly. Even after weathering the initial wave of tremors, the Hive shelter had suffered significant impacts. Fortunately, the underground space remained intact, and all survival facilities and equipment were unharmed, which was a considerable stroke of luck. Su Yun rose, observing the densely clustered red dots on the structural diagram of the Hive shelter displayed on the screen. A smile of relief spreading across his face. As long as the shelter did not collapse, their safety was assured. Even severe damage was merely a minor issue. Immediately dispatch engineering teams to repair all damaged areas. Leaving no defects behind, Su Yun commanded with a wave of his hand. Dreamer, continuously scan the overall safety of the Hive shelter and mark all defects for the engineering teams to commence repairs, especially the nuclear power station, particle accelerator, biological laboratory, chemical zone, and heavy industry area. Su Yun began to methodically delegate various tasks. Hundreds of prepared repair teams sprang into action, their hurried footsteps filling the once quiet shelter with a lively clamor. Quickly! The vital ventilation ducts have suffered several breaches. The air pressure in living Area 9 is about to drop. We must complete repairs within half an hour. Everyone, move it. We've survived the hardest part. Don T. Falter now. You there? The water pipe has burst. Plug it up and burn your last will. I swear I'll smack you if you don't. Team Chun. Our task is the breeding area. Good grief. Thousands of geese are on the loose, chasing a dozen dogs in a brawl. It's quite the spectacle. One team headed to the cold storage area, another to the electrical grid zone. Time was of the essence. Though occasional tremors persisted, they were far less severe than the initial wave. After issuing all commands, Su Yun slowly settled back down, exhaling a breath that had long been held. It's all right. We made it. His eyes sparkled with relief as he gazed at the woman beside him, softly whispering. At the moment the earthquake struck, I feared the Hive shelter would crumble under the pressure, burying everyone hundreds of meters underground in an instant. Thankfully, luck was on our side. We endured. My family, my beloved, are safe, and everyone within the shelter is unharmed, save for a few minor scrapes. Assistant Zhang nodded with a smile. Brother Yun, let us not forget. There are still 2 fragments exceeding 100 meters in diameter. The crisis is not yet averted, however. Before Su Yun could respond, Yun Ming's voice rang out. Sister Zhang, there's no need for concern. The impact points of the 2 fragments have been calculated. They did not strike the Fengyi mountain range and are situated over 30 kilometers away. The disaster they cause will pose no direct threat to us, at most resulting in a seismic impact of only 5.5. Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Su Yun's face. Indeed, the Nebula Group's luck remains as unwavering as ever, as if no crisis could ever inflict harm upon them. He even begins to suspect that either he himself or some employee of the Nebula possesses an innate charm for fortune, casting a halo of luck over both the former Nebula Group and the current Hive sanctuary. All right, little ones, let us sprinkle some water, he said, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he shrugged his shoulders. A magnitude 5.5 earthquake? He felt no concern, no fear, no urgency. The most perilous moments had already passed. What else could possibly threaten them? At that moment, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Let the tremors come. Let the chaos ensue. If the Hive sanctuary were to collapse under the shaking, he would vow to be reborn as an orphan in his next life, condemned to remain single forever. Chapter 49. The Mecha conspiracy in stark contrast to the tranquility within the Nebula Hive sanctuary. The outside world lay in utter devastation. A series of calamities followed the meteorite impacts, radiating across the entire blue planet. Eye in the sky, countless fireballs streaked by, crashing to the earth and creating gaping craters. An ongoing cycle of destruction. Eye in the oceans, towering tsunamis reaching heights of 200 meters battered all coastlines, penetrating dozens, even hundreds of kilometers inland, obliterating innumerable remnants of civilization. Moreover, the immense release of energy, coupled with global volcanic eruptions, caused temperatures to gradually rise. An endless cloud of dust enveloped the blue planet, shrouding it from the sun's rays. Viewed from space, the once azure planet had transformed into a bleak expanse, interspersed with patches of crimson. All the trees and grasses on Blue Planet had ignited, flames erupting in chaos, resulting in global wildfires and billowing smoke. Even the seas emitted wisps of steam, with water temperatures exceeding 50 degrees, causing countless glaciers to melt. It is worth noting that the ocean is vast, yet the thermal energy released by 3 meteorites, combined with the eruption of countless underwater volcanoes, was enough to heat the seas to a tepid warmth. In certain maritime regions, the water boiled, and the corpses of numerous irradiated sea monsters floated to the surface, as if being cooked in a colossal pot, a savory aroma wafting through the air. This spectacle also provided nourishment for countless irradiated sea monsters that survived the meteorite strike. This sumptuous feast, combined with the omnipresent radiation energy, accelerated their mutation. Many irradiated sea monsters grew increasingly larger, with lengths exceeding 5 meters becoming commonplace, and the energy within them intensified. Their grotesque forms began to morph, the genes they absorbed gradually reorganizing and fusing, evolving in a manner increasingly aligned with biological growth characteristics. Alas, under the intense electromagnetic turmoil, all external electronic devices and satellites became non-functional, leaving humanity to endure various catastrophic disasters, desperately scrambling for repairs within their sanctuaries, their wails echoing, entirely oblivious to the magnificent scene unfolding outside. This granted the irradiated sea monsters ample time to mature. It was projected that in 3 months, humanity would slowly regain communication and once again seize control of the blue planet. By that time, all sanctuaries would be confronted by the evolved and matured irradiated sea monsters, and the clash between humanity and these aberrant beasts would not yet be over. Meanwhile, within a large mechanical construction room in the Hive sanctuary, an array of tools lay scattered about, while 3 mechanical arms worked in unison. Shurguang, covered in grease, with his disheveled white hair, awkwardly wielded a wrench as he crawled inside a massive mechanical arm. This arm was an imposing 8 to 9 meters long, its size formidable, with its palm and 5 mechanical fingers continuously grasping in accordance with programmed commands. After a brief moment, Shurguang emerged from the arm's interior, his face glistening with sweat, yet a joyful smile adorned his features. Another hand complete? Good grief, every power motor must be custom-built and installed by me, he lamented, feeling a headache creeping in. Since the conclusion of the mecha testing, he had been filled with new ideas. The mecha size was simply too small. In a close-quarters combat scenario, it would struggle to contend with the irradiated sea monsters. Furthermore, a smaller size meant insufficient firepower, unable to accommodate more powerful thermal weaponry. His tenacious spirit would not allow him to yield easily. That very night, he dove into the laboratory and mechanical construction room to begin redesigning and rebuilding. After several days of relentless effort, exhausting all available resources, he managed to construct a mecha head with a diameter of 3 meters and 2 mechanical arms exceeding 9 meters in length. The main structural components were crafted from a modified chromium titanium alloy, boasting unparalleled hardness, toughness, and resistance to anomalies, with defenses maximized. Coupled with the energy supply from a nuclear reactor, he was confident that this time, the mecha could effortlessly deliver a single punch to a smaller irradiated sea monster and slice through a colossal sea creature measuring over 20 meters with ease. Additionally, with an electromagnetic energy hand cannon, blue light Gatling gun, and the miniature missiles he had developed, along with drone aerial surveillance and bombardment capabilities, he believed he could carve a bloody path even when facing hordes of irradiated sea monsters. Shurguang gazed upward, a formidable mecha head suspended in the air, 6 mechanical arms tirelessly welding, sparks flying. They were nearing the completion of the main control cockpit for the mecha. Just then, a faint tremor jolted through the room, causing the working mechanical arms to falter and cease operations. Shurguang, resigned, sat down on the floor, feeling the slight tremors beneath him, a sense of despair settling in. Ashier, how long is this going to last? It's infuriating, he shouted into the AIR.IN the next moment. The mecha head's eyes flashed red, and Ashier's gentle voice resonated from within. Significant tremors are expected for at least the next week. Perhaps you should consider pausing your work to rest and recharge. Upon hearing this, Shurguang sighed. Ugh, this is my fateful year, for heaven's sake. It shouldn't be tormenting me like this. He lay on the oil-stained metal floor, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Ever since his keen interest in the mecha had manifested, he had poured all his available resources into it. He felt no drive to pursue other thermal weaponry or equipment research, fully immersing himself in the mecha's modifications. However, the resources required were far from sufficient. Achieving successful construction of the mecha would demand substantial resource allocation. The Hive sanctuary would never allow them to deplete resources for mere hobbies. Merely providing space and non-mandatory research tasks was the extent of their generosity. Suddenly, he recalled Hao Yang. Their jointly designed small-scale mecha production line had been completed long ago. It was only his high-energy batteries that were pending. After all this time, surely they hadn't failed yet. He pulled out his phone and initiated a video call to Hao Yang. After 3 rings, the video connected. "Shiguang, what's up? I'm in the middle of a little experiment," exclaimed Hao Yang, who appeared quite busy, surrounded by a console brimming with buttons and remote controls. I in the background. Through several layers of high-strength alloy glass, a material experiment continued, lasers cutting through the air. Despite the slight shaking of the camera, Hao Yang did not pause his work. Instead, his voice filled with exasperation reached Li Shiguang's ears. In that moment, Li Shiguang couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, they were in quite a predicament. The earthquakes were relentless, causing frustration and aggravation. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Hao Yang set aside his work and began conversing with Li Shiguang. "What's up?" "Oh right, the high-energy batteries needed for the mecha have encountered some minor issues. They can only power the mecha for 10 hours at most. And during overload operations, they deplete in half an hour. It's a bit tricky." Hao Yang suddenly remembered the mecha sales plan, his expression troubled. The mecha produced by the production line stood 5 meters tall and weighed 12 tons, consuming vast amounts of energy every second. Even his newly developed laboratory-grade high-energy battery packs couldn't sustain prolonged operation for the mecha. 10 hours. That seems sufficient to keep them satisfied. Li Shiguang squinted, a sly grin crossing his face. The mechas from the production line would not be able to house a nuclear reactor, nor could they provide the immense energy required for the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. However, with a Gatling gun and 2 shark-toothed greatswords, along with drone surveillance and a few small missiles, that should suffice for their amusement. Moreover, the sanctuary's doors remained closed, likely keeping them grounded for several months before they could venture out. Why not secure the resources first? That's feasible. The resources left from the production line could still yield 3 mechas. Let us sell them first. Li Shiguang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, eager to proceed. "All right, my free resources are also dwindling. This was pilfered from other experimental tasks," Hao Yang replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Despite his elevated research status within the sanctuary, he could not expect an unlimited supply of scarce resources in the post-apocalyptic world. Even for small personal experiments, he had to be frugal. Now, the production of mechas was their sole means of acquiring free resources from the other Nebula researchers. Once they sold those 3 mechas, they would have enough resources to manufacture 9 more, a profit that made his eyes gleam. If they could maintain continuous production and sales, their future resources would be secure, allowing them to indulge in whatever they desired. This would be their own domain, impervious even to Su Yun's grasp. However, at that moment, Su Yun's voice suddenly chimed in their ears. "Oh? Such a lucrative venture, and you don't plan to include me?" Simultaneously, Su Yun lounged on her home sofa, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she observed the unfolding scene. Whether it be the colossal mech with merely a head and arms, designed by Li Shiguang, or the mech production line transformed by 2 individuals, none can escape his vigilant oversight. He had long set his sights on the mech production line, and a few months later, the resource income from their Nebula Hive sanctuary would flow from this very endeavor. However, this was also a premeditated scheme that Su Yun had no choice but to execute. The number of researchers within the sanctuary exceeded 20,000, and apart from their monthly allocation of free resources, other research projects required a substantial amount of resources daily to sustain them. Should this lack of income persist, it is estimated that within 5 years, the resources of the Hive sanctuary would be utterly depleted. To thrive, they must prepare for the future. In addition to plans to re-establish satellite communications in this apocalyptic world, the mech production stood as the sanctuary's foremost tangible business. Chapter 50. The Nebula System. The sudden emergence of Su Yun's voice abruptly halted the conversation between the two, both rolling their eyes in exasperation. With Yun Ming'er managing the entire Nebula Hive sanctuary, there was no corner that could evade the gaze of Su Yun, the ultimate authority. Ever since they relocated their laboratory into the sanctuary, various petty actions and minor experiments had been under constant surveillance. They had no objections, for their collective capabilities were formidable. Each high-stakes experiment had the potential to obliterate the sanctuary, which was indeed a cause for concern. Yet, it was still somewhat irksome. "Brother Yun, just a few days ago, you were avoiding me like the plague. What brings you here today? Speak plainly, and let's not dawdle. Hao Yang and I have important matters to attend to," Li Shiguang said with a look of disdain. Once, with a mere wave of his hand, Su Yun could dispense resources sufficient for over half a year. Yet now, he seemed even more frugal, taking his time to produce a mere fraction of the necessary first-tier resources. It felt like a waste of breath, but such was the reality of their situation. The apocalypse had arrived, and the fact that research could still continue was a semblance of happiness. However, their plight was undeniable. Resources in this dystopian reality were non-renewable, and since the monthly allocation of free resources had been drastically reduced, the lives of these researchers had become exceedingly grim. Simple experiments necessitated meticulous budgeting, all while they stared at their meager resource allocations on their personal terminals, placing orders with a heavy heart, requesting the logistics team to deliver from the warehouse. The days of effortlessly acquiring resources and funds, of lavishly spending on various necessities, were long gone. Faced with Li Shiguang's scorn, Su Yun merely smiled, unperturbed, and continued, "Let me be frank. The Nebula system is a mandate that everyone must adhere to. Lamenting will yield no results. I am here for a singular purpose. I require 8 automated mech production lines, and I want them in 4 different tiers. Our security team will undoubtedly utilize the highest performance models, while Menger will provide you with data on the higher end, mid-range, and lowest configurations. I understand that both the mechs and the production lines are your achievements, crafted from your own resources and according to the Sanctuary's development policies. They belong to you. But what is our relationship? We are brothers. Let us profit together. Consider it a collaboration. The resources consumed in this endeavor will be fully covered by the Sanctuary, and in a few months, when we trade with other sanctuaries, you may each retain 10% of the profits." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, both Hao Yang and Li Shiguang's eyes lit up, their breaths quickening, followed by their hearts racing with excitement. Moreover, was the Nebula system truly about to be implemented? That would be splendid. The very essence of freedom. They had not anticipated that Su Yun would take an interest in their project, which could only signify one thing. They were on the brink of prosperity. 8 mech production lines, provided there was ample raw material and installation equipment, could produce 1 mech every 2 hours per line, totaling 12 mechs a day and 96 in total. The two exchanged glances through the screen. Their uncontainable desires etched upon their faces. This was not a daunting task for them. As long as they could establish the production lines, they could watch the operations of the Hive sanctuary unfold. Each mech sold would translate into resource income, assets belonging solely to them. How delightful! Shiguang, I'm in. This is essentially free resources. Why refuse? Hao Yang exclaimed excitedly at the screen, nearly sprinting to Li Shiguang to press his head down in agreement. His fervor was understandable. In these apocalyptic times, the Hive sanctuary had naturally instituted stringent regulations for sustainable development. However, the Hive sanctuary was unique. Apart from Su Yun, the overseer who could mobilize all resources, others could only acquire resources based on their status as researchers, and only after contributing to the sanctuary, akin to wages and bonuses. It resembled a dictatorial corporate kingdom. Aside from Su Yun, the sole ruler, they were all denizens of the sanctuary, with their own assets, as long as they did not harm the interests of the sanctuary or pose significant issues. Even Su Yun had no grounds to deprive them of their possessions. In the future, when the gates of the Nebula Hive sanctuary opened, as long as they did not hinder its development, they could trade with others to amass resources. Without rules, there can be no order. The number of inhabitants in the Hive sanctuary was vast, and to ensure continued growth, stringent regulations were imperative, to which everyone must adhere, even Su Yun himself. The fire of ambition blazed in Li Shiguang's eyes as he quickly added, "I am in as well, but it's not enough. I require 30 grams of pure uranium nuclear material to construct 3 large nuclear reactor mechs. If you agree, we can have the 8 automated production lines perfectly constructed within a week." At this, Su Yun's brow furrowed. Pure uranium, a strategic resource, was scarce within the Hive sanctuary. "All right, I will provide you with 40 grams. Just make one for me as well, and I will supply you with double the necessary resources as your manufacturing fee." Su Yun replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. It must be said that since the implementation of the Nebula system among the researchers in the Hive sanctuary, it increasingly resembled a unique city of survival. Independent of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Yun steered the overarching direction of the Hive sanctuary, akin to a large family, while the others maintained their smaller familial units, possessing their own assets. With over 500,000 inhabitants, he provided ample living guarantees, leaving everything else to their own devices. Although previously the treatment of internal employees in the Nebula group surpassed that of external hires by double, it was sufficient to invigorate their spirits. Su Yun envisioned a vibrant, thriving underground city rather than a stagnant existence of mere survival. If they desired cutting-edge electronic products, larger homes, or the freshest fruits and vegetables, they must strive to attain them. After reaching an agreement, Su-Yun closed the surveillance feed and reclined on his sofa, his mind racing with thoughts. Though the Nebula system remained rudimentary, the management of Yunmeng'er ensured that as they persisted, various rules would become ingrained in everyone's consciousness, evolving towards perfection. However, the pressure was immense. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. The sole ruler's role was far from easy. Not only must he tirelessly procure resources for the sanctuary's sustainable development, but he also had to meticulously arrange the lives of over 500,000 people, ensuring no one was overlooked. Children required education, the elderly needed care, and the distribution of work among the young and middle-aged could be a source of great headache. Particularly as the researchers were the first to undergo systemization, a myriad of issues arose, leaving him perpetually exasperated. Had it not been for the support and comfort from Yunmeng'er and assistant Jiang, he might have succumbed to despair, resigning himself to apathy. Perhaps it was responsibility, or perhaps it was the vision of a future where the Hive sanctuary would not vanish into the void of the apocalypse that strengthened Su-Yun's resolve. Meng'er announced to everyone that, effective immediately, the Nebula system will be fully implemented within the Hive sanctuary, and all must adhere to it. Chapter 51. The crisis of the new year. A week later, the seismic waves had entirely dispersed. The outside world had become a forbidden zone for humanity. The once blue skies and white clouds had transformed into a dismal gray, shrouded in thick smoke and dust that enveloped the entire atmosphere. It was uncertain how long it would take for this opaque layer, thick enough to span dozens of kilometers, to dissipate. Beneath, the earth lay scorched, still emitting heat, and under the pervasive radiation, even the soil had lost its vitality. This world seemed devoid of life, with no animals, no plants, and a haunting silence. Even the countless radiation-infused sea monsters had vanished without a trace. Before the electromagnetic pulse had subsided, the surviving humans hiding in ground shelters dared not venture outside. They could not bear to witness the aftermath of devastation. Meanwhile, within the Nebula Hive sanctuary, as the Nebula system gradually unfolded, the entire sanctuary underwent a transformation. Amidst a life of comfort, many began to acquire various life skills and crafts in pursuit of fresh fruits and vegetables. Others embarked on labor careers to obtain the latest electronic products, particularly in the hydroponic zones, planting areas, aquaculture sectors, and logistics zones, places requiring human labor. An influx of young people emerged to serve the Hive sanctuary. Even the street sanitation duties are fervently undertaken by many elderly women, eager to earn a few Nebula points to supplement their daily expenses. Of course, this is not without the cunning schemes devised by Su-Yun. In front of a spacious and brightly decorated electronics store, several young individuals gaze through the glass, their eyes ablaze with desire at a finely crafted smartphone within. Damn it! It takes 13,999 Nebula points to purchase this Nebula V smartphone equipped with a two-dimensional intelligent assistant. I've heard that it can even serve as a computer host, capable of connecting to a monitor to play any AAA games. Its performance is simply off the charts, remarked a slightly plump young man. His face flushed. Xiaopeng, that's a staggering 13,999 Nebula points. Although your father is an employee within the Nebula, he only earns 20,000 points a month. After spending here and there won't be much left. Another chimed in, indeed, it's quite challenging. While we don't have to worry about food and our water and electricity are unlimited, other necessities and luxuries of life all require Nebula points for purchase. Perhaps we should also consider scooping manure for irrigation. I've heard that it can yield 5,000 Nebula points a month. If we persist for 2 months, combined with a little extra from home, we could finally afford it. Upon hearing the words scooping manure, the group exchanged glances, each one accustomed to a life of comfort and ease, having always had their needs met without effort. The thought of manual labor was more unbearable than death itself. No way, I refuse to do it. I'd rather my father work a bit harder at the slaughterhouse and butcher a few more geese, one declared in defeat. Yet, another took a deep breath, steeling their resolve. Well, everyone is working hard to learn and earn for a better life. I cannot disappoint my parents. I shall take on this manure scooping job. Wait, if you go scoop manure, what am I supposed to do? The number of players online on the gaming platform is dwindling. Everyone is off earning Nebula points, and there's hardly anyone left to play with. Simultaneously, in the heavy industry, manufacturing zones, and research institutes, Meteor has unleashed a myriad of tasks for selection and acceptance. Each task, upon completion, rewards anywhere from 10,000 to millions, even tens of millions of Nebula points. Particularly, the assignments from the Research Institute involve breaking existing scientific records. Upon successful completion, they offer resource shares ranging from level 1 to 5. Igniting passion in all, however, the time, energy, and intellect required are substantial. To achieve rewards, one must truly commit wholeheartedly. Whether it be the development of new batteries, the extension of chip technology, or the research of new materials. These are at the forefront of cutting-edge technology, each step fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm remains unscathed as they confidently accept tasks within their capacity. Success would mean no worries about resources for the upcoming months or even years. A little hardship now could lead to greater happiness later. However, they have underestimated the challenges. With Meteor, the super artificial intelligence, any task's difficulty is elevated to its utmost, leaving no room for shortcuts. Without true expertise, success is far from guaranteed. Even Hao Yang, who had his eyes on a few task rewards, shook his head in dismay before selecting one, exclaiming, "What the hell? This is insane." Developing new materials based on the heavy metals within a giant radioactive sea monster's body grants only a batch of Tier 3 resources and 20 million Nebula points. The difficulty is beyond comprehension, and the reward is barely enough to activate the particle accelerator once. The Nebula system has instilled a sense of helplessness in them. Without working, the resources they receive monthly are paltry. Barely enough for a few days of leisure. At first glance, the multitude of tasks may seem simple, yet the actual execution can leave one drenched in sweat. Some tasks even come with time constraints, offering heightened rewards, but failure to deliver on time results in penalties to their monthly resource shares, with severe cases leading to downgrades in research status. The Nebula contribution system, expertly orchestrated by Su Yun, has tightly gripped their lifelines. Meanwhile, the joys and sorrows of the populace remain disconnected. Su Yun, observing the data from the shelter, increasingly appreciates the necessity of the Nebula system. Everyone is mobilizing. My painstaking efforts to entice them have not been in vain, he remarked with a slight smile. Whether it be electronics, daily necessities, or resource rewards from research tasks, all serve to invigorate the market within the Hive shelter city. Only by facilitating the flow and trade of Nebula points can the true framework of the Nebula system be established. In this way, the Hive shelter can flourish rapidly, invigorating lives and research alike, uniting everyone's strength for a promising future. The Nebula system is nearly complete. From here on, it's up to you, Meteor, to execute and refine it. Su Yun said wearily, rubbing his temples. This week, he had tirelessly labored for the future of the Hive shelter, with workdays exceeding 12 hours, a daunting endeavor. Thankfully, with the presence of artificial intelligence, he could entrust subsequent matters to her management. Leave it to me, Brother Yun. I will ensure the Nebula Hive shelter is managed with precision, invigorating everyone to embody a positive and aspirational spirit. Time slipped by, and it was now January 29th, the first year of humanity's new era post-apocalypse. The Nebula Hive shelter was adorned with festive decorations, the vibrant atmosphere of the new year permeating the entire shelter. Laughter and joy filled the streets, with red lanterns and colorful flags swaying in the breeze, creating an ambience devoid of any apocalyptic gloom. Even Su Yun found the time to marry on this day. Within the villa, Su Yun's parents and assistant Zhang's family toasted and exchanged smiles, delighting in the union of the couple. The wedding was simple, attended only by family, but it still held the necessary elements of a celebration. However, the joyous occasion was short-lived. That evening, a resounding thud reverberated through the shelter's gates, quickly followed by another within 5 seconds. The alarm blared urgently, and Su Yun hastily exited the bridal chamber, rushing to the control center. "What is happening?" he inquired, but as he arrived, a thunderous roar erupted from the intercom, akin to a giant colliding with the gates. The external electromagnetic pulse had not yet dissipated, rendering all surveillance monitors inoperative, leaving them blind to the situation outside. "Brother Yun, it's a giant radioactive sea monster. The impact is immense. Each collision generates a force of 80,000 tons. The monster's size is estimated to exceed 120 meters. This revelation plunged Su Yun's heart into despair. A giant radioactive sea monster over 120 meters in size was terrifying. evoking feelings of hopelessness. The creature previously discovered by the Russian Federation was likely dwarfed by the enormity they now faced. Fortunately, Yun Minger's voice brought him a modicum of reassurance. Based on calculations, this radioactive sea monster has less than a 1% chance of breaching the defenses of the triple-layered gate. Brother Yun, fear not. This gate is a masterpiece crafted by hundreds of top talents from the Research Institute. Showcasing the pinnacle of technology, it cannot be breached. However, before Su Yun could revel in this news, Yun Minger continued her calculations. Based on its collision and clawing, it is estimated that it will take 300 days to breach the first layer of the gate. However, the radioactive creature possesses a very low chance of evolving special energy attacks, so we cannot guarantee complete safety. I recommend redirecting the troops from the preparation area to draw it away. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's expression darkened. Who could remain calm when faced with a colossal and unknown radioactive monster? However, the suggestion to send armed forces out to lure it away was perilously reckless. Under the shroud of electromagnetic pulses and radiation, the armed helicopters would be rendered useless. Moreover, who could predict whether this towering radioactive sea monster possessed aerial assault capabilities? Should it leap, it could strike helicopters soaring hundreds to thousands of meters above, leaving no escape. No, under these circumstances, the armed forces absolutely cannot be allowed to venture out. That would be irresponsible for their lives. Su Yun firmly rejected the notion. Yet, an idea struck him. What about the nuclear electromagnetic cannon stationed atop Fingy Mountain? He wondered if it could be deployed under the electromagnetic pulse point. 10 minutes later, Chu Xianga, Hao Yang, and several hundred researchers rushed into the control center. In theory, it can be activated. Chu Xianga panted, his eyes gleaming. The energy concentrated through electromagnetic force can completely counteract the effects of the electromagnetic pulse. Additionally, I implemented special precautions during construction. The energy matrix beneath the foundation will absolutely function. This was the formidable electromagnetic cannon he had painstakingly designed. The culmination of a lifetime of learning, and it would certainly not be influenced by a mere electromagnetic pulse. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. However, Hao Yang expressed his doubts. A monster over 100 meters tall. Are we really going to engage it up close? Our shelter may not withstand such an assault. He was well aware of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon's destructive capability. A single shot could shatter the ground within a radius of 300 meters, causing seismic tremors within a kilometer. With the radioactive sea monster right at their doorstep, such a strike would undoubtedly inflict greater damage upon themselves, potentially toppling the formidable triple-layered gate and exposing vulnerabilities. Furthermore, calculations indicated that the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was positioned directly overhead, rendering it unable to target the gate, an attack blind spot. However, in the next moment, Yun Minger provided an explanation. Brother Hao Yang, our intention is to utilize the condensed energy from the nuclear electromagnetic cannon to threaten the radiation sea monster. And coupled with the destructive projectiles fired towards the ocean, we aim to scare it away. Theoretically, any living creature possesses an instinct, and in the face of such an absolute crisis of certain death, the radiation sea monster will undoubtedly be frightened and will no longer dare to approach the entrance of the shelter. Upon hearing this, everyone experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing the rationale behind the plan. Nevertheless, in the next instant, all eyes turned to Chu Xianga. Are you sure that it will be fine? Yes, brother. The electromagnetic chaos outside is intense. If you toss a phone out there, it might explode. Please don't mess this up and endanger us. Indeed, the ventilation ducts are just below. If the nuclear electromagnetic cannon detonates, the entire mountain may be obliterated, and we would suffocate in our shelter. Perhaps we should refrain from activation. It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but the nuclear electromagnetic cannon has yet to be tested, and it poses too great a risk. Listening to the crowd, Chu Xianga's expression darkened. He was the one who understood his creation best. This group merely quibbled. An explosion was certainly out of the question. At most, there would be a failure to activate, resulting in energy diffusion waste and an inability to fire the projectiles. Brother Yun, I assure you there won't be significant issues. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. Chu Xianga stated earnestly to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded in contemplation, weighing whether to activate this formidable weapon. However, the next second, a resounding crash echoed through the intercom. In the surveillance footage, the entrance trembled slightly, and the large equipment and vehicles near the gate shook violently. The radiation sea monster possessed terrifying strength. The larger its size, The denser its body became, akin to steel, with its tonnage increasing exponentially. It was estimated to weigh over 50,000 tons, and even the slightest movement felt like a minor earthquake. Not to mention, it could unleash 80,000 tons of force in a single blow, a staggering figure. Fortunately, they were concealed deep underground, and the impact from the collision did not reach them. However, they could not allow it to continue provoking the Hive shelter. Were it not for the electromagnetic pulse interference from the outside, he would have long since launched the nuclear submarine's missiles to eliminate it along the coastline. Su Yun resolved to activate the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. Ming'er, provide power to the electromagnetic cannon and push it to the maximum, Su Yun commanded. Ding, increasing power output from the nuclear power station. The nuclear electromagnetic cannon is expected to achieve full charge in 5 minutes. A mechanical control panel slowly rose from the metallic surface before Su Yun, featuring only a single launch button. The might of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was so formidable that it could even jeopardize the safety of the Hive shelter. He truly did not wish to activate it unless absolutely necessary. However, there was no alternative now. A colossal radiation monster estimated to exceed 120 meters in size loomed at the entrance, and failing to resolve this issue would likely ruin their year. Meanwhile, at the summit of Fengyi Mountain, a fierce blue light erupted, and vast amounts of energy coalesced from the metallic base beneath, filling the cannon tube that extended over 20 meters in length. Dark lightning-like flashes coursed through the barrel, and powerful electromagnetic waves rippled across the mountaintop. The sudden change immediately caught the attention of the radiation sea monster, which raised its head, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The shelter's assumptions were proven incorrect. At this moment, the seawater had long receded, revealing a chaotic landscape where a mutated triceratops-like monster, over 50 meters in length, roared at the mountaintop. Though its size was significantly smaller than expected, its strength was astonishing, and with a weight comparable to that of the radiation sea monster exceeding 100 meters in length. Even the doors of the shelter bore 3 visibly dented impressions from its impact. However, the unfortunate truth was that 3 of the creature's horn-like protrusions had shattered, and a copious amount of crimson blood flowed from its head, pooling on the ground and creating several bloodstains that emitted wisps of red smoke as they corroded the earth. At this moment, it was akin to a biological hunt. The creature remained vigilant of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon accumulating its energy at the mountaintop. It sensed a significant threat, its eyes sparkling with a glimmer of intelligence comparable to that of highly evolved animals before the apocalypse. Just as the radiation sea monster stood silently in a standoff towards the mountaintop, the 5 minutes elapsed, and the energy accumulation was complete. Su Yun pressed the launch button for the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. With a piercing sound that resonated through the sky, a dark beam shot forth like lightning towards the ocean. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion erupted beneath the sea, unleashing a colossal wave that soared 2,000 meters high. The ocean floor shattered under the immense kinetic energy, and a powerful tremor reverberated within a kilometer radius. As if the earth had flipped over at that moment, a look of terror crossed the radiation sea monster's face, reminiscent of the moment of annihilation during a meteor impact. The next second, it emitted a mournful wail and, with heavy yet swift strides, fled in the opposite direction of the destructive attack. The ground shook with continuous rumbling and flying debris. Within less than a minute, the radiation sea monster plunged into the ocean, vanishing from sight, leaving behind immense and deep footprints along the coastline. Chapter 53. Gene Optimization Liquid. The devastating attack of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon also caused some vibrations within the Hive shelter. Everyone in the control hall waited in silence. The close-range strike of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was akin to a 50-meter-wide meteor fragment crashing nearby. However, the impact on the shelter was merely a harmless tremor, akin to a tickle point 1 minute. 5 minutes. Finally, after 10 minutes had passed, the shelter's entrance did not produce any further loud sounds. At last, Yuan Minger's melodious voice rang out, alarm deactivated. As soon as her words fell, Chu Xiang'a, with a flushed face, jumped out and pointed at the surrounding researchers, shouting, "Speak! Let me hear you. Do you see this? This is my true power. Who else? Who else?" In the tumultuous electromagnetic pulse environment, aside from his nuclear electromagnetic cannon, what modern weapon could be activated outside? The current situation was enough to make him feel prideful. More importantly, He would hold the discourse rights within the Research Institute for the next month. Hearing Chu Xiang's boastful tone, those around him wore awkward expressions, though they harbored disdain internally. Oh please, it's just a nuclear electromagnetic cannon. With the energy from the nuclear power station, anyone could operate it. Fine, let's concede this time. Just wait, my energy accumulating laser is about to succeed. I'll bring you down by the second half of this year. All right, let's depart. This mere nuclear electromagnetic cannon is nothing to be concerned about. Numerous researchers rushed in and out, as if the matter had not stirred any emotions within them. Observing this, Chu Xiang looked on with a dark expression as he watched them leave. He had barely begun to flaunt when they just walked away. Hey, I refuse to believe you aren't feeling the pressure. You must be sweating bullets. Chu Xiang chuckled to himself, rubbing his smooth head. His status in the Research Institute was paramount, aside from the other three prodigies in various fields. Who would dare to challenge him? Yet this also meant that they were constantly being scrutinized by those below, who were eager to pull them down and take their place. The distribution of resources and various preferential privileges were the most coveted desires of all researchers, especially in an apocalyptic environment where the significance of research status was magnified. Brother Yun, if there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Remember to give me the overtime pay. Just a batch of first-tier resources will suffice. Chu Xiang hurriedly pulled Hao Yang away, not forgetting to shout back, Get lost. This is after-sales service. You know nothing. Su Yun's face darkened as he grimaced in anger. Since the implementation of the Nebula system, the researchers had been incredibly motivated, continuously producing results, yet their eyes were solely fixated on resources utterly consumed by greed. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him. Even a wealthy landlord's household could not sustain such demands. Yet, this was merely a jest, and after a moment, Su Yun's worries began to subside. Had the radiation sea monster continued to batter the entrance, he would have truly been at a loss for solutions. He was even uncertain if the nuclear submarine had encountered any mishaps. Minger, how long until the electromagnetic pulse dissipates? Su Yun inquired softly. Brother Yun, it's expected to take about 3 months, but approximately 2.5 months from now. Satellites should be able to reconnect. Although the signal may fluctuate, overcoming that should suffice for some functionalities. Hearing this, Su Yun felt helpless. There was no alternative, not just him, but the entire world had lost communication with the outside and could only wait in silence. Without any other options, it seemed they could only bide their time. Su Yun lightly tapped the table, contemplating numerous thoughts. Not all shelters were as impenetrable as the Hive's entrance. Should they encounter a radiation sea monster? It was only a matter of time before their defenses would be breached. Over the next 2.5 months, countless shelters would likely succumb. However, under the cataclysmic meteorological disasters, even radiation sea monsters would have to retreat into the depths of the ocean. Humanity still had a chance. Su Yun turned to glance at the monitoring screen nearby, where within a vast underground manufacturing area, 8 mech production lines were operating incessantly, yielding 96 mechs each day. In 13 days, over 1,200 had already been stored in the warehouse. Additionally, several lines for manufacturing advanced weaponry, high-energy batteries, small missiles, and mech-specific drones were tirelessly producing equipment. He sought not only to sell mechs, but also to market advanced weaponry and various mech accessories separately. Even at this moment, the entire manufacturing zone operates at full capacity. Nuclear protective suits, fully covered anti-nuclear exoskeleton land armor, Nebula anti-nuclear 5th-generation phones, anti-nuclear apocalypse battle vehicles, anti-nuclear armed helicopters, and high-powered bomb-resistant motorcycles for the end of the world are all part of his trading commodities. Calm down quickly. If everyone is wiped out, there will be no one left to purchase my mechs and equipment. In the blink of an eye. 20 days later, a joyful report emanated from the biological laboratory. As Su Yun once again crawled out of bed in the dead of night and hurried to Jiling's side. The first-generation biological gene optimization liquid, which I developed by referencing the gene combination sequences fused within the body of the radiation sea monster. Although it lacks the ability to evolve the human body, it can optimize human genes to a more perfect state. Jiling pinched a test tube-sized, emerald green syringe between her thumb and forefinger. Su Yun leaned in closer, swallowing hard. The structure within the tube was designed with a double helix gene structure. It exuded an air of sophistication. However, why did it resemble a virus syringe so much? Has it been tested? Are there any side effects? Su Yun inquired with a furrowed brow. Ling brushed her purple hair aside and smiled. I have conducted tests on over 1,200 individuals, and only one survived. Moreover, after 300 consecutive tests, the optimization rate reached 100%. I was the first to use it after testing, and it is completely safe. As for side effects, there is only one. The appetite increases 2 to 5-fold, particularly within the first week, as every cell in the body experiences a strong sensation of hunger, necessitating a large intake of nutritional energy. Of course, this also leads to increased bowel movements. Listening to Ling's nonchalant tone, Su-Yun swallowed again, feeling a mix of emotions. Behind this data lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet, if he refrained from acting, others would step in, especially those major powers collaborating to research the genetic mysteries of the radiation sea monsters. It was estimated that hundreds, if not thousands, would perish each day. Fortunately, the results of these endeavors were astonishing. The gene optimization liquid for humans had been developed. How far could theoretical gene evolution and mutation be in the future? Lost in thought, Su-Yun observed as Ling set down the gene optimization liquid and picked up a large bowl filled with a thick, deep yellow liquid that emitted a somewhat foul odor. Without the slightest change in expression, she began to gulp it down in large mouthfuls. Within 10 seconds, the bowl, larger than his head, was completely empty, leaving Su-Yun momentarily speechless. What difference was there between this and drinking? Well, something unpleasant. Moreover, the taste was likely far from delightful. Ling let out a hearty belch and rubbed her distended belly, frowning as she said, "It could use some cilantro and cheese. The flavor isn't stimulating enough." At this, Su-Yun's mouth twitched slightly. This concoction was a nutritional liquid that Ling had prepared herself. It seemed only she could stomach it. Before he could respond, Ling continued with a serious demeanor. "There are only 3 vials in the laboratory. The rest will require your permission for production. Additionally, I need more radiation sea monster corpses. I've discovered that they are treasure troves, immensely beneficial for our development." Chapter 54. A treasure trove. A treasure trove? Upon hearing this, Su-Yun's eyes lit up. Resources within the Hive shelter were depleting at an alarming rate, whether for research in the laboratory or production in the manufacturing zone. The resource statistics in the warehouse were diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. In just a month and a half, they had decreased by 5%. If this continued, a resource crisis would emerge in 2.5 years. This was a source of constant headache for him. Fortunately, with Ling presenting her research analyses, Su-Yun finally recognized the significance of the radiation sea monster corpses. The numerous components contained within could greatly benefit human advancement. Firstly, the biological enzymes within them possess an extraordinarily powerful ability to decompose nuclear radiation. Once developed into a product, humanity could remain safe even under the shroud of nuclear radiation, eliminating the need for protective gear and further generating heat after decomposing the radiation. A perfect fit for the icy environment of the radiation-covered ice age. Secondly, within the brain matter of the radiation sea monsters lies a massive biological energy crystal, a primary component of the human optimization liquid. Experiments have shown that it can be perfectly digested by the human body without any processing, with just a small amount providing enough energy for 3 days. Ling had included some in the nutritional liquid she drank. Thirdly, the flesh and blood of the radiation sea monsters contain substantial amounts of newly discovered heavy metal elements. Through in-depth research by Hao Yang, it was found that these metals possess remarkable memory and energy conduction properties, making them highly versatile for use in mechs, mechanical equipment, and certain structures of thermal weapons, yielding immense benefits. Fourthly, their bones, teeth, and claws possess a density comparable to high-strength alloy steel, making them suitable for use as steel. When ground into powder and mixed with a bit of saltpeter, then ignited, they can produce energy far exceeding that of gunpowder, making them excellent for bullet production. Fifthly, the skin of radiation sea monsters is more resilient than that of mammoths, resistant to wear and boasting excellent waterproof and fireproof characteristics, making it ideal for crafting protective suits. Lastly, the surfaces of their internal organs secrete a substance that, contrary to the biological enzymes, can absorb nuclear radiation and metabolize it within the bloodstream in cases of radiation contamination. This secretion can be utilized for emergency procedures, with an 80% success rate in 20 human experiments. Staring at the data before him, Su-Yun was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such terrifying and repulsive radiation sea monsters could hold such immense value? Truly, they are a treasure trove. Even more remarkably, The very radiation that posed the greatest headache could be decomposed and eliminated using the biological enzymes found within them. A brief soaking would render the radiation virtually non-existent. With this bounty in sight, Su Yun licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. If he could hunt a few giant radiation sea monsters exceeding 100 meters in length, the Hive shelter would reap a considerable fortune. Alleviating some of the pressure from the rapid depletion of resources, the more he pondered, the brighter his eyes became. The radiation sea monsters were countless, and the vast ocean surrounding them was akin to a colossal gold mine. Whoever said that building a shelter by the sea was an utterly foolish idea? He had endured all the dreadful drawbacks, and heaven had been fair. Now, the benefits were arriving. With unwavering determination, Ji Ling sat before her computer. Gracefully clicking through the various research results, I have formulated a reagent that the radiation sea monsters despise, capable of inhibiting their genetic inducement perception. Even if they sense a large crowd, they instinctively want to retreat. As long as it's sprinkled around the shelter, it will remain effective for 10 days. There's also a weakening agent. Once absorbed, it reduces the vitality of their biological enzymes, diminishing their ability to decompose nuclear radiation. After a significant reduction in their bodily energy, they will fall into a weakened state. By the way, their intelligence is quite limited. A 3-meter-long radiation sea monster is comparable to a husky, but they possess great potential. The more varieties of genes they consume, the greater their potential. It would be best if I could capture a few small radiation sea monsters alive to see if I can tame and train them. Upon hearing this, Su Yun gazed in astonishment and delight at Ji Ling's profile. Despite her fierce temperament, inherent danger, and proud character, her abilities were undeniably extraordinary in just over a month since lifting her restrictions. Allowing human experimentation and unlimited resource supply, she had produced such significant results. Truly, she was the undisputed leader within the research institute in that moment. He couldn't fathom how to reward her adequately. Her contributions to the Nebula Hive shelter had skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. Ji Ling smiled slightly, adjusting her glasses with a determined glint in her eyes as she stated, "First, in addition to unlimited resources and full permissions, I need a sufficient number of radiation sea monster corpses, especially the biological energy crystals within their brains. Secondly, human experimentation cannot be interrupted or diminished. I understand this is difficult, but to uncover the deepest mysteries of life and genes, I shall never cease, even if it costs human lives. Thirdly, grant the super-large nuclear-powered Mechs of Shiguang and Haoyang an opportunity. The shelter will provide all resources and fully assist in constructing 3 of them. I suggested to them yesterday that 20 meters is too small. They should be at least 80 meters tall, and ideally weigh over 10,000 tons. Otherwise, in close combat against the radiation sea monsters, it would be a heavyweight versus lightweight competition, resulting in utter defeat." Su Yun nodded slowly, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had already granted Ji Ling the highest treatment regarding resources and permissions. The corpses of the radiation sea monsters and the biological energy crystals were not an issue. However, they would need to wait until after the electromagnetic pulse dissipated. Human experimentation was currently manageable. Prior to the tsunami caused by the earthquake in the small island nation of Japan, the combat troops sent in numbered just under 40,000, most of whom were citizens of that nation. This should suffice for the biological and biochemical laboratories for several years. However, as for the last point, the Mechs, Su Yun could not help but feel skeptical. No matter how large or powerful the Mechs were, they would ultimately serve only to satisfy a fleeting desire or amusement. They would never compare to the utility of a ballistic missile or a nuclear electromagnetic cannon. 3 80-meter-tall super-large nuclear-powered Mechs would require an unfathomable amount of manpower and resources. However, the great Buddha of Xiling has spoken. Offering immense contributions to the research at the sanctuary.it is not just 3 units he must agree to, but even 30 as you wish. I have acquiesced to all your requests, yet there is no need for haste. Take a moment to rest, for our time is plentiful, and there is no urgency in this very moment. He understands that Xiling's deepest yearning is to unravel the mysteries of life's genes, to pursue the origins of existence. Yet, the difficulty of this endeavor is akin to leaping from the blue star into the sun for a bath, then jumping to other life-bearing planets in the universe to sample unfamiliar fruits. Fear not, I shall not perish before you do. I will even thrive better than you in 6 months. I will grant you the experience of life's evolution. leaving behind a voice that stirs a primal yearning in Su Yun. Chapter 55. The door opens ahead of schedule. A week later, the intense hunger within Su Yun gradually dissipated, his body brimming with vitality. As though he had regained the finest physical condition of his youth at 17 or 18 before he succumbed to lethargy. Truly, the gene optimization liquid is remarkable. Consuming 12 meals a day has sculpted his six-pack abs. Before a full-length mirror, Su Yun stood bare-chested, delighting in the sensation of his defined abdomen. Over the course of this week, he had dined to the point of exhaustion, enjoying meals laden with meat, vegetables, and soup at every turn. He had often contemplated sampling the nutrient solution concocted by Xiling, yet had found it too unpalatable to ingest. Fortunately, the sanctuary is never short of provisions, with an array of high-end ingredients available 24 hours a day. Coupled with the occasional consumption of bioenergy crystal powder from irradiated sea monsters, his physique had reached its peak. His mind, too, had become markedly clearer, with logic, reaction, and intelligence visibly enhanced. Regrettably, such exceptional substances require the bioenergy crystals from irradiated sea monsters as their primary ingredient. The sanctuary had only managed to hunt 5 small irradiated sea monsters, rendering the production of the liquid minimal. Xiling had provided him with a mere 3 vials, of which he, Assistant Jiang, and his mother had utilized 1 each, leaving others to wait their turn. Nevertheless, the changes post-gene optimization were significant. His appetite had surged to 3 times its usual requirement to sustain his daily energy needs. His height had increased by 5 centimeters, reaching 183, yet his physique remained well-proportioned and elongated, with his weight skyrocketing to 280 pounds, over double its previous measure. This indicates a substantial increase in his bone and muscle density, resulting in peak human capabilities. At this moment, Su Yun felt confident that he could sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds, and easily lift 300 kilograms. No more aches in his waist or legs. He could now run 10 laps around the lowest level of the sanctuary in one breath. More importantly, he could finally subdue the fierce matriarch, Jiang. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile spread across Su Yun's face. The wisest decision he had ever made was persuading Xiling to join the Nebula group. Menger. Instruct the nutritionist to prepare dinner tonight at 3 times the usual portion, Su Yun suddenly declared. With his genetic optimization complete, he was no longer trapped in a state of constant hunger, a dire sensation that was truly unbearable. After notifying her, Yun Menger responded, "However, Brother Yun, the heavy industrial zone within the steel castle is back in full operation. Shiguang and Haoyang are prepared, and the construction plan for the super-large nuclear-powered mechas requires your authorization to open the door, relying on the facilities erected at Fengyi Mountain." Upon hearing this, Su Yun sighed in resignation and nodded. A mecha towering over 80 meters high could not be manufactured within the confines of the sanctuary due to space limitations. After considerable deliberation, he decided to open the door ahead of schedule. Spurred by Xiling's research on irradiated sea monsters, the reactions of biological enzymes and repulsion agents had already been deployed by the armed forces in the external combat zone, using bicycles to spread repulsion agents within a 5-kilometer radius around the sanctuary, dispersing thousands of wandering irradiated sea monsters, with none in sight even in the neighboring sea. After mixing the biological enzymes with water, a continuous spray enveloped the sanctuary's entrance, where nuclear radiation was being decomposed by these enzymes, raising the ambient temperature above 60 degrees, dry and scorching. As for the electromagnetic pulse's impact, Chu Xianga would lead several teams researching electromagnetic forces to conduct a large-scale electromagnetic dissipation experiment 500 meters outside the sanctuary's entrance, expected to last for half a month, with a follow-up experiment required after that. This was their most effective means of combating external disasters. Although cumbersome and fraught with challenges, simply being able to venture outside was a victory in itself. With this in mind, Su Yun could no longer remain idle. He hastily donned his clothing and made his way to the central control hall. He too yearned to witness the scenes beyond the sanctuary. 10 minutes later, beep beep beep. The warning lights at both ends of the Hive sanctuary's entrance began to flash incessantly. In 5 minutes, the Hive's great door would open. The first team through would be led by Chu Xianga, tasked with conducting a large-scale electromagnetic dissipation experiment within 2 hours to pave the way for the mechanized engineering troops. As the chief engineers of the Mechs, Li Shiguang and Haoyang could not be absent. Both donned heavy protective gear and were eager to proceed. Haoyang, Do you remember our agreement? Li Shiguang suddenly inquired at this. Hao Yang paused momentarily before breaking into a grin. The mechas? Merely our toys, they mused. What they truly desired was to hunt irradiated sea monsters, gathering sufficient new heavy metal elements to usher in a new technological era. These new elements possessed remarkable memory and energy conduction properties, heralding a bright future for energy technology. They would not let the opportunity slip by. Building super-large nuclear-powered mechas to hunt irradiated sea monsters was an imperative, and their agreement must hold true. Of course, we shall meet again in the starry sky 10 years hence. Meanwhile, Long Feng and hundreds of armed personnel clad in heavy protective gear stood guard before the sanctuary's entrance. Their figures appeared diminutive compared to the vast door, yet loomed large in the eyes of all within the sanctuary. Captain Long, do you sense it? The temperature is beginning to drop, and breathing has become somewhat laborious through the filters. One member of the team remarked solemnly. In response, Long Feng nodded gravely. The natural disasters following earthquakes and fires herald the onset of oxygen depletion and a descent into an ice age. He gazed into the obscured sky, a sense of dread for the apocalypse stirring within him. A week prior, the Hive sanctuary had received an urgent mission. After the meteor disaster, they had ventured outside for the first time. Upon stepping out, he was struck by the scene before him, his mind unsettled. The sanctuary's entrance, situated over 300 meters above Fengyi Mountain, revealed a once thriving international metropolis now reduced to a wasteland, littered with the debris of collapsed structures. More terrifying still were the countless irradiated sea monsters exceeding 5 meters in length, with some colossal creatures reaching 50 meters, their every step causing the ground to tremble for hundreds of meters, a horrifying sight. That day, clad in heavy protective gear and enveloped by corrosive irradiated rain, Long Feng felt a profound sense of insignificance before this world, as minuscule as an ant. The dominion once held by humanity, the Blue Star, had now been seized by irradiated sea monsters. Chapter 56. The hunting mission. With a thunderous roar, the massive 3-tiered door slowly creaked open. The opening of this door signified the Hive Sanctuary's formal declaration of war against the irradiated sea monsters. In this apocalyptic world, they sought to construct a bastion of steel for humanity, igniting a blazing light of hope. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as 30 mechas, each standing 5 meters tall and weighing 18 tons, strode forth, wrapped in 3 bulky coils, adorned with 2 stout antennas atop their heads. The mechas stepped out of the sanctuary, their antenna tips sparkling with electricity. They appeared oddly endearing, a curious blend of clumsiness and charm. Likely a special design by the researchers to ensure their operation despite electromagnetic pulses. Following closely, large instruments, specially treated and connected by thick cables, were hoisted by the mechas, heading towards the open expanse beyond. What are they doing? A Special Forces member queried in confusion. Long Feng glanced at the sky and then at his own equipment. Aside from his rifle and heavy protective suit, he bore no electronic devices. Are they planning to neutralize the effects of the electromagnetic pulse? He muttered in astonishment. What a spectacle it is to contend with humanity and to wage war against the heavens. The Hive Sanctuary truly excels in technological prowess. Whether it be the repulsion agents against irradiated sea monsters or the spraying of biological enzymes to decompose radiation, these were once beyond their imagination. Now, even electromagnetic pulses could be managed. What calamity could the Hive Sanctuary not resolve? Simultaneously, Chu Xiangge, Li Shiguang, and Hao Yang led their team out of the sanctuary. The sight before them was one of desolation. The earth was ravaged, landscapes shattered, and an oppressive silence weighed heavily upon them. Clad in heavy protective gear, they remained impervious to the harshness of the environment, yet could feel the sorrow of this world. They lamented, for the realm that once belonged to humanity was on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, the oxygen levels remain within acceptable limits. However, a snow disaster is anticipated, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. Li Shiguang furrowed his brow and remarked that not only that, but from time to time, lethal radiation corrosive acid rain descends, which, after the temperature drop, will transform into radiation corrosive snow. The construction of his colossal nuclear-powered mech must occur outside the shelter, and the myriad environmental challenges are formidable. Hao Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seems we must first erect a greenhouse towering around 100 meters. Fortunately, the application of biological enzymes to decompose radiation can warm the air, mitigating the impacts of the impending snow disaster, and is expected to last for about a week. Before that, hunting the radiation sea monsters is of utmost urgency. Currently, their hive shelter lacks nothing except for the treasures contained within the radiation sea monsters. The hunting target is restricted to creatures measuring less than 20 meters in length. Both they and Xiling require a substantial number of radiation sea monster corpses, coupled with the gene optimization serum already developed. Only the biological energy crystals from the radiation sea monsters are needed for mass production. At that point, both the researchers and the special forces will be the first beneficiaries, gaining enhancements in intelligence and physical capabilities. Soon, with a ripple of intense electromagnetic waves emanating a blue glow, the chaotic charge movement in the air within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter began to stabilize. Electromagnetic counteracting electromagnetic is a specialty of Chushanga, and thus, the Nebula Hive shelter will no longer be affected by electromagnetic pulses. As the engineering team departed in a grand procession from the entrance, Cold Front and his companions received their new mission: hunt the radiation sea monsters. Cold Front's eyes narrowed with excitement. Finally, the moment for the mech to showcase its prowess has arrived. Although conditions are harsh without support from large-scale thermal weaponry, the heavy sniper rifles and custom mechanical Gatling guns devoid of electronic components will suffice. Not to mention, the mech is armed with 2 massive shark-tooth swords. Under the tactical assistance of the weakening and debilitating agents, hunting will not be arduous. In addition to the special forces in the preparation zone receiving 50 specially designed electromagnetic resistant mechs, along with 5 rapid response teams within the Hive, a total of 75 mechs will be deployed, supplemented by over 200 personnel clad in full-cover nuclear and electromagnetic-resistant exoskeleton armor. The Hive's inaugural hunting operation commenced. 1 hour later, 5 kilometers from the shelter, amidst the scorched and desolate earth, mechs with antennas emitting dazzling sparks were prepared for combat. Attention, attention! Beyond 5 kilometers from the shelter lies the danger zone, where radiation sea monsters may lurk within the ruins, ready to ambush us. Remember, the Hive requires the corpses and heads of the radiation sea monsters. If we encounter one exceeding 20 meters in length, withdraw swiftly. For those below 20 meters, aim to blast their necks or limbs with the Gatling. As for those under 10 meters, engage in close combat with knives to sever their heads, ensuring the bodies remain intact. 10 seconds later, the mechs were granted freedom to move, albeit not too swiftly, lest they lose track of one another. Brother Foam, whether we feast on delicacies or not depends on you. Ha ha ha. Each mech was accompanied by 3 armed personnel and exoskeletons, their shouts echoing. At that moment, Cold Front was seated within the cockpit of a specialized mech, his shark-tooth sword ready at hand. However, this mech's functionality was significantly simplified compared to the one he piloted previously. Lacking many features, aside from mechanical linkage controls, it possessed only a single attack button for the Gatling. All other actions required manual control. As I suspected, it's not so simple. Under the influence of electromagnetic pulses, this custom mech is indeed quite rudimentary. Cold Front chuckled wryly. Even boarding the mech involved climbing manually and operating the cockpit's opening and closing mechanisms, devoid of the intelligence and automation seen before. The nuclear reactor had also been replaced with a high-energy battery pack, reminiscent of machinery from the old industrial era. Yet this underscored the urgency of the Hive shelter's need for radiation sea monster corpses, as they could no longer wait for 2 months and the blink of an eye. 10 seconds passed. Cold Front instantly entered combat mode. A loud explosion echoed from afar. Turning to gaze, a mech wielding a massive black sniper rifle opened fire, the ground trembling beneath its feet from the recoil point 800 meters away. A radiation sea monster, measuring a daunting 8 meters, crashed to the ground with a mournful wail, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cold Front observed that the radiation sea monster resembled a crocodile with saber-like teeth. Its neck had been pierced, creating a gaping half-meter-wide hole, nearly severing its neck. However, this was scarcely different from a fatal blow. For even a radiation sea monster faced certain death in the face of humanity's top thermal weaponry. Regrettably, only 5 such rifles existed within the shelter, wielded by the captains of the rapid response teams. These were experimental products from the Weapons Research Institute, crafted by a team of researchers in collaboration with 2 Level 8 machinists. Seeing others already in action, Cold Front eagerly sprinted towards the target, brandishing his shark-tooth swords, charged with murderous intent. The reward for slaying a radiation sea monster over 10 meters in length amounted to 100,000 Nebula credits, while capturing one alive would yield 500,000. He was determined to claim that prize. The 100,000 credits will have to be divided among 4 people. If I'm going to do this, I intend to do it big. If I'm going to earn, I am going to earn big. Chapter 57. The adventure team planned. The battle raged on, with the thunderous sounds of sniper rifles and Gatling guns resonating within a 10-kilometer radius. Radiation sea monsters fell with relentless frequency amidst the chaos of war. Dust swirling in the air. Several armed personnel and exoskeletons observed the mech combat, remaining vigilant while engaging in lighthearted conversation. Not too shabby. The bullets have been chambered for quite a while, taking over 10 seconds. Moreover, I've heard that the points earned will be halved for the Weapons Research Institute. It's not as lucrative as we had hoped. Brothers, this first wave of lucrative opportunities is right before us. The shelter is brimming with temptations, fresh fruits, vegetables, and various high-end supplies. Even cigarettes and alcohol are now part of the point system. Additionally, there are all sorts of top-notch electronic devices and an array of end-times equipment. Without points, one cannot afford to buy a thing. Well, the Mechs belong to the Hive shelter, but one day, we will own one of our own. Then we won't have to envy them anymore. They each held massive water guns filled with weakening agents, capable of suppressing the biological enzymes within radiation sea monsters upon contact, rendering them feeble. Their exoskeletons also bore an assortment of grenades filled with repulsive agents, a safeguard for their lives, which they could deploy to repel radiation sea monsters and gain a moment to retreat. In addition to mechs, there were end-times battle vehicles, combat drones, and bomb-resistant motorcycles, truly impressive. Just gazing at those top-tier pieces of equipment made me green with envy. Indeed, I can hardly wait. It's likely we'll be out hunting radiation sea monsters in less than 2 months. Increasing our income. As the security preparation team, they were naturally provided with the necessary equipment by the shelter. Furthermore, they received a steady influx of Nebula credits monthly, along with substantial task rewards when on missions. However, during downtime, they could form an adventure team to earn some extra cash. They had heard rumors of the legendary gene optimization serum and gene evolution liquid to come. Without sufficient credits, they would be left watching enviously when the time arrived. Fortunately, radiation sea monsters were treasure troves. The Hive shelter had already deployed a commercial acquisition plan. It was anticipated that 2 months post-electromagnetic pulse dissipation, a special area would be designated for trading in radiation sea monsters. At that time, wouldn't it be far better to strive for a better life than merely lounging around in the Nebula Hive shelter? Yet, the prerequisite was having enough credits to purchase equipment and ammunition for venturing outside or renting mechs. And now was the time to accumulate points. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Merely 2 months to go. Just a little longer. Meanwhile, good heavens, the second one is down. Quickly, douse it in weakening agents and tie it up. Cold Front shouted, drenched in sweat within the mech. The mech was currently pinning down a radiation sea monster resembling a fusion of fish and shrimp, measuring a formidable 8 meters in length. At this moment, its massive pincers had been severed, and 4 out of 6 dinosaur-like limbs lay broken, thrashing wildly. Its 2 sturdy tentacles struck the mech with dull thuds, while dark green blood flowed profusely from its mouth. Cold Front felt the intense resistance jarring his body, leaving him sore all over. The mech was operating at full capacity, with energy expected to last another 20 minutes. Simultaneously, 3 Special Forces members surrounded it, continuously spraying weakening agents, their exoskeletons moving swiftly, covering 3 to 4 meters with each stride in less than 3 minutes. The lobster-like sea monster gradually succumbed to its struggles, its tentacles no longer able to resist as it gasped for breath. Lying subdued under the mech, upon witnessing the scene, the 3 Special Forces operatives exchanged glances, and a slender, high-strength fiber rope was produced from behind. United in their efforts, they successfully ensnared the irradiated sea monster, taking care to spray it several times to ensure it was rendered weak. With the capture accomplished, Long Feng finally ceased the mecha's overload operation mode and rose to his feet. Although the overload function greatly enhanced the mecha's torque and provided formidable strength, it also accelerated the depletion of the high-energy battery, resulting in significant mechanical wear and tear, making frequent use impractical. Despite having 40,000 rounds of ammunition remaining, the energy reserves were down to a mere 20%, rendering further captures impossible. With a resigned shake of his head, Long Feng lamented the mecha's lack of nuclear power. Previously, he had wielded a nuclear-powered mecha to devastating effect amidst swarms of irradiated sea monsters for over 20 hours, as if its energy supply were inexhaustible. Nevertheless, after several hours of battle, their gains were substantial. They had captured 2 irradiated sea monsters measuring approximately 8 meters in length and had obliterated 5 more, each around 10 meters long, with a Gatling gun. Additionally, they had severed 2 intact heads from monsters exceeding 8 meters in length with their shark-toothed greatsword. The expected earnings amounted to around 160,000 Nebula points, allowing each participant to receive 40,000, a remarkable sum for just a few hours of work. This bounty was sufficient for an ordinary 4-person household to live comfortably in the shelter for a lifetime. Reflecting on this, Long Feng's stern visage broke into a jubilant smile, his excitement palpable. If this momentum continued, within a week, he would be able to afford various equipment and mechas offered by the Hive shelter. Initially, he had anticipated needing a 6-person team. He would pilot the mecha while 3 others coordinated the combat and capture efforts, leaving the remaining 2 to maintain vigilance and manage logistics and sales. The Nebula points required for this endeavor would be no less than 40 to 50 million. Each mecha cost 20 million Nebula points, while an apocalyptic anti-radiation vehicle was priced at 10 million. Not to mention the ammunition, drones, all-encompassing exoskeletons, protective suits, and other assorted necessities, which added up considerably. Moreover, the soon-to-be mass-produced gene optimization serum was projected to cost 1 million per vial, with 6 individuals needing it, plus their families, another several million Nebula points. The weight of this financial burden increasingly pressed upon Long Feng's mind. After expending tremendous effort and depleting 80% of the mecha's energy, they had only garnered 160,000 Nebula points. A daunting journey lay ahead. Yet, regardless of the challenges, he was determined to persevere. A fiery gleam flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the distant ruins of what was once the coastal city, where countless irradiated sea monsters still roamed, his veritable treasure trove. Though they had slaughtered irradiated sea monsters with relative ease, the uproar of battle had begun to attract larger specimens, some exceeding 20 meters in length. Encounters were already occurring. These colossal creatures could withstand the Gatling's onslaught, and only the ultra-heavy sniper rifles employed by the mechas could inflict damage upon them, merely causing blood to spray and leaving gaping wounds. The larger the creature, the more resilient it became against conventional firearms. Should a sea monster exceeding 30 meters appear, even the 5 devastating sniper rifles would be rendered ineffective. At that point, the roles of hunter and hunted would inevitably reverse. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hive shelter, Su Yun was also piloting a mecha for a sortie. At present, within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter, there was no interference from electromagnetic pulses, allowing for the unrestricted use of electronic devices and communication. And the mecha required no special handling. Indeed, the mecha was an exhilarating experience, undoubtedly the most reliable and potent personal equipment in this post-apocalyptic world. Keep the production lines running. We need 3 more high-spec lines to keep up with the demand, he exclaimed, eager for his share of the action. Inside the cockpit, Su Yun clumsily maneuvered the mecha while expressing his delight. In response, Yun Ming'er, displayed on the mecha screen, rolled her eyes. Wasn't it you who said the mecha was merely a toy with no real utility? Now here you are, not only enjoying yourself but also requesting additional production lines, increasingly Shiguang's workload. Don't forget, he's busy building 4 ultra-large nuclear-powered mechas with Hao Yang and the others. Your Nebula Guardian will be ready in 2 months. And then you'll truly experience the thrill, Yun Ming'er remarked wistfully. This reminded her of her own plan to create a body using the new elemental metal derived from irradiated sea monsters. What a marvel that would be. At this, Su Yun felt a swell of anticipation. The mecha looked up to see thousands of engineering teams fervently constructing facilities flanking the entrance of the Hive shelter. The sounds of machinery and engineering equipment resonated powerfully. On the day of success, the Hive shelter would welcome 4 new guardians, poised to face the threats posed by irradiated sea monsters without hesitation. A towering 80-meter mecha, combined with the cutting-edge technology of the Nebula Hive shelter, promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 58. The greedy boss. The hunting squad returned in succession. Under the glow of the shelter's lights, some mechas were splattered with the dark green blood of irradiated sea monsters, exuding an aura of grim slaughter. Others, clad in all-encompassing exoskeletons, were caked in mud, looking disheveled. Yet, all wore expressions of unrestrained joy. What a haul! 8 irradiated sea monsters, each around 10 meters long, with 2 measuring nearly 12 meters including their tails. This bounty surpasses my earnings for half a year, an excited voice exclaimed. Though they were elite operatives of the Hive shelter, enjoying a generous monthly salary that allowed their families to live comfortably, the equipment they donned belonged to the shelter and could be utilized freely for missions until the trading system was fully implemented. Brothers, keep up the good work. In 2 months, I want that high-spec storm Mecha. Just 20 million Nebula points. Easy peasy. The returning crowd was a lively spectacle. The Mecha led the way, swaggering proudly, trailed by transport mechas hauling the immense carcasses of irradiated sea monsters, creating a scene of triumphant return filled with laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, from his Mecha, Su-Yun observed this scene with a smile. As long as the irradiated sea monster carcasses keep coming, our trading platform at the Hive shelter will be able to offer even more premium products. On the Nebula Hive's trading platform interface, a plethora of products tailored for the post-apocalyptic wasteland had already appeared. Storm Mecha. Height 5.5 meters, weight 21 tons, striking in black and white like a dark night. Featuring an independent intelligence system, 3 high-energy batteries capable of running for 36 hours, and an overload function for an hour and a half. The base Mecha is valued at 20 million Nebula points. Nuclear Apocalypse Battle Vehicle. Length 11.8 meters, height 3.3 meters, weight 35 tons, seating for 8, with a cargo capacity of 120 tons, constructed from high chromium titanium alloy, fully enclosed for nuclear protection, bulletproof, and insulated. Its power rivals that of a tank. Equipped with a built-in blue light Gatling gun, featuring intelligent AI navigation and automatic driving. Valued at 10 million Nebula points. Falcon Armed Helicopter. 12 million Nebula points. All-encompassing external nuclear defense exoskeleton. 800,000 Nebula points. Apocalyptic Anti-Explosion Motorcycle. 300,000 Nebula points. Gene Optimization Serum. 1 million Nebula points. Currently in pre-sale. Priority for researchers, special forces personnel, the elderly, and children. New sea monster material protective suit. 120,000 Nebula points. Out of stock. Repugnant agent. 100,000 Nebula points per ton. Decomposition nuclear radiation enzyme. 200,000 Nebula points per ton. Out of stock. Nuclear contamination surgery. 100,000 Nebula points per procedure. 20% mortality rate. Satellite communication terminal. Post-apocalyptic drones, rifles, sniper rifles, Gatlings, and various types of ammunition. All available for Nebula points. There were even high-energy biscuits, nutritional liquids, medical kits, and more, truly an extensive range. This platform served as a provisioning store for all adventurers venturing out to hunt. All items could be purchased with Nebula points, accessible to everyone within the Hive shelter. Particularly, the Gene Optimization Serum had everyone on edge the moment it was uploaded, their faces flushed with excitement. Accompanied by explanations and videos, it detailed the transformations experienced by Su-Yun himself. While it did not offer life evolution or longevity benefits, the conclusion of gene optimization would restore one's physical condition to its prime. Even the elderly would find their aging appearances alleviated, their health improved, and gray hair returning to its natural color, potentially extending their lives by several years to a decade. Of course, none of this came free. Nebula points were required for purchase. Although the Hive shelter provided monthly living support, covering all basic needs, such advanced scientific achievements were not easily obtained. 1 million Nebula points would take an external-level employee nearly a decade of diligent work to amass. Should they choose to remain idle and contribute nothing to the shelter, Su-Yun had given everyone the opportunity for a comfortable life and hope. From here on out, it would depend on their own efforts. Throughout this process, Su-Yun had myriad ways to entice them. With the allure of the Gene Optimization Serum, no one would dare to miss out. Su-Yun gazed towards the other side of the foot of Fingy Mountain, where a vast trading market was under construction, serving as a commerce hub for all outgoing teams. He mused that the Hive shelter resembled an idyllic paradise, where everyone lived without a care in the world. While this marketplace stood as a testament to humanity's reverence for the cataclysms of the apocalypse, this was the front line of humanity's struggle against the end times. If one sought freedom rather than a life of lethargy, they ought to witness the devastation of this world. Survival alone would render life all the more thrilling. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Su-Yun's mind. Indeed, he was more suited to being a behind-the-scenes, unscrupulous boss exploiting his employees to hone their skills. Meanwhile, a commotion in the distance captured his attention. To his astonishment, they had indeed captured live radiation sea monsters. A surge of excitement filled Su Yun as he maneuvered his mech to observe. Within a grand procession of transport vehicles, two enormous radiation sea monsters were restrained on a flatbed, groaning and thrashing in a futile attempt to break free from the high-fiber ropes binding them. Alas, a special forces soldier nearby was continuously administering a weakening agent, significantly diminishing the vitality of the biological enzymes within the radiation sea monsters, rendering them incapable of harnessing sufficient energy from their internal nuclear radiation. My goodness, no wonder Cold Fong is the king among soldiers. Two radiation sea monsters, each approximately 8 meters long, must be worth around 800,000 Nebula points, right? Truly impressive. Even with the weakening agent, capturing such colossal creatures is no less challenging than a human capturing an adult Siberian tiger. How enviable! There remains a considerable gap between others and Cold Feng's strength. Isn't his teammate me? At this moment, Cold Feng and his team wore expressions of pride, basking in the admiration of those around them. Among the teams that ventured forth to hunt radiation sea monsters, only they could claim the live captures. What does this signify? It indicates that they were the strongest warriors within the Hive shelter, their status rising dramatically, granting them dominion over the discourse for the forthcoming month. Make way! Make way! Capturing a live one isn't just about having hands. You weaklings, don't obstruct my path, scoffed a member of Cold Feng's team, brimming with arrogance. This incited a mix of resentment and helplessness among others. A man must prove everything through action. Although they were formidable this time, who would emerge victorious tomorrow remained uncertain. TSK, seeing the radiation sea monsters up close for the first time, their bizarre forms were truly grotesque. Su Yun glanced at them, clicking his tongue in dismay. One resembled a lobster, another a seahorse-crocodile hybrid, each more repulsive than the last, their mutated appearances bizarre to the point of evoking discomfort. Yet, it was precisely these radiation sea monsters that were treasures in their own right. Let them be ugly. It won't hinder my ability to amass wealth. The corners of Su Yun's mouth lifted slightly. This hunting expedition was expected to yield around 700 radiation sea monsters of varying sizes. A veritable windfall. Although he would need to dispense a significant number of Nebula points as rewards, it paled in comparison to the riches he would reap from these creatures. He could even sell them for 100-fold or 1,000-fold in Nebula points. After all, a merchant never loses. Not to mention, as a heartless, unscrupulous boss, as long as the hunting continued unabated, the resource depletion of the Hive shelter would pose no problem. Just as he reveled in thoughts of wealth, Yun Minger's anxious voice suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 59. Mechanical ascent 500 meters from the shelter. A hunting mech convoy, stretching over 100 meters, steadily advanced towards the shelter's entrance. The sound of cheerful laughter echoed continuously. Sister, we got 12 radiation sea monsters, each around 10 meters long. It seems we truly struck gold this time. They should be worth 60,000 Nebula points. With this, we can finally procure protective gear, and this meteorite, a solid mass of iron, must be worth several thousand Nebula points, right? Besides the team with 5 heavy sniper rifles, our Red Rose Squad's harvest will surely rank among the top. Showing those arrogant men what it means that women can slay on the battlefield too, in the mech. Long Hongyu swept her bangs aside, a smile playing on her rose-colored lips as she listened to her teammates' laughter. Beneath the gray, snowy night, a gentle red glow emanated from her, dazzling in its brilliance. The meteorite, roughly 1 meter in diameter but weighing over 30 tons, was small yet extraordinarily heavy, an anomaly. She speculated that this meteorite likely contained metallic materials unknown to Blue Star. If the researchers could study it, it might yield unexpected results, leading to substantial rewards. Of course, if it turned out to be merely a simple metallic iron meteorite, its value would be negligible. But what if? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Long Hongyu. This was all thanks to the mechs and equipment provided by the Hive shelter. Otherwise, with just a couple of guns, confronting such fearsome radiation sea monsters would surely lead to doom. In 2 months, the trading platform of the Hive shelter would be fully operational. At that time, Nebula points would be of utmost importance. With enough, one could withstand the onslaught of apocalyptic monsters and thrive. Soon, the massive gates of the Hive shelter loomed ahead, with a fervent construction crew hard at work. Particularly on Fungi Mountain, various construction facilities were firmly anchored to the cliffs, with thick steel bars jutting from the ground to a height of 100 meters. Witnessing this scene, Long Hongyu felt a surge of excitement. She had heard that the research engineering team needed to manufacture super-large mechs to combat the giant radiation sea monsters. The thought of such terrifying steel behemoths was exhilarating. However, just then, a rapid alarm blared. Warning, warning, got a massive source of danger detected. Please halt the Rose Special Forces team in place for inspection. Warning, warning. Yun Menger's stern voice resonated throughout the vicinity of the shelter's entrance. Clear for all to hear, a red light flared up, enveloping a vast area, as if a heavy presence bore down upon them. The Cold Hongyu Special Forces. Wasn't that one of the only 2 female Special Forces teams in the preparatory unit? What had they done? I'll go take a look. Huazi, assist the transport team. Ensure the radiation sea monster carcasses are all collected. Don't let any slip away. Cold Fang's gaze sharpened as he piloted his mech forward. The Gatling gun on his left arm began to whir ominously, ready to unleash its full firepower at a moment's notice, while his right hand unsheathed the massive shark-toothed sword from his back. On guard against the Cold Hongyu transport team, particularly the carcasses of the radiation sea monsters behind them, Huazi and the other Special Forces members exchanged worried glances. Let us go. If anything happens, only the mechs can stand against it. We can't hold back Cold Fang, Huazi said gravely. They were unaware of what was transpiring, but given the current situation, dozens of mechs were on high alert. Advancing towards their objective, they needed to swiftly lead the radiation sea monster carcasses away to clear space for combat. This is the captain of the Rapid Response Unit, Wu Lijun, and I am temporarily assuming command. I request the Rose Special Forces members to remain in place while the rest of the personnel, except for the mechs, evacuate immediately. Wu Lijun's voice rang out within the mechs. The electromagnetic pulse effects had long since dissipated around the shelter, and communications were functioning normally one by one. The mechs encircled Cold Hongyu's transport team, poised for combat at any moment. At this juncture, Long Hongyu stood in bewilderment. As she beheld the advancing mechs surrounding them, a profound sense of crisis welled up within her. The other 3 female team members felt a chill run down their spines, afraid to speak, remaining silent in place. Particularly the mech operators within the transport mechs looked dumbfounded. Wait, I'm certain the radiation sea monsters are all dead. How could there still be a problem? Someone exclaimed in terror. They quickly resumed their tense vigilance over the carcasses of the radiation sea monsters lying on the transport flatbed, fearing they might spring to life. Suddenly, someone recalled something and looked back at the heavy meteorite that lay behind the transport team, in the cold, drifting snow. A strange red light flashed briefly, instilling fear in their hearts. Meanwhile, just as everyone was on edge, Su-Yun approached in his mech, his expression one of astonishment. Everyone stay calm. Aside from that last transport flatbed, the rest can move a bit further away. The research team is on their way. Su-Yun's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, Yun Menger's voice resonated within the mech. Brother Yun, there's no radiation. Only an immense energy particle emanating from this meteorite. It possesses energy equivalent to 5 nuclear power plants. It is extremely dangerous and is something beyond our current understanding on Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun nodded solemnly. This meteorite, if all indications held true, had originated from outer space, which was entirely plausible given that Blue Star had never encountered it before. Should this massive energy be unleashed, it could very well obliterate Fungi Mountain, leading to catastrophic consequences for the shelter deep underground. Although the probability was minimal, vigilance was paramount. Soon, Hao Yang, accompanied by a group of researchers clad in protective gear, came rushing in, several mechs behind them transporting various equipment. Where is it? A 1-meter meteorite holds the energy of 5 nuclear power plants? What a joke. If you dare deceive me, I will have you dealt with. Hao Yang's irritable voice rang out even before he arrived. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions turning sour, though they were accustomed to his temperament. In positions of high status and capability, one can indeed act with impunity. Moreover, their mechs operate solely thanks to the advanced energy battery packs developed by Hao Yang. It's merely a matter of venting frustrations. The issue is not significant. Simultaneously, Long Hongyu finally grasped the root of the matter. It was that meteorite. Yet, a cold sweat trickled down her back, an energy capacity equivalent to 5 nuclear power plants. It is worth noting that they had employed rather forceful methods to extract this meteorite from its deep pit. Should anything go awry, it would result in utter annihilation. Su Yun cast a glance at Hao Yang and said, exasperated, "Hurry up and inspect this ticking time bomb. If there is a problem, just toss it into the deep sea. Don't let it blow us up." Hao Yang, panting, gestured towards Su Yun's mech and replied, "Give me a moment to catch my breath, and my hypothesis is that it might be some form of energy-absorbing material capable of harnessing various radiative energies in space." After a while, the research team and their instruments were all in place. Moments later, data began to appear, with several readings exceeding the maximum detection values of the equipment. Suddenly, Hao Yang's eyes lit up, incredulously exclaiming, "Holy moly! In an environment of -12 degrees, this substance exhibits 100% electromagnetic induction and energy conduction. This is a breakthrough, flesh and blood transcending into machinery. Isn't that superior to genetic evolution?" At that moment, he trembled with excitement, his mind racing with countless thoughts. This material contained immense gentle energy within each atom, with an energy loss rate approaching 0. Theoretically, if it were to replace human organs, the body could sustain itself for 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years without depletion of energy. Therefore, as long as the modified brain remained alive or the consciousness persisted, a person could live for millennia. This mechanical body, comparable to the energy of a nuclear power station, could unleash terrifying, superhuman strength. Of course, the challenges involved were astronomical. This was merely a theoretical direction. At this moment, Hao Yang had already conceived dozens of applications for this extraordinary material. Dreamer-S metallic body, human mech consciousness integration connectors, artificial organs, limbs, cyborgs. Meanwhile, Su Yun gazed at the screen displaying Yun Minger's excited and hopeful visage, utterly bewildered. Mechanical ascension? Could it be that this substance could transform Yun Minger into a robot? Suddenly, Hao Yang interjected, "Yun, we need to gather more of this material. It's of paramount importance. Coupled with the new elemental metal from the radiative sea monsters, we could turn the entire shelter into a city of energy, capable of activating a super-large energy shield. If the quantity is sufficient, it could even be used to construct mechs. Not only could we achieve human-machine integration, but I could also equip the mechs with energy weapons and shields, enabling them to fly effortlessly, even traversing space and the deep sea." Chapter 60. The value of the meteorite. Hao Yang's voice left those around him in sheer astonishment. No one had anticipated that a mere fragment of a meteorite could possess such formidable capabilities. Particularly, the concepts of an energy city, an energy shield, and the flying capabilities of mechs. If these were truly developed, the despairing apocalypse would stand no chance against the rise of the Hive shelter. Meanwhile, Su Yun wore a serious expression, contemplating Hao Yang's words with growing dread regarding the potential of this material. Whoever mastered this extraterrestrial metal would hold the reins of a new technological era on Blue Star. Concurrently, the other researchers surrounding the meteorite fragment erupted in fervent exclamations. Moreover, this metal could be fashioned into energy batteries for mechs, with even a small piece capable of supplying the entire Hive shelter's energy needs for months. Once a method to control the energy output was established, mechs could function for extended periods without nuclear reactors. Additionally, the energy weapons displayed an astonishing 100% energy conduction capability, with materials that could withstand energy levels beyond comprehension. Once a practical application was devised, even a small handgun could unleash lasers at temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. The most crucial aspect was the integration with small energy restrainers. Just imagine, if one were to carry an energy restrainer, a minuscule piece of meteorite metal the size of a marble could power a high-energy shield, impervious even to conventional firearms, a true artifact for self-preservation in a perilous world. Listening to the fervent voices of the crowd, Su Yun blinked and swallowed, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The meteorite had wrought cataclysmic disaster upon Blue Star, yet it also offered treasures capable of accelerating human technological advancement. It seemed that, in addition to hunting the radiative sea monsters, the search for meteorites was of utmost importance. He murmured to himself, "Yun, this meteorite is most likely the one that struck the center of the Pacific Ocean. Hidden behind the fragments, its main body lies in the depths of the sea. We must find a way to excavate it. It's a veritable treasure mountain." Yun Minger urged. At these words, Su Yun raised his gaze to the distant sea surface. Blanketed by swirling snowflakes, his eyes burning with fervor, it appeared that the creation of mechs was indeed a wise decision. In the deep sea, countless radiative sea monsters lurked, and only mechs could dive deep enough to extract the meteorite. Especially with the ultra-large nuclear-powered mechs coupled with Hao Yang's proposed energy technology, once constructed, how could the radiative sea monster's stronghold withstand them? Exterminating them in a flurry would be no challenge at worst. He could order a nuclear submarine to launch a low-yield nuclear bomb to cleanse the area where the meteorite fell before diving in to feast on the spoils. Time is life. Time is money. The thought that the dawn of an energy technology era lay before the Hive shelter brought a fiery gleam to Su Yun's eyes. It must all belong to him. Yun, we're off. I can hardly wait to unravel the secrets of this meteorite, Hao Yang exclaimed anxiously. Not just him. Other researchers could hardly contain themselves, clamoring to excavate a piece of the meteorite to savor the taste of extraterrestrial metal in the confines of their laboratory. Very well, go ahead. I'll handle the rest. Su Yun chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. What pleased him most was that all the researchers within the Hive shelter seemed to be cut from the same mold. Research was their everything. The mysteries of this world captivated them, fueling their fervent desire to gradually unveil them bit by bit. This process, even if it required a lifetime, would not deter them, nor would they regret it. The Hive shelter could only offer them protection for their families, optimal treatment, and the most splendid experimental spaces and research resources, alleviating any concerns they might have. Hao Yang led the research team away in a grand procession. Soon to return in haste, Su Yun then turned his attention to Long Hongyu. It was their efforts that had brought immense contributions to the Hive shelter, recognizing the meteorite's significance ahead of time. He could not allow their spirits to be dampened. This meteorite is of great necessity for the shelter. You all have done exceptionally well. You may discuss amongst yourselves, and the shelter can fulfill one of your wishes or requests. Su Yun stated from within his mech. He was somewhat curious about what kind of request Long Hongyu might propose. Perhaps a mech, or genetic optimization fluid, or some other high-tech product. Upon hearing this, Long Hongyu was overwhelmed with excitement. She had placed her bets correctly. Expending minimal effort and time could yield rewards from Su Yun, the master of the Hive shelter. This was akin to striking it rich. Sister, we need mechs, our own mechs. A flustered Special Forces team member whispered urgently, their face flushed. If there was one thing the Rose Special Forces lacked, it was mechs. Their own mechs would undoubtedly represent a glimmer of hope in this apocalyptic world. Long Hongyu fixed her gaze on Su Yun's mech in the distance, determination solidifying within her, if possible. I wish to establish an adventure team in this wasteland, hunting radiative sea monsters and seeking meteorite fragments to continue contributing to the Hive shelter. She stated, her voice imbued with a cool yet resolute tone. As her words fell, those within the surrounding mechs gasped in astonishment, their fervor igniting. This was precisely what they yearned for in the desolate world beneath the apocalypse. Who wouldn't he wish for a set of top-notch equipment to survive and fight? Su Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, then found himself both amused and exasperated. Goodness, this girl is quite shrewd. A small-scale adventure team of 6 would require at least 80 million star cloud points. As Yun Ming'er had calculated, Long Hongyu's single request was equivalent to several smaller demands. Not holding back at all, however, in light of the benefits brought by the meteorite, it seemed trivial. He even felt it was too little. Without hesitation, Su Yun replied, all right, but you'll have to wait until the trading square and preparation plaza are established in 2 months. By then, you can claim a fully equipped, customized storm mech for free from the Hive trading platform. Along with a post-apocalyptic vehicle, 2 blast-proof motorcycles, 6 sets of the latest protective suits, 6 full-coverage exoskeleton armors, 6 tubes of genetic optimization fluid, a complete set of apocalyptic medical kits, and any additional heat weapons and ammunition you require. Each of you can take away a fully stocked set. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around turned their eager gazes towards Su Yun's mech. Goodness, this entire arrangement must equate to a significant portion of a small goal in star cloud points. At that moment, a singular thought ignited in everyone's minds. A meteorite equated to a small goal, translating to a complete set of equipment for a 6-person adventure team, along with logistics. Who could possibly resist such an offer? Though the true value of meteors far exceeds mere monetary worth, Su Yun remains unconcerned about these individuals hoarding their treasures. After all, without a modicum of scientific capability, they can only gaze wistfully at the mountain of riches, preferring instead to engage in trade with the Hive shelter to acquire Nebula points for a myriad of advanced technological products. Even the wealthiest landowners must exercise a degree of caution. Chapter 61. The transformation of nuclear submarines following the issuance of hunting and meteor collection missions. Over the course of the subsequent month and a half, all special operations teams and numerous security forces joined the ranks of those venturing outside. Moreover, the opportunities to earn Nebula points within the shelter were sparse. Although life was comfortable, the goods available on the trading platform remained tantalizingly out of reach. Consequently, more than 30,000 individuals, having undergone a week of training, also embarked on adventures, embracing the prospect of danger. Whether it be the corpses of radioactive sea monsters or the value of specialized meteor metals, combined with the products available on the trading platform, all served to incite a fervor among the populace. The necessary equipment was generously provided by the Hive shelter, save for the mechs. Xu Yun had no intention of allowing these individuals to easily wield the power of mechs. Believing that easily obtained possessions are seldom cherished, at best, they received electromagnetic and radiation-resistant suits, comprehensive exoskeleton armor, along with an array of firearms and debilitating agents. With a little cunning, a small group could sufficiently hunt radioactive sea monsters measuring under 10 meters in length. This was Xu Yun's way of granting them an initial opportunity. Although resource consumption was substantial, it was accompanied by a significant yield of radioactive sea monster carcasses, leading to the mass production of research outcomes. Gene optimization fluid, radioactive decomposition enzymes, bionutritional solutions, powerful munitions, sea monster skin protective gear, and nuclear radiation removal surgeries all became available on the Hive trading platform. Factories operated at full capacity, continuously dissecting the remains of radioactive sea monsters and feeding them into the production line. With various products accumulating in warehouses, except for bioenergy crystallization and the new heavy metals contained within the bodies of the radioactive sea monsters, all goods were available for purchase without restriction, provided one possessed sufficient Nebula points. Notably, the gene optimization fluid, priced at 1 million Nebula points per vial, was limited to one purchase per person. Upon its release, a staggering 150,000 vials were sold on the very first day. The majority of purchasers consisted of researchers, special operations team members, and their families, as these individuals were among the first within the Hive shelter to amass significant Nebula points and possessed the capabilities to do so without lacking a few million Nebula points. The second wave comprised security personnel and those who had recently joined the hunting expeditions. Though lacking mechs, with effort and perseverance, it wouldn't be long before they too could secure a vial. The third wave was anticipated to be the engineering teams. Currently, 4 large mechs and the trading district were bustling with activity. Each day brought substantial Nebula points and engineering task rewards, and it was estimated that within a year, they too could procure a vial. As time progressed, the trading model of the Hive shelter would solidify its foundation, with Yunminger assisting in balancing Nebula points and the value of various products, allowing for sustained and harmonious development. The systems belonging to the Hive shelter were gradually being perfected, and the commercial model of this apocalyptic city was on the verge of formation a month and a half later. Amidst the icy expanse, a frigid breath enveloped the entire blue star, the seas frozen, temperatures plummeting to over 50 degrees below zero. In this vast whiteness, there lay but one place untouched by the onslaught of snow and ice. At the foot of Fingy Mountain, a colossal steel city with a grand dome rose from the ground, towering 100 meters high and extending approximately 2 kilometers in length and width, encircled by walls of steel interspersed with the bones of radioactive sea monsters. Beneath the apocalyptic ice and snow, it resembled a blazing steel furnace city, where one could behold massive mechanical arms, mechs, and towering war machines. The air was perpetually infused with the warmth generated from the decomposition of nuclear radiation by biological enzymes, regulated by central survival facilities to a comfortable 24 degrees, akin to a spring day, seemingly isolated from the icy world outside. Even more astonishing were the 4 gargantuan nuclear-powered mechs, each exceeding 80 meters in height, standing sentinel on either side of the shelter's entrance. Resembling guardians of the Hive, today marked the inaugural test of the first mech, the covering Ocean Time. This colossal mech, adorned in shades of blue and white and radiating a dazzling metallic sheen, had its nuclear reactor humming to life, exuding an imposing aura. Finally, the moment had arrived. I have awaited this day for 5 long years. Li Shiguang, clad in a specially designed combat suit, trembled with excitement. 5 years ago, he had joined the Nebula group, tirelessly pursuing his dreams. Now, in this apocalyptic world, he had succeeded, filled with unparalleled fervor, ready to embark upon the covering ocean time. Clutching a black helmet, he ascended in the elevator. While the communicator buzzed with continuous data from Aesir, the mech's energy was at 100%, the hydraulic, power, operational, and fire systems were all functioning normally, and the human-machine consciousness connector had successfully decompressed. The path ahead was cleared for city exit testing, with Aesir wishing him good luck and a successful return. The gentle voice of the sultry AI brought Li Shiguang immense delight. The subsystem Aesir of Yunmeng'er was surely capable of perfectly assisting the mech, significantly enhancing its potential. Amidst the symphony of mechanical whirring, Li Shiguang reclined in the plush pilot seat, eagerly donning the helmet and declaring, "Covering ocean time, target 20 kilometers beyond the coastal wasteland. Engage!" The reactor at the chest of the mech began to channel energy output, the resonant hum of energy fluctuations a melodious overture. As the mech's eyes flickered to life, Li Shiguang's consciousness successfully melded with the machine. Achieving a harmonious union in this steel city, onlookers gazed fervently at the colossal mech in operation, their faces adorned with expressions of envy. The covering ocean time had finally awakened. Would it be capable of delivering a single punch to slay a radioactive sea monster measuring 50 meters in length? This behemoth was crafted with the pinnacle of blue star technology, equipped with nuclear power, an artificial intellect, a human-machine consciousness connector, and cloaked in specially formulated energy meteorite metal, rumored to possess an array of powerful energy attacks. It was a high-tech marvel. Against a 50-meter radioactive sea monster, it could effortlessly tackle 3 at once. Our mech would seem but a toy before it, a mere mouse, easily crushed underfoot. How magnificent, damn it! This marvel is one of only 4 at the Hive shelter, constructed with the utmost resources and technology, capable of hovering 300 meters above ground and plunging 9,000 meters into the sea. All while boasting maximum firepower, a veritable war machine of steel. Meanwhile, as Li Shiguang confidently stepped forth in his mech, Su Yun observed from the control hall, a twinge of unease stirring within him. His Nebula Guardian still required another week for the installation of energy shielding devices, along with various system tests. It was anticipated he would not be able to showcase his prowess for another 2 weeks. How could he contain his impatience? Just then, a series of urgent notifications erupted from the computer before him. It was a message from the nuclear submarine. Su Yun was startled, although the electromagnetic pulse had largely dissipated. Rendering it no longer damaging to electronic devices, its impact on communications remained substantial. Many details of the message were missing. Menger analyzed the situation regarding the nuclear submarine. Su Yun exclaimed hastily. Since the meteors had fallen, the Hive shelter had lost contact with the nuclear submarine for over 3 months. He hoped they had not encountered any mishaps. Soon, Yun Menger's voice resonated. Analysis suggests the nuclear submarine has been pursued by radioactive sea monsters. Having sent out distress signals and requests for assistance for the past 2 months, this revelation, Su Yun furrowed his brow. The nuclear submarine was laden with munitions and possessed 3 low-yield nuclear warheads. He had previously instructed them to engage freely in dire situations following the apocalypse. Surely they had not been pursued for 2 months. The effects of electromagnetic pulses in the deep sea would be minimal. And the submarine itself boasted formidable electromagnetic pulse defenses. How could they be relentlessly chased? Shouldn't they be heading towards the shelter instead? There was definitely something amiss, Su Yun murmured, anxiety creeping into his heart. The nuclear submarine housed over 300 personnel, equating to 300 family pillars within the Hive shelter. If something were to happen to the submarine, he would bear full responsibility for the lives of those over 300 individuals. No, Menger, activate the apocalyptic satellite early, enhance communication signals, and do everything possible to contact the nuclear submarine. Even if it has sunk, we must ascertain their last known whereabouts, Su Yun commanded gravely with a wave of his hand. Concurrently, the staff in the lower hall sprang into urgent action. Moments later, 10 minutes passed. Yun-gu, good news. We located the nuclear submarine, a voice exclaimed. However, they are in a dire situation, just 20 nautical miles from the shelter. being pursued by two radioactive sea monsters measuring 120 meters in length. The submarine has sustained two breaches and is riddled with damage. It's a grim sight. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Quick, tell Li Shiguang to stop bullying those little ones and head straight into the sea for a showdown. Unleash all firepower." Chapter 62. All-out assault. The onset of the Ice Age had arrived, enveloping the entire blue star in an unforgiving chill, rendering everything a desolate expanse of white. With temperatures plunging below -50 degrees, a thick layer of ice had already formed over the ocean's surface. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the icy expanse. A colossal nuclear submarine broke through the ice, shattering a vast area of it before submerging once more, vanishing from sight, leaving only waves surging over the fragmented ice. This extraordinary scene caught everyone off guard. Barely 5 seconds later, a massive radiated sea monster roared, bursting through the ice, its enormous claws wreaking havoc in a frenzy of destruction, venting its fury. This was a gigantic radiated sea creature, measuring over 120 meters in length, its form a grotesque shade of black. Beneath its triangular head lay a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and its entire body was encased in a tough, armor-like hide. Not far off on the ice, a 20-meter-high dorsal fin-like appendage violently tore through the ice, creating a wide expanse of open water. Below the ice, a shadow, no less than 120 meters long, swiftly darted toward the nuclear submarine. The existence of such creatures, once relegated to the realm of fantasy, instilled a sense of despair. Inside the frantic nuclear submarine, Hua Yunfei slammed his hand against the command console, cursing, "Damn it. It's been 2 months and the weapon launch system is still not repaired. What are those engineers doing?" The submarine is truly at its limits. After venting his frustration, his eyes became vacant as memories of the world before the apocalypse flooded back. Ever since the United States had delivered the nuclear submarine, Su Yun had appointed Hua Yunfei, the Minister of Industry, to lead 324 retired soldiers in taking charge of the submarine and nuclear weaponry in this post-apocalyptic era. Little did they anticipate that when a meteorite struck Blue Star, a chunk over 100 meters in diameter plummeted into the depths of the ocean, mere kilometers away from them. That moment. It was as if the ocean had erupted in fury, tossing the entire region into chaos, even sending the nuclear submarine, hidden within the depths, flying into the air. After half an hour of tumultuous upheaval, the submarine managed to endure but sustained severe damage, its exterior pockmarked and nearly rendered inoperable. Particularly, the compartment storing essential supplies had been breached in 2 locations, allowing seawater to flood in, forcing the hatch to close urgently, resulting in the loss of half their provisions. Furthermore, the missile silos had been left with gaping holes, and the torpedo tubes had been rendered inoperable by electromagnetic damage, leaving only a single 160mm machine gun on the deck still functional. However, after 2 months of battling sea monsters, ammunition was nearly depleted, and their endurance was waning. "Captain, the power system is damaged by 75%. Our energy is dwindling. In half an hour, our nuclear submarine will be immobile," came the dire report. "It's over. All the torpedo tubes are useless, the electromagnetic damage is too severe, and there's no chance of repair. The missile silos require engineers to venture out to fix them, but they can only cower inside the submarine, utterly helpless." "Not good. They're closing in again. 100 meters away. Damn it. 90 meters. Boost the power now, or we're done for." Listening to the urgent voices filled with frustration around him, Hua Yunfei wore a grim expression. If it weren't for the critical damage to their most powerful weapon systems, he could have fought his way in and out of the radiated sea monster's lair without a second thought. "Just hold on a little longer. We can reach the shore in 5 minutes, Hua Yunfei declared resolutely. He had already resolved to abandon the submarine and charge towards the coastline of Binhai City, breaking through the ice toward the Fengyi mountain range. At least, before meeting his end, he could catch one last glimpse of home. However, fate had other plans. With a thunderous roar, the nuclear submarine hopelessly surfaced amidst the turbulent waters and ice, revealing through the observation scope the sight of 2 enormous, menacing radiated sea monsters surrounding them. In addition to the triangular-headed creature, another resembled a terrifying hybrid of a prehistoric crocodile and shark. Only 15 nautical miles to go. The Fengyi Mountains are within sight. Hua Yunfei murmured weakly. Just beyond lay their home, and beneath that mountain was their last hope. Alas, it seemed they were too late. But just as despair settled over everyone, a series of urgent beeps echoed within the submarine, followed by a melodious voice resonating in their ears. Signal connection successful. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Your signal is too weak. Fortunately, I made it just in time. Yun Ming'er appeared on the submarine screen, wiping the beads of sweat from her pristine forehead. The sudden turn of events silenced the crew momentarily, but within 3 seconds, chaos erupted. "Holy crap, Dream Sister, we thought you were dead," shouted an ecstatic crew member. At that moment, Yun Ming'er was nothing short of a deity to them, bringing forth hope amidst their despair. "Miss, we need help. We're going to die. Oh my God, hurry and activate the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. The children are scared out of their wits. Let's obliterate those monsters. They've been chasing us for 10 days, and we almost became radiated sea monster dung." In the cockpit, cheers of excitement rose in a crescendo, and even those working in other compartments rushed over, their eyes filled with the desire to survive. "Nuclear electromagnetic cannon?" Yun Ming'er paused, then pouted in mild disbelief. "There's no need to unleash the doomsday weapon just yet. Wait a moment. An even more spectacular scene awaits. The Fuhai Shiguang is only 5 seconds away from the battlefield." At her words, confusion spread among the crew. "Fuhai Shiguang? What is that?" But the next moment, they were all left in awe. Boom! 2 intense beams of blue energy flashed past, instantly striking the 2 colossal radiated sea monsters, flipping them over and causing them to crash through hundreds of meters of ice. A towering mech, standing over 80 meters tall, descended from the sky like a titan, landing in the ocean before them, radiating a shimmering blue-white metallic sheen that left them speechless. The ice only reached its chest, and the nuclear reactor on its chest continuously burned the seawater, emitting an immense amount of energy. What thrilled them even more was the sight above. Dozens of armed helicopters circled overhead, with Gatling guns, machine guns, missiles, and other heavy weaponry aimed at the 2 massive radiated sea monsters. Not only that, but on the ice, countless post-apocalyptic anti-nuclear vehicles and bomb-proof motorcycles roared forward, numbering in the thousands. Following closely were mechs about 5 meters tall, racing across the ice like a mechanized army, each step resonating with power. Within a minute, all the arriving war machines surrounded the radiated sea monsters from afar. Ready to unleash their firepower? "Don't move, everyone stay back. Let me handle this today. I am the main character." Li Shiguang's voice resonated over the communication channel. Chapter 63. Establishing the Apocalypse Network. The Fuhai Shiguang was already poised and ready for action. "Warning, warning! The radiated monster contains immense and volatile energy, comparable to a nuclear reactor. There is a possibility of energy release attacks. The left one has corrosive saliva that may be sprayed out as an attack, and the mech's outer shell may not withstand it. The right one exhibits radiative energy fluctuations. There is an 80% chance it will unleash a thermal radiation energy attack." Acier's analytical voice echoed in Li Shiguang's ears. With the continuous mutation of the radiated sea monsters, coupled with the global radiation, their biological genes were evolving at an accelerated pace. In that moment, the 2 colossal radiated sea monsters exuded a power that instilled despair in humanity. Perhaps one day, they would no longer fear the threat of conventional weapons and nuclear bombs. The power that humanity once took pride in would fade into nothingness. Li Shiguang's expression turned grave as data on the radiated sea monsters flashed before him, sending shockwaves through his mind. As a researcher, he understood the terrifying nature of these creatures. They represented a life form beyond human comprehension, seemingly alien to Blue Star. However, this was not entirely a bad thing. Humanity's greatest strength lay in its intellect. One day, they would thoroughly study the radiated sea monsters, unlocking their secrets and advancing human technology. This was a race against time between biological evolution and technological exploration. The outcome of who would prevail, humanity or the radiated sea monsters, remained uncertain. "Acier, I'm going in, power output at 80%. Prepare the plasma thermal radiation cannon for activation. Let's hit them with the ultimate weapon of the radiant sun and take down one of them." Li Shiguang shouted with fervor, a fierce determination in his voice. Faced with such gigantic monsters, he believed in striking decisively rather than hesitating. Moreover, killing one would yield immense rewards. The corpse of a radiated sea monster over 100 meters long was expected to provide him with enough resources for months of research without worry. This was a treasure trove, a veritable goldmine that could make everyone wealthy overnight. As his words fell, the nuclear reactor in the mech's chest whirred to life, energy beginning to coalesce. This is an assault weapon meticulously developed by Hao Yang, centered around a nuclear reactor, which gathers all thermal radiation energy and transforms it into a plasma energy entity, in the blink of an eye. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, it appeared as though a sun had risen in the grayish sky. Illuminating a vast expanse, a crimson ray of energy sliced through the void, striking the triangular-headed radiation sea monster squarely on its forehead. The beam was utterly unstoppable, penetrating the creature's skull and traveling deep into the icy depths of the ocean, resulting in a thunderous roar from the seabed as towering waves erupted to a height of 300 meters, with thermal shockwaves radiating thousands of meters around, shattering the ice layer. The radiation sea monster let out no mournful cry but plummeted into the ocean, with a gaping wound 5 meters in diameter on its forehead, from which countless dark green blood gushed forth, sinking into the eerie silence of the deep sea. Even a creature exceeding 100 meters in length could not escape its own inherent weakness. Its head remained its fatal flaw. Meanwhile, in the central control hall of the shelter, Hao Yang, his face flushed with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Did you see that? This is the true power of Hao Yang. An offensive weapon? Who doesn't he have one?" Beside him, Chu Xianga scoffed, scratching his head dismissively. "That shot was decent, but it pales in comparison to my nuclear electromagnetic rail energy cannon, which combines both physical and magical assaults, far superior to yours. Watch your tongue. When you manage to develop something of your own, then you can talk big. Just give me enough nuclear materials, and I could annihilate everything within hundreds of kilometers with ease." Hao Yang rebutted with a mocking tone. "Oh, here we go again with the bragging. Do you even understand the significance of reversing the magnetic field of Blue Star? If I were to boast, I could even turn Blue Star upside down." Chu Xianga shot back, his thick-skinned demeanor on full display as he seemingly toyed with the idea of electromagnetic forces. Su Yun, watching the two banter, felt a sense of helplessness. The researchers at the institute argued day in and day out, each refusing to concede to the other, and he had grown weary of it all. Yet, perhaps this relentless competition bore fruit, as the fervor of their disputes spurred rapid advancements, yielding scientific breakthroughs every few days, thereby solidifying the Institute's influence over the week's discourse. It was a blessing in disguise, allowing them to continue their work undisturbed. That moment, Suyun's attention shifted to the large screen ahead, his own fervor igniting as he witnessed Li Shiguang dispatching a radiation sea monster, commanding the battlefield single-handedly. The clash was brutal, with each blow resonating like thunder, as the two colossal beings grappled fiercely, either sinking into the depths or catapulting out of the ocean. Yet, the scales of victory always tipped in favor of Li Shiguang, whose mech had yet to unleash its full fiery potential. Under the influence of meteoric metals, energy coursed through the mech, allowing it to momentarily soar amidst the electromagnetic shield and energy jets, transforming it into a war machine capable of obliterating anything in its path. Even within the heart of the radiation sea monster's lair, the outcome was inevitable. Li Shiguang was destined to reap a bountiful reward, with surrounding adventurers likely to benefit from his exploits as well. After watching for a while, Su Yun's gaze flickered to another side. The effects of the electromagnetic pulse had significantly diminished, and the 3 apocalyptic satellites were about to resume full power output, restarting communications and unveiling the Nebula Hive network platform within the borders of Longwood. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, apart from state-level special arrangements, their Hive shelters would undoubtedly be the first to re-establish communication and entertainment networks. Only with restored connectivity could his grand plans for future profit materialize, especially the collection of special meteoric metal fragments, which were pivotal for the advancement of energy technology and mechanization. With a finite supply of meteors, whoever gathered the most would seize the narrative of the next era. Brother Yun, the 3 super-apocalypse satellites have reached their designated orbits. Although there may be intermittent signal losses, aside from some lag in gaming, normal chat should be relatively unaffected, Yunminger's voice chimed in. Hearing this, Suyun smiled and replied, "It's been over 3 months. I wonder if that group of slackers is still alive. Minger, activate Super Server Units 3, 4, and 5. In 1 minute, we'll have communication coverage across all of Longhua." Simultaneously, within a personal shelter in Longhua, Su Wenjie clapped his hands around the radio receiver, but apart from the incessant static, There was no other signal. 3 months have passed, and communication is still down. I'm going insane, he exclaimed, his face showing signs of fatigue. A mild depressive disorder had plagued him, and as a recluse, he had followed the actions of large corporations before the meteoric disaster unfolded. He squandered his parents' inheritance and sold off their company shares, villa, and 2 self-built 8-story buildings, constructing a 3-story shelter approximately 30 meters underground. Having endured earthquakes, smoke from fires, and plummeting temperatures, he had spent more than 3 months alone with only a dog for company. His days were monotonous, consisting mainly of tending to a 200-square-meter planting room on the lowest level of the shelter, watering, weeding, and maintaining the plants, or indulging in solitary games. However, as time wore on, his solitude deepened, leaving him increasingly agitated. The absence of human interaction made him feel as if he were the last person on Earth. In the throes of his thoughts, he began to regret his past decisions. Why had he turned down the advances of the campus beauty and rejected the offers of his female classmates? Damn it, even a woman's company, even if insincere, would be better than this loneliness. His irritation began to wane. Black Panther, are you hungry again? Let me get you something to eat. Su Wenjie forced a smile as he spoke. Looking around the shelter, everything appeared immaculate, stocked with various supplies. Snacks, gaming consoles, entertainment, and fitness equipment, small in size, but equipped with all the essentials. Yet, apart from the silence, there was only solitude. Su Wenjie sighed helplessly and made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. But in the next moment, his long-ignored phone on the computer desk suddenly buzzed to life. The sound of notifications rang out urgently. Startled, Su Wenjie widened his eyes. This was the sound of incoming messages. He felt a jolt of excitement surge through him. What the hell? Is this the internet? The official radio of Longwa hasn't even resumed. So which big shot managed to establish the network? Incredible. At the same time, in most shelters equipped with signal connectors across Longwa, the sound of notifications echoed continuously. Delayed messages, news, advertisements, and other notifications flooded into their phones. This was the result of the electromagnetic pulse that had blanketed Blue Star, severing their connectivity, with the backlog of undelivered information finally reaching them after over 3 months. In the wake of time's passage, circumstances had changed, and many were left in mourning or regret. In a public shelter, someone numbly picked up a phone that had lain untouched in a cabinet for months. The network is back, they murmured, only to be met with the last message from a contact that brought tears of anguish to their eyes. I knew it. I should have known. Warner, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. Perhaps in the final moments of life, the true essence of love lies in the hearts of those we cherish. On this day, some succumbed to the weight of their despair, weeping uncontrollably, while others rejoiced, some brooded in silence, and others felt as though life was no longer worth living. Yet, this day also marked the dawn of a new century. March 10, 2025, 1 year since the meteor apocalypse, the network was restored, revealing a tapestry of human emotions, life and death, hope and despair. This day would be remembered as the day of the Hive era. Following this, a crucial notification emerged. The Nebula Hive Shelter Network Communication Platform applied for access. This was a unique network platform software with its own servers, showcasing scenes from before the gates of the Hive Shelter, a blazing steel city. For colossal mech beasts exuding a magnificent aura, armed helicopters hovering with lights ablaze, and highly mechanized apocalyptic war vehicles and exoskeletons, all resembling a dreamlike wasteland city. In this frigid world, the flames of life burned bright, never extinguishing. Many, filled with excitement, eagerly clicked on this singular network software. Upon a glance, the familiar yet mercenary essence of Nebula games enveloped them. The layout of the marketplace, points system, quests, games, videos, live streams, social interactions, and exchanges dazzled their senses. Particularly as time progressed, the network flourished with notifications and videos uploaded at a staggering pace. As if premeditated, cramped sandwich shop. A man holding his phone suddenly yelled in disbelief, "What the hell? Is that a mech? 1 slash for each monster? Are you kidding me? This is an apocalyptic disaster, not a movie." Surrounding him, many idly scrolling through their devices were met with hundreds of newly uploaded videos, depicting the ravaged wasteland, a world covered in ice, where the seas resembled frozen oceans, devoid of life. More alarmingly, amidst the once thriving coastal cities, Countless terrifying and colossal radiation sea monsters lurked, their frenzied roars echoing through the skies. Yet, amidst this chaos, Mechs emerged, and under the might of advanced weaponry, the radiation sea monsters were torn to shreds like mere bubbles. The humanoid Mechs, clad in iron and steel, raised questions about the very limits of contemporary technology. What an astonishing turn of events! The stealthy evolution without their involvement is indeed a shocking revelation. Yet, what further astounds them lies ahead. Legions of apocalyptic war machines racing across the desolate wasteland. Machine guns and Gatling guns incessantly firing, hunting the terrifying radioactive sea monsters. A woman clad in a sleek, full-body black protective suit, her figure striking and graceful, adeptly maneuvers a ferocious heavy motorcycle with one hand while wielding a sniper rifle with the other. Poised to aim and shoot in seamless succession, eye in the distance, a radioactive sea monster, stretching 5 to 6 meters in length, has just had one of its eyes shot out, a perilous yet exhilarating spectacle. Despite the presence of 7 more grotesque eyeballs, this scene, reminiscent of a cinematic masterpiece, greatly stirred the hearts of the onlookers. This has been High City. In the distant background stands the dilapidated apartment building, my very home. After 10 years of repaying the mortgage, even if it turns to ashes, I would still recognize it. Someone shouted in excitement and confusion, "I see it. My self-built house has just been turned to ruins by a radioactive sea monster scratching it. Once I step out, it must pay for this, goodness gracious." So, those radioactive sea monsters are indeed real, and the Mechs, the apocalyptic war machines, are all manufactured by the Nebula Hive sanctuary? I must see. Look at the marketplace. The equipment in the video is all for sale, especially that gene optimization serum. Grandma swears by it, claiming it has made her look a decade younger. Sell? For 3 million Nebula points, equivalent to 30 kilograms of gold? My word, and it requires 3 kilograms of biological energy crystals from the brains of radioactive sea monsters, making this exchange rate 10 times more expensive than gold. Furthermore, it demands 600 kilograms of fresh fruit and 900 kilograms of fresh vegetables. Damn, who in their right mind can afford that? Looking at the first row of the shop, a storm mech can be purchased for 50 million Nebula points, which includes a complimentary independent AI brain. 2 massive shark-toothed swords. What a reasonable price, more importantly, it's backed by the Nebula Hive sanctuary. Incredible. I, Enritian, am determined to acquire one in this lifetime. I assure you, not even Jesus himself could stop me. At that moment, the Nebula Hive network platform was inundated with 300 million visits, as everyone witnessed the crises and struggles emanating from the Hive sanctuary. Yet, what is alarming is that despite being surrounded by countless radioactive sea monsters, this Hive sanctuary is developing at such a rapid, colossal, and astounding pace, in comparison to their current environment. It feels as though they have lagged behind an entire technological era. Perhaps they have already been discarded by this apocalyptic age. Meanwhile, within the central control hall of the Hive sanctuary, Yun Minger's voice echoed continuously. Servers 3 and 4 are nearing full capacity. In 5 seconds, connect to server 5 and prepare server 6 as a backup. 330 million, 380 million. Server 5 is urgently connecting, expected to support for half an hour. At this moment, Su Yun paid no heed to the bustling figures in the hall. After more than 3 months, the chaotic group was alive with excitement. Brother Yun, my dear brother, where can I exchange Nebula points? Hurry up. I can hardly contain my desire to purchase a few mechs. That damned radioactive sea monster outside my door hasn't perished amidst the earthquakes and fires. It pounds on my door daily, driving me to the brink of insanity. Wang Zhichong lamented, "Is it that dire? My heart aches for you. How can the Dragon Kingdom not deploy military forces for cleanup? Then again, with meteorites crashing down, who would expend such effort to cleanse the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom? It seems that trading with the Hive Sanctuary for mechs, firearms, and various equipment is imperative. I'll arm myself to the teeth. My father is a billionaire," chimed in another. "Listen here, young Su. I want 20 high-spec mechs, 30 armed helicopters, 100 apocalyptic war machines, 50 apocalyptic motorcycles, 1,000 sets of full-body exoskeleton armor, and as for that gene optimization serum, start with 20 vials. For the remaining firearms, ammunition, and gear, calculate everything for a war preparation for 3,000 men. No need for discounts. We're not short on resources. My family owns a mine, Another added. Same here. My father has spoken. Resources are at my disposal. We have plenty of gold, fresh fruit, and vegetables. Oh dear, what do I see? Special meteorite metal, a meter in diameter and weighing 35 tons. 100 tons equals 100 million nebula points. A massive cluster of meteorite fragments fell deep in the mountains near me, nearly crushing me. With my luck, I should be able to find a few hundred special metal meteorites of 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 65. Jan Warriors. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Hundreds of 1 meter diameter special metal meteorites? What a joke. Even the chosen one wouldn't he dare to claim such a thing. If it were true, she could simply recline for the rest of her life. Ice. Worth noting that aside from silicate rock shells, iron and nickel are the most abundant elements within meteorites, typically constituting over 70% of their total mass. The special metal is unlikely to exceed 5%, or even less, and is scattered around the globe, making it a matter of chance to encounter such a treasure. The probability is too low. Finding hundreds is impossible. At most, a few, and if luck permits, maybe a dozen would elicit envy. This windfall is purely reliant on luck. Princess Yaya remarked. I mean, meteorites are a thing. My family's collection team has discovered several, but they're all ordinary meteorites, none containing special metals. The girl from the Hua family chuckled. Haha, I've collected a half-meter diameter one that glows red. It took quite a bit of effort to dig it out. Goodness, I just tested it with the Hive Sanctuary's method, and it's spot on. Now I have a mech. Hearing this, the others felt a tinge of envy. This free gain is far more satisfying than exchanging resources. Even if special metals are rare, they pale in comparison to the allure of a mech. Moreover, this requires research and development. Who has the time for that? A half-meter diameter meteorite equals 1 mech. A 1 meter diameter one equals 2. Who could resist such an enticing prospect? At this moment, it seems the entire Dragon Kingdom is losing their minds. If one can just find a meteorite and contact the Hive Sanctuary for collection, then amidst the apocalypse, possessing a mech would ensure a life of comfort. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as the trading volume in the marketplace skyrocketed. Transactions surged from 50,000 to 200,000 in the blink of an eye, experiencing a frenzied increase. Among these, many were for exchanging special meteorites, with 600 transactions for those under half a meter and over 100 for those exceeding half a meter. Such exceedingly rare resources, not found on Blue Star, were merely exchanged for some mechs and equipment, an absolute profitable endeavor. Furthermore, the Hive's transport mech fleet was already prepared. Hundreds of modified large armed helicopters stood guard, while thousands of apocalyptic cold-resistant and radiation-proof cargo trucks, laden with equipment and mechs, headed towards the inland. Qin Jun remarked, the items in the marketplace have me green with envy. But Su Yun, is it wise to so boldly sell firearms and war equipment? My father is fuming, his special phone ringing incessantly, threatening to impose sanctions on you. You might want to be cautious, Mao Urge replied. Hiss, I don't know how to say it. The old general from the Northwest Military District is frowning, his gaze rather fierce, yet he hasn't spoken. The surrounding big shots are all on edge. Mao Urge continued, however. There's another situation for you to consider. Su Yun in a large sanctuary near the Yangtze River in the Dragon Kingdom. Gene warriors have emerged, capable of battling radioactive sea monsters without being affected by radiation. One individual is akin to a small superhuman, possessing astonishing strength and physique, capable of leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, effortlessly cleaving steel and shattering stone. It's quite absurd. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped in surprise. So soon? The research results on radioactive sea monsters can be applied to humans. It's worth noting that even the formidable Hive Sanctuary can only produce mechs and mechanical weaponry to contend with the complexities of the external environment and radioactive sea monsters. Even Su Yun was somewhat taken aback. Could there be talents in this world more extraordinary than Xiling? It seems that other major forces, aside from the Hive Sanctuary, are not to be underestimated. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Minger, did you see that? Locate that sanctuary for me. I want to see what kind of gene warriors they have in less than 3 seconds. Yun Minger's voice rang out. Soon, a video appeared on Su Yun's computer. Within the designated testing ground, an eerie humanoid creature materialized before him. Its entire body was pitch black, covered in patterned skin that had morphed into some sort of biological keratin layer. with arms thicker than its head and adorned with antler-like protrusions, exuding a fierce, beastly visage. This exterior appeared to be a blend of ant and human genes, resulting in this bizarre humanoid entity. And this gene warrior, fused with ant genes, unleashed a staggering force of 36,000 pounds, 18 tons, amounting to 200 times its body weight. Furthermore, it could sprint 100 meters in a mere 4.5 seconds, covering over 20 meters in a single stride. An astonishing feat. This data indicates that even an 8-meter-long radioactive sea monster could be effortlessly hunted by this single individual, rivaling the combat capabilities of a fully armed mech. Su Yun inhaled sharply, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! No matter how you look at it, this thing is far more impressive than my mecha. Although it may be somewhat unsightly, it is undeniably magnificent. Brother Yun, there's still the God-making project. They aspire to create a deity capable of soaring through the skies and vanishing into the earth. Once that comes to fruition, there will be no one to impede their ambitions, and our Hive sanctuary will undoubtedly become its primary target," Yun Meng'er cautioned. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Yun nodded slightly, envisioning in his mind that if the God-making project succeeded, the resultant deity could rival a human-shaped nuclear bomb. The terrifying power would be capable of shattering mountains and altering rivers with a single strike. Even a nuclear explosion could be evaded with astonishing speed. Despite his skepticism, the reality lay before him, posing an immense threat to their Hive sanctuary. Precautions must be taken. Preparations must be made. At that moment, a sense of agitation stirred within Su Yun. It had been 2 months. He needed to summon Ziling for her insights. An hour later, Ziling entered, her high heels clicking on the floor. This was her first time stepping out of the biological laboratory and her first visit to the control hall. "Do not worry, he will not survive the day," Ziling stated with a serious demeanor. "They have lost their minds. This fusion merely involves injecting ant genes into a host and combining them with the characteristics of the irradiated sea monster. All in a gamble for a 1 in a million success rate." Anger flickered across her face as she continued. "The genetic fusion sequence of the irradiated sea monster is not something that can be easily mastered. Without millions of human trials, it is utterly impossible. The God-making project? Their outcome is already sealed. They will only succeed in creating an uncontrollable, irrational monster." Chapter 66. Under fire. Upon hearing that it could only survive a day, Su Yun managed to suppress his unease. However, the sense of crisis had not dissipated. As long as that biological sanctuary continued its research, they might indeed uncover something extraordinary. Well, since Longhua has already discovered this, and they have not halted their research, there must be some powerful figure backing them, Su Yun said, shaking his head in resignation. The evolution of life's genes, who can resist such temptation? Even if they recognize it as a threat, they are powerless to act. Unless, he contemplated sending a submarine to obliterate everything. Unfortunately, that was merely a fleeting thought. He had to be responsible for the lives of over 500,000 individuals in the Hive sanctuary. Moreover, he himself was conducting research. Their goals were aligned. It was merely a race against time. Meanwhile, Ziling silently observed the testing videos of the genetic warriors, lost in thought. Noticing her demeanor, Su Yun recalled her research and inquired, "How is your research progressing? Do you require any assistance?" In response, Ziling shook her head, her gaze distant as she softly articulated, "It's quite troublesome. The genetic sequence of the irradiated sea monster resembles an infinite sea of stars. I need to untangle its genetic information to identify the singular correct path. Time is too short. I've only located one relevant genetic anchor and am striving to illuminate it. Only by doing so can I glimpse the path of life evolution." She gestured towards a silver needle hidden within her long purple hair, sighing in resignation. The hardships she faced were known solely to her. A flicker of desire crossed her eyes, yet she recognized the necessity of numerous attempts by many individuals. The sanctuary that developed the genetic warriors undoubtedly shared this ambition and may have already initiated action. Su Yun glanced at the direction Ziling pointed, his eyes widening in shock. Good heavens! Is she using herself as a test subject? Is she not afraid of endangering her own life, especially her most vital organ, the brain? His expression darkened instantly, brows furrowing as he stated, "Aren't there still over 20,000 test subjects? I command you to extract it immediately." Having known each other for 5 years, they had both strived towards their dreams, building profound connections with everyone at the Xingyun group, including Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, and Chu Xiangge. To experiment on oneself, that was irresponsible to her and to them. Seeing the fury etched on Su Yun's face, Ziling smiled faintly, her lips curving upward before she shook her head. There is not enough time. Our time is too limited. Even with gene optimization serum, a human life spans but a century, which is unrealistic for our aspirations. Rest assured, I have promised that even if you perish, I will thrive. I have devised a plan. I only need to illuminate it, and the future will beckon us. Ziling exuded confidence, reminiscent of her calm demeanor when confronting superviruses capable of annihilating humanity. She had grasped a hint of the secret behind gene evolution, and to relinquish her pursuit? Only death could pry her from it. Su Yun felt helpless. He needed Ziling, and the future of the Hive sanctuary depended on her. Perhaps he had no choice but to trust her. By the way, we require a substantial amount of biological energy crystals. Evolution is inherently a leap in life, and without sufficient energy, life will be drained instantaneously. Our hunting efforts are insufficient. We must venture into the deep sea, Ziling said earnestly to Su Yun. The human body possesses immense potential, nearly limitless. At the onset of evolution, a minimum of 100 pounds is required. And the more, the better. The more absorbed, the deeper the level of evolution. In the future, these biological energy crystals will serve as the most powerful catalyst for life evolution. Su Yun nodded gravely, contemplating the biological energy crystals contained within the irradiated sea monsters. A 5-meter-long irradiated sea monster contained less than a pound of biological energy crystals in its head. The 8-meter-long ones yielded just over a pound, while the 10-meter-long ones offered between 2 and 4 pounds. Only the 20-meter-long irradiated sea monsters provided over 10 pounds, and only those measuring 100 meters in length yielded 100 pounds. Fortunately, the deep sea was teeming with them. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Whether for the meteorite core at the center of the Pacific or for the biological energy crystals, venturing into the deep sea was imperative. However, he needed time to prepare. Urgency was unwarranted. Regardless, biological energy crystals would be prioritized for your research. Pursue your endeavors without reservation. Any resources or issues, just voice them, and I will take care of the rest. This was Su Yun's assurance to Ziling while others were recklessly pursuing research without regard for consequences or costs. Yielding results, he had no reason not to support her. Meanwhile, within the divine biological sanctuary, which was researching genetic warriors, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit chuckled at a 6-person video conference displayed on his computer. Thanks to the Hive sanctuary, we have swiftly established network communications. Our plans can now commence. Having said that, he raised his right hand to take a puff from his cigar, but his hand was startlingly claw-like, covered in thick, resilient scales that emitted a faint golden glow. The 5 razor-sharp claws evoked a sense of dread, their chilling glint unsettling. Voices emanated from the conference video. Indeed, that gene optimization serum nearly took me by surprise. I thought the Hive sanctuary had some extraordinary capabilities. It merely refined a few human genes. It pales in comparison to your divine biologicals gene enhancer, which is merely a reduced version that controls mortality rates. And the Mecha? Merely an external tool. Our semi-mechanization research has long been successful thanks to the life metals brought by the meteorites. With a simple procedure, the human body can transform into a mechanical frame, boasting firepower on par with a Mecha. Isn't that more enticing? Let us commence. Whether it's the biological energy crystals from the irradiated sea monsters or the life metals, both are crucial resources for the future and must not be seized by that Hive fellow. Certainly, the Southwest Military District will also take action, and no matter how capable that Su Yun is, he wouldn't dare to intervene easily. As the video conference concluded, a flurry of videos and comments erupted on the Hive network platform. The sudden shift left users online sensing something amiss. Upon clicking, chaos ensued. Good grief, brothers, this divine biological sanctuary is quite impressive. They've even developed genetic warriors capable of obliterating an irradiated sea monster with a single punch. And they are apparently unaffected by radiation. Isn't this superior to Mecha? What genetic warriors? They can't compare to semi-mechanization. With such firepower, irradiated sea monsters probably wouldn't dare approach. Furthermore, they can modify whatever they wish. Could someone please ask how to transform that particular feature and what the success rate is? Are there any side effects? The gene enhancer from the divine biological sanctuary is superior, although not as potent as the genetic warriors. It can still augment strength and physique tenfold, far surpassing the Hive Sanctuary's gene optimization serum, which is valued at 3 million Xinyun coins. Why even ponder? I still feel Mecha looks cooler. And that enhancer mentions a 30% mortality rate. Who would dare to gamble? Moreover, it costs 10 to 20 years of life. Are they not afraid of dying too quickly? They would end up as neither human nor ghost. What nonsense. This is the apocalypse. Who cares about being human? A fully semi-mechanical body is far more appealing. Simply don a helmet, and you can venture outside, accompanied by gene enhancers that only carry a 30% mortality rate. It's not 100%, after all. Though considerably high, it is still a viable option. If successful, one can emerge from the shelter, liberated from the fears of radiation and cold. At this moment, an increasing number of individuals became aware that several shelters had developed technologies that incited even greater desire. Whether it be cybernetic enhancements or gene enhancers, they seemingly spark more excitement than mechs and gene optimization liquids. After all, these empower individuals directly, allowing for immediate utilization rather than reliance on cumbersome equipment like mechs and protective suits. Meanwhile, within the control hall of the Hive shelter, Su Yun and Zi Ling were still engaged in discussions regarding gene evolution research. However, at that instant, Yun Meng'er suddenly interjected, "Brother Yun, the Celestial Biological Shelter has initiated a live broadcast on our platform. And it's not just one. The Super God Mechanical Shelter, the Light of Life Shelter, and even the Dragon Country Military District are targeting our marketplace, with a flood of 5 million people already streaming in. And the numbers are explosively increasing. Should we enforce a shutdown?" Su Yun and Zi Ling were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in confusion. What was happening? Why were they being targeted, and so audaciously on their own network? The Dragon Country's military was involved, indicating a substantial backing. "For now, let's observe what they intend to do on our turf," he scoffed. Chapter 67. Live selling in the live broadcast of the Celestial Biological Shelter. A middle-aged man in a suit with a left arm resembling a black dragon claw appeared before the audience. That unique arm instantly captured everyone's attention, particularly the faint golden light shimmering on the scales, evoking an instinctive sense of pressure. What the heck? A dragon claw hand. This looks somewhat impressive and quite formidable. Is it real? I'm a university student. Don't deceive me. I recognize him. He was once the chairman of the Dawn Biological Medical Group. Morong Yuntian, if my memory serves me correctly, he should be in his 70s, looking quite frail, but now he appears to be only in his 30s or 40s. Indeed, it was evident that he not only looked younger but had also mutated an arm. This dragon claw looked undeniably authentic, a testament to the superior effectiveness of the gene enhancers. The Celestial Biological Shelter was vastly superior to the Hive shelter in the biological field. Yet, I still believe the gene optimization liquid from the Hive shelter is superior, no side effects, and it can indirectly prolong life. Alas, we can only watch for now. After all, us common folks can't afford it. Morong Yuntian observed the barrage of comments on the screen. With over 30 million viewers and numbers continuously surging, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Hive shelter? Hemph. What do they have to compete with us? Moreover, I have prepared a deep water bomb that no one can resist. Absolutely no one. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Morong Yuntian, chairman of the Celestial Biological Shelter. You are all undoubtedly aware of the purpose of this live broadcast. Indeed, today, I will provide you with a detailed introduction of our products at Celestial Biology. Behold this gene enhancer, how magnificent it is, capable of evolving the body to be as powerful as a mech, and this is just one of our offerings. Anticipate more, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Meanwhile, the Super God Mechanical Shelter was also promoting their products. Only half of your body can be mechanized, and oh, if you desire, you can completely lift your skull. Aside from your brain being protected by layers of high-strength life metal alloy, any limb or organ can be mechanized, equipped with a smart brain to assist in all your actions. Trust us, it only requires a small investment and a minor, painless procedure. Close your eyes, and when you open them again, you will have transformed into a perfect, immortal half-mechanical human. In addition to these two shelters, the Light of Life shelter was also promoting their products, albeit with a significantly smaller audience, or perhaps they had all been frightened away. Regardless of their undying body potion or the gene mutation potion, the mortality rate exceeded 99%. However, there were successful cases in the live broadcast. After using the Undying Body Potion, a person whose body was shot into a sieve, except for their head, could recover within a minute, with the only side effect being a loss of fat, shedding several pounds. Those who used the gene mutation potion transformed into grotesque humanoid monsters covered in tentacles, with purple slime continuously secreting down their bodies. While they were undeniably ugly and somewhat repulsive, their abilities were terrifying. They seemingly possessed psychic powers, able to control two basketballs floating 3 meters ahead in erratic movements, igniting excitement in the onlookers. The mutation effects of this potion varied from person to person. If successful, even with physical changes, one could harness mysterious powers, and with persistent evolution, a beckoning future awaited. Beyond those 3 shelters, even the Southwestern Military District was selling various survival gear and firearms in the live broadcast. Their fervor rivaling that of the first 2 shelters. It appeared they were intent on suppressing the products within the Hive shelter's marketplace, directly targeting Su Yun. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Ziling calmly observed everything in the live broadcast, an involuntary smirk playing at the corners of their mouth. Is this it? For the Hive shelter, they are merely a few insignificant clowns. At this moment, Yun Minger's analysis emerged. Brother Yun, their actions, while potentially impacting our products, also present benefits. First, the Dragon Country Military District selling firearms and various gear directly asserts that individuals can possess personal firepower for self-defense against the calamities of the post-apocalyptic radiation sea monsters, addressing a significant issue for us. Second, their actions undoubtedly accelerate the development of the Hive network platform. Lacking satellite network channels, they can only sell through us, rapidly mobilizing market resources, and after all, this is our platform, collecting a 30% service fee, which is hardly unreasonable, right? Third, their gene products all have flaws. Whether it be the gene enhancers or the half-mechanical procedures, they carry at least a 30% mortality rate, a statistic formidable enough to instill fear. There are many who fear death in this world, and as for the Light of Life Shelter's 2 products, it's likely no one would dare to use them. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded. Fully aware that the products from those 3 shelters were fraught with peril, effectively gambling with their lives. Did they think they could target him? Annoy him? He could easily highlight these flaws on their products, printing danger symbols directly on their faces. As for the Southwestern Military District's equipment, as long as they lacked mechs, they would never pose a threat. Moreover, the Hive shelter was undeniably unafraid in the realms of machinery and equipment. Furthermore, Su Yun had several hidden gems within the upcoming marketplace products. Watches capable of negating nuclear radiation effects, ensuring safety in radioactive environments while providing warmth, rendering one unafraid of the cold during the Ice Age. Energy protective belts that, with the addition of a special metal meteorite the size of a fingernail, could activate an energy shield impervious to firearms and half-mechanical transformation. At this thought, Su Yun chuckled. Their shelter had long perfected this technology. The special metal meteorite possessed life properties, containing immense energy. The research institute housed scientific geniuses, some of whom had already transformed themselves into half-mechanical beings. Just moments ago, over 300 individuals from a nuclear submarine were urgently sent to the radiation-proof biological emergency room. Despite the submarine's radiation-proof capabilities, dozens had been exposed to radioactive seawater upon impact, and with time, the radiation had seeped into their bones. Even the substances secreted by the radiation sea monsters could not save them. With a prognosis of less than a year to live, however, with the presence of this life metal, they could be transformed into half-mechanical humans. It was a mixed bag of outcomes. Those who couldn't accept it would simply have to. As for Su Yun, he would compensate them, not only with free modifications but also a substantial subsidy in star cloud coins, sufficient to ensure their bodies were well maintained for centuries. Furthermore, the Hive shelter's industry in half-mechanical modifications could be fully realized. The technical expertise was on par with the Super God mechanical shelter, with no life-threatening risks involved, and completely open procedures. The opposition dared to provoke them on their own turf and were utterly crushed. What could they possibly compare? If Su Yun wished, he could easily outmaneuver them. Minger, please commence your performance, not only without limiting traffic but also promote our products. Otherwise, the remaining unsuspecting individuals may remain unaware of the merits of our offerings. Chapter 68. Purging the Safe Zone. Half an hour later, the live broadcast of the Celestial Biological Shelter surpassed 80 million online viewers, a confident smile illuminating Morong Yuntian's face. Gene enhancers not only possess the remarkable ability to amplify human strength and resilience by over tenfold, enabling individuals to withstand frigid temperatures and navigate the complexities of a post-apocalyptic environment, but they also stimulate the secretion of a potent phagocytic substance from the body's cells. This substance, a product of our research, allows the human body to absorb the effects of radiation, which is subsequently expelled through perspiration. Do you yearn to venture beyond the confines of your shelter? Do you aspire to hunt the monstrous creatures of the radioactive seas in search of life-giving metals? Do you wish to rise above your peers? If so, procure a vial today. I assure you, you shall not regret it. Currently, in this live broadcast, it is offered at a promotional price of only 2.49 million Nebula coins. Of course, I recommend exchanging the remains of radioactive sea monsters or rare meteorites and various resources for it.as for transportation. Our delivery team will facilitate the transaction at your doorstep, under the vigilant oversight of the Dragon Kingdom SKI and Hive platforms, ensuring your safety without concern. Therefore, those eager to purchase the gene enhancers should place their orders promptly, as supplies are limited. Furthermore, in half an hour, we will unveil another significant breakthrough from our celestial biological shelter, one that will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. However, just as the words left my lips, the broadcast was abruptly marred by bold red warnings of false advertising, hazardous materials, and a severe lack of credibility. Even on the arm of Murong Yuntian and the gene enhancer, a colossal skull symbol pulsating with ominous red light appeared, signaling danger. The warning from the super administrator flashed across the screen. This product possesses significant defects and poses a grave risk to life, thus violating the regulations of the Hive live streaming platform. This serves as a first warning. A second infraction will result in immediate suspension and a 365-day ban. At that moment, Murong Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Xu Yun? How dare he? Shouldn't we all profit together? Is he truly attempting to monopolize the market? Can the Hive shelter withstand their wrath? Xu Yun, you are courting death. Murong Yuntian furrowed his brow and spoke with palpable anger. Meanwhile, Xu Yun watched with amusement at Murong Yuntian's impotent fury, entirely unperturbed. Aside from the celestial biological shelter, the super divine mechanical shelter was also branded with danger labels and warnings. The light of life shelter, on the other hand, was promptly shut down by Yun Ming'er, citing excessive danger, merely serving as a platform for others to become experimental subjects. As for the Southwest military sale of firearms, it was both reasonable and legal, even receiving a promotional boost on the homepage. Those to be suppressed would certainly not be overlooked, yet support where it is due must also be rendered. Selling more would only amplify the competition. After all, Xu Yun declared confidently, unconcerned about the Southwest military encroaching upon his business. In fact, he hoped for a surge in sales to stimulate the marketplace's growth. Just then, Xiling interjected. I must take my leave. Their path is misguided. They pose no threat. However, I shall keep a close watch as I suspect they may inadvertently stumble upon some genetic information related to evolutionary life, potentially leading to a promising direction in the future. Xiling appeared anxious, aware that others were delving deeply into the mutated genes of the radioactive sea monsters, their progress matching her own. She needed to accelerate her efforts, perhaps even taking a gamble by utilizing a substantial amount of biological energy crystals to unravel the secrets of that genetic focal point. Hearing this, Xu Yun could only watch helplessly as Xiling hurriedly exited the control hall. Ming'er, keep an eye on Xiling. Do not let her engage in anything that jeopardizes her life, Xu Yun admonished, his brow furrowed. Whether it be the 4 towering nuclear-powered mechs or the nuclear electromagnetic cannon atop Thingy Mountain, they wielded absolute power against all threats. Could a genetically enhanced warrior with a mere day to live truly contend with a mech weighing over 20,000 tons? Xu Yun found it hard to believe. Such an endeavor would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, futile and reckless. Moreover, that divinity-creating project was not something that could be realized in a short span. Its complexity rivaled that of Xiling's successful research. Let us see who possesses greater capability. Xu Yun firmly believed that Xiling would prevail, drawing upon the combined strength of the entire Hive shelter to offer assistance, even surpassing that of the Dragon Kingdom. A week later, he would plunge into the depths of the ocean, for the collection of biological energy crystals could not be delayed. The 4 nuclear-powered mechs would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the lair of the radioactive sea monsters. With this thought, Xu Yun felt his blood simmer with excitement. envisioning his Nebula guardian showcasing its might. After a brief interlude, Su Yun turned his gaze back to the live broadcast. That moment. The comments in the chat had become polarized. I knew it. This product likely isn't thoroughly researched yet. 30% mortality rate? I doubt it. The cost of gaining strength is undeniably steep. In truth. The gene optimization liquid from the Hive shelter was already quite effective. Coupled with mechs and firearms, it could facilitate the hunting of radioactive sea monsters in this bleak world. As for this enhancer, I genuinely fear its implications. If it were free, perhaps I would muster the courage to try it, but at 2.49 million Nebula coins. No, thank you. The average person cannot afford such a price. For those of us ensnared in darkness, it is merely a gamble of life for a chance at a brilliant future. If I had the resources, what harm would there be in taking a risk? For the civilians residing in the public shelters of the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps this represents their hope, a chance to turn their fortunes around. Alas, it is simply too expensive. For those without shelters, they can only watch, powerless. Yet, the comments continued to escalate. Brothers, I think I found a rare meteorite just 500 meters from my doorstep. It emits a red glow, no doubt about it. It's only the size of a pumpkin, yet weighs 2 to 3 tons. I nearly couldn't dig it out. What do you think? Should I exchange it for a gene enhancer or the optimization liquid? Wow, you weren't crushed by it? I'm so envious. Based on the Nebula coin exchange rate, 1 pound equals 1,000 Nebula coins. Even at 2.5 tons, you could exchange it for 750,000 Nebula coins. You're about to take off, brother. Listen to me. Buy a gene optimization liquid for 3 million, then get the Hive's lightweight radiation-proof suit and full coverage exoskeleton armor. Use the rest to go all in on firearms and ammunition. That way, you'll have the means to venture out and protect yourself while hunting radioactive sea monsters and searching for rare meteorites. Damn, that's something I've always dreamed of, and yet I'm not the protagonist. I can't hold back anymore. I'm going to use my contribution points to buy a simple protective suit for outings. Who knows, I might find one too. Together. After all, the Hive shelter has procedures to eliminate radiation contamination. As long as one isn't exposed for an extended period, the effects can be completely negated. My life is worthless. I might as well take a shot at it. Meanwhile, nearly every personal, family, and corporate shelter within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom mobilized. They possessed better conditions and resources. Whether hunting radioactive sea monsters or seeking rare meteorites, they had the potential to become overnight millionaires. On this day, the Southwest military profited immensely. Faced with the threat of radioactive sea monsters, the Dragon Kingdom reluctantly lifted the ban on firearms. Affordable weapons, ammunition, grenades, and protective gear were flying off the shelves. Even the military initiated a sweep, clearing out the radioactive sea monsters encircling the various shelters, while simultaneously trading to establish a secure zone. At the same time, a convoy from the Hive shelter encountered difficulties. The Yangtze River had frozen, blanketed in snow. However, numerous radioactive sea monsters roamed the ice and riverside, wreaking havoc. Nearby, dozens of shelters, varying in size, lay hidden underground, enduring the assaults of the radioactive sea monsters that were digging relentlessly. Several personal shelters were on the brink of being unearthed. At that moment, Captain Zhang Yijian of Transport Team 9 piloted a mech, exhaling a puff of smoke with delight, issuing orders. Damn it, we haven't spotted a single radioactive sea monster on this route. I thought they had all gone into hibernation. Turns out they're all right here. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd mech escort teams guarded the transport convoy, armed helicopters on standby for support. Everyone, follow me. Clear a safe zone for those shelters and bring them some warmth. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated above, causing the lights on the ceiling to flicker and the decorations to sway. Honey, Dad, Mom, are we not going to survive today? A young woman cradling an infant spoke through choked sobs in a dimly lit room cluttered with supplies. 8 family members huddled together, their faces pale and filled with terror as they listened to the sounds of digging above. Occasionally, the low growls and roars of monsters echoed, as if they were right above them. Instilling paralyzing fear, Yang Sherlin reached out to comfort his wife, his eyes betraying fear, worry, and helplessness. No, we will be fine. Our shelter is constructed with high-strength steel and iron plates, reinforced with solid concrete. Even the radioactive monsters cannot breach it. They simply cannot. Yang Sherlin muttered, his face resolute. At that moment, He turned to see an 11 or 12-year-old girl clutching her stomach, discomfort etched on her face as she dared not speak. Sister to brother-in-law, I need to use the restroom. But I'm scared. Ying spoke, her face a mask of fear. Yang Shilin took a deep breath, preparing to rise, but just then, a thunderous crash erupted above. Boom! Yang Shilin's pupils dilated, his face draining of color as he felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. The door has been breached, shattered. In this moment, despair engulfed him. He had hoped that after enduring earthquakes, oppressive heat and smoke, sudden drops in temperature, and diminishing oxygen, he could find refuge amidst the apocalypse. Moreover, this area was equipped with dozens of shelters. Even in a world shrouded in radiation and cold, they could cultivate fresh vegetables indoors and don heavy protective gear for trading. If this could continue, coupled with their accumulated supplies, it would suffice for his family of 8 to live comfortably. However, unexpectedly, just a month prior, a terrifying radiation monster emerged from the frozen Yangtze River, its radiation levels triggering incessant alarms on his radiation detector 300 meters away. In that instant, the largest trading market around them erupted into chaos. Their sole safe trading zone obliterated by the monstrous creature. The entire shelter area had devolved into a paradise for these radioactive beasts, leaving them with no choice but to hide desperately within their refuge. Amidst his overwhelming terror, a monstrous radiation creature slithered forward, its grotesque head intruding into the supply room, unleashing a wave of frigid air mingled with a foul stench. This creature bore a head the size of a 72-inch television, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a mutated python adorned with long barbs, its claws scraping the ground as it crawled. With a length exceeding 20 meters, it appeared akin to an evil dragon from legends. Eyeing the delectable prey before it and flicking its tongue, it's over. All is lost. Yang Shilin collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the monstrosity. They were unprotected. Any close contact with such a creature would be insurmountable even for a deity. The only recourse lay in the radiation-clearing surgery offered by the Hive shelter. Yet, the thought of the Hive shelter reminded Yang Shilin of a peculiar glowing meteorite stacked in their garage. Discovered after the fire subsided, it was only after reconnecting to the network that they realized the significance of this special meteorite, prompting an immediate contact with the Hive shelter. If the transaction succeeded, they could afford the radiation-clearing procedure, and with the remaining resources, they could fortify their shelter, no longer fearing the radioactive monsters. Alas, it seemed their good days had ended before they even began. Yang Shilin shook his head in despair. How unfortunate that they were to perish. If only they had a few more days until the Hive trading team arrived. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted at the entrance, and a gleaming, weapon-laden mech came into view. Ha ha ha, young man, I know you're anxious, but hold on. Leave this creature to me. A rescue fee of 1 million Nebula coins is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? As soon as the words left his mouth, the mech's Gatling gun unleashed a barrage. The blue light illuminated the entire shelter. Its blinding radiance seemed to offer them a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness in less than 10 seconds. After avoiding the trembling family huddled in the corner of the shelter, the radiation monster was swiftly dispatched with a broken neck. The serpent-like creature, over 20 meters long, proved less resilient than the usual 8-meter-long ones. The mech lunged forward, seizing the monster's head and lifting it before crushing it beneath its foot, splattering black-purple blood and brain matter. The floor caved in as the writhing body of the radiation beast was pinned firmly beneath the mech's other foot. Immobilized within half a minute, lifeless at last. Immediately, the mech's hatch opened, and a robust man clad in Hive protective gear, rifle in hand, leaped down effortlessly from a height of 3 to 4 meters. He approached the monster's head, rummaging through it before extracting a gleaming, white, somewhat gelatinous bioenergetic crystal. Wow, over 5 kilograms. That's 50,000 Nebula coins in my pocket, and with this body, perhaps around 150,000 altogether. The man chuckled. However, he soon turned his gaze towards Yang Shilin's family, his eyes lighting up. Wait, there's still 1 million in aid fees. You must be Yang Shilin, right? The one who applied for the special meteorite transaction with the Hive trading platform. Yang Shilin, still reeling from the devastation wrought by the Gatling fire, nodded urgently. Yes, that's me. The special meteorite is in the garage on the upper floor. I know you're from the Hive Shelter's trading team. Upon hearing this, the mech warrior nodded, smiling as he spoke into his wrist-mounted personal terminal. Everyone, come down. Let us provide our client with a full service package. Shelter radiation clearance, plus 8 minor radiation contamination surgeries. We'll need 2 transport mechs to haul away the meteorite and communicate with him about it. This meteorite is worth over 10 million Nebula coins. Treat him like a big client. All right. Oh, by the way, would you like us to upgrade your shelter? I estimate it would be just 2 to 3 million Nebula coins to transform it into an impregnable fortress against radiation monsters. Truly a bargain. In a daze, Yang Sherlin watched as 7 or 8 soldiers clad in full exoskeleton armor descended, spraying an unknown mist while scanning the special meteorite. Some even glanced discreetly at the nearly 300 square meters of indoor fertile soil cultivation room, integrated with aquaculture facilities. However, once the meteorite was extracted from the shelter by 2 transport mechs, one individual, grinning widely, handed him a special tablet device. Here, this meteorite is valued at 12,050,000 Nebula coins. Already transferred to your account, the tablet displays your outstanding rescue and radiation clearance fees. As for the radiation contamination surgeries, 6 adults and 2 children, let us call it 6.5 for a discounted price of 1,900,000 Nebula coins. We'll be here for a week, so if you need anything, hurry. Our trading equipment is limited, and it won't last long. After settling the fees in a daze, Yang Sherlin felt the temperature in the air rising. A look of incredulity blooming on his face. Their family had survived. It was nothing short of miraculous. The mech and the cleanup crew had descended upon them like divine beings. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, the sound of roaring artillery continued unabated. The once gray sky was illuminated as armed helicopters transformed the night into day, with Hive Shelter-S rescue zones spanning over 10 kilometers. Mechs were on the move. Gatling guns roared, accompanied by the wails of radiation monsters. Under the barrage of fire, within 3 hours, the entire area was cleansed, with dozens of mechs and armed helicopters stationed along the Yangtze River. After the battle concluded, the Hive Shelter's transport convoy established a temporary trading center in the heart of the shelter area. By this time, Yang Sherlin, having cleared the radiation's effects, was already prepared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. With over 9 million Nebula coins remaining, although he couldn't afford a mech or end-of-the-world war vehicle, it was enough for him to rise. Chapter 70. The upgrade procedure. The temporary trading shelter was formed by connecting the cargo holds of over 20 large modified trucks. Exuding a mechanical aura. 4 fully armed mechs stood guard at the entrance, imposing yet reassuring, as the mist sprayed to eliminate radiation warmed the surrounding frozen ground, melting the ice into rivulets before the main doors. Over 30 individuals had claimed their positions early, awaiting the trading portal to open. They were the first to be cleared to a safe zone by the mechs, only able to trade under the guidance of the Hive Special Forces. Among them stood a woman in heavy, tattered protective gear, who removed her helmet to live stream. Dear family, I am immensely grateful to the Hive Shelter. I thought our sister Bingbing was doomed. You have no idea how terrifying those radiation monsters are. Their bodies resemble gigantic lions while their heads resemble dinosaurs. I estimate, with the tail included, they must be about 13 or 14 meters long. But look, it was this mech, with its blue light Gatling gun, that took it down without needing to draw the 2 massive shark-toothed blades on its back. Lu Bingbing patted her chest and gestured animatedly, her face still pale with fear as she addressed the 4 mechs at the entrance. At that moment, she felt particularly fortunate. Had it not been for the Hive Shelter's transport and trading team, her shelter might not have lasted another day or 2. Yet this also ignited her desires. In that moment, the mechs displayed their might, ruthlessly obliterating the enormous radiation creatures, a spectacle she would never forget. However, upon checking, she realized that the low-end Storm mech cost at least 30 million Nebula coins. Standing 5 meters tall and weighing 12 tons, it operated on 2 high-energy batteries for 20 hours, and aside from the 2 shark-toothed swords and the accompanying intelligence core, all its weaponry required additional investment. 30 to 40 million Nebula coins seemed trivial compared to the wealth of resources her family possessed, enough to sustain 18 people for over a decade, but still, it paled in comparison to the value of a mech. Fortunately, they had amassed a considerable amount of gold, 15 pounds, to be precise, a collection her grandfather had insisted they acquire. Antique treasures and gold in the apocalypse were invaluable resources, crucial once trading zones were established. 1 pound of gold can be exchanged for 100,000 Nebula coins. She, along with her father and elder brother, came here with the intention of converting all 15 pounds of gold into Nebula coins. 1,500,000 Nebula coins, combined with more than half of the hydroponically grown vegetables and the shrimp and fish raised at home, would be sufficient for them to purchase 2 complete exoskeleton armors and some firearms for self-defense. This was indeed a stroke of luck amid their misfortunes. At least their shelter had not been breached by the radiation monsters. On their journey here, she had witnessed countless tragedies. Some shelters had collapsed entirely, forming vast icy craters, while others, unable to await the arrival of the Hive Mecha troops, were left with nothing but dismembered limbs and pools of blood. There were even shelters that had been breached, leaving a family of over 10 reduced to just 2 children, both of whom had been contaminated by radiation. The moment those 2 children were unearthed by the Mecha, their vacant expressions and frostbitten faces pierced her heart with unbearable anguish. They were merely 5 or 6 years old, yet they had borne far too much. She still could not comprehend how these creatures, foreign to Blue Star, could emerge after the calamity. This dark and despairing apocalypse was far from over. Just as Lu Bingbing was lost in thought, she spotted 4 figures in bulky protective suits hastily approaching, carrying a man whose legs had been bitten off by a radiation monster. His agonized wails echoed in the air. After a brief moment of specialized washing with water guns, a young man cried out towards the gate, "We have Nebula coins. My brother needs urgent surgery. Please open the door. He is on the brink of death." Yet, facing the towering 5-meter-tall steel behemoth, they dared not act unruly, only expressing their desperation. Inside the guarding Mecha, a Special Forces member furrowed his brows and pressed a button to speak. "Captain Zheng, should we not open the trading door early? Not everyone has arrived yet. There is still half an hour to go." Zhang Yijian, observing from a distance atop a watchful Mecha, had already witnessed the scene unfold and wore a slight smirk. "Open what door? You'd better learn your lesson. This is a grand business opportunity. Did you see that young girl? She is broadcasting live on the Hive platform. Let those 4 rookie medical teams conduct a fully open semi-mechanical surgery right here. Besides, there are plenty of clients with severed limbs and broken bones." Upon hearing this, the young Mecha Special Forces member was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with realization. He had long been dissatisfied with the so-called mechanical supershelter that was still live-streaming. Semi-mechanical transformation? Who couldn't he do that? Soon, for medical personnel in white coats, hastily carrying makeshift medical equipment, arrived, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Good heavens, the Hive shelter was tranquil, with hardly anyone willing to undergo semi-mechanical transformation, as it had been monopolized by researchers. Now, they finally had the chance for a surgical opportunity. Moreover, the cost of transforming 2 hands in the Hive shelter was merely 100,000 Nebula coins, while outside it soared to 3 times the price, 45,000 for a pair of legs. Once the surgery concluded, after deducting costs and half of the profits, each of the 4 of them could pocket over 40,000 Nebula coins. It was incredibly lucrative. The more clients, the better. After administering an injection to the man with severed legs, the team leader, Wang Yin, cheerfully said, "Young man, you're in for a stroke of luck. How about mechanical legs? Aside from the absence of sensation and pain perception, they function just like normal legs. Its only 45,000 Nebula coins. What do you think? Interested? As for the radiation cleansing procedure, I'll waive the fee for your brother. This is already the best price. You have 1 minute to decide." Upon hearing this, the 4 men exchanged glances, nearly on the verge of tears. One of them glanced into the bag containing gold, which held only 8 gold ornaments, totaling 900 grams, barely worth around 180,000 Nebula coins. "Ahem, can we get a better deal?" "We don't have enough money, just 18,000, the young man awkwardly and anxiously replied. Hearing this, Wang Yin's face darkened. Was this what they called wealth? What they deemed a major client was merely a waste of excitement. In a way, Wang Yin rejected without a second thought. After all, the metal alloy for transactions was blended with a hint of life metal powder, making it quite costly. The internal personnel of the Hive could afford life metal modifications, but outsiders, they could forget about it. No discounts would be given. Just then, her personal terminal chimed with Yunminger's voice. Ding ding ding. After calculations, there are approximately 5,000 pounds of mature fresh bok choy, leeks, tomatoes, and bean sprouts in Chunlong's shelter that have yet to be harvested. Additionally, the aquaponics cultivation room still holds 800 pounds of grass carp, crucian carp, and carp, ample assets for trading. Wang Yin paused for a moment, and then a bright smile gradually spread across her previously gloomy face. "Oh, so you are indeed a major client. Why didn't you say so? This way, please. I guarantee that half an hour from now, your brother will be full of vigor." Meanwhile, Lu Bingbing quietly observed this scene. Her phone's live stream still running. At that moment, 2 million viewers had flooded into the stream. Wow, the Hive shelter actually possesses semi-mechanical transformation technology, and it's live surgery. Good heavens, how does it feel like there's nothing they can't do? Hiss, just 45,000 for a pair of legs, half the price of the super god mechanical shelter, and the Hive shelter offers fully open surgeries under a sterile glass dome for all to see. My goodness, look, the Hive Mall platform has listed it. There's no danger in semi-mechanical transformation. A heart transformation costs only 990,000, lasting 1,000 years without needing replacement, plus a complimentary maintenance service. Incredible value. Chapter 71. The trading market of the Hive before the eyes of the masses. Half an hour later, Qianlong's legs had transformed into a pair of steel mechanical legs. Their sleek, dark exterior appearing smooth and refined, as the effects of the anesthetic wore off. Qianlong gazed at his feet, testing their movement on the surgical table. To his astonishment, his legs moved as he wished, even the 5 toes capable of bending and stretching. Yet, the sensation felt peculiar. Despite the absence of any feeling, his feet responded to his will, a marvel in itself, and certainly better than being disabled. In this apocalypse, lacking legs would render one severely crippled and unlikely to survive long. Wang Yin flicked the surgical knife in her hand and picked up a vial-sized container of lubricant. Declaring with satisfaction, "Congratulations, the surgery was a success. However, remember to apply this lubricant weekly for maintenance. Otherwise, over time, the mechanical metal fibers may suffer damage and hinder operational precision." Qianlong nodded with delight. "Great. How much is a bottle? I'll definitely need to take good care of my legs." Wang Yin's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Not expensive at all. Just 1,000 Nebula coins per bottle. Buy in bulk for discounts. But let us settle that 45,000 transformation fee first, and this bottle will be complimentary." Upon hearing the amount of 45,000, Qianlong, Qianhu, and the others displayed expressions of helplessness, their hearts aching. They had heard Yun Minger's voice earlier and had initially planned to trade their homegrown vegetables and fresh fish with the state or the Hive shelter for some firearms. Who could have anticipated that disaster would strike, with the 2-layered doors of their shelter breached by radiation monsters, leaving their garage, machinery factory, and living hall in utter disarray? They had hoped to trade before the Hive's radiation spray effects dissipated. But the sudden assault of radiation monsters had nearly devoured Qianlong whole. Thankfully, the Hive Mecha had arrived just in time. Although he lost his legs, he saved his life. Qianhu still held a glimmer of hope as he pondered how much Nebula coins their harvested vegetables and fish might be worth. Surely, the remaining assets wouldn't be too insignificant, would they? He gazed at the Mecha of the Hive trading team with longing, yearning for his own, imagining hunting radiation sea monsters with ease and earning a fortune in Nebula coins to acquire countless coveted items from the marketplace. Even if it meant merely obtaining a firearm, he would dare to do it. At that moment, a hissing sound filled the air as the gates of the Hive's temporary trading market finally swung open. A bright, clean, and organized scene greeted their eyes, resembling a trading hall of a technological center. Dozens of youthful and attractive service staff donned elegant uniforms from the Nebula Hive, gracefully welcoming them with smiles. Rows of neat glass counters displayed high-tech electronic devices from the Hive shelter, an array of firearms, as well as nutritional liquids and tobacco. Deeper within, gene optimization liquids, exquisite protective gear, full and semi-covered exoskeleton armors, explosive-proof motorcycles, post-apocalyptic battle vehicles, and mechas left onlookers in awe. They felt akin to beggars in the wasteland, utterly astonished to witness such a spectacular and refined trading market amidst the apocalypse. Aside from the Mecha rescue efforts, this was their first genuine understanding of the Hive shelter's strength. It stood as an unwavering giant in the midst of the apocalypse. The temporary trading market of the Hive shelter opened. Zhang Yijian, smiling at the entrance, announced, "We will remain here for a week, be it fresh vegetables, fruits, poultry, aquatic produce, rare materials, or special meteorites and metals, all can be exchanged for Nebula coins." At this very moment, a fervent and exhilarating barrage of comments surged through Lu Bingbing's live streaming room. My goodness, isn't this place approximately 30 kilometers beyond the outskirts of Jiangxing? I visited this location for a spring outing 2 years ago, and my family's sanctuary is conveniently situated right next to the public shelter of Longhua in the heart of Jiangxing. Hive, come quickly. The resources are prepared. I'm awaiting your arrival. My heart is aflame with anticipation, unable to contain myself. Although the center of Jiangxing has been cleared by the military to establish a safe zone, with firepower stationed along both banks of the Yangtze River, the equipment in the Longhua trading market pales in comparison. It consists solely of outdated inventory. While it may be adequate for dealing with people, confronting mutated radiation monsters, that would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. The transportation of radiation monster corpses from Jiangxing is directed straight to our Tongxinyun sanctuary. I have 2 large trailers and 4 modified heavy excavators and cranes at my disposal. As for radiation neutralization, isn't there a spray in the Hive sanctuary's market? 1 ton of radiation-neutralizing spray costs merely 50,000 Nebula coins, and a single radiation monster would require at most 1/30th of that. Merely 1 or 2,000. Once the Hive trading team arrives, I shall prepare my own supplies. If you have goods, call me, and we can negotiate the price. My eyes are reddening with excitement. Is there anyone in Jiangxing seeking teammates? If you're bold and robust, with quick feet, just hand me a gun. At this moment, Lu Bingbing was oblivious to the happenings in the live stream, her heart racing as she surged into the trading hall alongside her father and brother. Family, look, genetic optimization fluid. Only 2,800,000 Nebula coins, cheaper than online. Lu Bingbing exclaimed, holding her phone excitedly in front of a glass cabinet. The genetic optimization fluid, contained within a glass tube shaped like a double helix, radiated a mysterious emerald hue, igniting an innate desire within her. How beautiful! The fiery glow in Lu Bingbing's eyes reflected not only her yearning, but also the profound need for such a miraculous elixir that could restore physical vitality for her grandfather. Alas, it is a pity that the common folk cannot afford it. Just then, an urgent voice broke through. I need a vial of genetic optimization fluid, 3 sets of full-coverage exoskeleton armor, 3 protective suits, 1 blue light Gatling gun, 3 rifles, 5 boxes of ammunition, 2 boxes of high-explosive grenades, and 1 box of explosive mines. I also require assistance in renovating my shelter. As soon as the words left his lips, a dozen people around him stared in disbelief at young Sherlin, some unable to comprehend. Good heavens, that's an astronomical amount of goods. At least several million Nebula coins, right? How on earth did this fellow acquire such resources to exchange? Young Sherlin wore a confident smile, contemplating that he had no intention of hiding the truth, for they were all part of the same community of shelters, and forming a favorable impression couldn't hurt. I found a special meteorite and exchanged it for over 10 million Nebula coins. I suspect there are quite a few that have fallen nearby. Once I secure my equipment, I'll explore further afield. Excitement surged within young Sherlin. With equipment in hand, he would be assured of self-defense. A swift action could lead to a substantial fortune, and procuring a mech would not be out of the question. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This guy is extraordinarily lucky. They had also encountered several meteorite craters nearby, but they were merely ordinary pebbles, lacking luminosity and weight, containing just a bit more iron. Meanwhile, a 15 or 16-year-old boy clad in a space suit-like protective outfit suddenly brightened, tugging at his sister's arm. He then leaped toward the door, shouting jubilantly, "Mech uncle, I know of a special meteorite. It's enormous. Lying beneath the icy river of the Yangtze, and there are many monsters there." Chapter 72. Suspected abilities. Long Qingqiu gazed in astonishment at her younger brother, who was jumping and shouting. The riverbank of the Yangtze is a full 2 kilometers away from their shelter. How does he know about it? Meanwhile, at the entrance, Zhang Yijian raised an eyebrow and approached, clad in battle armor that could hardly conceal his well-defined muscles, a rifle in hand. Dangerous and serious. Zhang Yijian stood before the boy, his eyes grave as he asked, "Little brat, are you certain it's a special meteorite?" The boy, slightly frightened, nodded. "I'm sure that I saw it. It radiates a red glow, lying at the bottom of the icy river. And it created a massive pit." Long Qingqiu looked incredulously at her brother, Long Xiaofeng, her eyes filled with doubt. Although she had taken him out a few times after the fire subsided to trade supplies and oxygen generators manufactured in their shelter, Xiaofeng had always remained at the back of the group and had never strayed from their side. "No, my brother is still young. He doesn't comprehend the significance of such a special meteorite. Xiaofeng, tell uncle you were just joking, right? Long Qingqiu grasped her brother's hand anxiously, trying to explain. A glimmer of light flashed in Long Xiaofeng's eyes as he calmed his sister, looking at Zhang Yijian with utmost seriousness. I saw it with my own eyes. I can see the scene across the Yangtze River whenever I wished. At Long Xiaofeng's words, Zhang Yijian's heart ignited with fury. Good heavens, is this little brat playing him for a fool? You little rascal, think this is a game? Zhang Yijian's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Long Xiaofeng. However, the boy showed no fear and boldly replied, I can really see it. There's half a pack of cigarettes on the control panel inside your mech, 2 packs hidden beneath the seat, and inside the right-hand controller's crevice, there's a photo of a little girl about 10 years old named Cici, right? At this, Zhang Yijian's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Long Xiaofeng. This is utterly absurd. He had almost forgotten about the 2 packs of cigarettes hidden beneath his seat, and now this 14 or 15-year-old brat had revealed it. Moreover, the photo of his daughter was wedged in a crevice, completely invisible unless pulled out. It was simply unfathomable, as if he had activated some sort of X-ray vision. At this moment, even Long Qingqiu was left speechless, staring at her brother as if he were no longer the mischievous little rascal she knew. Could it be that her brother was the chosen one, awakened after the apocalypse? Would this mean she, as his elder sister, could ride on his coattails to greatness? Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Zhang Yijian's personal terminal on his wrist began to vibrate incessantly. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly moved away to activate the earpiece. After analysis, it was determined that there was a 99% chance that Long Xiaofeng was telling the truth. He appeared to possess an ability of ocular mutation, enabling him to observe objects from a distance. A Level 1 mission was issued. Transport Team 9 is to protect Long Xiaofeng at all costs and follow his instructions to locate the special meteorite and the giant radiation monster. If the information proves correct, please notify the Hive Sanctuary immediately. A mission announcement from Yun Ming rang in his earpiece. Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. In that moment, Zhang Yijian felt a mix of fervor and concern. A Level 1 mission is the highest task for the special forces of the Hive Sanctuary. Upon completion, he, as the team leader, would receive a reward exceeding 10 million Nebula coins. As for his concerns, he was apprehensive about approaching the Yangtze, where dangers lurked. One tentacle could reach dozens of meters in length, belonging to a giant radiation sea monster exceeding 100 meters in size. With their current firepower, they would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Perhaps they would have to deploy one of the 4 large nuclear-powered mechs available in their sanctuary. Fortunately, they only needed to observe from a distance. Moreover, they had armed helicopters at their disposal, allowing them to gather intelligence on the special meteorite and the surrounding area from high above. Once that was established, the Hive Sanctuary would take care of the rest. Having pondered all this, Zhang Yijian approached Long Xiaofeng with a beaming smile. Long Xiaofeng, right? Come with me. I'll take you to find that meteorite. If it's real, I can request a mech for you from the Hive Sanctuary. Fully equipped with firepower, the Storm Mech. Meanwhile, nestled in her warm bed, Su Yun was once again roused by Yun Ming'er, hastily making her way to the command center. What? A child suspected of possessing X-ray vision or the ability to observe from afar? Su Yun exclaimed, flipping through surveillance footage in astonishment. According to Xilinx research, such abilities were theoretically feasible, but they required unlocking the secrets of human evolutionary genes to awaken. Yet the evidence stood before him. The boy named Long Xiaofeng could not only see scenes 2 kilometers away, but could also accurately name items within the mech. His abilities were beyond belief. Ming'er, summon the think tank, and connect the live stream to the biological laboratory. Let the researchers in Xiling take a look. Su Yun ordered. At that moment, he felt a surge of agitation, as if the secrets of this world had yet to unveil themselves before him. 20 minutes later, the think tank personnel arrived in the main control hall. The screens displayed 3 combat mech teams cautiously approaching the banks of the Yangtze River. Above them, 5 armed helicopters circled, already catching glimpses of the scene below. Once a mighty river, teeming with waves and stretching endlessly, it now lay cloaked in ice and snow, the water frozen solid. Radiation monsters wandered around the Yangtze, seemingly unaffected by the biting cold of -40 to 50 degrees. In the cockpit of one of the helicopters, Long Xiaofeng and her sister, Long Qingqiu, leaned against each other, their expressions awestruck as they gazed at the vast expanse of white below. from a distance. The entire world appeared as if it had been frozen, with only the terrifying radiation monsters remaining amidst the sea of white. "Little ghost, we've arrived." "What's your position?" Jing Yijian's voice echoed from the co-pilot seat. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaofeng squinted, and in the next moment, she exclaimed, "Right here, beneath the ice 300 meters ahead." As her words fell, Zhang Yijian quickly looked up, noticing that the Yangtze below was already covered in ice and snow. Aside from the snow, there were radiation sea monsters ranging from 5 to 20 meters in size. No signs of the special meteorites or colossal radiation beasts were visible. However, considering the importance of their mission, he immediately ordered, "All units, be on alert. The mech team is ready to assist at the shore. Lazy, launch a Hellfire missile at the ice 300 meters ahead." Just as he finished speaking, a missile fired from one of the armed helicopters, streaking through the air with flames, striking the designated spot. With a thunderous explosion, a deep crater appeared in the melting ice before them, and at that moment, the radiation instruments aboard the helicopter began to sound alarms. Yun Minger's voice resonated urgently, warning, "A massive radiation source is detected beneath the ice, with energy equivalent to that of 5 nuclear power plants. All armed helicopters, ascend urgently." A cacophony of piercing sound waves suddenly assaulted them, catching everyone off guard and causing intense pain in their heads. "Damn it, this thing can attack with sound waves? This is bad." "Ascend quickly," Zhang Yijian shouted, clutching his head, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, apart from Zhang Yijian and the genetically optimized special forces, the other team members and Long Qingqiu suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted. The ice layer below began to churn violently, fissures cracking open as if a colossal creature was awakening. Meanwhile, within the main control hall of the Hive shelter, the voices of the think tank erupted in chaos. "There's no mistake, that child's eyes are more terrifying than the detection instruments. I suspect he possesses a form of mind's eye, a mysterious power that allows him to visualize whatever he thinks of. This isn't sound waves. If it were, we would hear it too. Moreover, the radiation monsters beneath the ice haven't even broken through the surface, yet the attack has already commenced. Could it be that the radiation monster possesses supernatural abilities? This world seems to be becoming absurdly unscientific. Perhaps this is akin to the psychic shocks described in novels, or perhaps it's a form of soul-level oppression. Except for Long Xiaofeng and the genetically optimized special forces, others cannot withstand this invisible force that compresses the nerves. I suspect that the radiation monster harbors a secret. No, it seems more likely that the special meteorite holds the secret. The distribution of radiation monsters is highly irregular, predominantly surrounding that specific area, which is also the center of the meteorite. This situation only pertains to the one across the Yangtze. No other special meteorites are present elsewhere. Su Yun, with a grave expression, listened intently to the various voices from the think tank. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decisive statement. "Minger, instruct them to retreat. Notify Chu Xiangge and Li Shiguang to join us." The two large nuclear-powered mechs not only possess immense destructive firepower but also come equipped with energy shields, Blue Star's pinnacle of technological strength. "I refuse to believe we cannot handle it." In the Hive shelter, at the entrance, the covering time was undergoing repairs. After a close-quarters battle with the radiation sea monsters, its smooth metallic surface bore scratches and abrasions. As if this 82-meter steel behemoth had transitioned from rookie to veteran, emanating an aura of lethal intent. 1,256 high-torque engines, with a damage rate of 0.5. The condition is satisfactory, and engineers are currently maintaining it. Estimated completion in half an hour. The thermal radiation ion cannon has been repaired and enhanced. The energy constrictor can withstand up to 3 concentrated attacks. Otherwise, there's a risk of energy dispersion and self-destruction. The nuclear reactor engine has completed repairs, with an energy wastage rate of 28%. It is expected to operate at full power for 3 years and 2 months. The mech's power limit can still be enhanced. The energy metal matrix on the mech's exterior is undamaged and without loss. The electromagnetic energy cannons and beam artillery on both shoulders can sustain full power for 3 minutes before sustaining damage. The extreme power of the energy matrix after overload operation is 23,000 tons of lift, placing significant pressure on the mech's flight. The maximum speed is approximately 350 kilometers per hour. At a height of less than 400 meters, which can only be sustained for half an hour at that moment, Li Shiguang was at the ground control console of the covering time. listening to Ashir's analytical voice in his ear, nodding and shaking his head while continuously sketching and modifying data on his tablet. It's still not perfect. The mech requires more special meteorite metal. Currently, the external surface of the mech is less than 100 tons, and the provided energy matrix cannot sustain long-term flight due to the excessive weight. It merely has a layer of energy metal shell. Li Shiguang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Though the mech could achieve brief flight, the internal mechanical stress was substantial, with a maximum duration of merely half an hour, lest it cause damage to various internal components. Unfortunately, special meteorites were scarce. Even with the Hive shelter's full effort to collect them, only 500 to 600 tons could be amassed. Just the 4 ultra-large nuclear-powered mechs consumed around 400 tons, while the remainder was distributed for experimentation and semi-dash mechanization. At this moment, Chu Xianga and Hao Yang were also in the mech control room, desperately brainstorming ways to enhance the mechs. Unless the body and shell of the entire mech are constructed from special meteorite metal, it will be an arduous challenge to ascend into space. We could research anti-gravity fields. Theoretically, there is hope for success, Chu Xianga remarked, frowning. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang and Hao Yang nodded in exasperation. They had also explored anti-gravity but found no leads. It felt as if such a force didn't exist, something conceivable, visible, yet utterly intangible and ungraspable, making research impossible. Currently, the 4 mechs could only rely on the energy matrix of their external shells for power. Enhancing the electromagnetic field against the Earth, supplemented by energy thrusters to achieve flight for the massive 2,000-ton behemoth. However, a height of 400 meters was still too low for the mechs, akin to a person gliding just 7 or 8 meters above ground. Let us forget it. We still need to rely on meteorite metal. Although we can utilize it, I still don't understand how this metal is formed. It seems to transcend the realm of science, Hao Yang said, spreading his hands in resignation. Hearing this, both Hao Yang and Chu Xianga were taken aback by Li Shiguang's wild imagination, exchanging glances in disbelief. Surely, that's too absurd? There's no way that's possible. Hao Yang shook his head, rubbing his temples. Their blue star was already facing enough difficulties. If an invasion of extraterrestrial beings were to occur, it would truly be despairing. Let us not overthink it. Perhaps it's just a rare metal from space. Regardless, I've experienced its benefits. Even if it's created by alien life, what can they do to me? Chu Xianga shrugged nonchalantly, exuding confidence. Ever since the apocalypse, he had been able to conduct various high-stakes experiments with ease. As long as he didn't blow up the Hive shelter, he could research whatever he wished. Lacking resources simply meant piloting a mech out for a bit, and no one cared. According to what I hear, next week, we will launch a large-scale hunting operation in the deep sea. Brother Yuan will join us. As long as we manage to take down 7 or 8 radiation sea monsters over 100 meters long, we can comfortably enjoy the rest of the year, Chu Xianga said with anticipation in his eyes. Rather than worrying about the future, he preferred to seize the present opportunity. Chu Xianga looked up at his mech, the Electric Light Daybreaker, a humanoid mech adorned with numerous special devices, resembling a multitude of discs affixed to its body. Moreover, the mech's back lacked the shark-toothed greatsword, featuring only an electromagnetic energy railgun structure. This was his masterpiece, boasting power on par with Hao Yang's thermal radiation ion cannon, even surpassing it in range and coverage. Chu Xianga had long designed it for close combat, equipped with a protective shield, bolstered by furious electromagnetic voltage enhancement, delivering magical punches. Besides the 2 beam cannons on his shoulders, he also possessed his ultimate move, the super electromagnetic energy railgun, an entity that would spell doom for anyone who dared to approach. However, just as Chu Xianga sank into his pleasant reverie, the broadcast in the mech control room suddenly blared. Notification. An urgent mission requires the deployment of large-scale nuclear-powered mechas. Yun Minger's voice, tinged with seriousness, echoed. A peculiar meteorite has appeared in the Yangtze River, capable not only of attracting radiation sea monsters, but also possessing a 30% chance of bestowing mysterious psychic powers and evolutionary energies upon living beings, with an 80% likelihood of being related to gene evolution. Time is of the essence. The Hu Haishiguang ship and the Dianguang Zhurija must set forth immediately, racing to the location. This concerns mysterious powers and the evolution of life. Please ensure that Li Shiguang and Chu Xianggu fully cooperate. Furthermore, Shiguanggu and the Ball brother have confirmed the emergence of superhumans. You must act swiftly, as the Dragon Kingdom's military is nearby. We must seize the radiation sea monster and the meteorite before them. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang and the others exchanged glances, astonished. Only moments ago, they speculated about the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and now superhumans have emerged. Is this scientific? This is utterly unscientific. It is known that virtually all researchers are atheists, believing only in tangible data, even the movements of particles. Atoms and quanta.it appears that the direction of the elder sister's research is indeed correct. Breaking human limits and initiating the evolution of life is not merely a fanciful notion, Hao Yang remarked. His expression complexed. At that moment, Chu Xianggu and Li Shiguang also wore grim faces. Superhumans, whether the work of extraterrestrial beings invading their realm, rendered their relentless research seemingly trivial. Superhumans? Shiguang, let us go. I wish to see what dares to call itself a superhuman, capable of contending with my electromagnetic powers and our mechas. Chu Xianggu, filled with indignation, strode toward his Dian Guangzhu Rizha. Their silhouettes resembled the twilight of a technological era, imbued with both defiance and disdain, eager to test their mettle against this new foe. They had long stood at the pinnacle, and now, the younger generation sought to surpass them. They would not yield easily. Meanwhile, the crisis faced by the Yangtze exploration team remained unresolved. At this moment, Zhang Yijian felt blood streaming from his ears, nose, and the corners of his eyes. Clutching his head in agony, he glared at the personal terminal on his wrist and shouted. But just as the words left his mouth, the icy layers of the Yangtze erupted violently. A massive, dark, spiked tentacle lunged toward Zhang Yijian's armed helicopter. The speed was astonishing, creating ripples in the cold air, as if the whales of death itself had descended, instilling fear and dread. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yijian's face drained of color. It's over. We're doomed. Chapter 74. Extraterrestrial life products. The sudden crisis compelled Zhang Yijian to shut his eyes in despair. His mind racing through countless memories. His wife had perished unexpectedly during childbirth, leaving behind their daughter, Cece. With no one to rely on, he hoped that after his demise, the Hive shelter would care for his daughter, allowing her to live a life free from worries. Yet, 5 seconds later, the anticipated calamity did not materialize. The colossal tentacle halted its assault 30 meters from the armed helicopter, having reached its maximum extension. The helicopter soared above 200 meters. Captain Zhang, that nearly terrified me to death. I thought we were done for, exclaimed a Special Forces soldier piloting the helicopter, blood streaming from all 6 orifices. Cursing and laughing in disbelief, the armed helicopter ascended rapidly, reaching 300, 500, then 700 meters, operating at full power against the biting cold. At 2,000 meters, the feeling of impending doom began to dissipate. In that moment, Zhang Yijian regained his composure, a sense of having narrowly escaped death washing over him. It turned out that the radiation monster capable of attacking their minds from a distance was not as invincible as he had feared. Damn it, that was truly terrifying. I even thought I saw my great-grandmother waving at me, Zhang Yijian cursed, wiping the blood from his nose. However, the next moment, he hurriedly glanced at the other 4 armed helicopters. Fortunately, at the last moment, Yuan Ming'er had forcibly taken control of the intelligent operating system, and all were ascending in altitude. Zhang Yijian's worries subsided. At that moment, when he felt the invisible force attacking his mind, he had truly been frightened. Such intangible abilities could terrify anyone encountering them for the first time. His temper flared as he shouted angrily, "How dare it ambush us? Prepare the Hellfire missiles. All 5 armed helicopters, fire at will, destroy it." It was still an era of conventional weaponry. No matter how formidable the radiation monster, could it withstand 5,000 degrees of heat and explosive damage? Even if they couldn't kill it, they could certainly inflict pain and fear. In the next instant, 10 Hellfire missiles launched, targeting the base of the massive tentacle from a distance of 2,000 meters. The creature stood around 100 meters tall, with its 8 tentacles stretching 70 to 80 meters long. A terrifying sight, thrashing violently and shattering large expanses of ice around it. One of the tentacle's bases was blasted off halfway, its black-purple blood spraying everywhere, corroding and burning the ice beneath, a nauseating spectacle. This horrifying scene instilled a sense of tension among the Special Forces soldiers who had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. After the attack, everyone grew wary of this frenzied giant radiation sea monster, which seemed different from what they had previously encountered. Even at a height of over 2,000 meters, everyone was concerned that this creature might unleash another one of its mind-assaulting invisible attacks. But at that moment, the voice of Long Xiaofeng suddenly rang out. I saw it. Its attack is a blue, invisible wave, with a range of about 800 meters, and beneath its body lies that special meteorite. Approximately 10 meters in diameter, I also noticed wisps of greenish-blue invisible mist emanating from it, which the monster absorbed into its body. Absorbing invisible energy? No wonder it could attack us from across the air. It turns out that meteorite is problematic. Zheng Yijian felt a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't he desire such mysterious power? Moreover, Long Xiaofeng appeared to be in much better condition than he was. Only his face slightly pale, showing no signs of injury, while Long Qingqiu beside him had already lost consciousness. Indeed, the emergence of superhumans was not a mistake. Activate the human medical scanning device. They should be fine, right? Zheng Yijian frowned, hastily pressing several buttons on the control panel. Soon, Yun Minger's voice sounded. Detection indicates that the brains of the 5 unconscious individuals have suffered intense pressure and stimulation, triggering their self-protective instincts. They are expected to awaken automatically in 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaofeng finally set aside his worries, though his face bore a hint of frustration. A spark of extraordinary light flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, I have more intel. The monster seems to want to break through the outer layer of the meteorite. Inside it is a small, glaring object, resembling a palm-sized red iron plate. That greenish invisible energy emanates from the plate, which the monster desperately covets. This, Zheng Yijian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the excessively bright pupils of Long Xiaofeng. Is this an extraterrestrial product? This is absurd. The world is becoming increasingly outrageous. Simultaneously, as Long Xiaofeng finished speaking, a notification rang out. Mission terminated. All personnel, evacuate to a safe zone. A counterattack will commence in 5 hours. Yun Minger's voice echoed through the communication channel. Zheng Yijian was momentarily stunned. 5 hours? Could it be that the 4 large mechas were on their way? Those colossal machines were undoubtedly the Hive shelter's ultimate weapons, constructed with the pinnacle of technological prowess, and no matter how powerful the radiation monster. Could it rival the destructive energy of their weaponry? Could it withstand the might of over 20,000 tons of super war mechas? His eyes gleamed with confidence as he gazed at the frenzied giant radiation sea monster below. Moreover, that meteorite, suspected to be of extraterrestrial origin, could only belong to their Hive shelter. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. A 2-meter diameter block of solid ice hurtled toward them with a deafening roar. Damn it, we're 2,300 meters high. This monster's power is terrifying. It can break the sound barrier with ease. Zheng Yijian gasped in shock. Fortunately, the monster's aim was off. The massive ice block narrowly missed the armed helicopter by several meters, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. In no time, the 5 armed helicopters hastily retreated, distancing themselves from the Yangtze River, accompanied by Zheng Yijian's incessant curses. Meanwhile, in the control hall of the Hive shelter, a commotion erupted. I told you that meteorite was problematic. According to the tropes of fantasy novels and films, it must be a suspected psychic attack ability, representing a deeper evolution of the brain domain. The secrets of the brain domain have never been extensively explored by humanity, remaining at the surface level. Even if the radiation sea monster can mutate and evolve, it is merely a change in its physical genetics. If what that little brat said is true, it is undoubtedly an artifact of extraterrestrial intelligent life. Goodness, the universe is so vast. How could Blue Star be the only life-bearing planet? However, we must also remain vigilant about outer space. Their technology is undoubtedly far superior to that of Blue Star. It is imperative to obtain it. I suspect that the iron plate is a product of some advanced technology, containing not only a mysterious power capable of facilitating the evolution of monsters, but also an ability to withstand the terrifying energy and pressure of meteorite impacts without sustaining damage. Such energy and materials, as understood by Blue Star, should not exist. If studied, they would undoubtedly yield a wealth of valuable information and results. At this moment, the situation left everyone feeling quite unsettled. The product of extraterrestrial intelligent life was utterly unknown to them. Yet it brimmed with potential peril in the vastness of the cosmos. It seemed as though a colossal demon had set its sights upon them, poised to descend upon Blue Star at any moment. Su Yun, too, was taken aback, his mind in a daze. He had a premonition that the two meteorites colliding with Blue Star might not have been mere coincidences. Minger instruct Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga to accelerate. That meteorite must not be overlooked. Chapter 75. Changes after the apocalypse. Star City, a sprawling metropolis surrounded by numerous shelters clustered around its urban architecture. The banks of rivers and lakes abound with mutated creatures not limited to just sea monsters. Even the fish, shrimp, crabs, and other animals that survived the natural disasters have undergone mutations. Within the public large shelters of the Dragon Kingdom, experts have pointed out that there must have been malicious research into the irradiated sea monsters, as some of these creatures washed ashore by tsunamis were brought inland, warranting severe punishment. However, the answer provided by the Hive transportation trade team was that snow disasters and radiation now envelop the globe, with mutated substances from the ocean having spread to every corner of Blue Star. It was entirely normal for terrestrial organisms to mutate, and even the plants surviving beneath the ice had also changed. Amidst the frigid apocalypse, this city remained bustling with activity. The Dragon Kingdom's military, Hive shelters, divine biology, super divine machinery, the light of life, Tongtian transport, Yida department store, and JD delivery services, among others, had all established bustling marketplaces for trading heavy weaponry and supplies. Particularly, the resources exchanged were led by the special meteorites, whose value continued to rise. In addition, there were biological energy crystals and corpses of irradiated monsters. Most transactions were conducted using Nebula coins, as the high-tech products from the Hive shelters could only be purchased with this currency. Thus, the atmosphere was not only vibrant but also tinged with the unmistakable scent of gunpowder. With a sudden flash of blue light cutting through the gray skies, a 6-meter-long irradiated monster plummeted into a pool of dark green blood. Ha ha ha! Indeed, the weapons from the Hive shelters are exceptional. Who was the genius that invented this Gatling gun? I am utterly enamored. Lu Jiqiang stood atop a modified off-road vehicle, clad in heavy protective gear. Laughing heartily at the scene, a blue-lit Gatling gun from the Hive shelter was mounted on the roof of his vehicle, its barrel steaming as spent shells littered the ground. 200 meters ahead, the lifeless bodies of 3 peculiar irradiated monsters, each about 5 to 6 meters long, lay motionless in a pool of blood. Beside the off-road vehicle, a young man clad in full-cover exoskeleton armor, standing guard, spoke up. What are you afraid of? Look over there, damn it. The Fengyun shelter has truly struck gold, managing to find a special meteorite and acquiring a storm mech. When will we finally gather enough for gene optimization fluid and mechs? Lu Jiqiang gritted his teeth and envied in the distance. A storm mech, accompanied by several teammates in full exoskeleton armor, ventured deeper into the monster-infested area, followed by 3 modified large transport trailers. Despite their ease in hunting down 3 irradiated monsters and earning nearly 150,000 Nebula coins, the expenses incurred were substantial. A blue-lit Gatling gun was not particularly expensive, costing only 100,000 Nebula coins. Yet the ammunition consumed was the real cost driver. It could fire 7,000 rounds in a minute, which translated to an expenditure of approximately 140,000 Nebula coins every minute, surpassing the cost of the Gatling gun itself. Goodness, the average person could hardly bear such losses. The profits from hunting irradiated sea monsters likely paled in comparison to the Gatling gun's minute of full fire. Yet, the mech, armed with 2 blades, it could contend with irradiated monsters, proving itself a close combat machine. The cost-effectiveness was astonishing. Without firing a single shot, it could traverse the masses of monsters, reaping bountiful rewards. If it encountered irradiated monsters over 10 meters in length, it could engage them without risk, conclusively ending the battle in just 10 seconds, expending merely 10 to 20,000 Nebula coins while securing irradiated monster materials worth 100,000. It was enough to incite envy in anyone. The necessity of acquiring a mech was undeniable. Without it, the Quangzhan shelter would have no future. At worst, I might gamble a bit at the divine biology store. However, just as Lu Jiqiang was consumed by jealousy, the roar of an engine captured the attention of their group. Looking up, their pupils dilated in shock. A woman, clad not in protective gear but rather in lightweight combat attire, was piloting an apocalypse-proof motorcycle from the Hive shelter toward the irradiated monster zone by Ming Lake, traversing the icy expanse. Goodness, she's succeeded again. The mortality rate doesn't seem too high. Yet, prior to the market's opening, 5 individuals had ventured in, with only one emerging alive, which was terrifying. Nevertheless, this did not deter those who believed themselves lacking in ability, yet still wished to strengthen themselves. They began to gamble their insignificant lives for their own futures and that of their families. Many succeeded, as Lu Jiqiang and his companions had witnessed at least a dozen gene enhancers hunting outside without protective gear. While their strength and speed were insufficient to contend with irradiated monsters, they could navigate the external environment alone, relying on firearms and the mobility of their apocalypse-proof motorcycles without needing teammates or logistical support. They hunted irradiated monsters while alerting transport teams, engaging in a ceaseless cycle of slaughter to repay loans for gene enhancement. Yet, it was a power bought with the price of their lifespans. The Hive shelter had previously warned that such gene enhancers, which depleted one's potential, were irreversible. Once injected, the only outcomes were death or a countdown to the end of one's life. Some might survive over a decade, while others could perish within the year, all depending on luck. Star City suffered relatively minor devastation, with nearly 30 million inhabitants seeking refuge here, and over 10,000 shelters of various sizes formed a vast gathering of sanctuaries. With the establishment of various trading marketplaces and malls, numerous adventuring teams set out to hunt and seek meteorites. Notably, the arrival of the Hive transportation trade team brought with it Mechs, apocalyptic war vehicles, full exoskeleton armor, and a myriad of high-tech equipment, coupled with radiation-clearing surgeries and risk-free semi-mechanical transformation procedures. A wave of confidence surged through everyone, filled with expectations and fantasies of one day earning enough Nebula coins to provide for their families with gene optimization fluids and storm mechs. Lu Jiqiang surveyed the bustling scene around him, his reflections deep. Suddenly, one of his teammates exclaimed in excitement, "Goodness, it's black technology." The Hive shelter continues to impress. Personal radiation and cold resistance devices are now available for just 100,000 Nebula coins each, expected to arrive in a week. The effects are truly extraordinary. Once activated, the device will render the human body impervious to radiation and cold, facilitating movement in the apocalyptic environment. Why bother with gene enhancers? One piece of equipment could enable us to venture out without protection. No way, boss. We must all equip ourselves with one. Otherwise, if our protective gear were to fail, we'd have to pay to clear the radiation. Besides, given this weather, even protective gear with cold resistance struggles to hold up. Lu Jiqiang nodded. This device was indeed impressive and necessary. The challenge lay in acquiring special meteorites, which were exceedingly difficult to find. Relying entirely on luck. Let us wait and see. If luck isn't on our side, there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Jiqiang sighed in resignation. Yet, in the next moment, the scene before their off-road vehicle left them momentarily stunned, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Goodness, this team. Are they all semi-mechanized individuals? The modification cost for these 3, assuming their internal organs were also upgraded, must have exceeded 10 million Nebula coins each. Not to mention the additional equipment. Surely, they had stumbled upon a special meteorite. Looking up, they beheld an apocalypse war vehicle brimming with weaponry advancing slowly, flanked by 3 armored motorcycles. The riders, apart from their grotesque metal helmets, possessed metallic mechanical bodies, sending shivers down the spines of passers-by. As humans, many found it difficult to accept such extensive modifications. It was evident that this team had discovered a special meteorite, and not a small one at that. Don't imitate them. This is truly beyond the pale. Lu Jiqiang feared that his teammates might also opt for semi-mechanical modifications. Fortunately, lacking any perverse inclinations, they dared not follow suit. The convoy continued onward. Nearing the Star City Trading Center, just 5 kilometers away, that moment, a series of urgent booms echoed in the distance, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. In that instant, over tens of thousands in the outskirts of Star City witnessed 2 steel behemoths charging toward them. All present were left utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes, as if they had witnessed a divine apparition. Beep, beep, beep. There remains a direct distance of 700 kilometers to the destination, anticipated to arrive in 2 hours. Aboard the vessel Time of the Ocean, Li Shiguang leisurely engaged in conversation with Chu Xiangge while perusing various information about the special meteorite of the Yangtze River. The range of mental attacks is approximately 830 meters. One tentacle possesses a force exceeding 15,000 tons? Not bad at all. Far stronger than the previous shark-like sea monster, Li Shiguang remarked with a disdainful smile. Yet, I wonder if it can breach our high-density energy shield. I refuse to believe that power at the mental level is truly ethereal, and that child, Lung Xiaofeng, I shall inquire whether he is formidable enough to withstand a kick from my mech. Meanwhile, aboard the lightning sun chaser, Chu Xiang's lips curled upward slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he arrogantly declared, Chapter 76, A Mixture of Fish and Dragons. The turbo engine was operating at full power. The energy matrix began to preheat, and the energy jet propulsion system was activated, ready for flight in 5 seconds. As Ashir's words fell, both Li Shiguang and Chu Xiang donned their neural connection helmets. Entering control mode. As the time of the ocean and lightning sun chaser illuminated their eyes, the core-powered turbine engines roared to life, emitting a fierce crimson glow, the energy fluctuations melting the icy snowflakes in the air. Moreover, the outer shells of the two mechs were adorned with deep blue energy matrices, a high-energy electromagnetic field enveloping the entire mech, rippling with magnetic field fluctuations. Once prepared, from a distance, the two towering steel behemoths, standing over 80 meters tall, leaped into the air, a sight that left spectators awestruck. The arm, legs, and 5 energy jet devices on their backs activated, releasing an endless torrent of energy particles, providing the mechs with formidable power. In that moment, under the gaze of tens of thousands, the two ultimate mech constructs soared through the skies above Star City, a spectacle both terrifying and unbelievable. Goodness, it's real. That's the super mech from the software interface on the Hive network platform. Along with that apocalyptic steel furnace city, I thought it was merely a futuristic fantasy. Someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. Who wouldn't he be dazed by these two giants? Even 100-meter-long radioactive monster wouldn't he stand a chance against them. The key is, they can fly. The technology embedded within is undoubtedly the pinnacle on Blue Star. Did you see those massive footprints? They sank over 2 meters into the frozen ground. These behemoths must weigh at least 10,000 tons. The Hive shelter has deployed these two super mechs for a purpose. Are they facing a gigantic radioactive monster, or have they been wronged by someone? My goodness, who could withstand such might? In under 10 seconds, the entirety of Star City was aware that the Hive shelter's colossal mechs were set to traverse the sky above. Even the Hive network platform displayed numerous live streams, instantly drawing countless viewers to witness the event. At this moment, everyone realized the true strength of the Hive shelter. Aside from themselves, who else could manufacture such super mechs? Truly, the comparison is disheartening. At that moment in Star City, individuals donned in protective gear hurriedly exited the shelters, gazing upward at the market, shopping centers, and battle vehicles. The mech soared not too high, below 400 meters, yet the oppressive aura was formidable. Should they plummet at high speed, the impact would undoubtedly overwhelm any shelter buried dozens of meters underground. The daunting weight and incomprehensible array of weaponry, combined with their aerial maneuverability, rendered them fully operational war mechs. Particularly in this apocalyptic wasteland, even amidst an endless tide of monsters, they could likely navigate through with ease. Facing no peril whatsoever, in the trading market center, the former head of the financial department of the Star Nebula Group, Wu Dahu, looked up proudly as the mechs flew by. This is the pinnacle of our Hive shelter's technology. Whether it be the Storm mech or the apocalyptic battle vehicle, alongside other equipment or gene warriors, half-mechanized individuals, in their presence, it would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Utterly foolish. This is the indomitable steel war god. Who among Blue Star can rival it? However, contemplating the intelligence regarding the various factions in Star City, Wu Dahu's expression gradually turned grave. After a moment's reflection, he squinted slightly and stated, the deployment of these two mechs signifies that a transport convoy has encountered trouble. Lung Feng, take 3 armed helicopters into the air for protection until they exit Star City. No one is to interfere. Lung Feng and his 6-man squad, clad in the Hive's special full-body exoskeleton armor, silently stood guard behind him. Star City is of paramount importance, at least in this apocalypse, serving as a significant gathering market and is highly valued by the Hive shelter. Even other major factions and the Dragon Kingdom's military have stationed themselves here, a place fraught with complexity and intrigue. Yet, It is also an opportune ground for resource acquisition, with over 100,000 hunting teams and adventure groups, amidst a population of 30 million refugees, over 3 million of whom are actively engaged outside. And the numbers are ever-increasing. It is a crucial strategic resource trading hub. Simultaneously, behind the Mechs piloted by Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga, armed helicopters ascended, including forces from the Dragon Kingdom military, as well as from major factions such as celestial beings and super divine machinery. They aim to uncover the secrets of these two Mechs or ascertain the circumstances forcing such urgency. Yet, at that moment, an armed helicopter obstructed the Mech's path, a stern voice declaring, "Halt, giant Mechs. You pose a threat to all within Star City. Please descend immediately and submit to inspection." Li Shiguang furrowed his brow and muttered, "Is that the Dragon Kingdom military?" He recognized the helicopter, which had been designed upon invitation from the Southwestern Military District 2 years prior, albeit its exterior had been modified to better suit the apocalypse environment. Time? What's the plan? Should we just charge through? Yungo mentioned that the Dragon Kingdom is no longer our concern. Aside from some ties with the Northwest and your godfather, the rest of the military has long since fractured following the apocalypse. Chu Xianga's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Li Shiguang's lips. Indeed, in this apocalypse, who still cares about titles? Miss Head, help me investigate who it is, which shelter is so obstinate as to challenge my mech. Li Shiguang commanded coldly. As soon as his words fell, the beam cannon on the shoulder of the Time of the Ocean unleashed a direct assault, a flash of blue light zipping past the armed helicopter ahead. A tremendous explosion resonated from afar, and a fire pit of over 10 meters in diameter appeared beneath the icy rock. So it's the Southwestern military? Huh? Do they even know who I am? Scram! This is a warning. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Li Shiguang's voice echoed through the skies. With speed unabated, the mech surged forward, its iron frame unyielding. Concurrently, Long Feng and his special forces team piloted 3 armed helicopters, missiles and Gatling guns locking onto the obstructing helicopter ahead while remaining vigilant against other factions approaching from the rear. We are the Hive shelter. Please withdraw immediately, or we shall consider this a hostile action and engage in combat. Long Feng's voice resounded. The 3 armed helicopters provided escort to the 2 Mechs, hovering in the high skies, as if surrounded by foes from all directions. The Hive shelter, a prominent entity, attracted many prying eyes. Within the trading market of Star City, they had already encountered several acts of sabotage. In this apocalyptic era, anxiety ran rampant, and undercurrents surged. At this moment, time, they discovered the source. It was the super divine machinery shelter, which had long since allied with celestial beings and life's light, with the Southwestern military's presence also evident. However, their satellite defense protocols were unusually specific, as if they were guarding against me. Yuan Minger's voice echoed in Li Shiguang's ear. Upon hearing this, a disdainful smile appeared on Li Shiguang's face, though he felt a tinge of seriousness. Surely, Yuan Minger's existence was known to them. Yet, it was of little consequence, so it was merely a few mice. Once the Yangtze meteorite mission is completed, we shall pay them a visit in the depths of the Qinling Mountains, shall we? Let us see how they make their escape. Chapter 77. Gene Mutants. Meanwhile, scenes from this location were also being broadcasted live on the Hive platform. The barrage of comments erupted. Goodness, that helicopter is so stubborn. Dude, it's the apocalypse. Who is going to comply with inspections? If you have the guts, just open fire and see if those 2 Mechs can crush it. It seems they desire those 2 Mechs or the technology aboard. Those in the rear, too fearful to show their faces, sent their subordinates to test the Hive shelter's resolve. Yet, little did they know, these 2 Mechs were not so easily subdued. Goodness, it's the same old story. Even in the apocalypse, nothing has changed. My lord, times have changed. I dare say even the Dragon Kingdom military won't provoke the Hive shelter lightly. Just those 2 behemoths, unless they deploy fighter jets, missile airstrikes, and tank bombardments, who could possibly contend with them? Moreover, given the current environment, attempting to hinder those 2 Mechs seems unlikely. Sigh, just look around. Dozens of armed helicopters with various modifications, at least a dozen major factions. And we? We can only cower within the shelter, toiling away without complaint. Indeed, I too yearn to venture forth, hunting radioactive monstrosities and seeking an array of resources and special meteorites. Yet, alas, it has only been a mere 10 minutes. And that wretched rotund fellow is once again summoning me to clear the public restroom. How utterly nauseating! The environment in this post-apocalyptic world is undeniably intricate, beset by radiation, extreme cold, and thin air. Yet for the formidable factions, such challenges are generally surmountable. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, technology seems to have entered a phase of accelerated advancement, with each faction striving vigorously, yielding scientific achievements that blossom in all directions. This surge is attributable to the radioactive creatures and unique meteorites, alongside a sudden explosion of survival instincts under harsh conditions. However, the strong remain ever strong, while the weak languish in perpetual frailty. Countless individuals conceal themselves underground, yearning for opportunities from the outside world. Meanwhile, deep within a certain underground sanctuary, Morong Yuntian of the Heavenly Divine Biological Sanctuary is convening a clandestine video conference, utilizing the specialized satellite communications of the Southwest Military Command. Those two mechs represent pinnacle technology that surpasses the combined might of all present factions. During the video conference, participants express their astonishment, yet their faces betray no sign of concern. Perhaps it is wise to refrain from engaging with the Hive sanctuary and that little rascal. Su Yun. Their wings have long since grown strong, and their power far exceeds what meets the eye. They possess an artificial intelligence network deity and a nuclear submarine trading with the beautiful country. Equipped with undoubtedly destructive nuclear weapons, more than one, in fact, the upper echelons dare not provoke them. Rest assured, no matter how formidable the mechs may be, they are ultimately mere external entities. Our course is unerring. The evolution of life is the only path that holds true merit. Let them bask in their arrogance for a few more days. After all, we are not to be trifled with either. With 18 gene warriors and 3 gene aberrants at our disposal, we can unleash a decapitation strike at any moment, even if they can only endure for a day. Yet, I refuse to believe that anyone can survive under the stealth and ambush of such inhuman power. I have developed 2 invisible psychic assassins capable of true invisibility, without a trace of form, scent, or body heat, already en route to the Hive Sanctuary's stronghold. Should we capture Su Yun, the entirety of the Hive's technology and resources shall belong to us. Do not be overly confident. Given the strength of the Hive Sanctuary, their research in genetics will undoubtedly not lag behind ours. Let us not forget that they have that woman among them. The gene optimization liquid is undoubtedly her handiwork, a precursor to gene evolution. As of now, we have yet to make any headway with the light of life and cannot replicate it perfectly, at best. We have only a semi-finished product. Admittedly, Xiling remains as formidable as ever. We must ensure that those 2 invisible assassins do not fall into the clutches of the Hive, for if they do, the gene breakthroughs that could turn the tide for us would surely be uncovered by Xiling. Fear not. I have faith in the prowess of those 2 gene aberrants. Even in failure, we possess the gene enhancement agent as a contingency. A single day is ample time to sow chaos within the Hive's ranks. Very well, it is imperative that we capture him. If that proves unattainable, we shall eliminate him regardless. Let this initial probe suffice. The Southwest Military Command may handle the matter from here, though they assuredly harbor secrets. They must follow the 2 mechs closely and act accordingly. In the video, the 6 faces representing the 6 major sanctuary factions appear somewhat solemn at the sight of the 2 colossal nuclear-powered mechs. Yet their hearts remain untroubled. They have gradually discerned the Hive Sanctuary's hidden cards. Aside from the artificial intelligence and 4 large mechs, there exists only a single nuclear submarine. Their technological prowess is indeed astonishing. But the tides of time have shifted. This is the era of gene evolvers and psychics, and fortuitously, they have positioned themselves at the forefront, at least surpassing the Hive Sanctuary. At this moment, the Fuhai Time and the Electric Light Chaser have traversed Star City and descended upon the Earth to continue their journey. Have we confirmed that those factions have allied with the Southwest Military Command? The voice of Su Yun resonates with gravity through the mech screen. Li Shiguang nods and replies, absolutely. Hasn't the lady already uncovered their whereabouts? Though they have concealed themselves well, they undoubtedly harbor intentions toward us. I harbor a foreboding sense of unease. I propose that once the mission concludes, I and the bald old brother directly strike to dismantle those sanctuaries or deploy nuclear warheads, 1 for each. After a prolonged silence, Su Yun furrows her brow. Perhaps only she comprehends the gravity of the situation. Prior to the apocalypse, the Southwest Military Command sought her out 5 times, each time issuing threats. Yun Ming'er has analyzed a singular intention. They wish to abduct Xiling, the prodigy of the biological domain. The emergence of the radioactive sea monsters has hastened their urgency. Moreover, both the heavenly divine biological sanctuary and the superdivine machinery, the predecessor of the light of life sanctuary, have harbored grievances with them. Whether in terms of interests or relationships. 2 years prior, their Nebula group brazenly appropriated numerous research personnel and various projects aligned with the government. They are unequivocally formidable adversaries. At this moment, Su Yun is engulfed in worry. In the post-apocalyptic world, humanity approaches extinction. Should the opposing factions seek to target the Hive sanctuary, they will undoubtedly strike with lethal intent. Eschewing any hesitance. Vigilance is paramount. Nay, it is imperative to preemptively guard against their potential madness. As for an offensive, the Southwest Military Command keeps a watchful eye on U.S. Su Yun bears the weight of the entire Hive sanctuary's existence upon her shoulders. Every decision must be meticulously weighed, which perhaps reflects the apprehension of a leader. We shall postpone any offensive action for now. Just then, Yun Ming'er's analytical voice rings out. Brother Yun, calculations suggest they may have achieved significant breakthroughs in the realm of genetics. Otherwise, they would not dare to probe us. They must possess newfound confidence. Secondly, the gene enhancement agents they are selling have greatly diminished in efficacy. The revamped original gene warriors may have bestowed upon them considerable assurance, with a 50% likelihood that they will directly target our stronghold. Fourthly, the heavenly divine biological gene enhancement agents have already been analyzed by Sister Xiling. They have stumbled upon a misguided path in gene evolution. She suspects they may have developed either evolvers or psychics. Chapter 78. Xiling's evolution misguided path? Su Yun furrows her brow. In no wonder they exude such confidence. They have evidently taken a shortcut. Given Xiling's strength, coupled with the research capabilities of the entire Hive sanctuary, they cannot possibly be trailing behind. Xiling seeks the most accurate path of gene evolution. Genes are inherently as complex as the vast ocean of stars. Her objective is not only to identify a direction congruent with the human body, but also to glimpse the boundless light of the future. Conversely, the heavenly divine biological sanctuary appears to have stumbled upon a gene chain related to gene evolution through extensive human experimentation. However, the flaws are glaringly evident: a high mortality rate, the draining of human lifespan and potential, and a one-time evolution. Aberration that forever remains at that level. They may have already targeted us, not solely for the resources and technological advancements of the Hive sanctuary, but also for Xiling. Only she poses a true threat to them. Su Yun squints, murmuring to herself, if I were in their position, how would I strike gene warriors, gene-mutated death warriors, or some form of psychic for the first time? Su Yun feels the daunting weight of an unknown power threat. Ming'er, notify the think tank. Defensive plans must commence immediately. I want them to consider every possible angle. We cannot allow the enemy to undermine us. We must eliminate any threats preemptively. Su Yun speaks with gravity. Understood. Brother Yun. In addition to the 15 strategists led by Guan Jinlong, nearly 50 high IQ personnel have been alerted. However, scarcely had she finished speaking when Yun Ming'er suddenly exclaimed with delight. Brother Yun, Sister Xiling is about to commence. She is on the verge of illuminating that mysterious gene focal point. At this revelation, Su Yun's expression brightens. He has been closely monitoring Xiling's research progress. Astonished at how swiftly she has advanced, only a few days have passed. This is not merely luck but a testament to her strength. Soon, a monitoring screen materializes before Su Yun, revealing Xiling within a sealed biological laboratory. Clad in a flowing white nightgown, she peacefully curls up within a glass chamber filled with liquefied biological energy crystals. A strand of her violet hair is entwined with a glimmering metallic silver needle, absorbing the vast biological energy surrounding her through incomprehensible waveforms. The output of biological energy remains stable, consuming 15 grams per second, with her weight and appearance unchanged, vital signs steady, and energy fluctuations gradually diminishing as energy output intensifies. Energy absorber power increased by 0.5 grams output. Dear Master, may your luck shine brightly, and may you succeed in the expansive, tranquil biological laboratory. Only the voice of the subsystem artificial intelligence, Little Koi, reverberates. During this critical moment for Xiling's life evolution, the laboratory is secured by 3 fortified gates, locked tight unless Xiling or Su Yun command otherwise. This scene is nothing short of astonishing. Su Yun remains baffled as to how the needle could channel biological energy to ignite the gene focal point within her mind. By all accounts, the biological energy crystal, merely the size of a fingernail, should suffice to sustain a person for an entire month without additional energy. At this point, Xiling should have already reached her limit. She has truly succeeded. Su Yun's heart is awash with conflicting emotions. Perhaps this world is on the verge of transformation, no longer the technologically driven realm he once knew. Meanwhile, within the body of Xiling, an elusive genetic focal point radiates brilliance akin to the twinkling stars. Countless strands of DNA intertwine with this genetic nexus, densely extending into the obscure depths of darkness. The epoch of genetic evolution has been ignited by Xiling. Simultaneously, amidst the boundless expanse of the icy world, two colossal mechas are tirelessly traversing, each step leaving behind enormous mechanical footprints, the overwhelming force stirring layers of frost-covered frozen soil. Within the mechas, the voice of Ashir resonates. However, at this moment, Li Shiguang and Chu Xiang'a both wear grim expressions, stifled by a surge of discomfort. Damn it! How dare they linger behind us? If it weren't for Brother Yun's caution, I'd have annihilated them long ago. Li Shiguang spat vehemently. They needed time to develop, merely requiring to quicken their pace to distance themselves from their pursuers. Only then could they truly be fearless. Yet, he remained quite irked. Turning to glance back, he noted dozens of armed helicopters braving the wind and snow. A couple of kilometers behind them, on the ground, an array of post-apocalyptic vehicles, modified for radiation resistance and cold endurance, closely followed, including their Hive Sanctuary-S battle vehicles and bomb-proof motorcycles. In this harsh apocalyptic environment, it was astonishing that so many had not given up. However, it was understandable. Their intentions were too conspicuous. With two large nuclear-powered mechas deployed, any normal individual would realize that the Hive Sanctuary was undoubtedly up to something significant. Want to sip some soup? Not a chance. Chu Xiang'a scoffed. Shiguang, I'll lead the charge. You cover me. Whoever dares to act, make sure to hit them hard. Rest assured, brother, this is your first battle. I guarantee no one will interfere with you. Li Shiguang replied with a light chuckle. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed. The Yangtze River lay ahead. Zhang Yijian had long been prepared, this time bringing 5 armed helicopters to join the fray, with the mecha units guarding the temporary trading post. However, one matter troubled him. Those 2 big shots not only came personally but also specifically requested to witness Long Xiaofeng's extraordinary abilities. He knew well that when Long Xiaofeng's powers manifested, most of the researchers at the Hive Research Institute had been cursing, even pointing fingers at the heavens for their perceived injustice. After a lifetime of unraveling the secrets of the technological world, they were appended by a mere child, who could bear such humiliation. Xiaofeng, just behave when they approach. Call them brother and, if possible, cling to their legs. Even a drop from their fingernails would suffice for your family's sustenance for a lifetime, Zhang Yijian remarked, ruffling Long Xiaofeng's adorable helmeted head. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaofeng pouted in displeasure. The destined child with extraordinary powers, who could compel him to call them brother? Dream on. Yet, in the next moment, a series of thunderous booms echoed in the distance. Growing ever closer, resembling the ominous footsteps of 2 colossal beasts, the chilling wind whipped around him. Long Xiaofeng gaped incredulously at the 2 giant mechas striding toward them through the snow. Goodness, is this the reinforcement? This is overwhelmingly powerful, Uncle Zhang. How should I call out to cling to their legs? I'd settle for calling them father at this point. With the arrival of the 2 massive mechas, the Hive Sanctuary initiated its counteroffensive. Along the banks of the Yangtze River, 5 armed helicopters hovered above, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings and any signs of rival factions. The nuclear reactor of the Thunderlight Daybreaker roared to life. Energy rippling in waves, its entire form crackling with ferocious blue electricity. A wave of destructive heat emanated forth, astonishing the nearby factions, who gazed in horror. What on earth is that? This mecha seems far more complex than we initially thought. Besides its enormous size, it must be equipped with cutting-edge weaponry, on top of an apocalyptic battle vehicle. A man clad in full exoskeleton armor braved the biting cold, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Is that .AN extremely high voltage? But the magnetic field sensors are sounding alarms. The mecha ahead harbors terrifying electromagnetic energy fluctuations. Could it be preheating? And that peculiar device on its back, I suspect it harbors unknown offensive capabilities. Mysterious yet formidable. The eternal god of the Hive. I'm live streaming this. What a magnificent spectacle of colossal mecha warfare. Surely, it will rake in profits beyond measure. At this moment, the online audience across various streaming platforms surged, beginning at 50 million and surpassing 100 million in less than a minute. The deployment of the Hive Sanctuary's large mechas was a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, and no one wished to miss the spectacle. Furthermore, the audience was eager to uncover the reasons behind such grand mobilization. It was logical that these two mechas would be stationed at the Hive's main base to defend against maritime threats. Yet now, they were advancing inland towards the Yangtze, hinting at a significant secret. Soon, speculation arose among viewers. Brothers, breaking news. Those residing in that area reported the truth. 5 hours ago, the Hive's troops ventured deep into the Yangtze but returned defeated. Several Special Forces members were left unconscious, others covered in blood, likely having encountered a catastrophic event. I suspect they were attacked by a colossal radiation monster, and the reason for the Hive's mobilization must be tied to a significant special meteorite. I believe they are on the verge of a great fortune. You guessed correctly. I've received insider information as well. Some even reported hearing tremendous roars and cannon fire echoing from within the Yangtze, undoubtedly indicating a terrifying radiation monster ascending from the ocean. At this moment, Li Shiguang was also keenly observing the movements of surrounding factions and the online happenings, a smirk gracing his lips. Even if they figured it out, so what? Who had the power to compete with them? Ashir, lock onto all nearby entities. If any hostile actions are detected, open fire immediately, Li Shiguang commanded coldly. As his words fell, the electromagnetic cannons on the shoulders of the oceanic timepiece began to whir to life. Simultaneously, 2 blue Gatling guns extended from within, successfully deploying with a mechanical word. At this juncture, Chu Xiang'a also sprang into action. The Thunderlight Daybreaker, infused with intense electromagnetic voltage, stepped boldly onto the icy surface of the Yangtze. Bald brother, there lies a powerful energy fluctuation and radiation 2,000 meters beneath the ice. It hasn't fled yet. Please activate the energy shield in advance and test whether it can withstand the creature's psychic assault. Safety first, Yun Minger's voice echoed in Chu Xiang'a's ear. Understood. Activating energy shield at 70% power to test it out. I refuse to believe it can affect me, Chu Xiang'a replied, a glint of cold confidence in his eyes. Mysterious psychic power. So what? I trust in the power of science, in the knowledge I possess. As the words left his lips, the energy matrix on the Thunderlight Daybreaker began to glow, enveloping the mecha in a protective aura. Despite its thin appearance, this was a high-intensity energy shield formed from the complete energy conduction of special meteorite, capable of withstanding nearly 300,000 units of impact force when powered by the nuclear reactor at full capacity. Radiation monster exceeding 100 meters in length would struggle to threaten the mecha's interior with a day-long assault. This was due to the scarcity of special meteorite metal. At merely 100 tons, it merely formed a thin layer over the mecha's exterior. Were there enough special meteorite metal, based on the nuclear reactor's output? It could withstand impacts exceeding 800,000 units, rendering it truly invulnerable. 200 meters to the psychic attack range. The Thunderlight Daybreaker continues forward without hesitation. 20 meters to the psychic attack range. Entering a dangerous zone. Please prepare for potential defensive failure. Chu Xiang'a's face twisted with determination as he growled, "Come on, attack me. I can't wait to see whose power prevails." With a thunderous boom, the Thunderlight Daybreaker, under Chu Xiang'a's control, unleashed a beam cannon strike towards a position 850 meters ahead. Subsequently, it stepped into the psychic attack range of the radiation sea monster. Fists clenched, its body crackling with electricity, embodying a menacing force as it charged forward. Simultaneously, a frenzied screech pierced the air, causing the snowflakes to vanish into nothingness. The ice layers surged like a tidal wave, radiating outward from the radiation sea monster's center. Chu Xiang'a felt an invisible yet tremendous force collide against the energy shield of the mecha, momentarily halting it for half a second before shattering this intangible barrier effortlessly. Continuing onward without any strain. Ha ha ha, is this it? Is this all? Psychic power is nothing but flimsy paper, easily pierced. Chu Xiang'a laughed maniacally, his face etched with disdain. With the energy shield at full power, he cranked the electromagnetic intensity to 99%, determined to showcase the might of technology. Amidst Chu Xiang's fervent bloodlust, Ashir's supportive voice echoed in his ears. The energy shield's full power output is expected to last for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Thereafter, the energy matrix will deteriorate and dissipate its power. Please conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the Thunderbolt Vanguard locked onto the radiation sea monster lurking beneath the ice. In a burst of motion, it leapt forth, enveloped in a dazzling blue light, crashing into the chasm created by the monster's upheaval. A powerful shockwave shattered the frozen ground, sending tremors through the landscape. Concurrently, all onlookers on the shore sensed an unseen wave pass by them. At that moment, many felt a sharp pain pierce their minds, accompanied by a wave of nausea, leading to dry heaves. Ugh, what the hell? It hurts. What is this? My head feels like it's been struck, my brainstem is in agony, and I feel like I'm about to vomit. Good heavens, my brain is about to break. One individual exclaimed to the live stream. His face pale. Beside him, numerous others experienced similar distress, yet some remained unscathed. Hey, Wei Gu, how come you're fine? Someone gasped, incredulously glancing at a man seated upon an apocalyptic armored motorcycle. Lu Wei furrowed his brow. He too felt a twinge of discomfort in his head, yet it was not nearly as severe as that of the others. He wondered why he alone appeared unaffected. Was everyone else merely acting? However, before he could voice his thoughts, another spoke up. It's the gene optimization serum from the Hive sanctuary. Both Lu Wei and I have used it. Our enhanced genetics allow our minds to withstand such peculiar wave attacks. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. In a way, could it be true? That gene optimization serum, worth 3 million Nebula coins, someone actually bought it, they murmured. After all, that amount could arm 1 or 2 individuals and provide ample ammunition for hunting expeditions. Lu Wei suddenly understood, but recalled the week of unrelenting hunger following the serum's injection, causing his expression to darken. Such a boon was not something he wished to share. They could all experience it for themselves. Indeed, the gene optimization serum is formidable. Furthermore, it has rendered my body healthier and stronger, as if freshly manufactured. And as for my performance, it lasts at least an hour, he boasted. The other attendees and those watching online gazed upon him with envy. This was a fortune in the post-apocalyptic world, far more challenging to obtain than the 30 million from before. Without access to abundant rare and precious resources, acquiring such a serum was nearly impossible. One would have to hunt radiation monsters or rely on luck to find special meteorites. Thus, apart from the Hive sanctuary, very few could afford gene optimization serums, only the powerful or extraordinarily fortunate. The two men, clad in equipment worth 1,500,000 Nebula coins, including the armored motorcycle, showcased top-tier merchandise from the Hive sanctuary, along with a modified heavy sniper rifle and a blue light Gatling gun. Ammunition brimming on either side of their vehicle, likely scavenged from special meteorites. Just as envy swelled among the crowd, a furious roar shattered the atmosphere. You vile, sticky abomination, get out here. The battlefield erupted with flickering lightning and the piercing cries of agony reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, within the oversea time vessel, alarms blared incessantly. Ashir's voice rang out urgently. Time. A 5-man team is making their way towards Baldi. They have no protective measures and are moving swiftly. They must be gene warriors. And their target is likely the special meteorite at the bottom of the pit. Hurry and intercept them. Chapter 80. Technological Domination Gene Warriors? Instantly, Li Shiguang's face contorted with rage. The oversea time vessel pivoted to face the opposite bank of the Yangtze River. As the detector zoomed in, he observed 5 individuals clad in pristine white camouflage suits sprinting across the ice. Had it not been for a colossal radiation monster detecting them and causing a commotion during its attack, Yundream may not have even noticed. The thick dust obscured the satellites above, limiting communication to a specialized high-frequency method, rendering observation impossible. Moreover, they had likely discarded all electronic devices, complicating detection in the treacherous icy landscape. Heavenly biologicals, are you courting death? Li Shiguang bellowed, leaping down and crashing onto the thick ice with lethal intent. His thunderous footsteps drew the attention of those nearby, who also heard his furious shouts. Histus, oh, the heavenly biologicals wish to pluck fruit? Goodness, do they really think the Hive sanctuary is made of clay? In the presence of these two massive mechs, they dare to make a move. Is that pit not a large special meteorite? Someone mused, astonished. No wonder they dare to take such risks. It must be true. The exposed frozen ground bears the marks of meteorite burns and impacts. Spanning a vast area, with a diameter of at least 10 meters, hiss. This special meteorite must weigh over 3,000 tons. No wonder they dare to snatch from the jaws of danger. Whichever sanctuary obtains this meteorite would surely ascend to greatness. Thinking too much, having the ability to discover does not equate to the ability to defend. The might of the Hive sanctuary is indisputable. The heavenly biologicals are likely doomed. Not necessarily doomed. They possess gene warriors, each equivalent in combat power to a storm mech. Moreover, it's possible the heavenly biologicals laboratory harbors even stronger gene warriors. There's still a fight to be had. We should prepare our snacks. Simultaneously, the 5 gene warriors, their faces exhibiting strange mutations, looked up at the rapidly approaching oversea time vessel, terror gripping their hearts. Their strength was formidable, capable of unleashing immense force with a single punch. Yet against the colossal iron behemoth weighing thousands of tons, they were akin to lighting a candle in an outhouse, inviting disaster. Though their lives may last only a day, the threat of death rendered them restless. Yet, moments later, the leading gene warrior's expression morphed into a vicious snarl as he declared, "A large size and great strength do not equate to invincibility. Our speed is unmatched. You 3 find a way to climb and damage its mechanical structure." Upon hearing this, the other warriors stifled their fear, their expressions hardening. This was their choice. For the lives and comfort of their families, they had but one life to offer, regardless of the outcome or fate. Their sole purpose was to use their lives to fulfill their mission. Death was merely an afterthought, devoid of fear. In the next instant, the 5 gene warriors dispersed, 3 charging headlong towards the oversea time vessel, while the other 2 sprinted towards the nearby chasm. Their speed was astonishing, traversing 20 to 30 meters per second, swift as the wind. Their powerful physiques granted them strength beyond human limits. Inside the oversea time vessel, Li Shiguang observed the scene, his lips curling in derision. What a joke! Before you stands the pinnacle of warfare mechs on Blue Star, just 5 little mice, and you dare to defy? Activate the automatic targeting system. Engage the thermal seeker, and initiate the energy shield at 10% power, just in case. Ashir, show them what it means to be locked on. His words faded. Ashir's voice chimed in. Energy shield activated. Pursuer missiles locked on. Blue light Gatling gun firing trajectory adjusted and secured, with a hit rate of 99%. The 2 blue light Gatling guns on the mech's arms whirred and adjusted their aim, while Li Shiguang's display revealed 5 red target indicators. The mech, now seemingly draped in a pale blue energy cloak, charged forward. It ran. The blue light Gatling guns erupted into brilliance, and 2 small tracking missiles launched from the mech's shoulder. Accelerating to over 400 meters per second in the blink of an eye, the 3 gene warriors charging towards him had their heads obliterated, their once proud speed rendered futile against the mech's targeting system. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 gene warriors turned pale as they witnessed their 3 comrades' instant demise, 2 missiles hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. And no matter how they altered their positions, the missiles adjusted their trajectories, as if magnetized to them. For heaven's sake, can you be any more absurd? This technology, directed at me, is just too much. Boom. 2 violent explosions erupted above the ice, and inevitably, the remaining 2 gene warriors were left in pieces. Yet the oversea time vessel did not halt. Li Shiguang lifted his gaze towards the opposite bank of the Yangtze River, where an armed helicopter sped away from him, 2,800 meters distant. Trying to escape. Can you outrun my energy weapon? Li Shiguang sneered, his voice laced with malice. Just under 3,000 meters, no need to waste energy. Energy electromagnetic cannon, 5% power output, capture and lock successful. Fire automatically upon activation. Capture successful, hit rate 99%. Energy electromagnetic cannon activated. 3, 2, 1, fire. Ashir's voice echoed. In the next moment, a brilliant blue beam erupted from the mech's shoulder, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, an armed helicopter positioned approximately 3,000 meters away was instantly obliterated, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the earth. From the moment the oversea time vessel joined the fray, Less than 20 seconds had elapsed before the battle reached its conclusion. On the other side, the electric light Daybreaker shimmered with electric brilliance, each punch delivering immense electromagnetic force upon the core head of the radiated sea monster. Its body was ensnared by several massive tentacles, oozing dark purple blood, the acrid stench wafting like a lingering fog. Occasionally, a disconcerting sound echoed through the air, resembling a demonic growl, attacking every part of the mech from all directions. However, Chu Xianga paid little heed to these distractions. With the energy shield activated to full power, as long as it could withstand the mysterious psychic assault, no amount of thrashing or retaliation could breach it. Is this all you've got? Prepare to meet your end. Chu Xianga shouted with unrestrained vigor. Each of its tentacle suckers was lined with sharp teeth, and the grotesque maws on its 8 tentacles were innumerable, coupled with a terrifyingly large mouth at its center. It was a creature designed for devouring, its capacity for consumption truly horrifying. Alas, in the face of the mech, it found itself utterly powerless, as if confronted by its natural nemesis, though it was resilient. Its endurance was waning, its internal energy rapidly depleting, the strength in its tentacles diminishing, gradually succumbing to weakness. And thus, the moment of execution arrived. The electric light Daybreaker unleashed another surge of electrical energy, causing the tentacles that ensnared it to immediately slacken and crash onto the frozen ground. Its unique structural mechanisms shifted forms, deploying 4 specialized energy restraint weapons in front of the mech. Yet, Chu Xianga recalled Yun Minger's analytical voice during the skirmish. This creature is far too large to capture alive. We shall retain its core head for experimentation, Chu Xianga remarked with a furrowed brow. The thought of the radiated sea monster's value brought a radiant smile to Chu Xianga's face. Excluding the contributions from the special meteorite mission, the corpse of this creature would surely be worth several batches of third-tier research resources. Wouldn't it? As Chapter 81, The Awakening of Xiling, unfolded, the moment the words left his lips, for specialized energy restraining devices extended sharp metallic tips that pierced deep into the radiated sea monster's body, embedding themselves a meter deep before unfurling 8 barbed claws to secure it tightly. Subsequently, the nuclear reactor surged to full power, and 4 brilliant beams of light erupted within the radiated sea monster's form. At that instant, a horrific destructive force exploded from within the creature, unleashing an endless torrent of electromagnetic energy that obliterated and seared all surrounding flesh. This internal assault sent high-voltage currents coursing through its body, prompting a pained cry from the radiated sea monster as its scarred tentacles jerked rigidly before collapsing feebly against the icy surface. Witnessing this, Chu Xianga's expression hardened. The electric light Daybreaker seized one of the tentacles with both hands, anchoring its feet against the body of the radiated sea monster, and violently yanked upwards. With a brutal tear, one tentacle was ripped asunder, dark purple blood gushing forth in a frenzied spray, the low growls in the air erupting once more. Yet proving ineffective against the mech. Ha ha ha, exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Chu Xianga's laughter reverberated across the skies above the Yangtze River. Who could comprehend the thrill of close-quarters combat? This was the violent aesthetics of the mech. Flesh against flesh, a clash of power and form, determined solely by brute strength. Meanwhile, onlookers beheld the savage spectacle, the mech mercilessly grinding the terrifying giant radiated creature beneath its foot. Tentacles were torn apart with brutal ease, akin to pulling apart strands of dough. How ferocious! I absolutely adore this. Truly deserving of the title of Super Mech. Its high-strength metallic frame renders the radiated monster as fragile as tofu in its presence. An excited observer exclaimed. The crowd erupted in exclamations. I sense an energy shield. Could it be that the Hive has advanced in energy technology? Dense energy particles coalesced into a protective barrier, effectively repelling both physical and magical attacks. I feel the same. The technology at Hive Sanctuary has reached levels beyond our imagination. With a succession of cutting-edge innovations, it seems there is nothing they cannot accomplish. And I suspect those 2 mechs harbor devastating weapons. Though perhaps not quite on the scale of nuclear arms, they are undoubtedly of a cataclysmic caliber. Indeed, given the technological prowess on display, how dare the divine biological sanctuary extend its claws? They must possess quite the audacity, unafraid of a counterstrike from the Hive. Strangely enough, they truly seem unafraid. Rumors have it that divine biological, super-divine machinery, light of life, and several other sanctuaries have forged an alliance for a project named Eternal Life, backed by the Southwest Military Command. Even if the Hive suffers losses, they likely won't dare to retaliate, especially since it is the divine biological sanctuary that is currently at a disadvantage. No one would dare flip the table. Regardless of whether it was online or along the banks of the Yangtze River, discussions abounded regarding one particular matter. The consensus seemed to be that the divine biological sanctuary would likely endure a silent loss. Having not only lost 5 genetic warriors and an armed helicopter, but also facing the Hive sanctuary's pursuit. Ultimately, it was expected that the divine biological would bear the consequences, resolving the chaos. While the Hive sanctuary emerged as the definitive victor, not only had they dealt a resounding blow to the divine biological sanctuary, but they also acquired the body of a 100-meter-long radiated sea monster and a sizable special meteorite, an incredible windfall indeed. Meanwhile, the oversea time vessel approached the deep pit, immediately spotting the unique meteorite nestled within. Buried over 50 meters underground, it measured an impressive 12 meters in length and 9 meters in width. Its surface pitch black, emanating red luminescence in the darkness, with an estimated weight exceeding 3,600 tons. Data flooded into Li Shiguang's mind, regardless of how Ashir and Yun Ming'er calculated. It was merely a special meteorite, and they could find no trace of the peculiar iron plate suspected to be of extraterrestrial origin, as mentioned by Long Xiaofeng. Upon completion of the analysis, it was determined that the meteorite was entirely composed of life metal, with an 80% probability of being a fragment from a larger special meteorite that split apart upon colliding with Blue Star. Yun Ming'er's voice echoed in his ears, stating, in that case, the meteorite that crashed into the center of the Pacific must conceal something. Yet, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the prospect, especially since extracting the internal special iron plate would require at least a week. The density of the special metal meteorite was substantial. They could only rely on high-intensity lasers for segmentation, necessitating the energy provided by the nuclear reactor aboard the Mech. Miss, please inform Brother Yun that Brother Guang and I will hold the fort here for now. Our advance into the deep sea will have to be postponed, Li Shiguang lamented. The next moment, Su Yun's voice came through, understood. You two stay put, but do not leave the Mech under any circumstances. Remain vigilant for genetic warriors or any other sort of supernatural beings. Our think tank suspects that other sanctuaries allied with the divine biological sanctuary are not to be trifled with and may have developed supernatural beings. Maintain the energy shield at a low power operation for safety. As for counterattacks, I am preparing on my end and it will not be long. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang's face lit up with joy. At last, we can strike back. I've long held a disdain for that divine biological sanctuary. How dare they make moves under my nose? Such audacity! It would be best to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, a biological energy crystal weighing 300 pounds adhered to his mind, continuously supplying immense biological energy. What a massive biological energy crystal! So that's it. This mind truly underwent a transformation. That psychic ability must be the work of that bizarre meatball, right? Chu Xianga exclaimed in astonishment. While he was not well versed in biological technology, he could easily recognize that the fist-sized, green glowing meatball at the center of his mind was undoubtedly a valuable asset. However, in the next moment, Yun Ming'er's voice chimed in, Brother Guang, thank you for your efforts. Please remain stationed at the Yangtze. The transport troops have already set out from the Hive, and Hao Yang will be joining as well. Li Shiguang's expression darkened momentarily before he replied with delight, Yun Ming'er, I've told you not to call me Brother Guang. In terms of seniority, I am your uncle. And what about Hao Yang? Has his Flame Emperor Destroyer been equipped with the energy matrix? Quite efficient. I must say I prefer calling you Brother Guang. It feels more affectionate now. I must go revise the Hive's defense plans. You two, carry on. Meanwhile, in the central control hall of the Hive sanctuary, Su Yun smiled as she conversed via video with 2 individuals. One was Morong Yuntian from the Divine Biological Sanctuary, and the other a certain major from the Southwest Military Command. Su Yun began. What is your stance? According to the principle of non-aggression, it was the divine biological that initiated hostilities. We merely acted in self-defense. Will we let this matter rest, or will there be compensation? Or perhaps even war? Morong Yuntian in the video wore a grim expression, remaining silent, yet the malice in his eyes was unmistakable as he clenched his mutated dragon claw into a fist. Fortunately, the other individual spoke calmly. At this juncture, It is clear that the divine biological was in the wrong. I will take responsibility. They shall compensate your Hive sanctuary with 50 tons of life metal and 500 pounds of biological energy crystals, and we shall consider the matter settled. What say you? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, nodding as she coldly replied, You should have said so earlier. Why waste my time? Indeed, I hereby issue a warning to the Celestial Biological Corporation. Should there be a next time, do not hold me responsible. With that, Su Yun abruptly terminated the video call, anxiety etched upon his face. Minger, how is the construction of the large energy defense shield progressing? Su Yun inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's brow furrowed. 6 days? That is far too lengthy. Not only he, but even his think tank had surmised that several alliances of the Celestial Biological Corporation would likely take action against them in the coming days. The presence of an ability user in a mysterious location, if mishandled, could inflict grave consequences upon the Hive. What to do? Su Yun felt a pang of worry. Unless he were to immediately close the sanctuary's gates and only reopen them after the successful construction of the large energy defense shield. However, this was not the ethos of their Nebula Hive sanctuary. Shut the gates would essentially signal their fear, inflating the enemy's resolve. Currently, apart from the large energy defense shield yet to be deployed, everything else was ready. Logically, even an ability user should not possess the prowess to breach dozens of defensive systems and the comprehensive surveillance of Yun Menger. Yet, one must always prepare for the unforeseen. Just then, Yun Menger's voice broke through. Brother Yun, I have good news. Sister Zi Ling has awakened. At this, Su Yun sprang to his feet, a look of sheer joy illuminating his face. Goodness, a genetic evolver. She truly has transformed, and I wonder if she can resolve the crisis facing the Hive. I shall go at once. However, in the next moment, Zi Ling's voice echoed in his ears, though her figure was not yet visible. No need to go. I am here. What crisis? An ability user? A mutant? A nuclear attack? Or perhaps a genetic warrior? Alas, my thoughts are racing 100 times faster. It seems communicating with normal individuals will be a challenge henceforth. Chapter 82. Zi Ling's extraordinary abilities. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, then gaped in astonishment at what lay behind him, his expression one of utter disbelief in the blink of an eye. The previously sealed biological laboratory was now before her. Even with life having evolved, such a phenomenon seemed utterly outlandish, far beyond the realm of scientific understanding. How did you accomplish this? Su Yun asked. Astonished. With a series of clicks, Zi Ling approached, her white high heels clicking rhythmically. Her skin radiated an extraordinary vitality, resembling pure white jade, flawless and pristine. It's quite complex. Essentially, my psychic vision sensed your location, and instinctively, I took a step forward and appeared here. It's akin to quantum entanglement teleportation, and my body can become energy particle-like, allowing me to traverse space in an instant. Zi Ling spoke rapidly, completing her explanation in under 3 seconds, a testament to her self-restraint. Su Yun found himself at a loss for words. He gazed upon Zi Ling's visage as if he had never truly known her. She appeared as an ethereal being, inscrutable, while he felt like a mere ant beneath her. Perhaps this was a disparity in life's hierarchy. After a prolonged silence, Su Yun, with a tinge of apprehension, ventured to ask, after such evolution, Are you still human? Zi Ling looked into Su Yun's eyes, astonished, before breaking into laughter. Of course. Are you afraid of me? I have merely evolved. I have not changed species. Theoretically, I am no different from a radiation sea monster. We are both deep extensions of biological technology, differing only in the depth of genetic evolution. Certainly, this is also thanks to the Hive. I utilized a full 400 pounds of biological energy crystals, equivalent to the energy of a radiation sea monster over 180 meters long, in the 2 genetic chains I activated. 3 points have already been illuminated, resulting in a significant multiplication of my abilities. This is only reasonable. Su Yun observed Zi Ling seated comfortably in an armchair. Intrigued, he circled her, examining her closely, even daring to reach out to touch her. Apart from her skin being more delicate and smooth, and her appearance more refined, there was no other discernible change. He then noticed Zi Ling's silvery hair. The silver needle had vanished, and at that moment, apart from her mysterious and elevated aura, she appeared entirely human, devoid of any signs of the genetic warrior's transformation. Aside from spatial movement, what other abilities do you possess? Su Yun inquired, curiosity piqued. Ziling brushed aside a few loose strands of hair, furrowing her brow as she controlled her speech. Why, physical attributes have strengthened nearly 20-fold. Besides the spatial movement ability, which was an unexpected surprise, the illuminated genetic point I activated pertains to the realm of psychic energy. I call it psychic manifestation. Not only does it enhance my psychic strength, but it also allows me to materialize anything invisible to the naked eye, such as this. As her words fell, Su Yun felt a jolt. It was as if a finger had appeared in the air, prodding his chest unexpectedly. Goodness, this is truly an ability, he exclaimed. Point one ability akin to spatial movement, another to virtual creation. If she were to manifest a sword, he would likely be doomed in an instant, killing without a trace. This was quintessentially Ziling I in that moment. Su Yun felt exhilarated. If Ziling could succeed, then so could he. When will I also receive such powers? Su Yun asked, his enthusiasm palpable. He had pooled the entire energy of the Hive sanctuary to support Ziling's research, all for this moment. He could hardly contain his impatience. Upon hearing this, Ziling narrowed her eyes and replied, "Just a reminder, besides biological energy crystals, special meteorites are also crucial for life evolution. My psychic perception has detected a high-level life energy upon one. Although only a minuscule amount, a 10-ton meteorite would suffice to disrupt the stability of 1's genes and enable a reconfiguration. I suspect that the cold Xiaofeng was stimulated by a large special meteorite that crashed into the Yangtze River, prompting a self-induced breach of genetic self-protection, thus illuminating a genetic point. If he were provided with ample biological energy crystals, he could potentially illuminate an entire genetic chain to enhance himself. Special meteorites are falling everywhere. It's not uncommon for individuals to have initiated their own genetic evolution. The era of genetic evolution has commenced, and we must collect sufficient special meteorites to seize the future." Ziling's expression turned grave. She understood that she was not the only one undergoing genetic evolution in this world. Apart from the cold Xiaofeng they had discovered, numerous others had likely encountered special meteorites up close. Given such a large number, it was inevitable that several would exhibit changes. Fortunately, the world's environment was exceedingly harsh, and the Hive sanctuary was formidable. While gathering special meteorites posed some challenges, proactive measures would surely place them at the forefront of global collection efforts. Relying on the immense strength of the Hive, they would continue to evolve until they became omnipotent deities. At this, Su Yun furrowed his brow and nodded. The special meteorite collection plan had been underway, and it had already yielded results. Over 700 tons of special meteorites would arrive at the Hive sanctuary within 3 days, with approximately another 100 tons still out with 9 trading transport teams. As long as trading continued, there would undoubtedly be individuals willing to exchange special meteorites for various doomsday equipment and gene optimization fluids with the Hive sanctuary. As long as they established a solid technological foundation, the influx of special meteorites would remain constant. Moreover, although the deep-sea initiative had been delayed, it would commence within 2 weeks at the latest. Rest assured, I have laid the groundwork. Special meteorites will flow into our coffers without cease, Su Yun declared confidently. That is settled then, and in 3 days, I will develop a compound serum capable of breaking the genetic instinctual protective state, allowing you and Hao Yang to undergo life evolution. However, illuminating a specific gene will depend on your luck. My method is not foolproof. It has only a 50% success rate, and the other half may perish due to genetic collapse. Ziling responded expressionlessly, shrugging. At this, Su Yun's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? How dare you deceive me? I mean, really? You think you can just sprout wings and fly away, huh? And you had the audacity to claim it was 100% safe. I can't believe this. Fine, you win. You have your reasons. Su Yun contemplated slapping Ziling, only to abruptly realize that he likely couldn't best her. He forced a sheepish smile. Yet, a sense of dread lingered. If something were to happen to Ziling, how would he explain it to Shiguang and Hao Yang? They had promised to journey to the stars together, leaving no one behind. Alas, Su Yun slumped in his chair, glancing at Ziling with a heavy sigh. Goodness, he had enough troubles as it was, and now it seemed they would only multiply. With spatial movement as an ability, who could possibly hinder her? At the very least, he couldn't, and neither could the Hive sanctuary, nor could anyone else on Blue Star. Fortunately, in the next moment, Ziling took the initiative to address the situation, as for the crisis facing the Hive. I suspect it pertains to a certain ability user. Allow me to handle it. There are indeed hierarchical differences in genetic evolution, and my newly acquired abilities are not to be underestimated. You should continue monitoring the situation near the Yangtze River. As Ziling supported her chin, lost in thought, a portion of her consciousness engaged in conversation with Su Yun, murmuring to herself. This made Su Yun feel a twinge of envy in that moment. Even his Nebula Guardian nuclear-powered mech seemed trivial compared to the marvel of life evolution. Well then, my miserable self must return to work. If only I could illuminate a gene chain that allows for duplication. His responsibilities were manifold. In addition to trading with various sanctuaries, he needed to stay vigilant regarding the movements of the Celestial Biological Corporation's Joint Sanctuary and the Southwestern Military. In addition, the nuclear-powered submarines are poised to complete their repairs and modifications. Preparing to plunge once more into the depths of the ocean, ready to provide a counterstrike capability for the Hive sanctuary. Most importantly, he must familiarize himself with the intricate data and operations of the Nebula Guardians. In preparation for deep-sea hunting and the excavation of meteorite cores, it is an arduous task for him. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Hive sanctuary, a city of hope rises, as armed helicopters descend one after another. While numerous large modified trucks, apocalyptic war vehicles, and bomb-proof motorcycles make their appearance on the ground. Behold, what a magnificent sight! Family, look over here. This is the headquarters of the Hive sanctuary, alongside this grand city, the city of hope, where life burns brightly with hope. Goodness, how formidable! This is truly a super sanctuary in the apocalypse, a unique existence in the entire world. On a bomb-proof motorcycle, a young man sets up his phone stand and sprays a few puffs of radiation-clearing liquid before commencing a live broadcast directed towards the City of Hope. The online viewership numbers soar, exceeding 10 million and continuing to rise, all eager to witness how the headquarters of the Hive Sanctuary has been constructed along the coastal area at that moment. The barrage of comments floods the screen. Wow, there's also a super-large nuclear-powered mech here. It seems to be nearly 100 meters tall. Someone excitedly remarks, spotting the Nebula Guardian standing tall on Fungi Mountain in the distance. Brothers, shout it out with me. This is the Hive. With the gene optimization fluid coursing through my veins, I proclaim, forever a deity. This city of hope, along with that gate embedded in Fungi Mountain, can only be described with one word: incredible. Goodness, how envious I am that you can roam freely in the outside world. I too wish to venture into Binhai City and gaze upon this magnificent sight. Enough talk. I must grab my little broken gun and join the ranks. Preparing to charge into Dadong Lake, if I am not back in an hour, I fear it may mean the end for me. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of Zhan City, a figure crouches, ready to hunt a 12-meter-long crocodile-like radioactive sea monster.